Chapter 1. 10 Loyal Heroes. In Jiangnan, the Yi family mansion was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere of sorrow. Old Master Yi Changfeng sat expressionless at the head of the table, while 10 urns lined up neatly on the long table before him. A 3-star general in camouflage stood solemnly at the side, his face grave as he opened a death notification. Y Yi Jinghua, 48 years old. Killed in action on July 28th in the Northern District, body unrecoverable. Yi Zhenghua, 43 years old. Killed in action on July 28th in the Eastern District, body unrecoverable. Yi Lingtian, 27 years old. Killed in action on July 28th in the Southern District, body unrecoverable. Yi Lingjun, 26 years old. Killed in action on July 28th in the Southeastern Frontier, body unrecoverable. After reading all 10 death notifications, the inner hall fell into a deathly silence. The Yi family's third generation had lost 10 loyal heroes, all killed on the same day across 6 different war zones of the Great Xia, nearly wiping out the entire family. The overwhelming grief made the air in the mansion feel suffocating. Boom, boom. Above the Yi family mansion, 36 fighter jets roared overhead, accompanied by the sound of 19 gun salutes. Alarms rang throughout the city, and flags were lowered to half-mast in honor of the Yi family's fallen heroes. But none of this could change the tragic outcome of the Yi family's loyal heroes. Old General, the enemy's plan was too meticulous this time. We never anticipated such a tragedy would occur. Please accept my condolences. The 3-star General Ningyu bowed to Yi Changfeng, his voice a bit hoarse. The 10 prodigies of the Yi family had been attacked and killed on the same day in 6 different war zones of the Great Xia. Even a fool could tell that such a coincidence was impossible. This was a Rutan branch elimination operation targeting the Yi family. Ning Tao glanced at Yi Fan, who was standing behind Yi Changfeng, the last remaining hope of the Yi family. 5 years ago, Yi Fan was the most talented prodigy in the Great Xia. However, after a car accident, he had turned into a fool that ate tea this moment. Yi Fan was cradling a pink Peppa Pig toy in his arms, looking utterly clueless as if he had no idea what was happening. What no one noticed was that a golden light suddenly flickered on a jade pendant hanging on Yi Fan's chest, followed by a faint cracking sound. A layer of even cracks appeared on the pendant, which then shattered. Several streams of golden light shot out from the pendant and quickly entered Yi Fan's body. In an instant, a glimmer of clarity flashed in Yi Fan's previously vacant eyes. Damn, I can't believe I sealed myself for 5 years. Unbelievable. 5 years ago, at the age of 15, Yi Fan had already stepped into the martial path, mastering the breaking force and entering the control realm, breaking through to the Grandmaster level, and becoming the undisputed top prodigy of his generation in the Great Xia. However, while researching how to use talismans to break through to the martial sovereign realm, he was suddenly struck by a car, and through a series of unfortunate events, he ended up sealing 2 of his souls and 6 of his spirits within the jade pendant on his chest, leaving only 1 soul and 1 spirit to support his body in a dazed state for 5 years. With his soul and spirit incomplete, he lost all his powers and his intelligence dropped to that of a 7 or 80-year-old child. So, to outsiders, Yi Fan had become a complete fool after the accident. However, Yi Fan was well aware that this was merely due to his soul being temporarily sealed. Without any external assistance, he could only wait for the soul-locking talisman to lose its effectiveness, and that wait lasted for 5 long years. With his 3 souls and 7 spirits returned to their rightful place, Yi Fan's intelligence and talent were instantly restored. His lost martial power had also surpassed the realm of a grandmaster, reaching the peak of a martial respect. In the entire Great Xia, he could at least rank among the top 10. Looking at the 10 urns before him, Yi Fan's expression darkened to the extreme. Among those 10 urns, 3 belonged to his elder uncle, second uncle, and third uncle, while the remaining 7 were the ashes of his 7 brothers from the 3rd generation. Behind the 7 urns stood 7 stunning women dressed in white. They were none other than his 7 future sisters-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law, Yu Linglong, was the female martial god of Great Xia, the strongest female general of the younger generation. The second sister-in-law, Ling Yanxiu, was the daughter of the Ling family, one of the 4 great families of the capital, wealthy and influential throughout Great Xia. The third sister-in-law, Shun Mange, was a superstar dominating the international scene, a goddess in the hearts of countless otaku. The seventh sister-in-law, Su Ishue, was the daughter of the renowned Su family in the southwest, holding a significant stake in the pharmaceutical industry. With 7 brothers already slain in battle, these sisters-in-law, who had not yet been formally married, had not forgotten their ties and had all come to pay their respects. This deeply moved Yi Fan. Funeral procession. Grandfather Yi Changfeng scolded in a deep voice, and the 7 sisters-in-law, holding the urns, walked towards the courtyard exit. At that moment, the large open area outside the Yi family courtyard was already filled with people. The old general, who had devoted his life to the battlefield, now faced such a tragic outcome for the Yi family. Everyone sighed in sympathy. Everyone, the sons of the Yi family, sacrificed themselves for the country, dying honorably as long as I am here. The Yi family will not fall. Yi Changfeng stepped onto the platform and picked up the microphone to say a few words. But halfway through, he could no longer continue. Burying his own children, the Yi family had nearly been wiped out. As an old man nearing his end, Yi Changfeng was already on the brink of collapse. Choking back tears, he adjusted his emotions and glanced at Yi Fan standing beside him. His heartache easing just a bit. Yi Fan was Yi Changfeng's only hope now. Although he was foolish, at least he was still alive. Sigh. There were no longer any expectations for great achievements from him after the funeral. They just needed to hurry and arrange a wedding with the Xian family to ensure the continuation of the Yi family bloodline. Even if they couldn't leave descendants, marrying Xian Yufei would at least allow the Xian family to protect Yi Fan for the rest of his life after he was gone. Seeing Yi Changfeng in such a state deeply moved everyone present. Alas, the old general has had a tough life. The Yi family contributed greatly to the establishment of the empire, and now they face such tragedy. Who can argue with that? A family of 10 top generals all attacked and killed on the same day, it's just too abnormal. This is an attempt to eradicate them completely, and surely there must be an insider involved, someone in a very high position. Sure, don't speak carelessly, do you want to attract trouble? As the crowd murmured, suddenly 2 figures swiftly made their way toward the high platform. Everyone, excuse me, while we have so many witnesses here, I, Xian Zhenghua, on behalf of Xian Yufei, have an announcement to make. That on stage was Xian Zhenghua, the second son of the Xian family, and beside him stood the eldest daughter, Xian Yufei. As we all know, the Xian family was engaged to the Yi family years ago. But now, Yi Fan has become a fool, and the Xian family has decided to break off the engagement. We ask for the elders' approval. Xian Zhenghua announced the news nonchalantly with the microphone in hand. However, these words were undoubtedly a bombshell at the scene. The crowd erupted into chaos. What? The Yi family is in such dire straits, and the Xian family chooses to call off the engagement at this moment. How is this any different from kicking someone when they're down? That's ruthless. Is the Xian family in such a hurry to distance themselves from the Yi family? Sigh. I guess the Xian family is worried too. With the Yi family falling, those rival families will surely target those closely allied with the Yi family. If the Xian family doesn't break off the engagement, they might be the first to be eliminated. But they didn't have to rush like this. How will Elder Yi feel about it? Swish. All eyes turned to Yi Changfeng, filled with concern. You. Puffed. Yi Changfeng managed to utter just one word before he coughed up blood and staggered backward. The nearly 80-year-old patriarch of the Yi family finally collapsed. The Xian family's decision to break off the engagement had become the last straw that broke Yi Changfeng's back. Chapter 2. We are willing to expand the Yi family. By Yi Changfeng's side, his adopted son Su Jian, whom he took in many years ago, quickly reached out to support him. Father, take care of your health. Don't worry, Su Dong and I will continue to support the entire Yi family. Su Jian is Yi Changfeng's adopted son, and Su Dong is Su Jian's son. Since Yi Changfeng's biological son and grandson are both serving in the military, nearly all matters concerning the Yi family are managed by Su Jian and his son. Behind Yi Changfeng, Yi Fan, who had just regained consciousness, tightly gripped the small Peppa Pig toy in his hand, desperately suppressing the anger within him as he gazed fiercely at Xian Yufei. Xian Yufei and Yi Fan grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and their relationship had always been very good. As early as 10 years ago, the Yi and Xian families had arranged a betrothal for them. The whole southwest region, and even the entire Great Xia, knew that Xian Yufei was destined to be Yi Fan's bride. Yi Fan had considered that everyone might leave him, but he never imagined that Xian Yufei would abandon him. especially at such a critical moment. Yufei, you're not going to be my wife anymore. Xian Yufei, clutching the hem of her clothes, dared not meet Yi Fan's gaze. Lowering her head, she spoke with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry, Fan Go. I can't marry you. 5 years ago, when Yi Fan became a fool, Xian Yufei had never thought of breaking off the engagement. After all, at that time, Yi Fan had the support of the Yi family. And even if he had become foolish, his future wouldn't be too bleak. But now, the Yi family was almost annihilated, leaving only an 80-year-old frail old man and a fool with the intellect of a 7 or 8-year-old. If she stepped back into the Yi family, what hope would there be for the future? Xian Yufei adjusted her emotions, and the moment she looked up, there seemed to be a determination in her eyes. If only you weren't a fool. If I weren't a fool, you would still marry me, right? Yi Fan continued to stare at Xian Yufei. The bond of growing up together kept a sliver of hope alive in his heart. Xian Yufei hesitated for a moment. Before she could continue, her uncle Xian Zhenghua interjected. Humph. Stupid fool, stop dreaming. Even if you return to normal, what difference would it make? Do you think the Yi family is the same as before? Can you become the genius you once were? Besides, even if you fully recover, you are the only surviving descendant of the Yi family now. Do you know how many people are watching, wanting your life? How long can you hold out? I don't want Yufei to become a widow. Although Xian Zhenghua's words were harsh, they instantly awakened Yi Fan to the reality of the situation. Yes, all the male members of the Yi family had perished on the same day. Coupled with the car accident from 5 years ago, Yi Fan was acutely aware that someone was trying to eradicate the Yi family completely. If he were to regain his normal self now, enemies would undoubtedly strike him down without hesitation, even if he could cope with it. The real culprits behind the harm to the Yi family would likely become alert and hide. In an instant, Yi Fan's expression darkened, and he resolved to continue feigning foolishness. He would use his act to cover up his true intentions and secretly root out the culprits who harmed the Yi family's descendants. They must pay in blood for their crimes. As for Xian Yufei, let's just leave it to fate. Xian Zhenghua noticed that Yi Fan remained silent and let out a self-deprecating laugh. I forgot. You wouldn't understand what I'm saying anyway. His lips twitched as he turned to the blood-stained Yi Changfeng and continued. Old man, you know the situation, so please spare the Xian family and Yufei. Wow. Xian Zhenghua's relentless pressure caused an uproar among the crowd. The Xian family has gone too far. Sigh. The Yi family has completely fallen. And after the Xian family calls off the engagement, no one will want to marry that fool Yi Fan. The Yi family has no hope left. What a pity. Looking at the old man's condition, he probably won't live for many more years. By the way, old Zhang, didn't you say the fish at Donyang Tower is delicious? Let us hurry and grab a spot. If we go late, there won't be any places left. Isn't that inappropriate? The Yi family's funeral isn't over yet, and we're leaving? What is inappropriate about it? Attending this funeral has no real significance anymore. It's better to find a sense of presence in front of the old man than to go to the footbath city more often with Su Jian and his son later. Let us go, let us go. In the courtyard, there were quite a few people with the same thought. A quarter of them had already stood up, showing no intention of hiding their desire to leave. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes. This is the harsh reality. Yi Changfeng had just spat out blood, supported by Su Jian, his face pale, looking at the desolate scene before him. His lips trembled as he tried to speak, but couldn't utter a sound. Yi Fan stood on the stage, coldly staring at those leaving, etching their faces into his memory. Soon, he would make them regret their actions today. Down below, the 7 people in the front row holding the urn were so furious they were stomping their feet. They exchanged glances and, led by the eldest sister Yu Linglong, walked towards the stage. Xian Yufei, if you want to marry him, we will. I Yu Linglong. I Ling Yanxiu. I Shen Meng. I Su Yixue. We are willing to marry Yi Fan and help the Yi family thrive. The 7 powerful voices rang out on the stage, like 7 sharp swords piercing through the oppressive gloom. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Those preparing to leave froze mid-step. Some in the audience opened their mouths, forgetting what they intended to say next. In that moment, the actions of the 1,000 people present seemed to be frozen, fixed in time. The only thing moving were their eyes, which widened in disbelief as they stared at the 7 stunning girls on stage. Chapter 3. Don't mess around. I'm not a fool anymore. Hiss. After a full 10 seconds of silence, the crowd collectively gasped, and then it erupted like a boiling pot. What the hell? It's truly a sight to behold. 7 people are simultaneously entering the Yi family's gates to marry that fool Yi Fan? Damn. Have these beauties lost their minds? All the Yi family's heirs are dead. This is the perfect opportunity to break free from the Yi family. Exactly. Any one of them is a stunning beauty. A rare gem in the world. And they actually want to marry that idiot Yi Fan together? How are we supposed to live with this? What audacity! At this moment, they actually choose not to abandon the Yi family and instead bring honor to it. Not necessarily. I think it's not that simple. Their public declaration might just be an attempt to save face for the Yi family. Let us wait and see. Those who were about to leave looked at the sudden turn of events and surprisingly retracted their steps, quietly retreating back to the courtyard. The actions of the 7 stunning sisters-in-law were like a giant stone being thrown into a lake, creating towering waves. Xian Yufei suddenly looked up, her piercing gaze fixed on Yu Linglong and the others, as if she were trying to see through their very souls. She couldn't understand what these extraordinary girls were thinking. While everyone else was trying to distance themselves from the Yi family, they were swimming against the current, tightly binding themselves to the Yi family. Seeing Yu Linglong and the others stepping forward, placing their hands atop Yi Fan's, Xian Yufei felt her heart sink, as if she had lost something incredibly important. Yi Changfeng tightly grasped Yu Linglong's hand, his voice choked with emotion. Linglong, Yinxiu, thank you. Thank you. Regardless of whether it was true or not, at a critical moment, Yu Linglong and the others stood up and made this announcement, at least salvaging some face for the Yi family and relieving Yi Changfeng from a difficult situation. Yu Linglong looked sincerely at Yi Changfeng and said, Grandpa, I'm still part of your family. It's just that the person I'm marrying is different. Leave the rest to me. After a pause, Yu Linglong turned to Xian Yufei, her gaze sharp. Xian Yufei, I hereby announce, as Yi Fan's wife, that your engagement to Yi Fan is hereby null and void. Get lost. The powerful words burst forth from Yu Linglong's lips, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Everyone on the scene felt their hair stand on end. What the hell? Why do I feel like the temperature just dropped several degrees? No wonder she is known as the #1 female warrior of the Great Xia. Her presence suppresses everyone. If Yi Fan were still the genius he once was, they would actually make a perfect couple. Let us wait and see. Who knows? Maybe one day Yi Fan will suddenly wake up and recover? The atmosphere at the scene began to shift dramatically following the declarations from Yu Linglong and the others. The 7 stunning granddaughters-in-law of the Yi family fiercely defended their husband, giving a glimmer of hope, and most people felt a sense of relief for the old Master Yi. However, among the crowd, Zhao Tianlong, the young master of the Zhao family, wore an extremely grim expression. Damn, what the hell is going on? Zhao Tianlong had been thinking about Su Yixue for such a long time. He initially believed that once the Yi family was wiped out, he would finally have a chance. But now, he angrily waved his fist. Did Su Yixue hit her head on the door, choosing to marry a fool or to be a sister-in-law? Beside Zhao Tianlong, another young man wearing glasses looked equally displeased. Xiao, don't get too worked up. Perhaps things aren't as they seem. Su Yixue might just be putting on a show for appearances. They couldn't possibly all marry Yi Fan. If they all married Yi Fan, then my father would have a hard time fully controlling the Yi group, and we wouldn't agree to that. This bespectacled youth was none other than Su Dong, the son of Su Jian. With the Yi family nearly wiped out, they were the happiest. Taking advantage of the situation, they could openly and justifiably seize the Yi group. However, the sudden decision by Yu Linglong and the others somewhat disrupted their plans. That makes sense. If Su Yixue dares to get too close to Yi Fan, I'll take him down in no time. Zhao Tianlong snorted coldly. In his eyes, crushing Yi Fan was as easy as squashing an ant. By the way, Su Xiao, tonight at the business banquet organized by the Zhao family, the big shots from the Xia family in the provincial capital will also be there. Perhaps Su Xiao could find an opportunity for collaboration. The atmosphere was already buzzing, and at the center of the event, Yi Fan was surrounded by 7 stunning sisters-in-law, looking somewhat dazed yet calm. But inside, he was already experiencing a storm of emotions. Damn, I just woke up. And now I have to inherit the stunning sisters-in-law of several brothers? Sisters-in-law, don't go overboard. I'm not a fool anymore. But Yi Fan also understood that with 7 people publicly announcing their intention to marry him in front of so many witnesses, regardless of whether people believed it or not, those enemies of the Yi family who had made their move would definitely choose to believe it. If Yu Linglong and the others hadn't made this announcement, perhaps the enemies of the Yi family wouldn't have acted against them yet. But now that they declared their intention to marry Yi Fan, those who aimed to deal with the Yi family would certainly not let any of them go, since they had already launched a decisive attack on the Yi family. They would leave no room for a comeback. Any potential force that could help the Yi family rise again would be eliminated. In such a situation, Yi Fan was likely to find it impossible to back out. Sigh. Yi Fan let out a long sigh, his gaze revealing a deep resolve. Whether it was to protect his deceased brothers or to consider his own future, he needed to become powerful quickly. He had to bring the Yi family back to its former glory. Only by becoming strong enough could he avenge the family and protect his 7 beautiful sisters-in-law. Funeral. The booming voice of Grandpa Yi Changfeng pulled Yi Fan back to reality. At this moment, Yi Changfeng's emotions were also influenced by Yu Linglong, his voice loud and clear. The gloom in his eyes completely dispelled. All the teams in the courtyard began to move, escorting the 10 loyalists of the Yi family to the Yunqing cemetery. Outside the Yi family mansion, Xian Zhenghua and Xian Yufei had already left. Noticing Xian Yufei's low spirits, Xian Zhenghua comforted her earnestly. Yufei, your second uncle understands that you have a good relationship with Yi Fan, but you also know the current situation. The Yi family has no hope. The Xian family cannot sink along with the Yi family. Although Yulinglong and the others announced they would marry Yi Fan, do you really think that's possible? It's just a way to save face for the Yi family. By the way, tonight, young Master Zhao is organizing a business banquet. I've heard that some big shots have come to the provincial city and are planning to invest in Yun City. Young Master Li called me earlier to invite you. Why don't you return his call now? The young Master Li mentioned by Xian Zhenghua is none other than Li Yunyang, the heir of another prominent family in Yun City. With the Yi family falling, Xian Zhenghua was trying to find another way to support the Xian family. Xian Yufei looked exhausted and shook her head lightly. No need. Second uncle, I'm a bit tired. I'll head home to rest for a while, and I'll go to the business banquet later on my own. After saying that, she dejectedly got into her car and drove away from the scene. Xian Zhenghua watched her leave, shaking his head and sighing. Yufei, you're still too young. For the sake of the Xian family, your second uncle has to do this. At the Yun City cemetery, after seeing all the guests leave, Yi Changfeng finally sighed deeply. Linglong, Yinxiu, Xue, thank you for today. The sudden withdrawal of the Xian family from the engagement at the funeral nearly stripped the last bit of dignity from the Yi family. Thankfully, the presence of 7 granddaughters-in-law helped to salvage some face for the Yi family. Now that the funeral for my 7 grandsons has concluded, you all can go. Sigh. Until this moment, Yi Changfeng still believed that the earlier announcement by Yulinglong and the others was a joke. Yulinglong and Su Yixue stood still, not moving. Su Yixue stepped forward and said to Yi Changfeng, Grandpa, we weren't joking when we said we would marry Yi Fan. Even though Ling Tian and the others have sacrificed themselves, the Yi family's lineage must not be severed. We are willing to help the Yi family continue its bloodline. Yi Changfeng looked at Su Yixue and the others, his gaze sweeping across the serious expressions on the 7 girls' faces, and he was somewhat stunned. What is the point of this? Why are you doing this? Yulinglong stepped forward respectfully and said to Yi Changfeng, Grandpa, we are members of the Yi family in life and will be its spirits in death. Those who plotted against the Yi family cannot go unpunished. We 7 sisters have agreed to take turns accompanying Yi Fan for a month each, ensuring that the Yi family's bloodline continues and making those responsible pay the price. Yi Fan, standing behind Yi Changfeng, nearly spat out blood upon hearing Yulinglong's words. Wait, are they serious? Each one spending a month with me? What do they think I am, a breeding machine? It seemed that Yulinglong noticed the change in Yi Fan's expression and suddenly turned her head, her eyes fixed on him with a hint of confusion. Seeing Yi Fan still looking bewildered, Yulinglong frowned slightly, wondering if it was just her illusion. In that fleeting moment, Yulinglong seemed to sense a sudden fluctuation in Yi Fan's aura. If Yi Fan were still a fool, it would be unlikely for him to manipulate his own aura, right? After hesitating for a few seconds, Yulinglong stepped closer, fixing her gaze on Yi Fan. Yi Fan, I don't know if you can understand me right now, but don't forget, you were once the most talented genius of the Great Xia. You stood at the pinnacle before, and you can do it again now. The 7 of us pure-hearted girls have decided to marry you. From this moment on, we are your wives. Our fates are tied to yours, together in glory, together in suffering. If you still have even a shred of clarity left, now is the time to pull yourself together, protect the Yi family, and avenge your uncles and brothers. And regardless of whether you're truly foolish or just pretending, we've chosen to stand by you. If you dare to let down any one of us, I swear I'll chase you to the ends of the earth with a knife. Chapter 4. I will never let you down. Listening to Yulinglong's words, Yi Fan felt a wave of emotion, and his nose tinged with a hint of sadness. The 7 girls chose to marry him together. Risking the judgment of the world, what immense determination and courage that must have taken. What reason did he have not to pull himself together? Su Yixue, feeling a bit moved as well, spoke up, eldest sister, isn't this a bit harsh on Yi Fan? After all, his intelligence hasn't fully recovered yet. Yulinglong's brows furrowed slightly. The previous examination had confirmed that Yi Fan's brain was fine, and there was no damage to his nerves. We must have overlooked something. Recently, I've contacted the renowned physician Lei Qinjue from the Great Xia. He will surely find a solution. I will spare no effort to have him treat Yi Fan. Having the great Xia's divine healer come to treat me? Yi Fan's heart stirred. If Lei Qianjue came, it would be the perfect opportunity to execute a plan. He had already investigated. Although his grandfather seemed fine on the surface, the hidden injuries from battles in his youth, coupled with the heavy burden he had recently faced, were nearly overwhelming him. If not tended to, his grandfather might not have much time left. Though Yi Fan possessed incredible medical skills, he needed to play the part of someone who didn't know anything, making it inconvenient for him to intervene directly in his grandfather's care. However, if Lei Qianjue came, he could leverage the physician's expertise to help his grandfather. With this thought, Yi Fan waved the piki in his hand excitedly, exclaiming, "Hooray! Hooray! I'm going to get treated. I'm going to get treated." At that moment, Yi Fan still needed to maintain his act. Yu Linglong frowned, feeling that something was off. But she couldn't pinpoint what it was. The other 6 stunning girls looked at Yi Fan with eyes full of concern. Su Ishua stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him gently, and said, "Yi Fan, don't worry. We sisters will definitely find a way to help you recover. Even if we can't, we will take care of you for the rest of your life and give you many, many healthy little ones." By the end of her statement, all 7 girls' faces turned crimson. Although they had made that decision in a moment of desperation at the funeral, they were still young women who would blush at the mention of such intimate matters. Yu Linglong, being the eldest at 26, maintained a calm demeanor. "Grandfather, here's our plan. Since Ishue is in Yun City, she will take care of Yi Fan for the first month. Then, in the second month, Qing Tian from the provincial city will take over. And for the third month." Yu Linglong recounted their plan, and Yi Changfeng, listening nearby, couldn't hold back his tears any longer. "Good girls. Grandfather thanks you all." As he spoke, Yi Changfeng knelt before Yu Linglong and the others. But they willingly sacrificed their innocence to carry on the Yi family legacy. This was a tremendous kindness. Alarmed, Yu Linglong and Su Ishua quickly helped Yi Changfeng back up. "Grandfather, no. We can't have that. We will work hard together, and the Yi family will become stronger." Yi Changfeng stood up from the ground, looking seriously at Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, remember this. No matter whether you can return to normal in the future or not, you must treat these 7 girls well, understand? If you dare to let them down in any way, I will personally put an end to you." It's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but hard to send charcoal in the snow. In such difficult times, how could you forget the kindness of these 7 girls and the Yi family? Yi Fan secretly vowed to himself, "I will not disappoint my sisters-in-law. However, you will have to endure some hardships for a while." "Oh," Yi Fan replied, appearing somewhat at a loss in front of outsiders. Su Ishua, feeling a bit sympathetic, pulled Yi Fan closer to her. "It's getting late, so I'll take Yi Fan back today. Zhao Tianlong is organizing a business banquet tonight, and I can take Yi Fan to have a look." Upon hearing Zhao Tianlong's name, Yi Fan suddenly froze, a familiar scene flashing through his mind. 5 years ago, when he was in a car accident and lost consciousness, he remembered seeing a scarred man in the driver's seat. Just now, in the Yi family courtyard, he saw that scarred man standing next to Zhao Tianlong. His accident must be closely related to the Zhao family. A sharp glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. If that is the case, then let the revenge begin with the Zhao family. In the Yi family courtyard, as soon as Yi Changfeng returned home, he nearly collapsed into a chair. Looking at the empty courtyard, he couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness again. The captain of the security team, Lung Feng, stood respectfully to the side, reporting in a low voice, "Old Master Yi, according to intelligence, Su Jian and his son from the Yi group have been intensifying their plans to contact major shareholders recently, intending to seize and relocate the assets of the Yi group. What do you think?" Yi Changfeng waved his hand. "I've known about their little schemes for a long time. The thousands of billions in assets were never something the Yi family desperately needed. But now, since those 7 girls are determined to protect Xiao Fan, I must leave them something. Pay close attention to the company's situation and ensure that things remain under control." "Yes," Lung Feng replied, his lips moving slightly. Noticing the family portrait hanging on the wall, his voice choked with emotion. "Old Master, the eldest young masters must have been ambushed. Those people are too ruthless." Yi Changfeng leaned weakly against the chair, helplessly saying, "I know, and I can roughly guess some of the people involved in this. But now, the Yi family. Sai, what can I do? A family, regardless of its rise or fall, fears the most being without successors. Old Master Ye's influence in the military is indeed very strong. But now all the promising young men in the Yi family are gone. What does it matter how respected Yi Changfeng is? Is the Yi family to rely on a fool with the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old? Moreover, even if the 7 girls choose to continue marrying Yi Fan, it will only temporarily slow down the decline of the Yi family, unless they can quickly give birth to children. and the old master can live for at least another 20 years to ensure the fourth generation of the Yi family can grow up. Only then might there be a chance for the Yi family to rise again. Sigh. If only the young master could recover from his foolish state. In a dim courtyard somewhere in the northwest, an elderly man was kneeling reverently before a Buddha statue, holding a few incense sticks and praying respectfully. At the entrance, a young man dressed in camouflage waited for the elder to rise before presenting a stack of documents. Zhang Lao, we have news from Yin City. The funeral went smoothly, and Yi Chongfeng's behavior was normal. There haven't been any significant abnormalities in the Northern Dragon Army either. However, there was a minor incident at the funeral. The Xian family has called off their engagement with the Yi family, but Yi Fan's 7 companions publicly declared their intention to marry him and help the Yi family expand. What do you think we should do about this? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the elder snorted coldly, exuding an aura of authority only a powerful figure could possess. Preposterous. Don't they realize the fate that awaits the Yi family? They must be severely punished. Let's make an example out of them. The Su family is in Yin City, so let them see the consequences of getting too close to the Yi family. The elder paused for a moment before continuing. Also, keep a close watch on Yi Fan. If he shows any signs of abnormal behavior, take immediate action. As he spoke, the elder gestured to his subordinate with emotion across his neck. In the blink of an eye, he went from fervently praying to treating human life as insignificant. A single command determined a person's fate. Meanwhile, in Yin City, Su Yixue was bringing Yi Fan back to her place. After changing into a different outfit, she was taking him to a banquet organized by the Zhao family. Yi Fan, when we get there, please don't say anything out of line, okay? Just stick close to me, and I'll protect you. Su Yixue said gently as she wrapped her arm around Yi Fan's. Her eyes were filled with concern. Once, Yi Fan was such a dazzling prodigy. All right, Yi Fan replied. Su Yixue was momentarily taken aback, then playfully tapped him on the shoulder, her face turning red as she said, "You still call me that? From now on, you should call me wife, got it?" Chapter 5, Zhao Tianlong's Provocation. Great. I have a wife again. This is wonderful. I'm so happy. Yi Fan was overjoyed, dancing around like a child. Su Yixue felt a pang of heartache watching him. Once, he was the youngest, a true prodigy, a perfect match with Xian Yufei, and they were hailed as the golden couple of Yin City. But now, in Yi family's toughest times, the Xian family chose to abandon them. I must cherish this man. The Yi family cannot fall like this. Yes, little Fan, be good. From now on, Yixue will only be your wife. Su Yixue tightly embraced Yi Fan, allowing her waves to cover his face. This was Su Yixue's first intimate contact with a man, though she felt a bit shy. Her resolve was unwavering. What Su Yixue didn't notice was that as her heart raced, a warm current flowed back into her body, nourishing and revitalizing her, making her feel as if she were basking in springtime. At the same time, Yi Fan also felt the warm current within him, deep in his dantian. A flame flickered in rhythm with the warm flow. As the warm current passed through the flame, it transformed into martial arts energy, seeping into Yi Fan's meridians and rapidly enhancing his strength. This was the secret behind Yi Fan stepping into the master realm at just 15 years old. The mysterious flame in his dantian would generate warm currents whenever he came into contact with a girl experiencing emotional fluctuations, allowing Yi Fan to gain energy, which he could then convert into martial arts energy, quickly boosting his power. Even when he wasn't in contact with a girl, the flame would automatically produce warm currents, transforming them into martial arts energy, accelerating Yi Fan's cultivation speed by countless times. Miss Su, the head of the family and the second master are inside. Please go in alone. A butler approached Yi Fan, who was examining his martial arts energy. Su Yixue frowned. I'll be right there. She knew why her uncle and the others were looking for her. Announcing her intention to marry Yi Fan in front of so many people would bring disaster to the Su family. Little Fan, wait for me in the car and don't run around. I'll be back soon. After arranging Yi Fan in the car, Su Yixue quickly turned and walked toward the banquet hall. Yi Fan watched Su Yixue's departing figure, a determined smile appearing on his lips. Don't worry. From the moment you decided to protect the Yi family and me, I, Yi Fan, will provide you with the greatest prosperity this world has to offer. Besides the mysterious flame flickering within him, the ring he had obtained years ago held an immense power capable of shaking the world. He just hadn't activated it yet. Yi Fan had the strength to protect. To those who sought to destroy the Yi family, tremble from this moment on. In a corner of the banquet hall, at a table, Su Mingho, the second son of the Su family, angrily addressed his elder brother, Su Hong. Brother, isn't that girl Yixue being ridiculous? She actually announced she wants to marry that fool Yi Fan alongside Yu Linglong? Exactly. Who doesn't know the situation of the Yi family now? Anyone who gets close to them is walking a path to doom. We're already doing well by not kicking someone when they're down, so why does Ishua have to drag the entire Su family down with her? The third son of the Su family looked equally indignant. That evening, the news that Yulonglong and Su Ishua, along with 5 others, publicly announced their intention to continue marrying Yi Fan exploded across the internet. This was like putting the Su family on a spit roast. Big brother, you need to rein in Su Ishua. In my opinion, with such behavior, Su Ishua should no longer serve as the president of the Su group. She should be expelled from the family entirely, so we aren't implicated. The core disciples of the Su family exchanged furious words, condemning Su Ishua. Sitting at the head of the table, Su Honghai, the head of the Su family, remained silent until everyone had spoken their piece. He then calmly stated, "You seem to have forgotten how our Su family developed. If it weren't for the protection of the Yi family, would we have the Su family we have today? I believe Ishua has done nothing wrong." With just one sentence from Su Honghai, the room fell silent. Back then, the Su family was merely a small workshop in Yunqing. By chance, the old master of the Su family met Yi Changfeng, and with the support of the Yi family, they gradually became a well-known pharmaceutical company in the southwest. Big brother, there are better ways to repay kindness. If Yi Fan were still the monstrous genius he once was, I wouldn't have any objections to Ishua marrying him, but now. Before Su Mingho could finish, he received an email that changed his expression instantly. Big brother, look, a supplier has suddenly announced they refuse to cooperate with us. I've received news here too. The distributors say a big shot has warned them to completely blacklist the Su group. Within seconds, the core executives of the Su family were flooded with feedback from numerous suppliers and distributors. More than half of their partners abruptly announced the termination of their cooperation with the Su family, pulling the rug out from under them. It was clear that those behind the scenes had begun to take action against the Su family. A warning shot. Su Honghai frowned as he listened to the ongoing reports. From the moment Su Ishua made her public announcement, he had already anticipated this outcome and was not surprised. We were hoping to collaborate with the Xia family from the provincial capital, but that is probably off the table now. Su Ishua has truly brought ruin upon the Su family. As everyone lamented, Su Ishua stepped through the door and bowed to the crowd. I know what everyone is worried about, but I must say, our Su family has always relied on the Yi family for our development. Now that the Yi family is in trouble, we cannot turn our backs on them. Even if the Su group is brought down, we can always return to running our small workshop. What is the harm in that? As people, we must learn to be grateful. If my decision has made anyone uncomfortable, feel free to sell your shares and leave. I won't stop you. Though Su Ishua was gentle in front of Yi Fan, she was resolute and commanding before the core executives of the Su family, leaving them stunned. Tonight, I will do my utmost to facilitate cooperation with the Xia family. As long as we can establish a partnership with the Xia family, the Su group won't easily collapse. At the entrance, after Su Ishua left, Yi Fan also got out of the car and walked towards the banquet hall. After 5 aimless years, he finally felt awake, and it was time to reacquaint himself with the world. Oh, isn't that the idiot from the Yi family? What is he doing here? As soon as Yi Fan stepped through the doors of the banquet hall, Zhao Tianlong, with a sly grin, blocked his way. What's wrong? Are you hungry and looking for something to eat? As he spoke, Zhao Tianlong exchanged glances with a few of his friends, a smirk appearing in their eyes. Come on, don't say we don't care about the less fortunate. Let us first treat young Master Yi to a drink. With that, Zhao Tianlong tossed a cigarette but into a glass, stirred it a couple of times, spat some saliva into it, and called over his buddies to add a little more flavor. The drink now resembled a murky yellow. He then handed it to Yi Fan, saying, "Here, drink up, it's delicious." Chapter 6. A failed Tizo. Yi Fan looked bewildered as he took the wine glass, lifting it to inspect it under the light for quite a while. Is this really how fine wine is made? It's so beautiful. His silly expression caused Zhao Tianlong and the others to burst into laughter. Yes, this is the fine wine I made for you. Go ahead and drink it. Zhao Tianlong urged Yi Fan, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. A simpleton. And yet 7 people have declared they want to marry him? Why? If it were before, when the Yi family was at its peak. Even if Yi Fan were a fool, Zhao Tianlong wouldn't dare to bully him like this. But now, with the core disciples of the Yi family wiped out, and only this one simpleton left, who would dare to speak up? Yi Fan brought the glass to his nose and sniffed it. Just when everyone thought he was really going to drink it, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, it's missing something." At that moment, a janitor passed by with a bucket of dirty mop water. Seeing the murky water inside, Yi Fan quickly scooped half a glass of it, shook it a bit, and thought, now it should be perfect. Zhao Tianlong and the others stared in confusion at the murky black liquid in Yi Fan's glass for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Haha. He really is a fool. Seriously. He is actually going to drink mop water. And that mop just came from the bathroom. Today. Yi Fan is definitely going to be humiliated. Quick, get the phone ready. Make sure to record this clearly and post it online later. Let us see how Yulinglong and Su Yixue feel about marrying Yi Fan after this. As everyone eagerly awaited Yi Fan to drink, he suddenly took a couple of steps forward, standing in front of Zhao Tianlong. Before Zhao Tianlong could react, Yi Fan thrust the glass toward his mouth. Zhao Tianlong instinctively tried to dodge, but found Yi Fan's wrist gripping his neck like a vice, rendering him completely immobile. Before he knew it, Zhao Tianlong's mouth was forced open in an O shape, and the contents of Yi Fan's glass poured straight into him. Gulp! He swallowed the entire cup, including the cigarette butts from earlier. As if worried that Zhao Tianlong might choke, Yi Fan even patted him on the chest, saying, "Take it slow, don't choke." "How is it? Tastes good, right?" Yi Fan asked innocently, his big eyes shining as he looked at Zhao Tianlong. "Ah, what the hell? Ugh." Realizing what had just happened, Zhao Tianlong jumped up in disbelief. "You bastard. Why didn't you drink it yourself?" "What the hell? Ugh." Zhao Tianlong was nearly driven mad, angrily shoving Yi Fan away and shouting at him. At that moment, he felt so nauseated that he wished he could turn his stomach inside out and wash it out. Damn it. He knew all too well what was in that glass, his own thick phlegm, along with some from his buddies, and the added bonus of toilet mop water. He had just consumed a cup of such filth. "Yixue, my wife, told me not to drink. You invited me for a fine drink, and it made me very happy. So I must return the favor." Yi Fan smiled broadly at Zhao Tianlong, wearing an innocent grin, but internally, he scoffed coldly. "You guys think you can compete with me? 5 years ago, from that ring, I inherited not just the flickering flames of power to enhance my martial arts skills, but also the century-old experience of 13 great masters. Strategies and tactics. I have long mastered them. Dealing with someone like Zhao Tianlong is a piece of cake." Hiss. The onlookers finally reacted. Zhao Tianlong had intended to insult Yi Fan, but ended up shooting himself in the foot by drinking that foul concoction. As everyone was shocked, a hint of curiosity emerged. Was Yi Fan really foolish, or just pretending? Ugh. The other friends around Zhao Tianlong couldn't help but feel nauseous. It was simply disgusting. Zhao Tianlong, furious, jumped up. "What are you all waiting for? Go beat him up. Kill him if you have to. How dare he toy with me?" As the eldest son of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianlong had always been the center of attention. When had he ever faced such humiliation? While he scolded his bodyguards and friends, he instinctively reached for his throat, trying to vomit the vile liquid he had just consumed, but it was futile. All he could do was retch. He could even feel the liquid churning in his stomach, emitting a foul odor. Crash. The bodyguards and friends around Zhao Tianlong immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready to surround Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Were they planning to get tough? "Do you really think you can bully me without some consequences? Stop. Let's see who dares to lay a finger on my brother Fan." Just as Yi Fan was about to take action, a sturdy figure rushed over. With a body like a tower, he wasted no time grabbing Zhao Tianlong's 2 bodyguards and smashed them together. Bang! The 2 muscular men, both over 6 feet tall, were knocked out cold. "With me. Wang Fuguei. Here, let's see you dare to touch my brother." The newcomer was Wang Fuguei, Yi Fan's childhood friend. His grandfather had been an aide to Yi Changfeng when he was young, and the 2 families had a strong bond. Wang Fuguei had been by Yi Fan's side since they were kids, even when Yi Fan was considered a genius. 5 years ago, after Yi Fan's fall from grace, Wang Fuguei remained steadfast, loyal to Yi Fan and shielding him from numerous troubles. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Wang Fuguei had a solid physique and a solid foundation in martial arts. At just under 20, he had already reached the mastery level of martial arts, making him one of the top experts in Yun City, fiercely protective and exceptionally stubborn. 3 years ago, a guy called Yi Fan an idiot, and as a result, Wang Fuguei beat him up day and night for 3 days. Ever since then, no one dared to provoke Wang Fuguei lightly. At that moment, Wang Fuguei suddenly appeared and knocked out 2 bodyguards with a single move. The people who had gathered around stepped back a few paces, clearly wary of him. "Young Master Zhao?" A few of Zhao Tianlong's friends hesitantly inquired about how to handle the situation. Zhao Tianlong knew that with Wang Fuguei here, his chances of making a move at the banquet were slim. Scatter. Humph. Wang Fuguei can protect him for a while, but can he protect him for a lifetime? He ordered his brothers to bring more people, planning to find an opportunity to take him out once the banquet was over. Damn it. If he doesn't die, Su Yixue will never agree to marry me. Ugh. Damn it. Take me to the restroom. I'm about to puke. Although Zhao Tianlong felt reluctant, he had no choice at that moment. "Big brother, are you okay? I just returned from out of town, and I've heard about the Yi family. Don't worry, even if the Yi family is no more. Old Wang will definitely protect you with everything he has, not letting those beasts touch a single hair on you. Wang Fugui turned to Yi Fan, speaking sincerely. You should be the pride of the heavens. It's those beasts who are blind. Let us go. Hee. Big brother, you're so lucky. Even though Zuan Yufei called off the engagement because she didn't know your worth, 7 beautiful women still married you. Haha. If you were in a clear state of mind, you'd definitely be laughing your head off. As Wang Fugui draped his arm over Yi Fan's shoulders and walked inside. His mouth was like a machine gun, chattering nonstop. The earlier conversation was fine, but Wang Fugui's last remark left Yi Fan with a black line on his forehead. Am I really that kind of person? Chapter 7. Can a fool really know big shots? As Yi Fan furrowed his brow, Wang Fugui seemed to sense something and suddenly turned to give Yi Fan a sharp glance. That determined look seemed to say, yes. Brother, you are that kind of person. Brother, why do I suddenly feel like you're different today than before? Are you finally awake? Wang Fugui, with a face full of excitement, grabbed Yi Fan's arm and shook it. Yi Fan was a bit surprised. This kid has such keen perception? Old Wang, I want a drink. Though Yi Fan felt touched by Wang Fugui's support in such difficult times, it wasn't the right moment to reveal himself. Until he thoroughly investigated the enemies targeting the Yi family, Yi Fan would continue to play the fool. Wang Fugui's expression dimmed. All right, brother. I'll go get you some. Xiao Fan, how did you get in? Are you okay? Just as Wang Fugui was about to stand up, Su Yishua hurriedly walked over from the other side of the hall. She had just dealt with matters concerning the Su family, and, upon hearing that Zhao Tianlong was bullying Yi Fan, quickly rushed over. Seeing Yi Fan with Wang Fugui made her secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Hello, little sister-in-law. Wang Fugui straightened up respectfully upon seeing Su Yishua, but he had changed how he addressed her. Su Yishua understood the implication immediately. You smooth talker. Su Yishua shot Wang Fugui a glare. Xiao Fan didn't he run into any trouble, did he? My brother is the one who suffers, right? Wang Fugui quickly recounted what had just happened to Su Yishua, when he mentioned that Yi Fan had actually made Zhao Tianlong suffer and drink mop water. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Yi Fan had been foolish for 5 years, and now he was suddenly so sharp? Or was it just a coincidence? I feel like my brother's aura is a bit different now. I have a vague sense that my brother has awakened. But the way he is acting doesn't quite match. Sigh. Wang Fugui voiced his inner doubts. Su Yishua nodded as well. Don't worry. Sister Linglong arranged for Mr. Lei, the medical sage from Daxia, to come to Yunqing soon to diagnose Xiao Fan. We'll know the specifics then. Because of what had just happened, Su Yishua was hesitant to let Yi Fan be alone, so she kept him close, continuously greeting business people from all walks of life in Yunqing while also introducing Yi Fan's identity. The intent was clear, to announce to everyone that although the Yi family was currently facing treachery and hardship, the Su family still stood by the Yi family and would protect them. Even if Yi Fan was a fool, the Su family would do everything to defend him. When the business banquet officially began, Zhao Tianlong was helped out of the restroom, looking pale as he took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's business banquet is to create a platform for communication. He suddenly felt nauseous at the sight of the nearby trash can and couldn't help but vomit again. Today, besides the elites present from Yunqing, we are also honored to have Mr. Xia Hao, the president of the Xia Group from the provincial capital. The Zhao family is very eager to facilitate a partnership with Mr. Xia. The Xia family's network extends throughout the southwest, and with their support, the Zhao family is sure to soar. Now let us welcome Mr. Xia. Zhao Tianlong wore a proud expression. The Xia family, a prestigious family in the provincial capital, has significant influence throughout the southwest. They are looking to expand into Yunqing, and countless families are hoping to partner with the Xia family to leverage their connections for growth. Zhao Tianlong has clearly taken the lead by inviting Mr. Xia and organizing this banquet. If Mr. Xia is looking to collaborate, the Zhao family will undoubtedly be his first choice. Although this young master of the Zhao family may lack character, his skills and capabilities are certainly impressive. Indeed, if the Zhao family can connect with the Xia family, they will definitely rise to prominence, likely becoming the top family in Yunqing. Sigh. This is just Zhao Tianlong's show-off event. Applause erupted as a capable-looking man in his 50s took the stage. He grabbed the microphone and said, Dear friends, it's a great honor to be here in Yunqing. Our Xia Group plans to expand into the southwest market and will need your support. I'm here today to discuss potential collaborations with all of you. Of course, the Zhao family is a solid choice. But that doesn't mean other companies don't have opportunities. His words instantly made Zhao Tianlong uneasy. What does he mean? After all the effort he put into organizing this banquet, will it end up benefiting others? However, the Xia family's scale and status clearly far exceed that of the Zhao family. Even if Zhao Tianlong felt dissatisfied, he didn't dare to show it. Su Yixue, Su Honghai, Su Mingho, and the others stood together, and upon hearing the conversation between Zhao Tianlong and Xia Hao, they couldn't help but express their disappointment. Sigh. The Su family has no chance this time. This banquet was organized by the Zhao family. How could it possibly be our turn? Yixue, are you really sure you want to marry that fool? As they spoke, they glanced again at Yi Fan, who stood beside Su Yixue. Yi Fan appeared expressionless, but he certainly didn't look like someone of normal intelligence. Poor Yi family. While Xia Hao spoke on stage, he casually scanned the crowd. And when his eyes landed on Yi Fan next to Su Yixue, they suddenly lit up. A miracle doctor? Xia Hao exclaimed, causing everyone present to pause in surprise. I'm sorry, everyone, Xia Hao quickly added. I have something important to attend to. I'll chat with you all later. With that, he handed the microphone to Zhao Tianlong, whose shocked expression was evident, and hurriedly made his way towards Su Yixue, accompanied by his assistant. In the direction of Su Yixue, many company owners and representatives wore hopeful expressions, expecting Xia Hao to approach them. They were ready to shake hands, but as Xia Hao passed by, he didn't even spare them a glance, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Fan as he quickly closed the distance. At that moment, the Su family also sensed that something was off. Could it be that Mr. Xia is here to see us? Su Mingho asked, a bit puzzled. As he turned to look at the others, everyone shook their heads, except for the third brother, who hesitantly said, I once shook hands with Mr. Xia at a business forum in the provincial capital. Do you think he remembers me? The others rolled their eyes. With so many people at that forum, how could he possibly remember you? Divine Doctor, I finally found you. Xia Hao exclaimed as he hurried over to Yi Fan, bowing respectfully and extending his hands. Is he here for Yi Fan? The Su family members were stunned, and so was everyone else present. A fool actually knew Xia Hao from the Xia family in the provincial capital? Su Yixue had just announced her engagement to Yi Fan that morning, and now she was receiving such benefits in the afternoon? If Yi Fan had a special relationship with Xia Hao, then it was certain that the Xia family would choose the Su group as their partner in Yun City. Chapter 8. What a golden opportunity. Zhao Tianlong, who had followed along, immediately became agitated upon hearing Xia Hao say that Yi Fan had saved him. Mr. Xia, you must be mistaken. This is the idiot from the Yi family. How could he possibly have medical skills to save anyone? Zhao Tianlong quickly interjected. Let's go? Mr. Xia, you must have heard about the Yi family's situation. You definitely have the wrong person, and it's best not to get involved with the Yi family right now. The news that all 10 core descendants of the Yi family had perished in a single day was already widely known throughout the Great Xia and was not a secret. Xia Hao scrutinized Yi Fan from head to toe, shaking his head with certainty. I'm not mistaken. 5 years ago, when I was on the brink of death, it was the Divine Doctor who saved me. But how could he have turned into a fool after just a few years? Xia Hao's curious gaze shifted to Su Yixue, who was standing beside Yi Fan. Su Yixue quickly explained, Mr. Xia, my fiancé had a car accident 5 years ago, which affected his intelligence, leading to his current condition. After hearing Su Yixue's detailed account of Yi Fan's situation, Xia Hao nodded in understanding. That makes sense. Young Master Yi was once a prodigy, excelling in both martial arts and medicine. Based on the timeline, he must have had the accident right after treating me. There's no doubt about it. The near annihilation of the Yi family and the fact that 7 stunning sisters had publicly pledged to marry the so-called fool from the Yi family had begun to create a sensation throughout the Great Xia. While everyone lamented the fate of the Yi family, they also praised the 7 beautiful sisters. Xia Hao had not expected that the one who had saved his life years ago was actually the youngest master of the Yi family. Miss Su, it seems that your family is in the medical industry. Would you be interested in collaborating with my Xia family? Xia Hao's intense gaze fixed on Su Yixue, leaving everyone around them stunned. What do you mean? Was Xia Hao planning to offer them immense wealth on a silver platter? Mr. Xia, are you suggesting a collaboration with our Su family? Su Yixue could hardly contain her excitement, but then she added, however, due to the Yi family situation, we are already facing a blockade from major collaborators. Those opposing the Yi family will do everything to suppress us, and if you partner with the Su family, you will also be implicated. Zhao Tianlong, who was standing nearby, was growing increasingly anxious. Yes, Mr. Xia, we can't afford to offend those who are targeting the Yi family. It's better for you to choose to collaborate with our Zhao family. Zhao Tianlong was so anxious that he nearly reached out to pull Xia Hao away. After all the effort he had put into organizing such a grand banquet, he didn't want it to end up benefiting the Su family. Originally, he had planned to deal with Yi Fan and smoothly win over Su Yixue. But if the Su and Xia families collaborated, they would undoubtedly rise to become the top family in Yun City, making it nearly impossible for him to win Su Yixue's affection. What if I'm implicated? If it weren't for young Master Yi saving my life back then, I would have long since become dust, and the Xia family wouldn't be what it is today. Xia Hao shot a glance at Su Yixue and continued, besides, Miss Su and Miss Yu Linglong, along with so many other heroic women, have not abandoned the Yi family. So why should I be afraid? Miss Su, it's settled then. The Su family will be the only partner of the Xia family in Yun City. And all of the Xia family's channels will be fully opened to the Su family in the entire Southwest. Anyone who goes against the Su family is going against the Xia family. Xia Hao raised his voice and announced his decision loudly. Such a sudden surprise left Su Yixue and Su Honghai momentarily stunned. Who would have thought that this fool would bring such a huge surprise to the Su family? Su Mingho looked at Yi Fan with newfound appreciation. The guests around them were filled with envy. The Yi family is still the Yi family. Although they may be down on their luck, their foundation remains strong. Indeed, Yi Fan, once a prodigious talent, still has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Who would have thought that Yi Fan also possesses incredible medical skills? Since he saved Xia Hao, he must have saved many other powerful figures, which is quite a valuable resource. Su Yixue is indeed perceptive, but it's uncertain how those who have cut ties with the Su family will react moving forward. The Su family suddenly turned the tide, and everyone's attitude towards the Yi family changed. Although Yi Fan seems like a fool, there might still be hope for the Yi family. What if, one day, Yi Fan suddenly wakes up? After announcing his decision, Xia Hao turned and respectfully bowed to Yi Fan, saying, "Divine Doctor, thank you once again for saving my life back then. The Xia family's capabilities are limited, and we can only help so much. I hope you understand." Although the Xia family is a super family in the Southwest, Xia Hao knows that the forces behind the attacks on the Yi family are at least the powerful figures from the capital, which the Xia family cannot afford to offend. "You helped my wife. You're a good person. Let us hug it out." Yi Fan looked at Xia Hao and suddenly remembered who he was. 5 years ago, before Yi Fan's accident, he had unexpectedly encountered Xia Hao, who was being chased and poisoned in the provincial city. Xia Hao was gravely injured with multiple stab wounds and was on the verge of death. Yi Fan saved him, giving him a second chance at life, and even took care of the assassins pursuing him. After that, the Xia family soared to new heights over the next few years. Xia Hao, feeling a bit nostalgic, embraced Yi Fan and patted his back, saying, "Sai, Divine Doctor, how did you end up like this? Don't worry, you will definitely recover." Just as Xia Hao finished speaking, a faint voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "You did well. I want to treat you unfairly." Huh. Hearing that familiar voice, Xia Hao's body instantly stiffened, and he stood there in shock. Was that the voice of the Divine Doctor? Divine Doctor, this. Xia Hao pulled away from Yi Fan, looking at him in disbelief. Yi Fan remained silent, merely nodding slightly at Xia Hao. Xia Hao was completely stunned. The Divine Doctor, wasn't he actually a fool? But why pretend to be one? Xia Hao, being a very shrewd individual, quickly connected the dots regarding the Yi family's predicament. Yi Fan was hiding his true abilities, deliberately concealing his brilliance to avoid the pursuit of his enemies? Truly clever. One can only imagine that if Yi Fan hadn't been perceived as a fool, the Yi family would have faced total annihilation today. Would Yi Fan have been able to escape? Xia Hao was jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat as he recalled that night 5 years ago when he was hunted by dozens of martial arts masters. Those assassins were incredibly skilled, yet a 15-year-old boy had effortlessly taken them down. At that time, Yi Xiao's strength was already terrifying. What kind of horrifying level had he reached now? With such power, cunning, strategy, and unparalleled medical skills, not to mention his ability to deliberately conceal his brilliance, it wouldn't be long before the Yi family rose to prominence again. Those who had conspired against the Yi family or distanced themselves from them were bound to face misfortune. And the fact that Yi Fan chose to confide in him meant that Yi Xiao trusted him. Xia Hao felt as though he had latched onto a golden opportunity. By choosing to support the Yi family and the Su family at this moment, the Xia family was destined to become one of the super elite families dominating the Great Xia in the future. With these thoughts, Xia Hao couldn't hide his excitement and respectfully bowed to Yi Fan, declaring, "Rest assured, Yi Xiao, I, Xia, will do my utmost and spare no effort." As for Yi Fan's identity, if Yi Xiao wished to keep it under wraps, there was a reason for it, and Xia Hao wouldn't be foolish enough to expose it. What should I do?" Zhao Tianlong exclaimed, feeling like a clown on the sidelines. "Mr. Xia, what happened to our agreement?" Chapter 9. Who is the Joker? He.S. bad, he.S. a villain, and he wants to steal my wife, Su Yixue. Hearing Zhao Tianlong's words, Yi Fan immediately hid behind Su Yixue, tugging at her sleeve and calling out. Xia Hao's expression instantly darkened. He knew full well that the young master of the Yi family was far from foolish. His strength was astounding, and his medical skills were extraordinary. Now, With the Yi family facing great difficulties, Yi Fan was intentionally hiding his brilliance, pretending to be naive because there were many things he couldn't act on. Since young Master Yi chose to trust him, then for matters that young Master Yi couldn't handle, he would step in. Smack! Xiao Hao suddenly raised his hand and slapped Zhao Tianlong across the face. Are you teaching me how to do my job? When did we ever make an agreement? Hiss! Xiao Hao's sudden attack on Zhao Tianlong shocked everyone present. As the president of a prestigious family in the provincial capital, Xiao Hao's demeanor and cultivation were undoubtedly impressive. Yet, he had actually taken matters into his own hands and struck Zhao Tianlong. The Zhao family was also a rising power in Yun City, and their strength shouldn't be underestimated. From any angle, Xiao Hao had no reason to act out. Was it just because of Yi Fan? You, Mr. Xia? Why did you hit me? Zhao Tianlong was stunned, clutching his swollen face and staring at Xiao Hao with confusion, utterly perplexed. Why? Just because you have your eyes on young Master Ye's wife. I'm here to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Xiao Hao shot Zhao Tianlong a cold glare. Get lost. Ah, all right. Zhao Tianlong, though arrogant, didn't he dare to overstep under Xiao Hao's imposing presence. After responding, he suddenly remembered that this was his own organized banquet venue. Where could he go? Xiao Hao also realized this. After glancing at Yi Fan and Su Yixue, he said, Young Master Yi, Miss Su, it seems there is no point in staying at the banquet any longer. How about we change places to discuss our collaboration? Su Yixue hadn't yet recovered from the shock, but at Xiao Hao's reminder, she quickly responded, Good. Let us go. After calling out to the members of the Su family, Su Yixue led the core members of the Su family, along with Wang Fugui and Xiao Hao, to leave the banquet hall. Su Yixue had planned to discuss matters at the company with Xiao Hao, but being worried about Yi Fan, she asked her father to accompany Xiao Hao to the company while she drove Yi Fan home. In the banquet hall, watching Su Yixue and Yi Fan leave, Zhao Tianlong's face darkened to the extreme. Damn it, my own venue has turned into a joke. Zhao Tianlong thought back to how he had been played by Yi Fan earlier, his anger boiling within. It's all that idiot Yi Fan's fault for ruining my plans. How are the people you prepared doing? Besides Zhao Tianlong, several bodyguards in suits quickly replied. The people are ready and can act at any time. Zhao Tianlong nodded grimly. Let us go. I'm going to make sure he can't get home today. At his own banquet, he not only had to drink the dirty mop water, but he had also worked hard to secure a collaboration with the Xiao family, only to have it snatched away by the Su family halfway through. Today, Zhao Tianlong's face was truly lost. As Xiao Hao left, the banquet hall quickly emptied, leaving only a few guests behind. Everyone had come today for Xiao Hao, who had confirmed a partnership with the Su family and embarrassed the Zhao family. There was little point in their staying. Su Yixue drove towards her residence with Yi Fan, and the thought of their intimate encounter that night made her a bit anxious. Although Su Yixue was already an adult, she was still a young woman, and she felt shy when faced with such matters. While driving, she glanced over at Yi Fan. His features were strong and well-defined, and his eyes were filled with wisdom, seemingly possessing an invisible power that could captivate one's soul. Yi Fan was truly handsome. If he were awake right now, countless girls would surely be drawn to him. However, Su Yixue felt no regret about marrying him. It was her choice. Part of it was to repay the Yi family for their kindness, but on another level, she didn't dislike Yi Fan. They had spent quite a bit of time together before, and she had a good impression of this handsome boy. Yixue, what are you looking at? Am I that good looking? Yi Fan suddenly spoke, reaching out to grasp Su Yixue's wrist, startling her. The steering wheel jerked, and the car swerved dangerously close to a flower bed. Ah, Su Yixue didn't know how to explain, her heart racing. She instinctively wanted to pull her hand away, but when she met Yi Fan's sincere gaze, she hesitated. After all, she was his wife now. They were about to be even more intimate, not just with their hands, but in other ways too. Oh no, she just hoped Yi Fan knew what to do. If it were up to her to take the initiative, she would be utterly embarrassed. Amid her shyness, Su Yixue felt a clear warmth flow through her arm and into her body. In that moment, she felt invigorated, as if her vision and thoughts had become much clearer. What was happening? Earlier, before the banquet, when she had hugged Yi Fan, she had sensed something similar. It seemed that being close to him allowed her to feel a warm energy empowering her. She hadn't thought much of it then, but with the clarity of her current feelings, she had to take it seriously. Could this be the secret behind Yi Fan's extraordinary talents? That being intimate with him could grant her strength? What about Xian Yufei? Had she really given up on a treasure that could move? Xiao Fan, you are so handsome. Our future son will definitely be good-looking too. Su Yixue replied, gently holding Yi Fan's wrist and gazing at him with affection. Yi Fan looked at the girl before him, and a chord within him was struck. It turned out that, apart from Xian Yufei, other girls could also be so tender. Those who are so gentle with themselves shouldn't let themselves down. Having a son is great. I want to sleep with my wife and have a son. With one sentence, Yi Fan instantly made Su Yixue blush deeply again. As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, his gaze suddenly darted to the rearview mirror. In fact, he had noticed the cars following them since they left the banquet hall. They had been tailing them for a while, trying several times to corner Su Yixue's car, but they hadn't found the opportunity to do so. Yi Fan had a good idea of who had sent those cars. After making Zhao Tianlong look foolish at the banquet today, and with major partners like Xia Hao choosing to collaborate with the Su family, Zhao Tianlong definitely wouldn't let him off the hook. Yixue, I need to pee. Can we stop for a moment? Yi Fan suddenly said to Su Yixue as they turned down a side street. But there aren't any restrooms around here. Su Yixue pressed the brakes, glancing around but not spotting any toilets. My grandpa said, for guys, you can just go behind a tree. Yi Fan pointed to a patch of woods by the roadside, urgency in his voice. Hurry, I can't hold it much longer. I also need to take a big one, so wait a little longer for me, wife. After Su Yixue parked the car, Yi Fan dashed into an abandoned park nearby. The car following Su Yixue was led by Zhao Tianlong. Seeing that Yi Fan had actually gotten out of the car voluntarily, a dark expression crossed Zhao Tianlong's face. Humph, what a fool, getting out in such a desolate place. Asking for death. Everyone, follow him into the woods and finish him off, without a trace. Chapter 10. Yi Fan told me to take you down. As Yi Fan entered the park, he quickly rubbed his face a few times. Under the dim streetlights, he transformed into a completely different person. At that moment, even if his own mother showed up, she wouldn't recognize him. After making these preparations, Yi Fan quietly hid behind a deserted flower bed, waiting for Zhao Tianlong and his crew. In just a few seconds, Zhao Tianlong arrived with a dozen muscular bodyguards, flashlights in hand, searching the area. They quickly spotted Yi Fan standing behind the flower bed. However, Yi Fan's appearance had changed so much that even Zhao Tianlong, standing right in front of him, couldn't recognize him. Did you see a young guy come in from outside? Zhao Tianlong scanned Yi Fan from head to toe, feeling that the clothes he wore looked somewhat familiar. Yi Fan smiled faintly and replied, oh, I just saw a young lad rush that way, right behind the rockery. He casually pointed toward the flower bed. Let us go. We'll surround him. We can't let that bastard Yi Fan leave here alive today. And while we're at it, we'll take Su Yixue with us. I need to vent my anger. Zhao Tianlong shouted to his subordinates as they rushed toward the rockery, completely unaware that Yi Fan's expression had turned extremely grim. Yi Fan had already spotted the scarred man who had tried to run him down 5 years ago, standing next to Zhao Tianlong. Since they dared to orchestrate an accident to harm him 5 years ago, they were now trying to attack him again and even tarnish Su Yixue's reputation. Well then, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he followed in the direction Zhao Tianlong and the others had gone. Zhao Tianlong and his group searched through the weeds behind the rockery for a long time, but found no trace of Yi Fan. Damn it, did that guy trick us? Zhao Tianlong was getting angry. In such a small place, where could that bastard Yi Fan run off to? This is ridiculous. Just as Zhao Tianlong finished speaking and turned around, he suddenly saw the young man who had given him directions. Of course, it was Yi Fan. What the hell? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Didn't you say he came this way? Where did he go? Zhao Tianlong grabbed Yi Fan by the neck, his voice icy. If you lied to me, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs today. Yi Fan's muscles twitched slightly, but he coldly stared at Zhao Tianlong and said, he did come in, but when he got here, he said something to me. The words made Zhao Tianlong and his men momentarily dumbfounded. What could a fool like Yi Fan possibly say to anyone? What did he say? Zhao Tianlong loosened his grip, staring intently at Yi Fan. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. He said there are bad guys chasing him, and told me to take you down. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense as everyone present began to feel the impending danger. What do you mean? Realizing the murderous intent radiating from Yi Fan, Zhao Tianlong sensed that something was off and called for everyone to retreat. But it was already too late. Yi Fan's figure darted into the crowd like a ghost. Bang! 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 A series of dull sounds echoed from the crowd as fists collided with bodies. In just a few seconds, dozens of people on the scene, except for Zhao Tianlong and the scar-faced man, all collapsed, leaving no signs of movement. The other bodyguards, who were with Zhao Tianlong, although not saints themselves, did not directly participate in the assassination attempt on Yi Fan. Therefore, Yi Fan merely incapacitated them, leaving them unconscious, likely to spend the rest of their lives bedridden. But he spared their lives. However, for Zhao Tianlong and the scar-faced man, from the moment they entered the woods, Yi Fan had already signed their death warrants. Kill you. Yi Fan said expressionlessly, rubbing his face with his hand. They fell silent, making it much easier for us to talk now. Once Yi Fan reverted to his original appearance, Zhao Tianlong and the scar-faced man were left stunned. Ah, you are Yi Fan? You're not really crazy? You were just pretending? Oh my god. Zhao Tianlong glanced at the bodyguards lying on the ground, his eyes widening in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. Now, reflecting on the banquet, he suddenly understood why Yi Fan had made him drink water used for cleaning toilets. Everything made sense. 5 years ago, before the car accident, Yi Fan was already a monstrous genius at the master level. So what realm had Yi Fan achieved 5 years ago when he was pretending to be foolish? Zhao Tianlong was stunned and terrified, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his heart sinking to the pit of despair. If Yi Fan was just pretending to be foolish, then he must remember everything that happened 5 years ago. I'm giving you a chance, speak. Why did you orchestrate the car accident to kill me 5 years ago? Yi Fan clapped his hands, casually leaning against the railing, gazing intently at Zhao Tianlong. Yi Fan was terrifying, and Zhao Tianlong knew it. At this moment, he didn't even have the courage to run away. Thud! The scar-faced man beside him, scared out of his wits, dropped to his knees. Young Master Yi, spare me. I was wrong. It was Zhao Xiao who made me do it. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Yi Fan didn't even glance at the scar-faced man. A powerful surge of energy erupted from his hand, instantly pulverizing the man into dust, scattering in the wind, and then flowing into the park stream, disappearing without a trace. This was one of the functions of the fire within Yi Fan's body. Once he activated his martial arts energy in connection with the fire, it seemed his energy had an innate fire attribute, allowing him to reduce his target to ashes without leaving any evidence. Such a bizarre scene left Zhao Tianlong dumbfounded, teetering on the edge of collapse. Ah, young Master Yi, I was wrong. I really didn't want to kill you. It was the big shots in the provincial city who forced me to do it. Zhao Tianlong couldn't help but kneel, repeatedly bowing to Yi Fan. In Zhao Tianlong's eyes, Yi Fan was simply too terrifying. 5 years after the car accident, Yi Fan had actually pretended to be foolish for 5 whole years? Zhao Tianlong had a vague understanding that the incident with the Yi family was definitely orchestrated by that big shot in the capital, who had nearly wiped out the entire Yi family, leaving only the fool Yi Fan alive. However, what they didn't realize was that it was precisely this fool, Yi Fan, who was the most terrifying existence of the Yi family. If he managed to survive in return, he would make it his top priority to relay this information. If Yi Fan didn't die, no one would have a good life. Who was the big shot in the capital? Yi Fan's muscles twitched slightly as he thought about it. He knew that the Lu family from the provincial city was involved. Old Master Lu had been his grandfather's most loyal subordinate. He never expected that after being ambushed, the Lu family would be among the culprits. Once things settled down in Yun City, it would be time to settle accounts with the Lu family in the provincial city. Yi Xiao. I really don't know anything about the capital. I only know about Yun City. Our Zhao family, the Wang family, and the other Li family all serve that big shot in the capital. Usually, we just follow the orders from the Lu family in the provincial city. Yi Xiao, please don't kill me. I promise I won't say a word. Zhao Tianlong was now in a desperate state, lying on the ground like a dog, wagging his tail in submission. If he had known it would come to this, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Yi Fan showed no mercy. With a surge of energy, he crushed Zhao Tianlong into fine powder, which then fell into the river. Only the dead wouldn't leak secrets. Just after finishing this, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the woods. Xiaofan, are you okay? Why have you been gone for so long? Su Ishua's voice trembled, as if she was shining her phone as flashlight and searching inside. Chapter 11. Cut the grass and remove the roots. Yi Fan felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that his little sister-in-law, Su Ishua, was usually terrified of mice. To come in during such a dark night took a lot of courage. Su Ishua truly cared about him. It was rare. Yi Fan retracted the fierce aura he had just displayed and resumed his silly demeanor. Ishua, I'm fine now. I'm coming out. He called out and quickly dashed toward the edge of the woods. As he got closer to Su Ishua, he suddenly shouted, Wow, that's a huge mouse. Where? Su Ishua was so startled that she jumped up and instinctively wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck, leaping into his embrace. Yi Fan naturally held her close, feeling the softness and fragrance of her body. It already ran away. Ishua, you smell so good. Yi Fan sniffed around Su Ishua's neck, making her blush deeply. You're such a tease. You did that on purpose to scare me, didn't you? Su Ishua playfully pouted, playfully hitting Yi Fan on the chest. In that moment, Su Ishua was a bit unsure whether Yi Fan was genuinely silly or just pretending to be. At that moment, Yi Fan was just grinning like a fool, carrying Su Ishua as they walked toward the cars by the roadside. On the road, among Zhao Tianlong's vehicles, there were still a few drivers waiting. They were anticipating the return of Zhao Tianlong and his group, but after a while, they were surprised to see Yi Fan emerge carrying Su Yixue. Confusion washed over them. Where are young Master Zhao and the others? Weren't they out to hunt down Yi Fan? How did Yi Fan come out, but they haven't returned? Could something have happened? Let us go in and check it out. After Su Yixue drove away with Yi Fan, the remaining drivers left behind by Zhao Tianlong quickly headed into the abandoned park to search. After 10 minutes of searching, they finally found the bodyguards who had fainted on the ground behind the artificial hill. Hurry, call an ambulance, notify the head of the family in just a moment. The abandoned park became bustling with activity. Zhao Dekang personally brought people over, and all the bodyguards were sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. However, what worried Zhao Dekang, the head of the Zhao family, was that all the people dispatched today were found, but Zhao Tianlong and the scar-faced man's whereabouts remained unknown. Could these two living men really have vanished into thin air? Keep searching for me. Zhao Dekang angrily scolded the Zhao family bodyguards. Zhao Dekang had only this one son. If something happened to him, it would be the end of the line for the family. Sir, we've searched this area over 100 times, checked every corner. Even searched the river, but there's no sign of the young master. Zhao Dechang's subordinates were equally frustrated. Should we call the police? You fools. Zhao Dekang kicked one of his subordinates in frustration. Are you out of your mind? How can we call the police? You want to report that they were here to kill Yi Fan, and now they've gone missing? Hearing this, the captain of the bodyguards understood the situation and dared not say more. What did the awakened bodyguards say? Zhao Dekang coldly reprimanded another subordinate. We've received news from the hospital. All their answers are the same. After tracking Yi Fan's entry, they encountered a stranger who knocked them all out. After that, they don't know what happened. Upon hearing the report, Zhao Dekang couldn't help but close his eyes in frustration. A mysterious master had appeared. They had injured so many bodyguards, yet only took the scarred man and his own son. His son's situation was likely dire. Who was this opponent? Or did someone from the Yi family take action? Get back. Everything that happened here today is to be kept under wraps. Mobilize everyone from the Zhao family to conduct a thorough search in Yun City for any news about the young master. Report to me immediately with any leads. Zhao Dekang ordered his subordinates with a grim expression, unwilling to give up any hope. Yi Fan, that beast again. 5 years ago, I failed to kill him. And now he has brought trouble to the Zhao family again? Humph. The higher-ups also want to silence him. If he managed to escape this time, next time, I'll take matters into my own hands and see what chance he has to escape. After Su Yixue returned Yi Fan to his residence and settled him in, she hurried off to the company. The Xia family was set to collaborate with the Su group, which was a tremendous opportunity for the Su group. Everything regarding the contract signing had to go smoothly without any mishaps. After Su Yixue left, Yi Fan began to investigate around the villa. Although he was alone inside, he still detected several hidden figures around the perimeter. Some were bodyguards arranged by Su Yixue to ensure his safety, while others, whom Yi Fan recognized, were bodyguards sent by the Yi family, likely dispatched by his grandfather. With the Yi family in such a precarious position, although the opponents viewed Yi Fan as a fool and hadn't acted against him, no one could guarantee that the enemies wouldn't suddenly go crazy. However, these ordinary bodyguards couldn't keep an eye on Yi Fan. He turned the volume of the television up loud in the living room and quickly slipped out through the back door of the villa, moving stealthily and quietly. Since he had already taken action against Zhao Tianlong, Yi Fan wouldn't give the Zhao family any respite. Taking advantage of Su Yixue's absence, he planned to pay a visit to the Zhao family and wipe them out completely. At the Zhao family estate in Yun City, Zhao Dekang returned home feeling somewhat troubled. His large yellow dog approached him, wagging its tail as usual. Get lost. Zhao Dekang angrily kicked the dog away, causing it to yelp in pain and run off. Feeling confused about what it had done wrong, thinking about his son's predicament, Zhao Dekang irritably headed toward his study. Don't disturb me. He pushed open the study door, turned on the light, and his pupils dilated as he saw the scene before him. Yi Fan, what are you doing here? In the room, Yi Fan sat calmly in an armchair, coldly staring at Zhao Dekang. His snake-like eyes made Zhao Dekang feel a chill run down his spine. 5 years ago, your Zhao family didn't kill me, and now you must be regretting it, right? Yi Fan's lips twitched as he stood up, staring intently at Zhao Dekang. Zhao Dekang was completely taken aback. Weren't you supposed to be an idiot? You were faking it? His instinct was to reach for the door to call for his bodyguards, but as soon as he moved, Yi Fan acted. Whoosh. A pencil shot out, pinning Zhao Dechang's palm to the door. Just as Zhao Dekang was about to scream, a cloth was stuffed into his mouth, muffling his cries. If you answer my questions honestly, I can make your suffering a little less painful. Yi Fan leaned closer to Zhao Dekang, speaking coldly. The killing intent radiating from him made every hair on Zhao Dechang's body stand on end. Chapter 12. The Zhao family's annihilation. Zhao Dekang knew that he had no choice but to nod in resignation. Yi Fan removed the rag from Zhao Dechang's mouth. And despite the excruciating pain in his arm, Zhao Dekang desperately asked, Tianlong is already dead at your hands, right? Although he had already guessed the answer, he still wanted confirmation. Do you think so? 5 years ago, you tried to run me over with your car, and today you want to kill me. Should I keep someone like you around for the new year? Yi Fan replied coldly. He had never shown mercy to those who sought his life. Being merciful to enemies was tantamount to being cruel to oneself. Zhao Dekang closed his eyes in pain. So it was true. What a pity. 5 years ago, when Yi Fan turned into a fool, he should have been ruthless and eliminated Yi Fan then. Now, Zhao's family would meet their end at Yi Fan's hands. Go ahead and ask. Zhao Dekang understood that he was doomed and strangely felt at peace. Since he was destined to die, he might as well let Yi Fan and the powers behind him fight it out to the death. It would surely be an exciting battle. In Yun City, besides the Wang and Li families, who else is a vassal of the Lu family from the provincial capital? Yi Fan's question stunned Zhao Dekang. It turned out that Yi Fan had investigated the forces behind him in such detail. Those who called Yi Fan a fool were, in fact, the biggest fools themselves. Yi Fan had feigned ignorance for 5 years, hiding his true strength. When he finally made a move, it would spell nightmares for his enemies. The Lu family's vassal families in Yun City were indeed only the Wang and Li families. But aside from them, the Lu family also had other experts monitoring the Yi family's movements at all times. However, I don't know where those people usually hide. Zhao Dekang paused before continuing. 5 years ago, I regret not killing you, but I must tell you that you cannot defeat them. Yi Fan ignored Zhao Dekang and continued to ask, who are the big families behind the Lu family in the provincial capital? How much do you know? Zhao Dekang shook his head. We have very limited information about the big shots in the capital. The only time I met a representative from the capital, he was wearing a mask. But everyone called him Young Master Zhou. I don't know who he really is, but their influence is terrifying, capable of easily determining the appointment of the governor of Yun City. However, I know that they are targeting the Yi family not only because you are too powerful, but it seems they are also looking for something. Yi Fan pressed Zhao Dekang for more information, but he didn't uncover anything particularly valuable. With a surge of energy, Zhao Dekang was reduced to dust, scattering out the window, carried away by the wind. In the next moment, Yi Fan vanished like a ghost from the Zhao family's courtyard. It seemed that to truly understand the background of the Lu family and the big shots in the capital, he would need to investigate the Lu family in the provincial capital himself. After Yi Fan left, several significant events unfolded in Yun City in a matter of moments. Zhao Dechang's younger brother and his family were suddenly involved in a car accident while driving home, plunging into the Yunsha River, leaving their lives in limbo. Another key member of the Zhao family fell from the 18th floor after attending a meeting. Soon after, news of the Zhao family's disappearance began to spread like wildfire in Yun City. In the Yi family mansion in Yun City, Yi Changfeng listened intently to the report from the head of the security team, Lung Feng, his brow furrowed. Was the Zhao family effectively wiped out overnight? With Zhao Dekang, his brother, and another core member all suddenly missing or dead, it was clearly not a normal occurrence. Yes, Lung Feng replied, continuing, according to our intelligence, Zhao Tianlong intended to plot against the young master at the banquet, but ended up shooting himself in the foot and was made a fool of. Additionally, our investigation revealed that 5 years ago, the car accident involving the young master also had the Zhao family shadow behind it, but the trail has gone cold now. Yi Changfeng was somewhat aware of the car accident involving Yi Fan 5 years ago. Although the accident report stated that the driver who hit him was drunk and ended up in prison, Yi Changfeng naturally did not believe it was merely a coincidence. However, whenever the Yi family attempted to investigate, they were always obstructed by a mysterious force, and their inquiries were abruptly halted at critical moments. Now, with some clues emerging and the Zhao family completely obliterated, could this be another coincidence? To have dealt with the Zhao family so thoroughly in such a short time would require a master-level expert at the very least. When did such a formidable master appear in Yun City? Yi Changfeng pondered as he looked at the information Lung Feng handed him. What about that kid Yi Fan? Where is he now? Yi Changfeng suddenly thought of Yi Fan. 5 years ago, Yi Fan was already a master-level expert. Could the Zhao family's downfall be a result of Yi Fan awakening and taking action? Young master has already been sent home by Miss Su and is staying there. Our people are on guard around the area to protect him. He hasn't left Miss Su's residence. Lung Feng confidently responded. The bodyguards surrounding Su Yuxue were all capable subordinates of Lung Feng, each at the martial arts mastery level. Oh, Yi Changfeng sighed deeply, feeling somewhat disappointed. We need to keep a close eye on the Su group. Those scoundrels targeting the Yi family will undoubtedly try to suppress the Su group next and strike hard against the Su family. That girl from the Su family is protecting the Yi family so fiercely. We can't let the Su family feel disheartened. Although the Yi family has suffered a heavy blow, as long as this old man is alive and with the support of the million-strong Tianlong army, we still have the ability to protect the Su family. Additionally, there's another situation. The head of the Xia family in the provincial capital, Xiahao, recognized the young master at today's banquet. He said the young master saved his life 5 years ago, so he went against the consensus and chose to collaborate with the Su group, which should help alleviate some pressure on them. Oh, Little Fan's medical skills were so impressive 5 years ago that he could save lives? Why wasn't Ti aware of this? Yi Changfeng realized that he didn't really know his grandson Yi Fan at all, despite him growing up. This was a good thing. Meanwhile, in the office of the Su group, Su Yixue, who had just signed a contract with Xiahao, was staring blankly at herself in the mirror. Although she had made the decision to marry Yi Fan and help the Yi family expand, she still felt a bit anxious as the moment approached. The thought of facing Yi Fan without any clothes on made her blush deeply. In the mirror, Su Yixue had a stunning figure, curvy and graceful. She was truly a beauty. Many young masters in Yun City were infatuated with her, but tonight, she was going to belong to Yi Fan. At the Royal KTV in Yun City, Su Dong and a group of wealthy young men were singing and dancing, indulging in their desires. As one song ended, a rich young man asked with some confusion, "It's almost midnight. Why hasn't Zhao Xiao arrived yet?" They had originally agreed to celebrate here once Zhao Tianlong dealt with Yi Fan. However, after waiting for more than 2 hours, there was still no sign of Zhao Tianlong. Su Dong frowned and said, "I'll give Zhao Xiao a call to check in." But after dialing several times, Zhao Tianlong's phone showed it was unreachable. Feeling helpless, Su Dong called another acquaintance from the Zhao family. But the news he received left him in shock. "Su Xiao, it seems Zhao Gongzi won't be coming. Zhao Dekang and Zhao Tianlong have both gone missing. And all the core disciples of the Zhao family have perished in the past hour. The Zhao family has been wiped out." Chapter 13, Not Like That. What? Su Dong exclaimed in surprise. Just a few hours ago, he was joking around with Zhao Tianlong, and now, in such a short time, Zhao Tianlong had vanished? Others might not know what Zhao Tianlong was up to, but Su Dong was well aware that Zhao Tianlong had gone to kill Yi Fan. He had gone missing during the attempt, and soon after, Zhao Dekang also disappeared? What a coincidence. The only plausible explanation was that something had gone wrong during the assassination attempt, which had implicated the entire Zhao family. Could it be that Yi Fan, that fool, had awakened? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Dong couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he recalled what he and his father had done over the years. Su Dong and his father, Su Jian, were adopted sons of Yi Changfeng and had enjoyed the protection of the Yi family. However, during their time in control of the Yi family, they had been preoccupied with how to seize the family assets for themselves. If Yi Fan had truly awakened, he would definitely not let them off the hook. "Have you found out who did it?" Su Dong asked cautiously. A familiar face from the Zhao family sighed and replied, "We have no leads, but a letter left in the Master S study indicates that Zhao Dekang had once taken a Master S woman. And now that Master has returned for revenge. That person is called Fan Yi." Fan Yi? Upon hearing that it wasn't Yi Fan, Su Dong felt a slight sense of relief, followed by a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. A master-level expert had emerged in Yun City? If he offered a high enough price to have Fan Yi eliminate Yi Fan and that old man at home, wouldn't he be free of worries? With this thought, Su Dong's initial anxiety transformed into joy. Although the annihilation of the Zhao family was a significant shock to him, it also presented an opportunity. "Young Master Su, what is the situation with Zhao Xiao?" After Su Dong hung up the phone, all the wealthy young men stopped their entertainment and stared intently at him. The Zhao family has been wiped out, apparently because Zhao Dekang offended a master-level expert. Su Dong scoffed him. "Yi Fan is quite lucky, isn't he? Just when it mattered most, he managed to save his own life. But next time, who knows if he'll be so fortunate." After handling the Zhao family situation, Yi Fan returned home and had just finished washing up when Su Yixue came back as well. Seeing Yi Fan safe and sound, Su Yixue felt a wave of relief wash over her. On her way back, Su Yixue had already heard about the Zhao family incident. "Xiao Fan, did you know? That Zhao Tianlong who bullied you has been dealt with by some bad guys, and he won't bully you anymore." Su Yixue had her doubts, though. Zhao Tianlong had only bullied Yi Fan at the banquet and threatened to take Yi Fan's wife. How could the entire Zhao family be wiped out in just an hour? Was it really that coincidental? Su Yixue also suspected that Yi Fan might have been behind it, but after asking the bodyguard she had arranged at the door, she learned that Yi Fan hadn't left the villa at all during her absence, making it impossible for him to be involved. If it wasn't Yi Fan, then who was that mysterious master expert, Fan Yi? It was just the right moment. Great. Finally, no one is trying to steal my wife away. This is fantastic. Yi Fan happily wrapped his arms around Su Yixue's neck, excitedly leaning in closer. Although Su Yixue was prepared, when the moment actually arrived and she felt the strong masculine aura radiating from Yi Fan, she still felt a bit nervous. Wait a moment. I'll go take a shower. You go wait for me in the bedroom. With that, Su Yixue blushed and walked towards the bathroom. Yi Fan stood in the living room, watching Su Yixue's departing figure, a smile creeping onto his face. Is she really ready to be my woman? Faced with such beauty, should I go for it or hold back? 5 minutes later, when Su Yixue walked into the bedroom wearing a sexy pink nightgown, Yi Fan was already lying obediently on the bed. Yixue, am I being good? Yi Fan looked at Su Yixue with genuine sincerity. Seeing Yi Fan's innocent expression, Su Yixue couldn't help but feel a surge of maternal love. Little Fan is the best. Poor Yi Fan, once a favored son of heaven, and now, perhaps, with the help of my friends, we can wake him up? Thinking of this, Su Yixue overcame her shyness, gently laid down on the bed, and pulled Yi Fan into her embrace. Little Fan, come on. Yi Fan looked at Su Yixue, who was nervous and shy, and found it somewhat amusing, but he deliberately asked, Yixue, what are we doing? He raised his head, gazing intently at Su Yixue. Her heart raced with shyness, and she felt a bit embarrassed. But she quickly realized that Yi Fan's understanding was like that of a child. He really didn't know much about matters between men and women. We're going to sleep together, and then I'll give you a big, chubby baby. Su Yixue guided him. But Yi Fan, with a naive expression, responded, Aren't we already sleeping? Not like that. Su Yixue felt both shy and annoyed. She really suspected that Yi Fan was teasing her on purpose. Then how are we supposed to sleep? Chapter 14. Zuan Yufei comes to apologize? Too late. A tear slipped down Su Yixue's cheek as she silently recited in her heart. To the ancestors of the Yi family, I, Su Yixue, have not wronged you. I am still the wife of the Yi family. As the two of them moved, a powerful warmth enveloped Yi Fan and Su Yixue. Yi Fan's martial energy surged rapidly under the flickering flames, quickly elevating his strength to the peak of martial sovereign, almost ready to break through to the next level. Meanwhile, Su Yixue was nourished by that warmth, gradually accumulating power within her, and she could faintly feel the emergence of martial energy. Outside the window, the moonlight seemed shy about the events happening in the room, quietly hiding behind the clouds. Outside the villa, the bodyguards of the Yi family and the Su family listened intently to the noises coming from inside. They couldn't help but chuckle. Although the young master had become a bit foolish, his energy was still as vibrant as ever. Miss Su is going to be very fortunate in the future. Alas, if only the young master could wake up soon. Miss Su and the young master would be a perfect match. Once everything settled down, Su Yixue had fallen deeply asleep in Yi Fan's embrace, while Yi Fan felt invigorated, gazing at the beautiful Su Yixue in his arms. A certain string in his heart tugged. From this moment on, Su Yixue would be his woman. No one else could harm her in any way. Yi Fan's decision to take Su Yixue as his woman was based on multiple considerations. On one hand, the seven of them had publicly announced their intention to marry him in front of so many people. If he were to coldly reject them, it would seem ungrateful and disrespectful to their goodwill. On the other hand, Yi Fan's rate of progress and strength was too slow. Uniting with Su Yixue would allow him to gain sufficient warmth quickly, enhancing his power. The situation of the Yi family was extremely precarious. They were nearly on the brink of extinction, with only himself as the last hope. If Yi Fan's strength was not sufficient, he could never revive the Yi family, protect them, safeguard these beautiful people, nor avenge the spirits of those who had died for the Yi family. Thus, Yi Fan needed to become stronger. And the flickering flames in his dantian were the best and fastest way to do so. After carefully placing Su Yixue on the bed, Yi Fan began to sit cross-legged, rapidly circulating his martial energy within. A deep glimmer flashed in his eyes. Zhou Xiao from the capital. Get ready. Because anyone who dares to lay a hand on the Yi family will not escape unscathed. In the provincial city of Huadu, the Liu family estate was brightly lit. Liu Ran, the head of the Liu family, sat at the highest seat, his expression dark and stormy. Has Xiahao lost his mind? The Yi family is clearly under attack, on the verge of annihilation, with everyone isolating them. Yet Xiahao chooses to side with the Yi family and collaborate with the Su group? That is a death wish. So much had happened today. The downfall of the Yi family, Zuan Yufei's withdrawal from the engagement. Yet, the seven women declared their intention to marry Yi Fan simultaneously. which was the biggest provocation to the enemies of the Yi family. An order was quickly issued to isolate the Su group, making an example out of them. At this moment, the Xia family has chosen to cooperate with the Su group, declaring that anyone who opposes the Su group is opposing the Xia family as well. The implications of this allegiance are crystal clear. According to Xia Hao, it's because 5 years ago, when Yi Fan was still a genius, he saved his life. And now Xia Hao wants to repay that debt. An aide explained this briefly. Lu Ran scoffed, stating, I don't care what his reasons are. Since they chose to help the Su group, they are opposing my Lu family and the powerful backers we have. After a pause, Lu Ran continued. Send my orders. Let the Zhao family in Yun City take action against the Su group at any cost. Yes, the subordinate replied. But just as he was about to make arrangements, he suddenly wore a heavy expression and said, Head of the family, we just received news that the Zhao family has been wiped out. What? Lu Ran was shocked and stood up from his chair. Wasn't Zhao Dekang, the head of the Zhao family, just talking to me earlier today? How could they be wiped out so suddenly? The subordinate quickly handed over detailed information. It turned out that Zhao Dekang had offended a master called Fan Yi, allegedly because he had stolen Fan Ye's woman when they were younger, leading to this retaliation. What a coincidence. Lu Ran sensed that something was amiss. The timing of the Zhao family's destruction was too coincidental. Just after Zhao Tianlong had humiliated Yi Fan and was about to kill him, the Zhao family was suddenly wiped out? If there weren't concrete evidence proving that Yi Fan was not present, Lu Ran would definitely suspect that the genius from 5 years ago had resurfaced. What should we do now, head of the family? If the Su group fully collaborates with the Xia family, leveraging their connections, they will surely soar to new heights. All our previous blockades will have no effect. The Xia family's influence is comparable to that of the Lu family, and their foundation runs even deeper. If the Xia family fully supports the Su family, it will be very troublesome for Lu Ran to enforce the ban from above. The Zhao family has been wiped out, but what about the Wang family and the Li family? Let them join forces and take action, no matter what methods they use. They must not let the Su group have it easy. Even if it means ruining Su Yushua's reputation, that is fine. It would be best to turn Yun City upside down. A dark glint flashed in Lu Ran's eyes. Previously, in the face of those 7 girls' families, no one dared to underestimate them because they were brides of the Yi family, and everyone had to consider the Yi family's influence in Daxia. But now, with the Yi family in ruins, the weight of those girls' familial power has significantly diminished. Now that the Yi family has suffered a heavy blow, the bigger the chaos in Yun City, the murkier the waters become, allowing Lu Ran to uncover the truth behind it all. This includes whether Yi Fan is truly foolish or just pretending to be, and who else might still support the Yi family. In Yun City, the night is deep. In the Su family compound, in Su Yufei's room, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Today, when she called off her engagement with Yi Fan, she clearly saw the disappointment in his eyes. Did she ultimately let him down? As Xin Yufei reminisced about the moments she shared with Yi Fan while growing up, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Why did Yi Fan have to become a fool? How much better it would be if he weren't. She attended the evening banquet, and seeing Su Yishua laughing and chatting with Yi Fan made her heart feel heavy. She didn't even dare to approach them. If she hadn't called off her engagement with Yi Fan, she would be the one by his side. But now, everything was beyond repair. Xin Yufei fell asleep in a daze, and the first thing she thought of upon waking the next morning was to see Yi Fan. Even though they weren't together anymore, she still hoped he was doing well. At Su Yishua's place, she woke up to sunlight streaming into the bedroom. As she lay there naked in Yi Fan's arms, with the crimson peach blossoms on the sheets, she felt too shy to lift her head. Had she really become Yi Fan's woman? Was this fool before her going to be her man in the future? Did she regret it? Su Yishua asked herself, but she couldn't find an answer. Perhaps her decision had been a bit impulsive, but at this moment, she felt resolute. No matter what, she and Yi Fan were now one, sharing joy and sorrow together. She would never regret it. Yishua, my wife, you're awake? Yi Fan said gently as he noticed Su Yishua's eyes flutter open. Yishua, my wife, I hurt you last night. Are you in pain? Su Yishua, already shy, didn't know how to respond to Yi Fan's question. You are so bad. Remembering how Yi Fan had scared her with a mouse in the woods last night, she seriously doubted whether he was truly foolish or just pretending. After some playful banter, they got out of bed and finished washing up, just as they were about to have breakfast. The bodyguard at the door said, Miss Su, someone is looking for young Master Yi at the entrance. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, wondering who would be looking for him so early in the morning. Su Yishua was also curious. Who is it? The bodyguard's expression was a bit strange as he replied, It's Miss Xin Yufei. What does she want? Didn't she break off her engagement with Xiao Fan? Su Yishua huffed in irritation. Just thinking about Xian Yufei made her angry. Yesterday, in front of so many people, the Xian family had shown no regard for the Yi family's reputation and publicly called off the engagement. Now, how dare she come looking for Yi Fan? Chapter 15. I am already his woman. Please don't harass my man. Hearing Zhuan Yufei's voice made Yi Fan's heart flutter. The girl who had accompanied him through his youth had already left a deep mark in his heart. However, Zhuan Yufei's decision to break off their engagement in such a public setting felt like adding insult to injury. Although it wasn't entirely her fault, her failure to stand up for him had hurt Yi Fan deeply. Still, every time he thought of that girl, a sense of regret lingered in his heart. Let us go check it out, Su Yishua said, linking her arm with Yi Fan's. She adjusted her appearance, deliberately tousling her clothes a bit, and led him towards the door. At the entrance of the villa, Zhuan Yufei stood alone, and when she saw Yi Fan and Su Yishua walking out so intimately, her heart ached sharply. Had Yi Fan already moved on with Su Yishua after just one day apart? Zhuan Yufei, what are you doing here? Didn't you break off your engagement with Yi Fan yesterday? Are you here to mock my man again? Su Yishua shot a cold glare at Zhuan Yufei. The reputation of the Yi family was something they were all supposed to protect together. Yet, the Su family had publicly humiliated the Yi family in front of so many people yesterday. Wasn't that enough? Did Zhuan Yufei really want to come back today and insult Yi Fan again? Zhuan Yufei knew her actions had hurt many people, so she didn't argue back. Instead, she turned to Yi Fan with a gentle gaze. Fan go, I'm here to apologize. Yesterday it wasn't my intention, it was my uncle's decision. As she spoke, her voice trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. Deep down, Zhuan Yufei truly loved Yi Fan. However, her timid nature prevented her from standing up like Yulin and others when her uncle made the announcement. But now, after just one night, everything had changed. Yufei, there you are? I've been looking for you all morning. Didn't we agree to go watch a movie together today? Before Zhuan Yufei could finish her sentence, a Mercedes-Benz suddenly stopped nearby, and Li Yunyang, the young master of the Li family in Yunqing, got out, gently speaking to Zhuan Yufei while handing her a bouquet of roses. This, Zhuan Yufei felt embarrassed, almost wishing she could sink into the ground. She had come to apologize, and now Li Yunyang showed up at the worst possible moment. Who had spilled the beans about her plans? It had to be her uncle. Ugh, Zhuan Yufei, is this your idea of an apology? Are you here to apologize, or to show off your affection? Su Yishua, seeing Yi Fan's despondent expression, couldn't help but step forward and reprimand Zhuan Yufei. Let me make it clear. I am already Yi Fan's woman, so please don't come and harass my husband again. As she spoke, Su Yishua cupped Yi Fan's face and softly kissed him on the lips. It was a declaration and a show of dominance, all at once. Snap. At that moment, Zhuan Yufei felt her heart shatter. Had they really gotten together so quickly? Was Yi Fan really that naive? Would he really engage in such a spectacle? Yi Fan initially felt a sense of regret towards Xian Yufei, so when she proactively came to apologize, he felt somewhat comforted. However, seeing Li Yunyang appear there instantly filled him with anger. Moreover, from Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Dekhang, Yi Fan had already learned that the Li family from Yun City was a subordinate family to the Lu family in the provincial capital and had participated in the actions against the Yi family. They were sworn enemies of the Yi family. It was one thing for Xian Yufei to separate from him, but turning around to embrace a foe of the Yi family? Yi Fan found this unacceptable. Haha, Yufei, if you don't want to be my wife, I already have another wife, who is even prettier, and there are 6 more. Yi Fan said seriously, counting on his fingers. Yi Fan was doing this on purpose. If you, Xian Yufei, don't want to be with me, then I have 7 beautiful sisters-in-law who are willing to be with me. Uft. Xian Yufei felt a surge of blood rising in her chest, her throat sweetened, and she struggled to hold back the urge to vomit. Staggering slightly, her face turned pale as she looked at Yi Fan, trying to smile as she said, Fan go, as long as you're happy, I wish you well. With that, Xian Yufei fought back tears and quickly walked towards her vehicle. Li Yunyang attempted to help her, but Xian Yufei angrily pushed him away, shouting, Get lost. Xian Yufei had no feelings for Li Yunyang at all, but her uncle forced her to date him for the sake of the Xian family's development after learning that the Yi family had fallen. Meanwhile, Su Yishua was at the company handling some matters, troubled about how to arrange for Yi Fan. Given Yi Fan's current situation, she was genuinely worried about leaving him alone at home. However, taking him to the company would be inconvenient since she had negotiations to attend. Just then, Wang Fuguei drove up. Don't worry about work, little sister-in-law. Leave it to me to take care of big brother, Wang Fuguei said with a wave of his hand, putting Su Yishua at ease. Wang Fuguei and Yi Fan had grown up together like brothers. No matter the circumstances, Wang Fuguei unconditionally supported Yi Fan. Plus, with Wang Fuguei's growing strength, Yi Fan should be quite safe with him. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. I'll be back as soon as I can this afternoon, Su Ishua said to Wang Fuguei before driving away. Once Su Ishua left, Wang Fuguei took Yifan to his car and then spoke up, "Big brother, now that everyone's gone, can you stop pretending? I know you're acting dumb on purpose. Among us brothers, there's no need for that." After returning home yesterday, Wang Fuguei felt something was off. Yifan's performance at the banquet and that peculiar feeling made Wang Fuguei think Yifan was different from before. If Yifan had truly been foolish before, he must have awakened by now. Especially during the night, Wang Fuguei received news that the Zhao family had been wiped out overnight. Wang Fuguei's first thought was that Yifan had taken action, but when he called Old Master Yi, he found out that Yifan was staying at Su Ishua's villa and couldn't have had the time to act. Wang Fuguei was completely baffled, so he decided to seek out Yifan early in the morning to test him. "Old Wang, what are you trying to hide?" Yifan pulled out a plastic bag from his pocket and offered it to Wang Fuguei, leaving him feeling both amused and exasperated. Is this guy really that clueless? Brother, I don't know if you're genuinely clueless or just pretending, but I'll assume you're not as clueless as you seem. While driving, Wang Fuguei continued. Since we have some free time today, I'll take you to some places we used to frequent. Maybe it'll jog your memory. Wang Fuguei's words made Yifan's heart race. What places did he frequent before he became so dazed? It couldn't be those clubs in Tianshang Renjian, could it? Chapter 16. 50,000 for a broken stone? Bro, did you hear? The Zhao family was wiped out by a master yesterday. Apparently, the master's name is Fan Yi. It's so satisfying. Serves that Zhao Tianlong right for insulting you at the banquet. Bro, you need to keep an eye on that Su Jian and his son Su Dong from your family. Those two are up to no good. I suspect the troubles with the Yi family are connected to them. All the way, Wang Fuguei kept talking nonstop like a machine gun, giving Yifan a rough idea of the situation in Yun City. Finally, Wang Fuguei parked in front of a dilapidated loft. Seeing the familiar place, Yifan suddenly remembered. This is the largest black market in Yun City, and one of the largest in the entire Southwest. Inside, you can find all sorts of interesting items, pills that enhance martial arts training, various medicinal herbs, and countless rare treasures. As long as you can afford the price, there is nothing you can't buy here. In the past, Yifan used to bring Wang Fuguei here to browse and find some good stuff. How about it? Familiar, right? Wang Fuguei opened the car door and introduced, "Bro, you used to bring me here all the time to buy things. Shopping. Yifan pretended to be a bit clueless, and after getting out of the car, he clapped his hands and walked toward the entrance of the black market. The underground trading market in Yun City is actually hidden beneath the ground, so it looks desolate on the surface, but the real hustle and bustle is on the third underground level. Wang Fuguei deliberately followed behind, watching Yifan confidently head toward the entrance of the black market, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Bro, you still remember the way? Looks like you haven't lost your touch. There's definitely hope for you to wake up, and the Yi family will have hope too. I told you. My big brother can't be that bad. Bro, wait for me," Wang Fuguei shouted while running behind, unaware that what he saw was merely what Yifan wanted him to see. It had been 5 years since Yifan last came here. Together with Wang Fuguei, they entered the bustling underground third level. There were scenes of intense fights, and some rowdy guys were even pushing beautiful women down on tables. None of that interested Yifan. What he was interested in was the alley where the black market stalls were set up. 5 years ago, when Yifan was still a prodigious talent, he had bought quite a few good things here and had secretly acquired many pills and talismans as well. Now that he had awakened, he wanted to see if there were any pills suitable for Wang Fuguei that could help him break through to the master level. Yifan remembered that when Wang Fuguei had followed him before, he treated pills like candy, and 5 years ago, he was close to breaking through to the master level. But now he was still stuck at the peak of the control level. This loyal brother who had stuck by him through thick and thin, he needed to help him out. "Bro, see anything you like? Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you today." Yifan scanned the area, activating his extraordinary magical eyes that allowed him to see through the surface of objects and uncover their true nature. Some counterfeit antiques showed no signs of energy fluctuations, indicating they were fake. There were also some genuine items that radiated an ancient aura, but their prices were clearly inflated. After passing through 2/3 of the alley, Yifan still hadn't spotted anything worthwhile. It wasn't until he came across a stall selling stones that he was suddenly drawn to a pitch-black rock. At first glance, the stone seemed unremarkable, but through his magical eyes, Yifan could see that it encased a vitality pill inside, an excellent aid for breaking through to the master level. On the market, even a bid of 1,000,000,000 wood tea guarantee, securing one. Curious, Yifan wondered why someone would seal a vitality pill within such a shabby stone. However, since he had come across it, he had no intention of letting it slip away. Yifan stopped, pretending to seriously examine other attractive stones on the ground. How much for this one? He asked. That one's 50,000. The vendor replied. And this one? That's 80,000. After repeatedly inquiring about several stones, the vendor grew impatient. Finally, Yifan's gaze shifted back to the pitch-black stone. This one looks fun too. It would be great to play with my kitten. The vendor merely glanced at it before saying, if you buy any other stone, I'll throw this one in for free. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. The stone was actually just a piece he used to prop up a table leg, but since it looked decent, he had brought it along with the other goods. He never expected someone would actually want it. All right, I'll take these two. Yifan happily picked up the black stone along with another priced at 30,000, waving his arms toward Wang Fugui. Old Wang, pay up. You promised to help me buy stuff. Wang Fugui, who was following behind, wore a bitter expression. Bro, these two items are clearly junk. Why waste your money? He wasn't concerned about the money. He simply felt regretful. Back when Yifan was at his peak, his judgment certainly wouldn't have been this poor. Now, after his mishap, could he really not tell the good from the bad? Sigh. Are you unwilling to spend money on me? If you want tea, I'll pay for it myself. As he spoke, Yifan began to rummage through his pockets. But in reality, Yifan had no money on him. 5 years ago, after the incident, everyone had assumed he was a fool and wouldn't entrust any money to him. I'll pay. Is that okay? As long as you're happy. Big bro. Wang Fugui sighed deeply. Given Yifan's current behavior, he was already quite satisfied. At least Yifan still remembered how to navigate the black market and knew how to buy things. After paying, Yifan and Wang Fugui left with the stones and wandered around the black market again, but didn't come across anything else of interest. Just as they were about to leave, Yifan's keen ears picked up a conversation between a few people nearby. Did you know? The Yi family has encountered a major crisis. All 10 heroes of the Yi family tragically perished yesterday, and it seems their rivals are not planning to let them off the hook. They've hired a formidable warrior at the martial sovereign level, intending to completely wipe out the Yi family in the coming days. What? A martial sovereign level warrior? There are hardly any of those to be found in the Great Xia. Sigh, what kind of powerful enemies has the Yi family offended to deserve such treatment? After all, Old Master Yi contributed greatly to the Great Xia in his time. But it seems that great achievements can indeed alarm the powers that be. It's a pity that so many heroic young men from the Yi family, in the end, not even a single descendant, can be left behind. Yifan felt a jolt in his heart. Are they really going to take action so soon? They actually managed to hire a martial sovereign level warrior, intending to eliminate the last remnants of the Yi family? Now that I, the young master, have awakened, how could I let you succeed? Chapter 17. Let me treat you to some stones. You must eat. Yifan turned his head and quietly memorized the appearances of those few people. He would find them soon and investigate where the news had come from. Yifan wanted to deal with that master before they made a move against the Yi family. After leaving the underground black market, Wang Fugui looked at Yifan, who was playing with a few stones in his hand, and let out a helpless sigh. Did he misjudge the situation? He thought his elder brother had awakened, but he was still the same. Who knows when he would fully recover? If his elder brother didn't recover soon, the Yi family would really struggle to hold on. Relying solely on those girls wouldn't be enough to fend off the enemy's onslaught. Old Wang, try this. It tastes really good. Yifan handed a pitch-black stone to Wang Fugui, who was at a loss for words. Big brother, this is a stone, not candy. You can't eat it. Why can't you eat it? Look, just a bite, and it cracks right open. To demonstrate, Yifan bit into a piece of stone, sacrificing himself to guide Wang Fugui to discover the energy pill inside. Watching Yifan's actions made Wang Fugui's teeth ache. I think I'll pass. He shook his head, intending to put the stone away. I'll take the stone and eat it when I get back, okay? No way. Seeing Wang Fugui about to put the stone away, Yifan grew anxious. This fool wouldn't even realize the treasure hidden inside the stone. If he took it back, he might just throw it away. You said it yourself. Good brothers share blessings and bear hardships together. If you don't eat it, it means you don't treat me like your big brother. Yifan sulked and plopped down on the ground, planning to play the stubborn card. Wang Fugui looked at Yifan with a bitter expression. Fine. I'll eat it, okay? Good big brother. He put the stone in his mouth, thinking he could just use a bit of energy to crush it and pretend. Sigh. At that moment, Yifan was acting like a child. Why bother arguing with a kid? But when Wang Fugui's teeth made contact with the stone's shell, he finally noticed something unusual. This stone wasn't as hard as he had imagined. The shell was even a bit soft. Crack. Wang Fugui bit down, and with little effort, the stone split open in the middle. He spat the two halves of the stone out of his mouth, and, upon seeing what was inside, his pupils dilated in shock. An energy pill, oh my god, he had only spoken half a sentence when Wang Fugui hurriedly covered his mouth tightly. Then he brought the stone closer to his eyes and examined it carefully several times. It couldn't be wrong. It was indeed an energy pill. This was a crucial elixir for breaking through the Master Realm and even the Martial Venerable Realm. With the aid of this pill, the success rate for breaking through to the Master level could increase by 70%, and for the Martial Venerable level, it could increase by 50%. However, in the entire Great Xia, the number of people capable of refining energy pills was very limited. This kind of elixir had recently been traded at a market price of 50 billion, but it was more of a price without a market. Simply having money wasn't enough to buy it. Once this elixir is exposed, it will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of countless powerful forces. Everyone would go to great lengths to seize it. And now, to have such an elixir right in his hands? After confirming that it was a vitality pill, Wang Fugui's gaze towards Yi Fan underwent a dramatic change. Was this just a coincidence, or was it intentional on his brother's part? Yi Fan had been clamoring to buy those two stones, and when the stones opened, they contained a vitality pill? The odds of such a coincidence happening must be even smaller than winning the lottery with a $200 million prize, right? Brother, are you pretending to be clueless, or are you deliberately keeping this from me? Did you already know that there was a vitality pill inside? Wang Fugui was utterly astonished. It couldn't possibly be that coincidental. But Yi Fan in front of him looked completely bewildered. Old Wang, what do you think? I told you it tastes pretty good, right? Come on, eat it while it's hot. Wang Fugui was at a loss for words. After carefully examining Yi Fan and confirming he wasn't putting on an act, he cautiously put away the vitality pill. Brother, you truly are my lucky star. With this vitality pill, I can quickly break through to the Master Realm. By then, my ability to protect you will be even stronger. In the entire Great Xia, there weren't many powerful figures at the Master Realm. Generally, those who reached this level could establish themselves and become local overlords. A master-level expert was already enough to support a super family. Hearing Wang Fugui say this, Yi Fan secretly thought to himself, at least you have a conscience. For now, Yi Fan had to continue playing dumb. There were many things he couldn't act on openly, so having Wang Fugui take the lead was the best choice. Moreover, Wang Fugui's power upgrade was naturally beneficial for Yi Fan. Just as the two of them got into the car to head home, Yi Fan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Xia Hao. Dr. Yi, I hope this isn't a bad time. I'd like to invite you to dinner and introduce you to a few people. Xia Hao was aware of Yi Fan's true situation. Yesterday at the banquet, Yi Fan had already revealed his circumstances to Xia Hao. Xia Hao knew he had hitched a ride on a golden leg, so he wanted to introduce Yi Fan to his key personnel in Yun City today. Dinner? I'm hungry. I want to eat, Yi Fan replied into the phone before turning to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui took the phone, and upon realizing it was Xia Hao, he responded and took Yi Fan to the location Xia Hao had set. Wang Fugui had been present at the banquet yesterday and was aware of the connection between Xia Hao and Yi Fan. Half an hour later, at the Royal Hotel, in the Tianhao private room, Yi Fan sat at the head of the table, with Wang Fugui beside him, and at the table, beside Xia Hao, there were several other men. Among them were the underground godfather of Yun City, Li Hu, and the governor of Yun City, Sun Qian. Young Master Yi, let me introduce you to these two. They are both from the Xia family. This is Li Hu, who holds significant influence in some less than reputable matters in Yun City. If young Master Yi encounters any difficult conflicts, he can turn to him. Upon hearing Xia Hao's introduction, Li Hu quickly stood up and respectfully bowed to Yi Fan, saying, I have met young Master Yi before, and I am at your service from now on. Additionally, this is Sun Qian, the governor of Yun City. In 5 years, he is expected to be promoted to the provincial capital and is also part of the Xia family. If there are any official matters, he can lend a hand. Sun Qian also did not dare to act presumptuously. He stood up and respectfully addressed Yi Fan, young Master Yi. If there is anything I can assist with in the future, I will certainly not hesitate. Yun City is relatively small, so it wasn't necessary for Xia Hao to introduce them. Both Li Hu and Sun Qian were already familiar with Yi Fan. The circumstances surrounding Yi Fan were not a secret in Yun City. 5 years ago, Yi Fan was the most renowned prodigy of the Yi family, stepping into the Master Realm at just 15 years old, with an unlimited future ahead of him. However, a car accident left him mentally incapacitated. Though it couldn't overshadow his previous brilliance, the two men were quite puzzled as to why, after the Yi family's devastating blow that had everyone avoiding them, Xia Hao chose to treat Yi Fan with such respect, almost like a father figure. But as people nurtured by the Xia family, they understood that Xia Hao must have his reasons for doing so. They speculated among themselves, had the youngest master of the Yi family awakened? If that were the case, showing goodwill now could certainly lead to great things in the future. Xia Hao knew that Yi Fan was actually in a state of awareness and could understand everything being said. However, to maintain the facade, he politely explained to Wang Fugui. Young Master Wang, I know you are the best brother and friend of young Master Yi. When he is unable to communicate, you can reach out to those two directly. Thank you, head of the Xia family. Wang Fugui, though somewhat simple-minded, understood that the Xia family was providing invaluable support at this moment. With both Sun Qian and Li Hu offering their protection, Yi Fan would encounter far fewer troubles in Yin City. Just as they began to eat, Li Hu suddenly received alarming news from his subordinate, causing his expression to change drastically. Young Master Yi, President Xia, something's wrong. My subordinate just informed me that all of Old Wolf Wu's men have mobilized. It seems they are going after Miss Su Yixue. Chapter 18. Is Yixue's wife being pursued? Huh. Upon hearing Li Hu's words, Yi Fan's gaze instantly sharpened. A powerful aura surged through the room, seemingly lowering the temperature by several degrees. Save my wife. Save my wife. With so many people around, Yi Fan couldn't appear too overtly anxious. He could only stand up and rush toward the door of the private room in haste. Just last night, Su Yixue had become his woman, and today she was actually being hunted down? If I find out who they are, I will make them pay dearly. Xia Hao quickly shouted, don't just stand there. Mobilize everyone immediately. At all costs, ensure Miss Su's safety. From Yi Fan's actions, Xia Hao could tell that Su Yixue held a very important place in Yi Fan's heart. This was the first task he had undertaken since aligning himself with Yi Fan, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Yes, Li Hu responded and immediately began issuing frantic orders. Relay my command. Everyone, start moving at once. At all costs, take action against Wu Laolang. Prepare for a showdown. As an official, Sun Qian couldn't directly intervene, but he quickly made a few phone calls, leveraging whatever resources he could to help. In an instant, the entire Yun city was in an uproar. On the streets and alleys, countless people affiliated with Li Hu began to mobilize. All eyes and ears were activated, swiftly locking onto Wu Laolang's movements. Master Hu. Wu Laolang is currently heading toward Liangjia Lane in the western suburbs of Yun City. The latest report indicates that they haven't yet captured Miss Su. She is retreating under the protection of her bodyguards. As Yi Fan and Li Hu rushed toward the western suburbs of Yun City, he felt a momentary sense of relief upon hearing the news. Thankfully, Su Yixue hadn't come to any harm yet. They needed to hurry. Save my wife. Save my wife. Yi Fan's inner rage was almost unbearable. With the Yi family facing such a crisis, did those people really think the Yi family was defenseless? That anyone could just step all over them? It was time to show them what happens when they provoke the Yi family. If extinguishing the Zhao family yesterday was perhaps a fluke, then today, after uncovering who was behind this, Yi Fan would be even more ruthless. This was a warning to those who dared to lay a hand on the Su family and the Yi family, making them aware of the consequences of crossing the Yi family. In the western suburbs of Yun City, Su Yixue was sitting in a car that was now battered and wrecked. The front was crumpled, and a large chunk was missing from the rear. Besides the driver, there were two bodyguards inside, both soaked in blood. Today, Su Yixue had originally gone to negotiate a continued partnership with Zheng Biao, the largest supplier for the Su family. However, she had not anticipated that Zheng Biao had secretly set a trap, hiring a group of thugs who aimed to take her to a hotel and violate her. Fortunately, her bodyguards discovered the situation in time and fought their way out, managing to escape with her. However, the thugs relentlessly pursued them, chasing them from the city center all the way to the western suburbs of Yun City. Bang! The vans on both sides howled as they violently crashed into Su Yixue's vehicle, forcing her car into a narrow alley until there was no way out. The head of her bodyguards, Zhao Dadu, spoke up. Miss Su, you should go on ahead by yourself. You took us in back then, and now it's time for us to repay you. Run as far as you can. We'll hold them off. Zhao Dadu had once been gravely ill, waiting to die under a bridge, but it was Su Yixue who took him in, treated him, and helped him join the Su group as a security guard, where he learned martial arts and eventually became her loyal bodyguard. Be careful. Su Yixue knew this was not the time for hesitation. After giving a few quick instructions, she sprinted into the depths of the alley, a look of determination in her eyes. From the moment she announced her engagement to Yi Fan, she knew she would face numerous challenges ahead. However, Su Yixue never imagined trouble would come so swiftly. Yet she was prepared. She was now Yi Fan's woman. And even if it meant death, she would not allow anyone to lay a finger on her or use her as leverage against him. Behind her, Zhao Datu and two of his men, wounded but resolute, held their 3 machetes, their blades already dulled. Yet they formed a formidable barrier against the dozens of thugs pursuing them. Stop struggling. Do you really think 3 of you can hold off hundreds of us? The leader of the thugs, who seemed to have suffered at Zhao Datu's hands before, hesitated upon seeing their stance. If you want to touch Miss Su, go ahead and try. 1 kill breaks even. 2 kills make a profit. Those who aren't afraid of death, come on. Zhao Dada's eyes flashed with fierce determination as he shouted at the thugs behind them, his commanding presence intimidating the crowd. To everyone's surprise, the thugs actually stepped back a couple of paces, shaken by Zhao Dada's aura. With a glance over his shoulder, Zhao Dada realized Su Yixue was no longer in sight. His only goal now was to buy her as much time as possible. As long as she could escape, he would be content to die here today without regrets. In that tense moment, Zhao Dada suddenly heard a familiar sound of footsteps behind him. He turned around in shock to see Su Yixue returning. "Ms. Su, why did you come back?" he exclaimed, astonished. A trace of despair flickered in Su Yixue's eyes as she realized she was trapped. The alley was a dead end. And outside, there were hundreds of thugs blocking their way. The sound suggested even more thugs were gathering. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like certain death. "Don't worry about me. They're after me. You all should go. They shouldn't bother you," Su Yixue said calmly, accepting the dire situation she found herself in. Although she had only spent one night as a couple with Yi Fan, Su Yixue felt satisfied. She had finally lived up to the Yi family's expectations, but unfortunately, she couldn't give them descendants. That would have to wait for the next life. In her heart, Su Yixue had already decided that as soon as Zhao Datu and the others left, she would take her own life right there. However, Zhao Datu and his companions quickly regained their focus and made a resolute decision. "Old Mo, Xiao Tao, protect Su Zong in the middle. We will carve out a bloody path once again. Even if we can't make it, at least we won't be alone on the road to the underworld." Zhao Datu's chivalrous spirit instantly spread through the narrow alley. 3 bloodthirsty warriors shielded a stunning beauty, fully aware of the dangers ahead, yet still fearlessly charged towards death to live. The scene was suddenly filled with a sense of tragic heroism. Chapter 19. My hero comes riding on a rainbow. Are you guys just fooling around? As the thugs at the scene were getting caught up in the atmosphere, a harsh shout abruptly shattered the tension. A middle-aged man with a wolf's head tattooed on his arm, flanked by a group of ruffians, stormed into the alley. It was none other than Wu Laolang, the leader of another major underground force in Yun City. "Just 3 people, and you all are just standing there watching? Are you waiting for them to give birth?" Wu Laolang barked angrily at his subordinates. The order came down. "No matter what happens today, we must capture Su Yixue. Go for it." With that, Wu Laolang snatched a combat knife from one of his lackeys and charged towards Zhao Datu. Seeing their boss take action, the others immediately followed suit, rushing in like a swarm. Though Zhao Datu was brave, he was outnumbered, with only 3 people by his side. Within moments, he was pinned to the ground by the mob. Meanwhile, Su Yixue was surrounded by a group of thugs. Wu Laolang stared at Su Yixue like a predator eyeing its prey. "They say Miss Su is the most beautiful woman in Yun City, but it's a shame she is going to be wasted on that fool. How about this, Miss Su? Agree to spend a night with me, and I promise to make it quick and painless for you." Wu Laolang's gaze was filled with unmasked greed. Normally, he wouldn't even dare to think about someone like Su Yixue, but with a clear directive from above to either kill or humiliate her, he felt no hesitation. "Why you don't come any closer?" Su Yixue picked up a combat knife from the ground and held it in front of her. "You won't touch a single finger on me. Even if I die, I won't make it easy for you." After the intimate encounter with Yi Fan the previous day, Su Yixue could distinctly feel a surge of warmth coursing through her, filling her with strength and even a hint of martial spirit. Holding the combat knife now, she felt no fear. "Little girl, even now you're trying to act tough." One of Wu Laolang's lackeys, unable to hold back, rushed forward, eager to prove himself. But as he got close, Su Yixue swiftly flipped her wrist, bringing the knife down towards his fingers. With a sickening thud, the thug didn't react in time and found his arms severed in an instant. Gasp. The scene left everyone in shock. The intel didn't mention that Su Yixue knew martial arts, but the proficiency she displayed in her movements clearly indicated she was no amateur. What was going on? Even Su Yixue was taken aback by her own actions. Wielding the combat knife felt almost instinctual. When did she learn to fight? In a flash, her mind raced back to the days spent with Yi Fan, recalling the warmth that had flowed from him to her. Could it be the influence of that warmth? Yi Fan truly is a genius, a prodigy. Even though his IQ has been affected, could the warmth generated by their close contact have such magical power? Originally in despair, Su Yixue felt a glimmer of confidence. If she could hold on for a few more minutes, perhaps a miracle would happen? What if Yi Fan was just pretending to be foolish? If he knew she was in danger, would he come to save her? Would he ride in on a rainbow to rescue her? Her hero, would he really come? As Su Yixue imagined these scenarios, she couldn't help but smile. When she had been fleeing for her life, she hadn't had any chance to inform anyone else. How could Yi Fan possibly know what was happening to her? Su Yixue's sudden burst of energy had only caused a brief hesitation among the thugs. But just a few seconds later, Wu Laoling was completely furious. Brothers, don't hesitate. Just kill her, or we'll have more problems later. The fact that Su Yixue could fight was a very bad omen for Wu Laoling. The longer they dragged it out, the worse things would get. No matter what, they needed to complete the task given to them first. The crowd closed in again, although Su Yixue instinctively waved her weapon to block them for a moment. She lacked experience, and there were simply too many opponents. Clang! The battle knife in Su Yixue's hand was knocked away, and in that instant, she was left defenseless. Above her, countless gleaming weapons descended without hesitation, rapidly striking down towards her. The order was clear: eliminate Su Yixue, set an example. At that moment, Wu Laoling and the others had only one thought: kill Su Yixue. Goodbye, Xiao Fan. Su Yixue despairingly closed her eyes, reminiscing about the beautiful moments from the previous night. She sighed inwardly, thinking that if there were a next life, she would be his wife again, and he must take good care of her. Wife, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. In her daze, Su Yixue suddenly heard a familiar voice. Was it Yi Fan? Was her hearing playing tricks on her? Had he really come at this moment? Buzz. While everyone was still puzzled about where the voice was coming from, a figure on a motorcycle zoomed into the alley. Not even bothering to avoid the crowd in front, the motorcycle suddenly lifted, roaring as it crashed through the alley's wall. It was none other than Yi Fan, rushing over in haste. Riding the motorcycle, Yi Fan's eyes burned with intensity as he focused on Su Yixue amidst the flashing blades. His gaze was filled with anger, yet also brimming with tenderness. It really was Yi Fan coming. Her hero had truly arrived, riding in like a savior at her most desperate moment. As Su Yixue recognized that it was indeed Yi Fan, the color returned to her once dull eyes. Even if she were to die, she would have no regrets. Though Yi Fan might still seem foolish now, his feelings were genuine. Everything she had done was worth it. Yi Fan twisted the throttle of the motorcycle to the max, and in that instant, it felt as though all the movements in the alley slowed down. At that moment, Yi Fan put aside all reservations, his figure moving at breakneck speed. As the motorcycle surged towards Su Yixue, Yi Fan pushed off the ground with his ankle. At the instant the motorcycle hit the ground, he executed a perfect 360-degree spin, sweeping away all the thugs attacking Su Yixue. The glinting blade of his combat knife sliced through several strands of Su Yixue's hair, but at the last moment, just a millimeter from her skin, it was deflected away. Yi Fan descended from the sky like a divine being, tightly wrapping his arms around Su Yixue. Yixue, my dear, you scare me to death. I'm so glad you're okay. Su Yixue was stunned at the sight of Yi Fan. This was the prodigious genius, the pride of the heavens. This was the last spark of the Yi family that we needed to protect. Xiao Fan, you've awakened, right? After regaining her composure, Su Yixue joyfully cupped Yi Fan's face, shaking it vigorously. If Yi Fan had truly awakened, then the Yi family would be saved, and there would be hope for all the sisters' protection. Chapter 20. The terrifying power of the fool's outburst. At this moment, Yi Fan desperately wanted to tell Su Yixue that he had awakened. However, until the true enemy had gathered all the information, Yi Fan had to continue pretending to be foolish. Crash. At the entrance of the alley, Li Hu and Xia Hao had already surrounded the area with a large group of men, swiftly taking down Wu Laolong's followers. After recovering from the shock, Wu Laolong's face turned pale. Quick! Attack with me! Kill them! Hurry up and kill them! As he spoke, Wu Laoling swung the battle knife in his hand, preparing to strike at Su Yixue and Yi Fan. Li Hu, Wang Fuguwei, and the others, who were about 10 meters away, saw the situation and shouted anxiously, "Hurry! Protect young Master Yi and Miss Su! Quick!" But despite their urgency, the 10-meter distance was not something they could cover instantly. Still trying to bully my wife? You're all bad people. Just as everyone was anxious, Yi Fan suddenly went wild. After releasing Su Yixue, he picked up a battle knife and charged at Wu Laoling with furious strikes. Crack! Wu Laoling only managed to block one of Yi Fan's blows before his knife shattered into pieces. Yi Fan seized Wu Laoling by the neck, lifting him up like a chick, and pushed away the surrounding thugs. Then, with a simple yet powerful motion, he slammed Wu Laoling onto the bluestone ground. You bully my wife. You bully my wife. Thud. With nearly 200 pounds of weight, Wu Laoling was smashed down like a stick. With each impact, large chunks of the bluestone ground shattered. Poor Wu Laoling, who was over 6 feet tall, was like a toy in Yi Fan's hands. With no chance to resist at all, his ribs must have broken countless times, blood oozing from all his orifices. At first, Wu Laoling screamed in agony. But soon he became limp, like a dead dog, gasping for breath. Just like that, Wu Laoling was brutally crushed to death. Hiss! The onlookers, Wu Laolong's subordinates, were stunned by Yi Fan's fierce display and forgot to attack. Wang Fuguwei, Li Hu, and Su Yixue, rushing over, were also frozen in shock at Yi Fan's current state. Is this really Yi Fan? Just a glimpse of his power, is this terrifying? What would happen if the full strength of this prodigious talent were unleashed? Xiao Fan. Seeing Yi Fan in such a near-manic state, Su Yixue softly called out. From his condition, she had already deduced that Yi Fan had not truly awakened. He was merely reacting instinctively due to the danger she was in. But this also indicated that Yi Fan had the potential to recover completely. Now, she could only hope that Sister Linglong could quickly bring the great healer from the Daxia dynasty to treat Yi Fan. With Wu Laoling dead, the remaining thugs lost their will to fight and were swiftly taken down by Li Hu's team. Yi Fan awoke from his frenzied state, staring at the fallen Wu Laoling on the ground. His gaze sharpened as he asked, "Honey, who are they? Why are they trying to kill you?" Yi Fan knew that these thugs didn't genuinely intend to harm Su Yixue. Someone was definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. Beside him, Xiaohao quickly caught on. Since Yi Fan was still pretending to be oblivious, it was time for him to step in when Yi Fan couldn't. With Wu Laoling dead and his capable subordinates brought in by Li Hu, they all knelt before Li Hu and Xiaohao. "Speak. Who ordered you to attack Miss Su?" Li Hu said, dragging his battle knife, poking it twice into the chest of one of Wu Laoling's men. The thug immediately spilled the beans. "Don't kill me, tiger. It's not our fault. It was young Master Wang from the Wang family who asked Wu Laoling to go after Miss Su, saying it was to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys." After hearing the explanations from Wu Laoling's subordinates, Yi Fan quickly understood. So it was the Lu family from the provincial capital that had made a move? The Xia family had chosen to collaborate with the Su group, and the current public opinion was actually very unfavorable for Yi Fan's opponents. They needed to act against the Su group quickly to show others what would happen if they sided with Yi Fan. The Zhao Wang and Li families were all vassals of the Lu family. Originally, the Zhao family was at the forefront, but they had been wiped out by Yi Fan the night before, leaving only the Wang and Li families. Humph. They came looking for me before I even went to find them? Soon, I'll make them understand the consequences of touching the Su family. Xiao Fan. Su Yixue finally saw that the situation had stabilized. Her tense nerves relaxed instantly, and she stumbled into Yi Fan's arms. "Save Captain Zhao." Su Yixue's last words were a reminder to everyone to save Zhao Daitu, the security captain of the Su family. At that moment, Zhao Daitu lay in a pool of blood, barely alive and severely injured, yet still clinging to life. Yi Fan merely glanced in that direction, and Xiaohao immediately understood. "Everyone, stop dawdling. Get Miss Su to the hospital right away, and take those bodyguards with you. Hurry." Half an hour later, in the hospital's intensive care unit, the doctor had thoroughly examined Su Yixue and gestured for everyone to relax, assuring them not to worry. The patient is just overly tense and has exhausted some strength. After a bit of rest, she will wake up soon. Wang Fugue, Xiaohao, and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. In fact, Yi Fan had already checked Su Yixue's pulse on the way over and was not worried about her condition. However, he had also heard about the security captain Zhao Daitu's situation, a security captain who risked his life to protect Su Yixue in such circumstances, nearly losing his own life in the process. This was someone worth trusting. Yi Fan had many other matters to attend to and could not stay by Su Yixue's side indefinitely. Therefore, it was essential for someone trustworthy to be by her side. Yi Fan had already made up his mind. Since Zhao Datu was willing to risk everything for Su Yixue, he would give him a chance. Yi Fan glanced at Xiaohao, who was quite perceptive. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, he immediately understood that Yi Fan wanted to check on Zhao Datu. He quickly arranged, "Young Master Yi, do you want to go see Zhao Datu? His wounds have been stitched up and he is in the next room. I'll take you there right away." As he spoke, Xiaohao gestured for Yi Fan to leave the hospital room with him and headed towards the next room. Once they entered, Xiaohao, being considerate, stayed outside and said, "Young Master Yi, feel free to take a look. I'll be right here at the door." Yi Fan's current identity needed to remain a secret, and Xiaohao was determined to keep it that way. Yi Fan glanced at Xiaohao, thinking that he was quite clever and might be worth mentoring further. After entering the room, Yi Fan stepped forward to check Zhao Datu's pulse. Everything seemed stable. Zhao Datu had already woken up and, seeing Yi Fan checking his pulse, looked puzzled and asked, "Young Master Yi." Yi Fan waved his hand to signal Zhao Datu to stay still. "Don't move. I just came to check on you and discuss a few things." "What?" Zhao Datu's eyes widened in shock. "Young Master Yi, you're not foolish anymore. Hadn't the outside world been saying that Yi Fan had been daft for 5 years? Yet the way Yi Fan was acting now was nothing like someone who was mentally impaired. Chapter 21. A bounty of 2 billion. Killing myself on my own order? Yi Fan nodded. "I have awakened, but not many know this secret, and you are one of them. I hope you can keep this secret for me until I make it public." "Huh." Zhao Daitu looked at Yi Fan in shock, his expression one of astonishment. Deep down, he sensed that he might have encountered a rare opportunity. Yi Fan wasn't foolish. Sharing such an important secret with him must mean Yi Fan had his own plans. I will keep the secret. Zhao Daitu moved slightly, not saying much more, and quietly waited for Yi Fan's next instructions. Yi Fan was pleased with Zhao Daitu's reaction. This was the quality of a competent bodyguard. You did well today, protecting my wife with your life. As a reward, I will help you enter the realm of martial arts and provide you with elixirs to aid your advancement. I hope that when I'm not around Xiangxue, you can still protect her as you did today. As he spoke, a surge of energy began to flow from Yi Fan's arm, pouring into Zhao Daitu's body. Zhao Daitu was so excited he could hardly speak. Martial arts energy? Yi Fan was actually going to help him directly step into the realm of martial arts and practice it? It's worth noting that the path of martial arts, from refining energy to mastery, grandmaster, martial lord, and martial emperor, was exceptionally difficult. In fact, 99 of people would spend their entire lives without ever cultivating martial energy, let alone advancing further. Powerful martial artists were extremely rare in the entire daxia. Even the most basic refining energy experts were considered very valuable. Had he accidentally obtained this? Furthermore, after the martial energy entered his body, Zhao Daitu clearly felt his internal and external injuries healing at a visibly rapid pace. Was this the advantage of martial arts practitioners? Thank you, Yi Xiao, thank you. Zhao Daitu was at a loss for how to express his gratitude to Yi Fan. Don't speak. Feel the direction of the energy within your body carefully. I will only teach you this once. How long you can comprehend it depends on your talent. After quickly guiding Zhao Daitu through the flow of martial energy, Yi Fan left him a few elixirs and exited the hospital room. At the door, Xia Hao, though not intentionally eavesdropping, had clearly overheard the conversation between Yi Fan and Zhao Daitu since he was right outside. Zhao Daitu had received such a tremendous benefit just for protecting Su Yixue. This made the decision to cooperate with the Su family seem like the most correct choice. Given the current situation, the Liu family had already taken action. Perhaps both the Su group and Xia's would face some hardships, but as long as they could endure, the days ahead would be promising. In a villa somewhere in Yunqing, Su Dong and his father sat anxiously on the sofa. Father, the Zhao family was suddenly wiped out, and we've lost our biggest partner just like that. Without Zhao's support, our own strength won't be enough to take down the Yi group. Su Dong expressed his concerns. Although they had operated the Yi group for many years and had placed many of their own people within the company, it seemed daunting now. However, the Yi group is ultimately the property of the Yi family, and the company's senior members are mostly loyal to Yi Changfeng. Without external support, it would be challenging for Su Dong and Su Jian to gain control of the Yi group. How about we find someone to take care of that old man and that fool directly? Su Dong was a bit impatient. I heard last night that a master named Fan Yi has appeared in Yun City. If the price is right, I believe he would be willing to take action. Su Jian pondered for a moment before speaking. Why the rush? Given the current situation with the Yi family, there are others who will be more anxious than us. As long as the direct descendants of the Yi family are alive, those who want to take action against them won't be at ease. Besides, let us not forget that even though the Yi family is currently suffering a setback, the likes of Yu Linglong and Su Yixue have publicly announced their marriages to Yi Fan, and those families are not to be trifled with. We should just wait patiently. After a pause, Su Jian continued. However, about that master from Yun City you mentioned earlier, if we can avoid exposing ourselves, we could give it a try. Su Dong's eyes lit up. Dad, don't worry, I've already gotten an account set up. I'll post the task right away. Masters usually have accounts. If that big shot sees it, he'll definitely take the job. At Yun City People's Hospital, Yi Fan had just exited Zhao Dada's hospital room when his phone suddenly received an encrypted message. Upon opening it, Yi Fan saw it was a task notification. 5 years ago, after Yi Fan broke through to the Master Realm, he registered an account and took on numerous tasks, earning a high ranking. Initially, Yi Fan didn't pay much attention to the information, but he was surprised to see both his name and Yi Changfeng's listed. He furrowed his brow. Someone is offering a bounty to kill me and my grandfather? According to the IP address, the person who posted the bounty is actually in Yun City. Furthermore, the employer specifically requested to meet with the person accepting the task to witness the target's death firsthand. Humph, they dare to be so blatant? Yi Fan snorted coldly and accepted the task, sending a message to meet under the bridge in Yun City at midnight. Yi Fan was also curious about who was so eager to place a bounty on him and his grandfather, with the starting price set at a staggering 2 billion. Young Master Yi. When Xia Hao saw Yi Fan come out, he respectfully called out, observing Yi Fan's expression. Yi Fan nodded, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and continued, Come with me for a bit. Help me cover my tracks. Got it. Xiahao immediately called over Wang Fuguei and a group of his subordinates, explaining that Yi Fan needed to go out to buy something and instructed everyone to keep a close eye on Su Yishue's situation. Find out where the Wang family's young master is. Upon exiting the hospital, Yi Fan issued the command to Xiahao. Investigating someone's location is not a difficult task. At the Wang family's Emperor KTV, Wang Chao, the young master of the Wang family, was in the company of two beautiful women, his hands roaming restlessly. Suddenly, he received a report from his subordinate. Young master, something's happened. Old Wolf Wu failed in his attempt to chase down Su Yishue. Li Hu has taken action, and Wu Laoling's entire army has been wiped out. It's said that Wu Laoling died on the spot. What? Wu Laoling is dead? What an idiot. So many people couldn't even handle one woman. What fools. Wang Chao, feeling irritated, kicked away the two beauties beside him. Get lost. After the beauties left, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Chao's eyes. The order from General Liu in the provincial capital was clear. This time, no matter the cost. They had to strike against the Su group to set an example. Since Wu Laoling had failed, they'd have to resort to other methods. I refuse to believe that Su Yishue's luck can hold out every time. Young Master Wang, there's another situation. One of his subordinates interjected. According to feedback from the brothers on site, it seems that Yi Fan's strength. While speaking, he handed Wang Chao a tablet, showing footage of Yi Fan stepping in to rescue Su Yishue and striking down Wu Laoling. Wang Chao glanced at it, his expression shifting to one of alarm. That fool. He still remembers his skills? What a pity he's just a fool. Chapter 22, Lending You My Life. Wang Chao didn't pay much attention to Yi Fan's performance. Yi Fan had been foolish for quite some time now. With the Yi family's decline, what kind of waves could a fool like Yi Fan possibly make? Right now, Wang Chao's main concern was to quickly complete the task assigned by General Liu, making things difficult for the Su group, or even eliminating Su Yishue, so that everyone could see the tragic fate that awaited those who got too close to the Yi family. However, despite having so many people working for him, Old Wolf Wu was unexpectedly saved by the sudden appearance of Li Hu. It was said that Xiahao had led the rescue. And with the Xia family from the provincial capital backing the Su family, Wang Chao was at a loss about what to do next. With Xiahao and the godfather of Yunqing, Li Hu, on guard, it was clear that relying on the people of Yunqing alone wouldn't work. He might have to ask the Liu family from the provincial capital to send some experts over. Just as Wang Chao was deep in thought, the doors suddenly creaked open, and a young stranger walked in. Who the hell are you? Who let you in? Wang Chao snapped irritably as he saw the young man enter. What are you all doing? Did you all die? You couldn't even stop one person? The newcomer was none other than Yi Fan, now disguised. He had heard every word of Wang Chao's conversation with his subordinates just moments ago. No need to shout. I've already taken them down. Yi Fan nonchalantly sat on the sofa, casually looking at Wang Chao and his men. Wang Chao glanced towards the entrance and saw several of his bodyguards sprawled on the floor, which made him feel a tightening in his chest. What? What do you want? Another tough character has shown up? Lately, Yunqing had been quite unsettled. It was said that the Zhao family had provoked someone named Fan Yi yesterday and had been wiped out overnight. Now another big shot was coming to him, and he didn't even know what was happening. Don't be nervous. I'm here to help you solve your problem. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Fan Yi. I heard you want to take action against the Su group, and if the price is right, I'd be more than willing to do it for you. Yi Fan smiled as he stared at Wang Chao. Last night, Yi Fan had intentionally left a letter in Zhao Dechang's study, and he believed the name Fan Yi had already made a name for itself in Yunqing. You are that Master Fan Yi? Upon hearing the name, Wang Chao was both shocked and delighted. It was as if he wanted to take a nap, and someone brought him a pillow. Master Fan Yi had come to him, wanting to cooperate to take action against the Su family. The Master Fan Yi, who could eliminate Zhao Dekang and his son overnight without anyone noticing, would surely find dealing with the Su group to be a piece of cake. That's me. If Master Fan Yi can help, that would be fantastic. Wang Chao couldn't contain his excitement. Master, what conditions do you require for your assistance? 2 billion. I can make the Su group disappear from this world. You know my capabilities. Yi Fan looked at Wang Chao calmly, and the price he quoted made Wang Chao gasp in shock. Although the Wang family is also a prominent family in Yun City, the entire Wang group is only worth around 10 billion. Coming up with 2 billion all at once is quite challenging. Mr. Fan, this seems a bit much, Wang Chao said, feeling a bit anxious. Although General Liu from the provincial capital had promised that as long as they brought down the Su group, the Liu family would allow the Wang family to take over all the assets of the Zhao and Su families, which amounts to over 10 billion. The 2 billion price tag seems trivial in comparison. However, what if the Liu family doesn't fulfill their promise? Too much? Yi Fan's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Thinking of the scoundrel in front of him who almost harmed Su Ishua, anger surged within him. Are you doubting my capabilities? A powerful aura enveloped the entire room, and Yi Fan's piercing gaze made Wang Chao feel a chill down his spine. Wang Chao realized that this opportunity was one he had to seize. There was no choice but to proceed. The problem was, Wang Chao was uncertain whether Master Fan would truly take action against the Su group after he paid the money. If things went wrong, and Master Fan suddenly turned against the Wang family, leading them to the same fate as the Zhao family, it would be disastrous. The more Wang Chao thought about it, the more terrified he became. All he wanted was to leave this place as soon as possible. Being with Master Fan made him extremely uncomfortable. Furthermore, although the person in front of him seemed unfamiliar, Wang Chao felt a strange sense of familiarity. No, I naturally believe in Master Fan's strength. How about this? I'll go back immediately and arrange the funds. Wang Chao tentatively suggested to Yi Fan. Just as he lifted his foot, whoosh, a straw flew out and landed right next to Wang Chao's foot, nearly scaring him to death. You don't need to go back. Start raising the money now. You have 10 minutes, go. Yi Fan coldly stared at Wang Chao. Since he was here to deal with the person who intended to harm his wife, there was no way he would let him off easily. This. Wang Chao wanted to continue arguing, but seeing Yi Fan's terrifying gaze, he immediately dared not say another word. He turned and pulled out his phone to call his father. Dad, I've encountered the Master Fan Yi, a Grandmaster-level expert. He agreed to help our Wang family deal with the Su family, but he wants 2 billion. Wang Chao hurriedly urged on the phone. His father, on the other end, tried every possible means to gather the funds, even resorting to illegal methods and borrowing money. In just 10 minutes, they managed to scrape together the 2 billion. Transfer it to this account. Yi Fan provided Wang Chao with the secure account that Xia Hao had prepared in advance. After a series of operations, Yi Fan received a message from Xia Hao confirming that the money had arrived. Wang Chao finally sighed in relief. Boss, the money is in place now. Can I go to the restroom? Wang Chao had already come to the conclusion that his 2 billion was likely going to be wasted. But even so, there was no other choice. He would just consider it as buying his own life. Yi Fan smiled. What's the rush? Your problem is resolved. Now let's talk about mine. With just one sentence from Yi Fan, Wang Chao felt a wave of unease wash over him. What could this big shot want from him? As Wang Chao stared in shock, Yi Fan casually rubbed his face a few times. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan's appearance changed, revealing a figure Wang Chao was all too familiar with. Yi Fan, how could you possibly be Yi Fan? Wang Chao's mind raced as he pondered the name Fan Yi for a few seconds. Fan Yi? ISNT, that just a play on words for Yi Fan? Could it be that the big shot who went after the Zhao family was really Yi Fan? But all the intelligence from the outside world indicated that Yi Fan had been foolish for 5 years. Was everything just an act? Suddenly, as the truth dawned on him, Wang Chao's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Everyone knew about Yi Fan's prodigious talent. 5 years ago, he was already at the peak of martial arts mastery. Who knew what terrifying realm he had reached after 5 more years? In front of Yi Fan, Wang Chao had no chance of escaping. Wang Chao, you have quite the nerve, thinking you could kill my wife. Yi Fan glared at Wang Chao with disdain. If you make a move, you'll have to pay the price. Lend me something. Wang Chao's heart sank. He had already given away 2 billion. What could Yi Fan possibly want to borrow from him? What did he have that was worth Yi Fan's interest? What do you want to borrow? Wang Chao stammered, his body trembling, his heart freezing with fear. I want to borrow your life. Chapter 23. Let them bite each other like dogs. As he spoke, Yi Fan stepped forward and grabbed Wang Chao by the neck. Wang Chao's feet left the ground, and he looked at Yi Fan in terror. No. Please, Yi Xiao. Spare me. I didn't want to take action against the Su group. It was the Lu family from the provincial city. You mean Lu Ran from the provincial city wants to act against the Su group? Yi Fan interrupted coldly. Don't worry. I'll settle the score with Lu Ran later. But here in Yun City, you directly attacked Su Ishua, and you must pay the price for that. Wang Chao felt utterly hopeless. Now he understood the fate of the Zhao family. When Zhao Tianlong was killed by Yi Fan, he must have felt this same despair, right? Initially, everyone thought the Zhao family's downfall was just a coincidence. But now it seemed that everything had been orchestrated by Yi Fan. Any forces or families that posed a threat to the Yi family or the Su family would be ruthlessly crushed. The key was that Yi Fan handled everything quietly. To the outside world, Yi Fan was still seen as that foolish young man. This cannot happen. I have to find a way to get this message out. To let President Lu in the provincial city know. Wang Chao's throat felt tight, and he could barely breathe. Yet he still tried to reach for his phone to warn Lu Ran. Bang! Yi Fan unleashed a burst of energy, easily knocking Wang Chao's phone out of his hand. Even at this point, he still wanted to make a move. Puff! as the roaring martial energy enveloped Wang Chao completely, in the blink of an eye. He was reduced to a pile of powder, disappearing down the toilet. After doing all this, Yi Fan picked up the phone from the ground and sent a message to Wang Chao's father, Wang Zhong. Dad, I've been kidnapped. At midnight, Zhongqiao in Yun City. Hurry and rescue me. Once that was done, Yi Fan transformed back into an unfamiliar appearance and quickly left the KTV, getting into Xia Hao's vehicle. Yi Xiao, is it all taken care of? Do you need me to handle any aftermath? Xia Hao asked respectfully as he drove. With Su Yixue under attack, Yi Fan had rushed out a deal with the Wang family behind Old Wolf Wu. However, the Wang family was backed by the Liu family from the provincial city. And if Yi Fan acted too hastily, it could lead to trouble. No need. Yi Fan replied lightly. Tonight, accompany me to watch a good show of dogs biting dogs. At the Wang family in Yun City, the head of the family, Wang Caizhong, received a call from his son Wang Chao, saying he had invited Master Fan Yi to deal with the Su group. Initially, he was very excited. But when he heard that the other party demanded 2 billion as payment, he began to hesitate. However, Wang Chao insisted, and it seemed there was no turning back. With no other choice, Wang Zhong gritted his teeth and gathered the funds to transfer. Then he waited for news from Wang Chao. But when Wang Zhong saw the message on his phone, he was instantly stunned. What? Kidnapped? Damn, who is it? Have they lost their minds? Today had been very unlucky for the Wang family. Wang Chao had received orders from the Liu family to ask Old Wolf Wu to attack Su Yixue. At a critical moment, Li Hu acted decisively under Xia Hao's leadership and managed to rescue Su Yixue. Now his only son has been kidnapped? What on earth is happening? Immediately send out my orders. Everyone from the Wang family must start taking action and lay an ambush at the Zhongqiao in Yun City. I want to see who is behind my son's abduction. When Yi Fan and Xia Hao returned to the hospital, they brought some fruit that looked like it had been purchased outside. Wang Fugui, Li Hu, and the others didn't suspect anything unusual. Upon arriving at the hospital room, Yi Fan found that Su Yixue had also awakened. Seeing Yi Fan gently by her side brought a smile to her face. It's so good to be alive. At that moment, Yi Fan's heroic rescue was truly impressive. Yixue, you're awake? Yi Fan asked softly. The doctor said you were just exhausted. It's all right now. Here, have an orange, and then we can go home, okay? He handed her a peeled orange with a tender expression. This was the woman who had once willingly married him, even when he was still foolish, to protect the Yi family and herself. Yet now, she had brought such a huge crisis upon the Su group, putting herself in constant danger. Yi Fan felt deeply moved. He had been worried when she hadn't awakened, but now that she was awake, he would do everything he could to protect the Su family and the Yi family, avenging the souls of those who had passed. Thank you, Xiao Fan, Su Yixue said after finishing the orange. She struggled to get out of bed and shook her head. I can't go home yet. The company is about to release a new drug, and I have a lot to do. Once I finish, I'll come back to accompany you as soon as possible. Okay. She looked at Yi Fan gently, and when she noticed Xia Hao watching them, she felt a bit shy. Mr. Xia, Mr. Hu, thank you for today. If it hadn't been for Yi Fan, Xia Hao, and Li Hu arriving just in time, Su Yixue would have truly perished today. Miss Su, you're too polite. Yi Xiao saved my life before. I owe my life to him. If anything happened to Miss Su, that would be our oversight. Xia Hao said respectfully, bowing slightly. Mr. Who is one of us? In Yun City, if Miss Su needs anything, feel free to ask directly. Su Yixue understood that Li Hu was under Xia Hao's command. 5 years ago, Yi Fan had saved Xia Hao, and today he received such a significant reward. This could be considered a stroke of luck amid misfortune. Just as Su Yixue was about to say something else, she suddenly received a call from her secretary. What? Our formula has been leaked? The competitor has released a new drug today? How is this possible? Yes, Miss Su. Turn on the TV, it's being broadcast live. With a look of disbelief, Su Yixue turned on the television, which was indeed live streaming a new drug launch. On stage stood a young man in a suit, Li Yunyang, the eldest son of the Li family in Yun City. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a beauty and skincare pill that our Li family has meticulously developed over the years, costing us over 100 billion. The effects are remarkable. You will see results in just a month. How shameless. Listening to Li Yunyang passionately speaking on stage and revealing parts of the formula, Su Yixue couldn't help but curse. That's clearly the hard work of our Su group. Those bastards. How infuriating. She couldn't fathom how Li Yunyang managed to steal the core formula of Su group right under her nose. This was a complete undermining of their efforts. After years of development, almost all of Su group's resources had been invested in researching this formula, eagerly waiting for its release to turn the tide. Especially since recently, the Su group had faced significant boycotts from various partners, without a flagship product to break the deadlock. It was entirely possible for the Su group to collapse under pressure. Mr. Xia, young Master Wang, I need to rush back to the company immediately. Xiao Fan, I'm counting on you to help take care of things for a bit. I'll be leaving now, Su Yixue hurriedly said to Wang Fugue and Xia Hao, quickly heading towards the company. With such a significant incident occurring, she knew she had to handle it personally right away. Yi Fan watched as Su Yixue anxiously left, muttering to himself, isn't it just a formula for beauty pills? If I had known earlier, I could have pulled out any formula from my head, and it would be enough to amaze the world, right? But if I were to present it as a fool, even if it were genuine, who would believe me? He pondered how he could convince Su Yixue that his formula was real. Chapter 24, Back to the Past? There's no going back. Just handing the prescription to anyone would not get the attention it deserves, especially from Su Yixue. Suddenly, Yi Fan remembered that Yu Linglong had mentioned inviting the great healer Lei Qianjue from the Daxia Dynasty to treat him. He wondered when that would happen. If Lei Qianjue could hand the prescription to Su Yixue, his reputation should suffice. At that time, he could have Lei Qianjue deliver the prescription to Su Yixue, which should help resolve the crisis facing the Su group. As soon as Su Yixue left, Yi Fan's phone rang. It was Xian Yufei calling. Fan Gu, I know I've wronged you, but could you help me with something? Xian Yufei's voice on the phone sounded distressed, almost on the verge of tears. Although Xian Zhenghua had publicly announced the end of his engagement with the Yi family in front of so many people, Yi Fan couldn't bring himself to hate her. Ex-wife, what's wrong? Did someone steal your lollipop? He replied in a naive tone, trying to match his current persona. Hearing this, Xian Yufei felt a pang of sadness. Perhaps everyone around her only cared about her status, position, or beauty, but only Yi Fan treated her sincerely. No, it's much more serious than that. Fan Gu, do you know? My uncle has betrothed me to Li Yunyang, and tonight is the engagement banquet, but I don't want to marry him. Xian Yufei seemed to find a confidant as she poured out her frustrations. Forget it, Fan Gu, where are you now? I'll come pick you up so we can talk in person. Xian Zhenghua had quickly arranged another engagement for Xian Yufei, to Li Yunyang, no less. Yi Fan snorted coldly. From the current information, the Li family, the Zhao family, and the Wang family were all vassal families of the Lu family in the provincial capital. This meant the Li family was undoubtedly involved in the annihilation of the Yi family, and Xian Yufei was about to marry his enemy? That was something Yi Fan could not tolerate. Moreover, in Yi Fan's plan, after dealing with the Wang family, the Li family would also need to be eliminated. Since Li Yunyang intended to marry Xian Yufei, even if she was a woman he didn't want, that couldn't happen. He could always expedite his plans for elimination. My wife Yixue is injured. I'm at the People's Hospital. Yi Fan tried to keep his tone as innocent as possible, unwilling to reveal too much in front of others. In the Xian family courtyard, Xian Yufei hung up the phone with a long sigh. If only Fan Gu weren't such a fool. Back when Fan Gu was a talented prodigy, he was so spirited. If someone had dared to lay a hand on his wife back then, he would have jumped up in anger. 20 minutes later, Xian Yufei arrived at the People's Hospital in Yunqing. What? Xian Yufei, you've broken off your engagement with my brother, and now you want to use him as a shield? Do you have any humanity left? The first to jump in when he heard Xian Yufei wanted Yi Fan to accompany her to the engagement banquet was Wang Fugue. Are you trying to embarrass my brother even more? What do you want? Big brother, you mustn't go. Wang Fugue was agitated. Wang Fugue may seem a bit simple-minded on the surface, but his dedication to Yi Fan is genuine. Otherwise, Yi Fan wouldn't have gone all the way to the black market to get that vitality pill for him. Now that Yi Fan is in a dazed state, he naturally feels compelled to stand up for him wholeheartedly. Brother Fan, I know what I'm doing is excessive, but I really don't want to get married, Xian Yufei said, her voice tinged with despair. The engagement with the Li family was arranged by her family and felt like her destiny. The Li family is currently at the peak of their power in Yun City. And even if Xian Yufei wanted to find someone else to act as a shield, very few would dare to offend the Li family for her sake. The only support she could think of now was Yi Fan. When Yi Fan gave Xian Yufei the address, he had already silently agreed to help her. So he wouldn't refuse her. Not getting married. Not getting married. I'll help you drive him away. Big brother. Wang Fugue exclaimed, a bit anxious at Yi Fan's agreement to Xian Yufei. Next to them, Xiahao knew Yi Fan well, since Yi Fan had spoken up. It was clear he wanted to help Xian Yufei. Young Master Wang, Yishao has been close to Miss Xian for quite a while. If he wants to go, we should accompany him. Xiahao smiled at Wang Fugue. Besides, we'll be there with him. Yishao will be fine. Wang Fugue shot a puzzled glance at Xiahao, feeling something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint it, and decided to let it go. A few minutes later, Yi Fan was pulled into Xian Yufei's car. As she drove, she glanced at the handsome Yi Fan beside her, admiring his familiar features and aura. But then she said, Brother Fan, can we go back to how we used to be? Yi Fan was taken aback. Back to before? That's impossible. Back then, he had treated Xian Yufei with all his heart, showering her with affection. But after the Xian family publicly called off the engagement, Yi Fan was hurt. Broken glass can never be mended. Go back where? To the hospital? But didn't we just leave the hospital? Why would we go back? Yi Fan didn't know how to respond and ended up rambling incoherently. Xian Yufei observed him closely, trying to glean some insight from his demeanor. Yi Fan was hiding his feelings well. Although Xian Yufei sensed he was different from before, she couldn't find any flaws in his facade. Brother Fan, I really don't know if you're genuinely foolish or just pretending, but I want to tell you. I've always liked you. I've always loved you. That day I called off the engagement wasn't my intention. It was my uncle who forced me. You know how my father is. If there aren't any more medical expenses, he could die at any moment. I had no choice. As she spoke, Xian Yufei felt tears welling up. 5 years ago, right after Yi Fan's car accident, her father had also been in an accident and fell into a coma, requiring expensive medical treatment. Later on, although Xian Yufei took over the Xian group, her actual power was limited due to the presence of her uncle and other senior members. On the day of the annulment, her uncle made it clear that if Xian Yufei didn't agree, they would no longer provide medical expenses for her father. Yi Fan couldn't help but twitch his lips at this. He had learned a bit about the Xian family's situation over the past few days. However, the silence from Xian Yufei that day had caused Yi Fan a wound that would take time to heal. At the Paradise Hotel in Yun City, where the engagement banquet between the Xian and Li families was being held, Li Yunyang looked dashing in a sharp suit, holding a bouquet of flowers, surrounded by a few friends. Congratulations, young Master Li. Your dream has finally come true. Yeah, the Xian family has finally come to their senses. Annulling the engagement with the Yi family and choosing young Master Li is indeed the best choice. I heard that young Master Li is being taken in as a godson by the head of the Liu family from the provincial city. You're definitely on the rise now. Just don't forget us when you're up there. Amidst the flattery, Li Yunyang felt like he was about to float away. This group of fools only saw the surface strength of the Xian family, but had no idea about the unimaginable hidden power behind Xian Yufei's mother. This was precisely why Li Yunyang was so determined to win over Xian Yufei. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone turned to look at the road. The vehicle carrying Xian Yufei slowly came to a stop. As Li Yunyang watched with eager anticipation, a fair, long leg stepped out of the car. It was slender and straight, exuding elegance. The thought that the owner of those beautiful legs would soon be his woman made Li Yunyang's heart tremble with excitement. But when he saw what followed, his smile instantly froze. Xian Yufei was not alone. She was intimately linked arm in arm with a man, exuding affection as they walked towards him. What was going on? Today was supposed to be his engagement banquet with Xian Yufei, yet she had brought a man along. And that man was Yi Fan. Was this a direct slap in the face? Chapter 25. I won't marry. Yi Fan is my husband. Li Yunyang felt like he had been hit by a 1,000-point crit. Yufei, what is going on? Why did you bring this idiot here? Li Yunyang suppressed his anger and tried to ask Xian Yufei as gracefully as possible. The guys around Li Yunyang also stopped fidgeting, awkwardly holding the colorful eggs they were about to twist open. Li Yunyang, how dare you speak like that? Show some respect to my brother. Before Xian Yufei could respond, Wang Fuguei spoke up first, saying, my brother's name is Yi Fan. You either call him young Master Yi or Brother Fan. If I hear you call him an idiot again, I'll slap you. Wang Fuguei was already feeling angry, and seeing Li Yunyang wanting to marry his former sister-in-law only made him angrier. At that moment, he began to understand why Yi Fan had come with Xian Yufei. His brother was still worried after all. You, Wang Fuguei, who do you think you are? Do you think that idiot is still the young master of the Yi family? Let me tell you, the Yi family has fallen, and it won't be long before that old fool and this idiot will reunite with their family. You're just making a fool of yourself. Smack, smack. Without hesitation, Wang Fuguei stepped forward and slapped Li Yunyang twice across the face. With a hit from each side, Li Yunyang's face immediately swelled up, and he lost 2 teeth. Haven't you learned anything? I told you to show respect to my brother, and you treat my words like they're nothing? Wang Fuguei shook his hand, thinking, damn it, your face is harder than dog poop. What the hell? Wang Fuguei, are you looking for death? How dare you hit me? Li Yunyang stumbled back a bit, rubbed his aching face, and glared at Wang Fuguei, furious. I might not dare to touch the Yi family, but do you think I'm afraid of the Wang family? Someone, get rid of him. With a loud shout from Li Yunyang, a large group of muscular bodyguards rushed in, ready to attack Wang Fuguei. Trash. Wang Fuguei glanced at those bodyguards. These ordinary guards, who didn't even have any martial arts skills, were beneath his notice. Li Xiao, calm down. Today is a joyous occasion for you, and I, Xia, have come uninvited to congratulate you. You wouldn't turn me away, would you? Just as tensions were rising, Xiahao stepped down from the vehicle in the back, followed by the underground godfather of Yunqing, Li Hu, and his 4 formidable henchmen. This scene made Li Yunyang furrow his brow. The people from the Xia family had arrived, an old who had brought his men as well. Was Xian Yufei prepared for this? But Li Yunyang couldn't understand how the Xian family could possibly mobilize the Xia family and Li Hu's men. Was it Yifan? But knowing that the Yi family had already fallen, becoming like grasshoppers after autumn, why were these people still so recklessly approaching the Yi family? All right, let us go inside. Since both sides have guests present, there are some things I need to clarify today. Xian Yufei tightly grasped Yifan's hand, her gaze intensely fixed on the hotel entrance, as if she had made a resolute decision in her heart. You, Xian Yufei, you'd better think carefully about what you're doing. Li Yunyang looked at her, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. If Xian Yufei caused a scene at the banquet today, the Li family would be utterly humiliated. Yet, recalling Xian Jingwa's assurance, Li Yunyang felt a bit steadier. Could Xian Yufei really escape his grasp? But seeing how tightly she held Yifan's hand only fueled his frustration. Where had he gone wrong? Could he really not compete with an idiot? On the 8th floor of the Paradise Hotel, in a banquet hall that could accommodate thousands, the doors swung open. Xian Yufei, hand in hand with Yifan, stepped into the hall. The previously bustling space fell silent in an instant. All eyes wide with shock at the scene before them. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, the crowd could no longer contain their whispers. What is going on? Isn't today the engagement banquet for Xian Yufei and Li Yunyang? What does it mean for her to bring that fool from the Yi family? Yeah, I don't understand either. Didn't Xian Yufei announce her break-off with the Yi family yesterday? Bringing him here now is like rubbing the Li family's face in the dirt. This is getting interesting. The faces of the Xian and Li family's higher-ups look good today. Everyone turned their attention to the table at the front of the hall. There, Xian Zhenghua and Li Zhong, Li Yunyang's father, were engaged in a lively discussion about future cooperation between their families. The sudden turn of events left their conversation abruptly halted. Xian Zhenghua, what does this mean? Li Zhong glared at him, his face dark with anger. Didn't you say everything was settled? Now Xian Yufei shows up here with that fool from the Yi family. Aren't you just slapping the Li family in the face? Xian Zhenghua looked equally bewildered. I don't know what is going on either. With over 1,000 guests present, all prominent figures from Yun City, it was shocking that just yesterday, Xian Zhenghua had formally broken off the engagement with the Yi family, and now Xian Yufei appeared with Yifan as a couple. Did his words mean nothing? Yufei, what are you doing? Xian Zhenghua called out softly as Xian Yufei walked past him towards the stage. But she merely glanced back at him and continued her stride. Everyone, I am Xian Yufei. With so many of you here, I want to announce that yesterday's break-off with the Yi family was just my uncle's decision. I never agreed to it. On stage, Xian Yufei took the microphone from the host, smiling as she raised Yifan's arm high. I have been betrothed to Yifan since childhood, and we grew up together. My husband will always be Fan Go. Please bless us. Uft. In the back, Li Yunyang, who had entered alongside them, felt as if his heart had been stabbed when he heard Xian Yufei's words. Bless you? What the hell? Today is my engagement banquet. Why should I bless you? Should I wear a hat? At that moment, Li Yunyang felt an immense humiliation. The shame had come home, knocking at the door. What are you all still doing? Hurry up and turn off the microphone. Li Yunyang glared at the bewildered staff, furious and shouting at them. Crash. Zhuan Yufei's words hit the scene like a boulder crashing into a lake, causing an uproar. Damn, is it really that explosive? Yesterday, the second son of the Xian family called off his engagement, and today, Zhuan Yufei boldly declared the annulment invalid? This situation is far from simple. Clearly, there are issues within the Xian family, and there must be something suspicious about the car accident involving the eldest son years ago. At the Li family's engagement banquet, the future daughter-in-law flaunted her affection with another man. Today, the Li family was utterly humiliated. After the crowd erupted in astonishment, all eyes turned to the first table. Crash. Li Zhong could no longer contain his anger and slammed his wine glass onto the table, glaring at Xian Zhenghua as he shouted, Xian Zhenghua, are you and your family deliberately trying to ruin this event? Give me a reasonable explanation, or this isn't over. The venue instantly fell silent, everyone staring intently in this direction. The atmosphere became thick with tension. What seemed like a simple engagement banquet was, in reality, entangling the Yi, Xian, and Li families. A small misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Chapter 26. The Gatling gun with blue flames watching the chaotic scene unfold. Xian Zhenghua was on the verge of losing his mind. Brotherly, please don't be angry. There must be some misunderstanding. Just a moment, let me handle this. Xian Zhenghua hurriedly greeted Li Zhong and quickly made his way towards Xian Yufei. Weren't things going well yesterday? In front of so many people. She boldly announced the annulment of her engagement with the Yi family, and now Xian Yufei was claiming that her withdrawal was invalid. Wasn't that like spitting and then swallowing it back? Yufei, do you even know what you're doing? Xian Zhengwa stepped onto the stage, glaring at Xian Yufei. Do you realize that your actions could drag the Xian family into an irreversible abyss? Xian Yufei, still holding Yi Fan's hand, didn't let go. She looked at Xian Zhengwa with determination. Uncle, I'm already an adult. I know exactly what I'm doing. I just want to follow my heart and make the right choice. Announcing the annulment with Yi Fan yesterday was never my intention. You forced me into it. And I absolutely refuse to marry Li Yunyang today. You. Enraged, Xian Zhengwa raised his hand as if to strike Xian Yufei, but he ultimately restrained himself, opting instead for a softer approach. But, Yufei, can't you see? Yi Fan has become a fool. He's not the genius he used to be. And now the Yi family has fallen. There are powerful enemies targeting them. Can't you see that? And so what? What if he is a fool? He's still 1,000 times better than that heartless scum Li Yunyang. Xian Yufei glanced at Yi Fan beside her, her eyes filled with tenderness. Yi Fan sensed the change in her mood, feeling a mixture of emotions. So this silly girl had already made her decision when she asked him to come with her? Defying the family's wishes and making such a rebellious declaration about her feelings at Li Yunyang's engagement banquet. Xian Yufei had indeed mustered a tremendous amount of courage and bore a lot alone. Was this her way of making up for the hurt she had caused herself? But where had Xian Yufei been yesterday? Sigh. Xian Yufei's voice was soft, but just as she spoke, Li Yunyang, who had come closer, clearly heard her words and felt like he'd been struck 1,000 times. Damn it. How am I the heartless one? What did I do wrong? Even if Fan Gu is a fool, I still want to be with him. This is my own choice. Uncle, if you want to ally with the Li family, find someone else to marry him. With that, Xian Yufei took Yi Fan's hand and prepared to leave the scene. Suddenly, a swarm of muscular bodyguards surged around the stage, encircling Yi Fan and Xian Yufei. Stop. Do you think this is a vegetable garden? You can come and go as you please. Li Yunyang emerged from behind the bodyguards, coldly staring at Yi Fan and Xian Yufei. Xian Yufei, I really don't know if you've lost your mind, insisting on sticking with a fool. As soon as he spoke, Li Yunyang felt a tightening sensation. Earlier, he had already been dealt with by Wang Fuguwei outside the door. Wang Fuguwei once said that if he ever dared to call Yi Fan an idiot again, he would slap him as soon as he spoke. However, with so many bodyguards around him now, Wang Fuguwei shouldn't be able to act, right? Li Yunyang hurriedly covered his face and looked around, not seeing Wang Fuguwei's figure, so he felt relieved and lowered his hand. But in the next moment, a large hand suddenly slapped Li Yunyang's face from behind. Li Yunyang was caught off guard and received another solid slap. Li Yunyang, have you really lost your memory? I warned you before. If you dare to insult my brother again, every time you do, I'll hit you. Wang Fuguwei jumped onto a table, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. And not just you, Li Yunyang. To everyone here, don't let me hear you insult my brother again. Damn it. Li Yunyang was completely furious. Earlier outside, he tolerated the surprise attack, but now, in the banquet hall with so many bodyguards around, he still got slapped. The key was that with so many guests present, it wasn't just his own face that was being slapped, it was the entire Li family's face, and even more so, the face of his godfather, Lu Ran. Li Zhong, sitting nearby, couldn't remain calm either. Wang Fuguwei, even your father would treat me with respect. Who do you think you are? Someone. Teach him a lesson on behalf of his parents. With a wave of his hand, more skilled fighters surged forward, including many martial arts experts. The atmosphere instantly became tense. A battle seemed imminent. Bang, bang, bang. Li Hu banged a bottle on the table a few times. What is going on? Can't we have a civilized discussion? Must we resort to violence? Those who aren't afraid of death can give it a try. Li Hu, the underground godfather of Yun City, spoke softly. But his voice carried significant weight in Yun City. The restless bodyguards immediately fell silent. On one hand, it was naturally due to Li Hu's imposing presence. On the other hand, to everyone's shock, a burly man behind Li Hu, bare-chested, had brought out a Gatling gun spewing blue flames, aimed at Li Yunyang. Li Zhong, and others. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Martial artists below the master level and ordinary people alike feared bullets. Was Li Hu really this arrogant? He even brought a Gatling gun. Li Yunyang and Li Zhong were frozen in place, not daring to move. Can we talk now? Li Hu said casually, causing Li Zhong to wipe the sweat off his forehead. The underground godfather of Yun City, Li Hu, was now entangled with Yi Fan. Although they had Lu Ran's support, Li family's actions in Yun City were still going to be troublesome. Xian Yufei watched the scene unfold, feeling a wave of shock. She had just heard about Su Yixue being hunted down. It was said that Li Hu and the governor of Yun City had intervened to rescue Su Yixue, completely annihilating Wu Laoling. These powerhouses could shake Yin City with a stomp. Why would they help Su Yixue? It could only be for Yi Fan's sake. But did Yi Fan really have that much influence? She could only hope for a good outcome in the future. Li Zhong and Li Yunyang dared not move any longer as Xian Yufei, holding onto Yi Fan, prepared to step outside. However, Xianzheng was suddenly spoke up. Wait. Yufei, you should first check on your father's condition at the hospital before making any final decisions. As he spoke, Xianzheng would dial the video call and held the phone up for Xian Yufei to see. In the video, her father, Xian Zhenghua, was lying on a hospital bed, and beside him stood a middle-aged man in a white coat, holding a syringe filled with a green liquid, the needle aimed at Xian Zhenghua's neck, ready to inject at any moment. Uncle, what is going on? Xian Yufei's expression changed instantly as she stared angrily at Xian Zhenghua. Xian Zhenghua's lips twitched slightly as he replied in a low voice. Yufei, this is what you forced your uncle into. The doctor isn't prepared with anything else. Just poison like arsenic, which could make your father never wake up again. If you dare to leave this hall even for a moment today, you can imagine the consequences. Chapter 27. Trash. Are you only brave enough to hide behind a woman? A threat. A blatant threat. Xian Zhenghua, are you even human? Lying on that bed is your own brother. Xian Yufei glared at Xian Zhenghua with fury, her eyes practically blazing with fire. She couldn't believe that the kind-hearted uncle before her could commit such an act. Humph. So what? At this moment, Xian Zhenghua had completely torn off the faade with Xian Yufei. If you had obediently married young Master Li, I wouldn't have needed to go this far. But since you insisted on causing so much trouble, don't blame me. Why did the old man decide to hand the Xian group over to your father back then? Why should your branch control the Xian group? Today is finally my turn. You have 10 seconds to reconsider what you just said and obediently marry young Master Li. Or else. Xian Zhenghua didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Despicable. Using Xian Yufei's father to manipulate her, Xian Zhenghua had clearly planned everything. Yi Fan coldly stared at Xian Zhenghua, then glanced at Xian Yufei, feeling his attitude towards her shift slightly. So it turns out that everything was Xianzheng was doing? You. Shameless. Xian Yufei was so furious that she stomped her feet on the ground, looking at Yi Fan with sadness. Originally, Xian Yufei thought her resistance today could earn her a chance to be with Yi Fan. Yet, just when success seemed within reach, it ended up like this. Fan Gu. Xian Yufei was filled with inner conflict. Deep down, she had never given up on Yi Fan, even after he had been foolish for 5 years. Xian Yufei often visited him, showing that Yi Fan held significant importance in her heart. However, after her mother left her right after giving birth, it was her father who raised her single-handedly. Xian Yufei could never disregard her father's kindness. The conflict between love and familial bonds is an age-old dilemma. The scene fell into a stalemate again. The guests in the hall, seated far away, could neither hear the conversation on stage nor see what was happening. They only saw the bodyguards from the Li family and the subordinates of Lord Hu locked in a standoff, unable to approach. People began to whisper and discuss among themselves. On stage, Li Yunyang and Li Zhong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Xian Zhenghua gain control over Xian Yufei. Li Yunyang's intention to marry Xian Yufei was not for love, but to solidify an alliance, eyeing the power behind her mother. So, no matter the means, as long as he could obtain Xian Yufei, that was enough. Humph. Yi Fan, you fool, you trash, still dreaming of being with Yufei? What a joke. Li Yunyang swaggered over to Yi Fan, thinking to himself that just because he insulted him a couple of times, he ended up getting beaten. He had to retaliate. Wang Fuguei knew martial arts, so Li Yunyang couldn't make a move. But with Yi Fan being foolish now, he had lost all his skills. The key was that Xian Yufei was now under Xianzheng's control, and Li Yunyang couldn't swallow that. You dare. Xian Yufei saw Li Yunyang about to make a move on Yi Fan and immediately stood in front of him. Li Yunyang, this is a matter between the Xian family and your Li family. Do you dare to touch even a hair on Yi Fan? Li Yunyang completely disregarded Xian Yufei's threat. Is this just a matter between the Xian family and my Li family? Xian Yufei, you're thinking too simply. By bringing this idiot here today, you've already dragged the Yi family into this mess. Of course, even if he hadn't come today, he'd soon be reunited with his brothers. Li Yunyang smirked, bypassing Xian Yufei and glaring at Yi Fan. Trash, are you just going to hide behind a woman? Li Yunyang was so focused on his own bravado that he didn't notice Yi Fan's expression growing increasingly dark. From Li Yunyang's continuous taunts, Yi Fan realized that even if he didn't take action against Li Yunyang today, the Li family seemed intent on targeting the Yi family. Were those rivals of the Yi family so impatient? Not only did they want to eliminate the 10 core disciples of the Yi family, but they also aimed to wipe out the last elder and the fool? If that was the case, then there was no need to hold back. How dare you? Xia Hao and others, including Li Hu, shouted in anger when they saw Li Yunyang trying to attack Yi Fan, rushing forward. But Yi Fan subtly gestured to Xia Hao. This time, Yi Fan planned to take matters into his own hands. He intended to take down Li Yunyang on the spot. This would serve as a warning to the Li family and remind those behind them to tread carefully. Young Master Li, are you taking me to find my brother? Young Master Li is a good person, a really good person. Xian Yufei was still trying to shield Yi Fan from Li Yunyang. But Yi Fan clapped his hands and charged out from behind her. Fan Ge, Xian Yufei, with a bitter expression, reached out to pull Yi Fan back. Li Yunyang won't kindly take you to find your brother. He wants to kill you. Humph. Fool, come here and stand still. Li Yunyang saw Yi Fan willingly walking into his trap, and a cold smile crept across his face. After making Yi Fan stand still, he raised his hand and swung it fiercely towards Yi Fan's face. Bastard, how dare you? Wang Fugui, filled with rage, prepared to rush in. Wang Xiao, don't be rash. Xia Hao quickly grabbed Wang Fugui to hold him back. Wang Fugui, frustrated by Xia Hao's repeated interference, snapped. What do you mean don't be rash? How can I not be anxious when my brother is about to get hit? Are you in cahoots with Li Yunyang or something? Xia Hao felt speechless and didn't bother explaining. Just wait and see. Trust your brother. He rolled his eyes, finally understanding why Yi Fan hadn't told his closest friends that he had awakened. If Wang Fugui knew Yi Fan was awake, it wouldn't be long before the whole country found out. With a whoosh, Li Yunyang's hand sliced through the air, creating a whistling sound. Li Zhong's lips twitched, feeling a sense of relief. His gaze involuntarily shifted towards Wang Fugui, realizing that since his son had just been slapped by Wang Fugui, he could at least regain some face through Yi Fan. But to Li Zhong's surprise, the expected crisp sound of a slap did not occur. Li Yunyang's hand swung through the air, only to be deftly dodged by Yi Fan, who tilted his head to avoid the blow. Moreover, Yi Fan seized Li Yunyang's wrist with one hand and curiously asked, Li Xiao, are you trying to help me swat a mosquito? There aren't any on my face. As Yi Fan spoke, a silver needle shot out from his sleeve, aimed swiftly at Li Yunyang's wrist. This strike was executed without any restraint. The silver needle carried a powerful energy that surged through Li Yunyang's meridians and internal organs, even utilizing the corrosive power of fire and ash. Sai, Xian Yufei, and Li Hu, along with others who were unaware of the situation, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Did they not realize that he wasn't helping to swat a mosquito? He was actually aiming to slap you. What the hell? What are you doing? Li Yunyang started to explain, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if he had been electrocuted, making him feel weak all over. Yi Fan quickly released Li Yunyang's wrist, feigning innocence, and said, I didn't do anything. Did a mosquito bite you? Chapter 28. Revenge shouldn't wait overnight. I can't believe you. Li Yunyang retracted his arm and looked at the small red bump on it, suddenly feeling very uncomfortable, as if he was struggling to breathe. A strange force twisted his insides and veins. Yi Fan must have done something to him. However, with Yi Fan's silly demeanor and clear eyes, anyone would think he was just a fool. How could he possibly do anything to Li Yunyang? Yi Fan, I swear I'll kill you. Li Yunyang wanted to continue attacking Yi Fan, but Li Zhong quickly scolded him. Yunyang, stop. Today is your engagement day. Don't dirty your hands. While speaking, Li Zhong turned his gaze to Xian Zhenghua, who had also realized what was happening. He fixed a burning stare at Xian Yufei and said, the 10 seconds are up. Make your decision. 3, 2, 1. I do. When Xian Zhenghua counted down to 1, Xian Yufei, with a choked voice, said, I do. Please don't hurt my father. Xian Zhenghua satisfactorily ended the video call, thinking how much better it would have been if this had happened earlier. Come on. Give her the microphone. Let her explain everything to the guests. He gestured to Li Yunyang and the others, and soon someone handed the microphone to Xian Yufei. Xian Yufei looked at Yi Fan with despair, her tears ruining her makeup. Fan Ge, I'm sorry, I have no choice. She swallowed her tears silently, realizing that she and Yi Fan were fated to be apart. Just go? Xian Yufei bowed slightly to Yi Fan, and then to Xia Hao, Li Hu, Wang Fugui, and others, saying, thank you all. These people had come to help Yi Fan with the wedding heist. In the end, while Li Hu's men had indeed managed to control the scene, Xian Yufei had backed out halfway. After speaking, Xian Yufei took the microphone and walked towards the front of the stage. Xia Hao turned his gaze to Yi Fan, wanting to gauge his reaction. Yi Fan's facial muscles twitched slightly. He was sick. Li Xiao is sick. Can't even get a wife. Ha! You're the one who is sick. Your whole family is sick. Li Yunyang got angry upon hearing Yi Fan speak. Seeing that Yi Fan and the others were still standing in the hall, he shouted at the bodyguards next to him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and throw them out. They're not welcome here. Before the bodyguards could act, Yi Fan had already stepped outside, saying, "This isn't fun. Someone is going to die, someone is going to die." Everyone ignored Yi Fan's words. Only Xia Hao's eyelids twitched violently a few times. Based on previous experiences, he was now certain that the Li family was doomed. Wang Fugui was still a bit indignant. "Big brother, are we just going to let this go? It's clear that Sister Yufei was forced. As long as you're willing, I can help you get her back." Yi Fan didn't respond, just grinning foolishly, which left Wang Fugui speechless. Xia Hao quickly explained, "Wang Xiao, I told you not to rush. Who knows, maybe the Li family's engagement party won't happen today. You're still saying not to rush. Look at how chaotic it's become. How can I not be anxious?" As the two were arguing, Xian Yufei had already grabbed the microphone on stage and began to address the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, I lost my composure earlier. I was just a bit drunk and talking nonsense. Today is my engagement dinner with Li Yunyang, and I welcome you all to join us." While she spoke, her gaze was fixed on Yi Fan's back. Xian Yufei knew that from the moment Yi Fan stepped through the banquet hall doors, there would be no possibility for them in the future. They were now worlds apart, each settling into their own lives. Despite her helplessness, Xian Yufei had no way to resolve the situation. Yes, just now, Yufei was a bit tipsy and said some inappropriate things, so please don't take it to heart. Let's continue with the engagement dinner. Now, let's welcome tonight's star, Li Yunyang. Xian Zhengguo was eagerly playing the role of a peacemaker. "Brother, say something. I really can't stand this. Just a word from you. Old Wang will surely go teach that bastard a lesson that will leave him bedridden for life." Wang Fugui, who was about to leave the banquet hall, was nearly driven mad. Meanwhile, Yi Fan remained blissfully unaware, counting down on his fingers, 3, 2, 1. As Yi Fan finished counting, Li Yunyang, who had just picked up the microphone on stage, suddenly collapsed straight down. His body convulsed violently, frothing at the mouth, and blood began to flow from his orifices. Yunyang, what's wrong? Quick, someone call for help. Hurry, call an ambulance." The scene instantly erupted into chaos, and the guests below were also thrown into a frenzy. Xia Hao sighed in relief as he cast a deep glance at Yi Fan. The Yi in front of him was someone who would repay any grievances. Thank goodness he wasn't on the opposite side. The sudden turn of events on stage left Wang Fugui wide-eyed, both excited and shocked. "Oh my god, he really collapsed? Is he seriously sick? Brother, you're amazing." Mid-sentence, Wang Fugui looked at Xia Hao with some confusion. "Mr. Xia, did you know this would happen already? You must be hiding something from me, right? My brother has woken up? Right, brother?" Wang Fugui excitedly circled around Yi Fan several times. And recalling Yi Fan's earlier words, it seemed everything was under Yi Fan's control. That familiar feeling returned. 5 years ago, when Yi Fan was not foolish, he was always the one in control whenever something happened. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 78. 87. As Wang Fugui looked at Yi Fan with hopeful eyes, Yi Fan began reciting a counting nursery rhyme again. "Old Wang, what do you mean by waking up? I haven't been asleep." Yi Fan's words instantly deflated Wang Fugui. It turned out he had been overthinking it. Yi Fan looked at Wang Fugui, his lips twitching slightly. "That big dumb guy. I wouldn't dare tell you even if I woke up." Today was supposed to be a great occasion for Li Yunyang's engagement, but it started off on the wrong foot. Xian Yufei brought Yi Fan into the venue, and after much effort, Xian Zhengguo finally had Xian Yufei under control, allowing the engagement banquet to continue. But suddenly, Li Yunyang collapsed. As everyone called for an ambulance, Li Zhong stepped forward to check Li Yunyang's pulse, and his heart sank. Li Yunyang was already gone. Just like that, in a matter of seconds, Li Yunyang died. Xian Yufei stood on the stage, looking around in a daze, as if everything was unreal. Li Yunyang was dead? Did that mean she wouldn't have to marry after all? Xian Yufei scanned the hall for Yi Fan's figure and finally spotted him at the entrance, about to leave. When Xian Yufei looked at Yi Fan, he happened to be looking back at her. In his bright eyes, Xian Yufei seemed to see that prodigious genius, the extraordinary young man, returning. In a daze, Xian Yufei even saw Yi Fan give her an okay gesture. Could it be Yi Fan's doing? Was Li Yunyang's death orchestrated by Yi Fan? Was Yi Fan really foolish, or was it all an act? Chapter 29. You're being a bit too nice. Watch out, or I might hit you. The scene was chaotic, and no one paid attention to Yi Fan and the others as they left. Neither did anyone bother with Xian Yufei and Xian Zhengguo anymore. "Let's go," Xian Zhengguo said, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had originally planned to marry off Yufei to Li Yunyang in order to collaborate with the Li family, which would allow him to gain quicker and more secure control over the Xian family, even potentially aligning himself with the Lu family in the provincial capital. Although Xian Zhengguo had considerable influence in the Xian family, He could intervene in many matters concerning Xian Yufei, the branch appointed personally by the old man back in the day. If Xian Zhenghua were to seize power directly, he might not have enough strength to do so. Now, the engagement ceremony had ended abruptly with Li Yunyang's death. Naturally, the engagement was nullified, and with Li Zhong's only son gone, it was certain that this matter wouldn't be resolved easily. It remained uncertain whether Li Zhong would seek trouble with Xian Zhenghua in the future. Humph. Xian Yufei coldly snorted at Xian Zhenghua, not sparing him another glance as she quickly walked out of the hall. The events of today had completely severed any remaining ties between Xian Zhenghua and Xian Yufei. The situation was no longer simply about Xian Zhenghua refusing to pay for Yufei's father's medical expenses. Rather, he was indirectly controlling her father. Thus, Xian Yufei's immediate concern was to get her father out of the hospital that her uncle had arranged for him. She hurriedly left the hall and chased down to the lower floor, but she couldn't find any trace of Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, Xia Hao, Wang Fuguwei, and others were leaving in a car. It was still early, and Su Yixue was busy with company matters. Suddenly, Yi Fan recalled how Xian Zhenghua had used Xian Yufei's father to threaten her, and he thought about helping her resolve this potential crisis. However, Wang Fuguwei had been sticking close to Yi Fan since they left the hotel, leaving Yi Fan with no chance to speak to Xia Hao. Bro, have you woken up yet? Just tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Wang Fuguwei stared at Yi Fan, this being the 30th time he had asked. Old Wang, why do you keep asking me if I'm awake? It's still daytime. I haven't even slept. Yi Fan replied, feeling a bit exasperated. His foolish brother, though simple-minded, wasn't he actually dumb? After so many coincidences, he had finally sensed something was off. As Wang Fuguwei shifted to the side, Yi Fan discreetly sent a message to Xia Hao. Upon reading it, Xia Hao quickly instructed Li Hu to investigate the situation with the Xian family, and the information was soon relayed back. Turn around. Head to the Third People's Hospital. Xia Hao ordered the driver in front. Wang Fuguwei looked curious. President Xia, it's almost dark. Shouldn't we be heading home? What is the point of going to the Third People's Hospital? Xia Hao glanced at Yi Fan, feeling somewhat helpless. He couldn't just say that Yi Xiao wanted to rescue his former father-in-law, could he? So he could only reply with a hint of reluctance. Oh, I remember seeing Miss Xian's father was at the hospital. I thought we might as well check in and see if we can help with anything. Is that it? Wang Fuguwei scratched his head, looking a bit puzzled. Mr. Xia, you're being too kind. Be careful, or I might just hit you. This silly fellow couldn't shake the feeling that there was something strange in the air. A big shot from a provincial capital, a wealthy tycoon dominating the southwestern region, was spending his days running around with a fool? All because Yi Fan saved his life 5 years ago. He was now helping Yi Fan unconditionally from every angle. Not only helping Su Yixue, but also assisting Xian Yufei, and now even going to help Xian Yufei's father? Wang Fuguwei's thick-headedness couldn't grasp it all. By the time he figured it out, Yi Fan would probably have made a grand comeback. Don't worry, you've been by my side. You know I mean no harm to young Master Yi. Xia Hao found Wang Fuguwei's words both amusing and exasperating. In the car, Li Hu, the underground godfather of Yunqing, was clearly much smarter than Wang Fuguwei. Xia Hao suddenly wanted to investigate Xian Zhenghua's whereabouts and visit him in the hospital, which left one of Li Hu's 4 main enforcers, Wang Meng, a bit confused. Boss, are you saying our big boss is just bored? Running around with a fool every day, what is the point? Shut up. Don't speak recklessly. The boss has his reasons for his arrangements. Just follow orders. Li Hu sternly reprimanded Wang Meng and continued, and I warn you, from now on, show enough respect to young Master Yi, whether in person or behind his back. Always refer to him as young Master Yi, understood? If I hear you calling him a fool again, I'll cut out your tongue. From Xia Hao specifically inviting Yi Fan to a banquet, to Yi Fan showcasing his prowess and rescuing Su Yixue in a crisis, and then to Li Yunyang's sudden death, when all these events were pieced together, Li Hu began to have a vague suspicion. The genius prodigy from the Yi family must have awakened, like a great dragon rising again. Otherwise, how could the Zhao family have been annihilated? Was Li Yunyang's death just a coincidence? Moreover, with Xia Hao being a powerful figure in the southwest, such a shrewd person would have considered that even if Yi Fan did save his life, collaborating with the Su family would have sufficed for gratitude. Why go so far as to fawn over him? Thinking back to 5 years ago, when Yi Fan was at the peak of his prowess, a spark ignited in Li Hu's eyes. If he worked diligently and earned even a small favor from young Master Yi, it would surely benefit him immensely in the future. As time would prove, Li Hu's decision was entirely correct. Years later, he would still boast to his children and grandchildren about how wise he had been back then. When Yi Fan, Xia Hao, and Li Hu were on their way to the Third People's Hospital, Xian Zhenghua was hurriedly directing his subordinates, quick, notify the hospital immediately to transfer Xian Zhenghua. Now, Xian Zhenghua had completely torn his relationship with Xian Yufei. Regarding the control of the Xian family group, a confrontation between the two was inevitable. And Xian Zhenghua was a card in Xian Zhenghua's hand. He wouldn't let go of him until he secured the power of the Xian family. As Yi Fan and Xia Hao were nearing the hospital, they received a report from one of Li Hu's men. General Xia, it seems the hospital has caught on. They are in the process of transferring the patient and planning to move him. Delay them. Xia Hao responded, glancing at Yi Fan. Is this the talent of a prodigy? Always able to anticipate events and stay one step ahead. If Yi Fan and the others had acted even a little later, or if they had waited for Xian Yufei to make a move, it might have been too late. When Yi Fan and Xia Hao arrived at the door of the special care room 306, several of Li Hu's subordinates were confronting a few men arranged by Xian Zhenghua. I'm sorry. Without General Xian's orders, we cannot let you take Xian Zhenghua. What orders? Who do you think you are? My brother-in-law is involved here. And you dare to bully him? You're asking for trouble. At this moment, Wang Fuguwei understood the intent behind their presence, and, without hesitation, he unleashed two powerful punches, taking down Xian Zhenghua's men and shielding Yi Fan as they moved towards the hospital room. Chapter 30. Are the military getting involved too? Xia Hao and Li Hu exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit helpless. This Wang Fuguwei was truly formidable. The bodyguards who had been thrown aside, enduring their intense pain, dialed Xian Zhenghua's number. Second Master, things don't look good. President Xia and Master who have come with their men to take him away. They've already entered the hospital room. On the other end of the line, Xian Zhenghua, who was rushing to the hospital, had a dark expression. Humph, that persistent guy? Yi Fan is a complete fool, following them recklessly, unaware of the danger. Don't worry, I've already called the military. Their people are on the way. When Yi Fan entered the hospital room, Xia Hao, understanding the situation, quickly ushered Wang Fuguwei, Li Hu, and the patient out, leaving only Yi Fan. Wang Fuguwei was immediately displeased. President Xia, what are you hiding from me? Do you not trust my discretion? Xia Hao shot Wang Fuguwei an annoyed glance. Trust your discretion? I'd rather believe in ghosts. Seeing that Xia Hao couldn't persuade Wang Fuguwei, Yi Fan decided to speak up. Old Wang, I need to check his body and help him with the toxins. Can you step outside for a moment? Just a moment. Wang Fuguwei wouldn't listen to anyone else. But he would definitely heed Yi Fan's words, regardless of their correctness. All right, big brother, I'll be right outside. Call me if you need anything. Once Wang Fuguwei left, Xia Hao respectfully closed the door and stood guard at the entrance. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan quickly took Xian Zhenghua's pulse and examined his eyelids. Just a quick glance was enough for Yi Fan to understand that there were actually 17 types of toxins used, quite ruthless. Xian Zhenghua's body didn't have any fundamental issues. The car accident from years ago only caused some superficial injuries. He should have awakened long ago. The reason he remained in a coma was that someone had injected 17 types of toxins into his body, and they were combination toxins. Such toxins could easily lead to death if the order of detoxification was just slightly off. Xian Zhenghua, his own brother, had indeed put in a lot of effort to deal with his elder brother. Yi Fan sneered. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to detect this, let alone resolve it. But the legacy he obtained from that dragon-patterned ring was far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. With no hesitation, Yi Fan swiftly wielded his silver needles and pierced them into Xian Zhenghua's blood vessels. He executed the 13 needles of Ghost Valley in full. Soon, numerous black lines began to gather in Xian Zhenghua's veins, ultimately flowing out through the wounds on his fingers. A foul odor filled the room. Some tissues in the basin were corroded and disintegrated. This demonstrated just how dangerous these toxins were. Just as Yi Fan had barely retracted half of the silver needles, Xian Zhenghua groaned and slowly began to awaken. Upon seeing Yi Fan, he was immediately surprised and exclaimed, Xiao Fan? It's me. Yi Fan made a shushing gesture to Xian Zhenghua, saying, Uncle Xian, please keep your voice down. There might be ears on the other side of the wall. Over the years, Xian Zhenghua had actually treated Yi Fan quite well. Growing up alongside Xian Yufei, Yi Fan had enjoyed many meals prepared by Xian Zhenghua. Xian Zhenghua nodded. I know. Even though I was in a coma, I could still hear everything clearly from the outside world. Thank you for saving me. Is Yufei okay? That beast Xian Zheng would dare to harm his own brother for the sake of the Xian group. Xian Zhenghua whispered angrily, and Yi Fan felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Since Xian Zhenghua was aware of everything concerning Xian Zhenghua, there was no need for Yi Fan to explain further. Yufei is fine, but she announced yesterday that she is breaking off our engagement. At this point, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a bit melancholy, knowing that Yufei was coerced into this decision by his second uncle. What? Xian Zhenghua exclaimed upon hearing the news. What has that scoundrel done? Xiao Fan, I'm sorry. I know you've suffered a lot. I'll arrange for you both to have another engagement ceremony. Xian Jinghua had always regarded Yi Fan as his own child, so upon hearing this news, his first thought was to make amends. However, Yi Fan shook his head. Not for now, Uncle Xian. A lot has happened in the past few days. The Yi family has almost been wiped out. My uncles and brothers were all attacked and killed on the same day. Those who want to deal with the Yi family have no intention of letting us go. So, in the eyes of the outside world, I'm still that foolish idiot. I need to stay hidden and root them all out. Those targeting the Yi family won't spare any family connected to us. So it's best for the Xian family to keep their distance from the Yi family for now. Also, there may have been some changes within the Xian family. It's quite complicated. You need to move from here immediately, and Yufei will arrange a safe place for you. I also suggest that you don't wake up right away and support Yufei from behind the scenes. Yi Fan explained everything to Xian Zhenghua. His thinking was sharp and meticulous. The brilliant genius from 5 years ago had returned. Moreover, Yi Fan was clearly more mature and composed in his problem-solving approach than before. What a great son-in-law candidate. That bastard Xian Zhenghua actually canceled the engagement, Xian Zhenghua thought to himself, feeling an intense desire to tear Xian Zhenghua apart. If you need anything, Uncle Xian, you can contact Master Xia. He will help you. Yi Fan introduced Xia Hao to Xian Zhenghua. Xia Hao quickly stepped forward and shook hands with Xian Zhenghua. Mr. Xian, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Of course, it was essential to build a good relationship since he was the future father-in-law of Yi Shao. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside in the corridor. A group of young men in camouflage, armed and ready, quickly gathered at the door of the hospital room. The leader, sporting a major's insignia on his shoulder, barked. Military operations in progress. Civilians should steer clear or face severe consequences. This is the reinforcements that Xian Zhenghua brought in. A major officer from the Yun City military headquarters named Guo Fei, who is a relative of Xian Zhenghua's wife. When he joined the military years ago, Xian Zhenghua helped him a lot. It said that he only came to intimidate the local troublemakers. But Guo Fei took matters into his own hands and brought his men along as a way to repay Xian Zhenghua's past kindness. However, what Guo Fei doesn't realize is that he is about to face a powerful figure that he cannot shake. I'm sorry, this is a private ward. No one is allowed to enter without Mr. Ye's orders. Although Li Hu, Wang Fuguwei, and the others knew that opposing the military could have serious consequences, they showed no hesitation and stood their ground. Crack, crack. Guo Fei waved his hand, and his men in camouflage immediately disengaged the safeties on their weapons. Are you looking for death? It looked like Guo Fei was ready to open fire at any moment. Chapter 31. The Heavenly King Under the Black Tortoise. Officers, we naturally cannot obstruct your work. Please provide the relevant documentation, otherwise, we won't let you through. Li Hu, after all, was the underground godfather of Yun City and had seen his fair share of big scenes. After a moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure. It was just the comatose head of the Xian family. He was usually law-abiding. What trouble could he possibly cause? Moreover, with the person already unconscious, it was definitely unusual for the military to show up now. Documentation. Li Hu's words left Guo Fei and his adjutant momentarily speechless, stammering and unsure of how to respond. They had come to intimidate Li Hu and Yi Fan on behalf of Xian Zhenghua. Where would they find any documentation? Preposterous. We in the military are executing a top-secret mission. What documentation do we need? Do we need to explain ourselves to a bunch of ants like you? Step aside. Or don't blame us for the bullets flying. Guo Fei, being a major, reacted swiftly and defused the situation with a single sentence. No documentation. No orders from young Master Yi. I'm afraid we can't comply. Li Hu responded coldly, signaling to his men around him, brothers, arm yourselves and prepare for battle. I want to see what the military dares to do against us. Clatter. In the corridor, all of Li Hu's men brandished their weapons, standing off against Guo Fei as subordinates. These men were Li Hu's loyal followers, having tasted blood alongside him, and they executed his orders without hesitation. At such close range, even if Guo Fei's men were armed, they were outnumbered. If a fight truly broke out, Guo Fei's side might not come out on top. What do you want? Are you planning a rebellion? Guo Fei barked at Li Hu and the others, his gaze sharp, though he felt a twinge of worry. Were these men really willing to risk their lives? Had their camouflage uniforms lost their deterrent effect? Guo Fei was also concerned. If the situation escalated and his superiors found out, he would be in serious trouble. Sir, don't put such a big label on us. We just want to see the documentation. Li Hu retorted, we really can't see how a comatose patient in the hospital could be linked to any top-secret mission. Preposterous. Guo Fei shouted again, but he couldn't find any words to counter. Brothers, prepare to take action. Click, click. The sound of gun bolts being pulled back filled the air. Every brother under Guofei raised their guns, and a tense atmosphere of impending violence enveloped the corridor. A major confrontation could erupt at any moment. Just then, Yi Fan and Xia Hao emerged from the room. Upon seeing the situation, Xia Hao was momentarily stunned. Before he could speak, Yi Fan chimed in, "Hey, why are there so many soldiers here? Are those real guns you're holding?" Curiously, Yi Fan stepped forward and reached out to touch the barrel of a young man's gun. The young man swayed back, startled. "Get lost. You're asking for trouble." At the same time, he shoved Yi Fan away. Clang. As Yi Fan swayed, a metallic object fell from his body, rolling right to the feet of Deputy Commander Guofei. The deputy casually picked it up, glanced at it without much thought, and turned to toss it into a nearby trash can. What was it? Although Guofei had only caught a fleeting glimpse, he felt a sense of familiarity with the pattern on the object, causing his heart to skip a beat. Oh, it turned out to be a round metal piece engraved with a turtle design, along with 4 golden stars. The deputy examined the object a bit more closely before reporting to Guofei, wondering where it had come from amidst the trash. Thud. The deputy tossed the item directly into the trash can. Wait. After hearing the deputy's description, Guofei's heart raced violently as he hurriedly scolded the deputy. But it was already too late. Damn. If the deputy's description was correct, that was a token belonging to one of the 4 kings of the Xuanwu exhibition zone. A rank above a 4-star general. It held the power to command millions of troops across the 8 provinces of the southeast. How could this token end up in the hands of that fool, Yi Fan? What? The deputy didn't quite understand Guofei's frantic actions, but in the next moment, Guofei dashed toward the trash can, frantically rummaging through the garbage. Boss. The deputy was left stunned. The trash can was filthy. What is going on? Was that thing really that important? Shut up. Guofei was already drenched in sweat, sensing that the item Yi Fan had was likely genuine. If that was the case, even 10 of his heads wouldn't be enough to save him. Guofei's subordinates exchanged bewildered glances. Should we act or not? Nearby, the subordinates of Li Hu and Xia Hao, as well as Wang Fugue and others, watched the scene unfold, equally confused. What was going on? Just a random object dropped by young master Yi had sent a major into such a panic? Only Xia Hao understood that Yi Fan hadn't dropped it by chance. He had done it intentionally. Found it. Guofei dismantled the trash can into 8 pieces and finally located the token that the deputy had tossed away earlier. Holding it up for a closer look, he felt his whole body go limp. The counterfeit mark and all the codes were completely correct. Damn, the young master of the Yi family, whom everyone thought was a fool, was actually one of the 4 kings of the Xuanwu battle zone? Who could have known? Subordinates. We greet the king of Xuanwu. We deserve death. Guofei fell to the ground, simultaneously commanding all his subordinates to kneel. The area where Guofei was located was entirely under the jurisdiction of the Xuanwu battle zone. A king, second only to one person, could crush a mere major with just a flick of a finger. Although Guofei's subordinates didn't understand what had happened, they could tell from Guofei's actions that things had definitely taken a turn for the worse. Forgive us, your majesty. Hiss. The situation on site had completely flipped 180 degrees due to the appearance of a single token. The sudden turn of events was a bit overwhelming. Li Hu and Wang Fugue were still trying to process what was happening. Yi Fan watched Guofei and the others, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he feigned surprise. Huh, why did you all suddenly kneel? Is this a New Year's greeting? Isn't it still a bit early for that? Get up, get up. Your subordinate dares not. Guofei knelt on the ground, too afraid to move. We didn't know it was your highness the king. Please forgive us, your highness. As he spoke, Guofei respectfully handed over a token to Yi Fan. Curious. Yi Fan took the token in his hand and glanced at it. Is this mine? How come I didn't know about it? He shrugged it off. Never mind, never mind. Don't kneel on the ground. It's cold down there. Yi Fan casually stuffed the token into his pocket. It looked like gold and should be worth quite a bit. Thanks. And keep this a secret for me, okay? Otherwise, others might come and try to take my gold. Yi Fan's words left Guofei completely stunned. The king. What does this mean? Is Yi Fan really just clueless, or is he playing dumb? Chapter 32. There's no going back. As Guofei looked at Yi Fan with confusion, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a sharp glint in Yi Fan's eyes. The threatening look was unmistakable, and Yi Fan subtly nodded. Boom. A thunderous realization exploded in Guofei's mind. The young master of the Yi family is definitely not a fool, quietly becoming one of the 4 kings of the Xuanwu battle zone. This must be the highest military rank achieved by the younger generation of the Yi family, right? The old master of the Yi family founded the Tianlong army, held the title of King of Baoyang, and was ultimately feared by the royal family. Now, even though the Yi family has suffered under a conspiracy, do they still have successors? After a few seconds of rapid thinking, Guofei quickly understood that Yi Fan was signaling him to keep the secret and leave immediately. Your subordinate takes his leave. I will definitely respect the commands of the king. Guofei quickly got up from the ground, called to his subordinates, and as he turned to leave, he couldn't help but remind, young Master Yi, please be cautious of Xian Zhenghua. Actually, Yi Fan naturally knew without Guofei's reminder that Xian Zhenghua had brought in reinforcements. Big brother? What was that thing you just did? It was so intense. You made a major feel that afraid? Big brother, are you hiding something from me? Let me see. As soon as Guofei left, Wang Fuguei stepped forward and grabbed Yi Fan's arm, eager to see the token from earlier. Wang Fuguei's grandfather was the deputy general to Yi Fan's grandfather, so he was somewhat familiar with military matters. The four kings of the Xuanwu army are figures that dominate the entire Great Xia. The old master of the Yi family had once said that as long as there was a king in the Tianlong army, he wouldn't have to worry about it being disbanded. Not a chance. Old Wang, are you trying to steal my gold? Let me tell you, even if you're my brother, that's not happening. Yi Fan hurriedly clutched his pocket tightly, as if afraid Wang Fuguei would snatch away his token. Xiao Hao, watching from the side, couldn't help but show a wry smile. He was well aware of Yi Fan's situation. Ah, poor young Master Yi. Clearly awake, but still pretending to be a fool. However, Yi Fan's acting skills are truly exceptional. The way he pretends to be foolish is indistinguishable from the real thing. With skills like that, he could definitely win an Oscar in Hollywood. Forget it, forget it. Big brother, I'm just curious. Wang Fuguei never defied Yi Fan's wishes. And since Yi Fan didn't agree, he didn't press further. But the attitudes of Li Hu and his men in the room underwent a dramatic transformation. No longer looking down on Yi Fan, they had previously been puzzled by Xia Hao's flattery towards Yi Fan. While they had executed Xia Hao's orders with respect towards Yi Fan, it was mainly due to the authority of Xia Hao and Li Hu. But now, a mere token casually dropped by Yi Fan had made the camouflaged major kneel in submission, elevating Yi Fan to an untouchable status in their eyes. Xian Zhenghua, in the room, peered through the door crack to get a sense of the situation outside, and heard everything clearly. Damn Xian Zhenghua, look at what you've done. It was supposed to be a grand fortune for the Xian family, and you just pushed it away. I really want to strangle you. No, I absolutely can't let such an excellent son-in-law slip away like this. But, Yi Xiao also said that he needs to continue pretending to be unconscious in front of Yu Fei, so how should I remind her? I need to come up with a plan. At the entrance of the hospital room, Yi Fan and Xia Hao didn't wait long before Xian Yufei rushed over with a few security guards. Seeing the bodyguards lying on the ground, along with Yi Fan and Xia Hao, Xian Yufei immediately understood. Her second uncle must have sent people to kidnap her father. And Yi Fan and Xia Hao arrived in time to rescue him. Thankfully, Yi Fan and Xia Hao acted quickly, otherwise, by the time she arrived, her father might have already been taken away by her uncle's men. Even though Xian Yufei had the support of many elders in the Xian family, she would still be constrained if her father was held captive by her uncle. Fanggu, thank you, Xian Yufei said with deep emotion as she stepped forward to wrap her arms around Yi Fan's neck, intending to kiss him. They used to be lovers. But she missed that perfect opportunity. Now, after everything that has happened, Xian Yufei is more determined in her feelings. Even if Yi Fan is a fool, she is willing to be his woman. Just as Xian Yufei's lips were about to touch Yi Fan's, he suddenly pushed her away. No, my wife, Yi Shui, said I can't kiss other girls. No. Yufei, you're not my wife anymore, we can't kiss. Yi Fan's words made Xian Yufei freeze in place. Not his wife anymore. That sentence pierced her heart like a thorn, causing a sharp pain. Yes, since yesterday, she had publicly acknowledged the annulment of her engagement with Yi Fan in front of so many people. Her uncle's announcement was something she accepted without resistance, which was a huge blow to Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan's intelligence had diminished, Xian Yufei clearly remembered the disappointment in his eyes yesterday. Perhaps, even though Yi Fan seemed foolish now, deep down he still cared for her, believed in her unconditionally, and considered her his support. But when he needed her the most, she chose to leave. In the end, she had let Fan go down. Tears welled up in her eyes. But Xian Yufei quickly composed herself and made a decision in her heart. Since she had made a mistake, she should make amends. Now that Fan Gu is still in a foolish state, she would treat him twice as well. Maybe when he wakes up, he will forgive her, and they can mend their broken relationship. Fanggu, what happened yesterday was orchestrated by my uncle, and my acceptance also hurt you. I sincerely apologize. But I won't give up. In front of so many people today, I, Xian Yufei, vow that in this lifetime, I will only be Yi Fan's woman. The harm I caused you before, I will make up for it bit by bit. Fanggu, please give me this chance. Xian Yufei spoke each word with a powerful resonance, leaving everyone in the room exchanging bewildered glances. This was a dramatic turn of events. Just yesterday, The Xian family announced their intention to break off the engagement with the Yi family, and now they were talking about reconciling? Xiao Hao narrowed his eyes. Could it be that Xian Yufei had uncovered something hidden about young Master Yi? Li Hu and the others looked on with disdain. Did she think the Yi family was a vegetable market, where one could come and go as they pleased? Although Yi Fan's expression remained neutral, his feelings were quite complicated. To say he had no feelings for Xian Yufei would be a lie. They had grown up together, childhood sweethearts who had shared so many beautiful moments. How could he just forget? But now that Xian Yufei wanted to return, Yi Fan certainly wouldn't give in so easily. Besides, if he agreed to Xian Yufei, what would happen to his 7 stunning sisters-in-law? No, you can't take me back. I already have a wife. Yushue is the best. She promised to give me a big, chubby baby. Yi Fan said with a sincere expression, his eyes filled with happiness. Xian Yufei felt a pang in her heart as she watched him. Something must have happened last night, but she was determined not to give up. It's okay. Fan Gu, I will work hard. Xian Yufei suppressed the pain within her, bowed to Xia Hao and the others, and said, thank you all. I will first settle my father, and then I'll treat you all to a meal to show my gratitude. With that, she stepped towards the hospital room. Fearing that if she continued to speak, she would be unable to hold back her tears. Chapter 33. Want to assassinate the great summer medical sage? Yi Fan looked at the lonely figure of Xian Yufei, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. However, there were many things he couldn't express too clearly at the moment. Moreover, Xian Yufei had tacitly agreed to the annulment of their engagement. If she wanted to return to the past, she would have to pay some price, wouldn't she? After all, he was the fool, no matter how outrageous his actions were. Everyone seemed to understand. What worried Yi Fan now was that the prescription from Su Yishua's company had been stolen. How should he deal with this situation? Yu Linglong had mentioned inviting the great summer medical sage, Lei Qianjue, to treat him, and he hoped that the old man would arrive soon. Just as Yi Fan was thinking about this, his phone rang. It was his wife, Su Yishue. Xiao Fan, great news. Linglong has already brought old Master Lei on his way to Yun City. With the great summer medical sage here, your foolishness will definitely improve. Hearing Su Yishue's words on the phone, Yi Fan let out a quiet sigh of relief. With Lei Qianjue coming, the issue regarding the prescription would be much easier to resolve. However, he was somewhat concerned that some people might not be too pleased about Lei Qianjue coming to treat him for his foolishness. Would they create obstacles for the old man along the way? Yishue, when are they arriving? Are they taking a plane? Yi Fan decided he needed to pay a bit more attention. After all, Lei Qianjue was the great summer medical sage, a highly respected medical talent for the nation. He certainly didn't want anything to happen to him during this struggle. At the same time, Yi Fan wanted to trace the roots of the issue and confront those who had attacked the Yi family. Is Xiao Wang and General Xiao with you? Hand the phone to them. I need to talk to them. Su Yishue was still a bit worried about Yi Fan. She feared that even if she told him, he might not remember everything. Yi Fan gave a bittersweet smile and handed the phone to Xia Hao, who quickly conveyed the flight information and time to him. When Xia Hao handed the phone back to Yi Fan, he instantly understood. Yi Fan wanted to go to the airport to pick up Mr. Lei. The situation was complicated. Although Yu Linglong was on the way, Yi Fan still needed to ensure Mr. Lei's safety. He certainly had his reasons for concern. Let us go. We're heading to the airport. At this moment, there was less than an hour until the flight landed. Yi Fan and Xia Hao quickly made their way, timing it perfectly. As Xia Hao called out to everyone, he gave a brief instruction to Li Hu. Brothers, stay sharp. Report any suspicious individuals to me immediately. Li Hu and his brothers were full of energy now. They had already seen that Yi Fan's background was incredibly strong, even though Yi Fan was considered foolish. Despite the Yi family's suppression, he had not suffered any losses so far. Moreover, the Zhao family, who opposed the Yi family, had mysteriously been wiped out. Li Yunyong, who had tried to harm Xian Yufei, had met his end on the spot. Although they weren't particularly clever, they vaguely sensed that Yi Fan might be planning something big. If one day Yi Fan awakened, then those who were close to him would surely rise to prominence. Meanwhile, as Yi Fan and the others took action, in a secret residence in the northwest, an old man quietly listened to his subordinate's report. Master, just received news that Yu Linglong has actually managed to persuade the great physician of the Daxia dynasty to treat Yi Fan, and he is already on his way to Yun City. The middle-aged man in front of the old man responded gloomily. Lei Qianjue had a good relationship with Yi Changfeng before, and if this really works, with Yi Fan's talent, we might be in trouble. The old man turned his teacup slightly, raised his eyebrows, and said calmly, So, what do you plan to do? I've already sent someone to lie in wait at the Yun City airport. They will try to intercept and dissuade Mr. Lei on the way. I hope he listens to reason. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll be too late. The middle-aged man made a gesture across his throat, making it clear he intended to deal with Lei Qianjue directly. Think this through. Mr. Lei is a national treasure appointed by the royal family. If anything goes wrong, you know the consequences. The old man did not make his stance clear, neither supporting nor opposing. The middle-aged man understood the elder's implication. Don't worry, elder. As long as I can stop the Yi family from rising again, I will take full responsibility for the consequences. This matter has nothing to do with you. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead. By the way, how is the suppression of the Su family coming along? Why is it that such a small family like the Su's hasn't been dealt with yet? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He had intended to report on the actions of the Li family. However, he had just received news that the Li family had successfully stolen the Su family's core formula. Just less than an hour after a press conference, during the engagement banquet with Xian Yufei, someone suddenly died. The key point was that Yi Fan was also present, and this incident had a huge impact on the Li family. Their subsequent actions might need to be put on hold. If he reported this accurately, the elder might get angry again, so he decided to handle it quietly himself. Rest assured, elder, I will urge them. If we can't resolve this within 2 days, I will personally go to Yun City. With the Zhao family destroyed and Li Yunyang suddenly dead, the middle-aged man felt something was off. He feared that relying solely on the Lu family from Tianan province and a few families in Yun City wouldn't be enough to solve the problem. At Yun City airport, before Yi Fan and Xia Hao arrived, many of Li Hu's men had already infiltrated the airport. Boss Hu, according to the brothers' observations, at least 20 or 30 unfamiliar faces have appeared at the airport. What should we do? Li Hu's subordinate reported respectfully. Li Hu's expression darkened. What kind of question is that? Eliminate them all. But Li Hu's subordinate hesitated. Most of them can be dealt with easily, but several are martial arts experts. And there are even some who have reached the mastery level. None of our brothers can match them. Upon hearing this news, Li Hu was also taken aback. Although he was the underground boss of Yun City, his men had limited strength. They could handle ordinary people, but against real masters, they were helpless. Yi Fan, who was nearby, frowned slightly and glanced at Wang Fuguei. He developed a plan in his mind. It seemed that being strong on his own wasn't enough. He needed to quickly cultivate a group of powerful experts. I poked them with a needle and chased them away. When Xia Hao looked over at him, Yi Fan spoke up with a simple and honest tone, instantly relieving Xia Hao's tension. Xia Hao had a general idea of Yi Fan's strength. Now that Yi Fan's skills should be fully recovered, with young Master Yi around, there shouldn't be any problems. Let's take young Master Yi to check it out. He might have a solution. Xia Hao turned to Li Hu and said, while Wang Fuguei nearby expressed some concern, Mr. Xia, do you think my brother can handle this? Maybe I should step in first, and if I can't deal with it, then my brother can jump in. All right, you help me deal with them. Yi Fan preferred not to always take action himself, and with Wang Fuguei leading the charge, it would save him some trouble. With Yi Fan's permission, Li Hu's men, along with Wang Fuguei and Yi Fan, made their way through the crowd at the airport. Over there, Li Hu's subordinates were watching a man wearing a baseball cap with suspicion. The man was acting furtively, and when he saw Yi Fan and the others approaching, he immediately became alert and tried to flee. However, Wang Fuguei stepped forward and grabbed him by the neck, using his internal strength to prevent his escape. With a thud, the man was knocked unconscious, and 2 of Li Hu's subordinates supported him as they headed out of the airport. In the vast terminal, Li Hu's men were springing into action from every corner, and with Wang Fuguei's help, they quickly eliminated a significant number of the lurking assassins. There were still 3 left, and they were quite powerful, so young Master Wang needed to be cautious. Chapter 34, The Dragged-Down Assassin. In fact, not only Li Hu's subordinates, but both Yi Fan and Wang Fuguei had noticed it. Over there, 3 men were hiding among a crowd of travelers, but their martial aura was hard to conceal. When Yi Fan glanced in their direction, they were already looking back at him. They were the core members of this operation. Just moments ago, they realized that the people stationed at the airport had suddenly lost contact, and they began scanning the area to locate their missing subordinates, only to spot Yi Fan, Xia Hao, and Wang Fuguei approaching. Boss, that fool Yi Fan is here too, and he has brought along that old bastard Xia Hao. This is bad news. One of the thin men anxiously told a bespectacled young man beside him as he observed Wang Fuguei and the others closing in. The bespectacled youth remained relatively calm. What are we afraid of? We haven't done anything wrong. There are so many people here. Can they really do anything to us? Before he could finish, he suddenly saw his subordinates being escorted out by Li Hu's men at the airport exit, and his composure instantly shattered. Those subordinates were all martial arts experts whom the bespectacled youth had personally trained. They had been quietly captured without a sound. After a moment of thought, the bespectacled youth quickly realized that all the subordinates he couldn't reach must have been taken control of by Yi Fan and Xia Hao's people. So strong? Aside from the three of them, everyone else was instantly subdued. How did they manage that? He wasn't particularly worried about the others. But Wang Fuguwei was a powerful master in the martial arts realm. If things escalated, this was Yun City International Airport, where official experts were also present. It would be difficult for him to handle the situation later. He had come to stop or assassinate Lei Qianjue, and if he got delayed by other matters, it would be hard to explain to those above. What was even more infuriating was that aside from Wang Fuguwei, when the bespectacled youth exchanged glances with Yi Fan, he noticed that Yi Fan also exuded a martial aura, and it was not weak at all. What is going on? Didn't the intel say that Yi Fan had lost all his skills after becoming foolish? How has Yi Fan's strength recovered now? Block them. I'll go stop Lei Qianjue. The bespectacled youth glanced at the big screen, which showed that Lei Qianjue's flight had arrived, and he could vaguely see Lei Qianjue's figure in the exit corridor. According to the orders from above, it was best to first intimidate Lei Qianjue, making him back down. Only if Lei Qianjue insisted on entering Yun City to rescue Yi Fan would they take real action. Although the bespectacled youth's two brothers were unhappy, they dared not disobey his orders. As Xia Hao and Wang Fuguwei approached, the two young men had already stepped forward. You've got some nerve, trying to ruin our plans. The two youths targeted Wang Fuguwei and immediately launched their attack. Both of the youths were also at the martial arts mastery level, and Wang Fuguwei was roughly at that level too. If it turned into a 2-on-1 situation, Wang Fuguwei would indeed be at a disadvantage. Ah, boss, why are you running? You took my doll, give it back to me. Yi Fan glared at the departing bespectacled young man, shouting as he quickly rushed forward. In a flash of movement, he fired a seed bullet from his hand, perfectly hitting one of the martial arts experts who were dealing with Wang Fuguwei, sealing his bloodline. Uft! The martial artist, who had just charged towards Wang Fuguwei and was about to strike, suddenly froze. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he was knocked to the ground by Wang Fuguwei's punch. To outsiders, it appeared as if the martial artist had willingly walked into a death trap, allowing Wang Fuguwei to unleash his fury. What the hell? Wang Fuguwei was equally stunned, unsure of what had just transpired. However, with one of the two martial artists down, dealing with the remaining one became much easier for him. Just a few punches, and he had the martial artist retreating in defeat. Suddenly seeing Yi Fan chase after the other bespectacled young martial artist, Wang Fuguwei's heart raced. Big brother, don't run off. Wait for me. The strength of that bespectacled youth was at least equal to Wang Fuguwei's. If Yi Fan rushed in and something went wrong, how would he explain it to Sister Ishua? Before leaving, Su Ishua had entrusted him with taking care of Yi Fan, insisting that he couldn't afford any mishaps. Xia Hao, aware of Yi Fan's true abilities, quickly followed along with Li Hu, and said to Wang Fuguwei, Wang Xiao, I'll go after them. Don't worry, you have to trust your big brother. Just think about how old Wolf Wu met his end. Xia Hao's words jolted Wang Fuguwei awake. When Su Ishua was being hunted by old Wolf Wu and his crew, Yi Fan had charged in on a motorcycle, effectively taking them down. At that time, Wang Fuguwei had felt the powerful aura of martial arts emanating from Yi Fan. Could it be that, although his brother seemed unconscious, some of his skills had already awakened? Meanwhile, the bespectacled young man was being pursued by Yi Fan, his mind racing with 1,000 expletives. Damn it, when did I ever take your doll? Is that fool from the Yi family really that clueless? However, the surrounding travelers, unaware of the truth, saw Yi Fan innocently chasing after the young man and even attempted to intervene. Look at you, wearing glasses and seeming so refined. Why steal a child's toy? Just give it back. Right. It's not nice to run away. Where do you think you can escape to? The bespectacled young man was infuriated, wishing he could curse these people out. Get lost. He fixed his gaze on the passage ahead. Once he turned the next corner, he would reach Lei Qianjue. There were also his men lying in wait, and even if Lei Qianjue refused to cooperate, with the protection of the master Yulinglong, he could still deal with Lei Qianjue. The bespectacled youth continued to sprint forward, but the more he ran, the more uneasy he felt. Despite his speed and the use of martial energy, he was shocked to realize that Yi Fan was still right behind him, not falling behind, and even seemed to be catching up. Is this how a fool should look? Has Yi Fan's extraordinary talent awakened? The bespectacled young man was shocked and quickened his pace. He could see that he was less than 2 meters away from Lei Qianjue's figure. Mr. Lei. The young man was about to speak when he suddenly felt his back leg being grabbed and pulled back forcefully. Ah, finally caught you. Hand over my doll. Give it back to me. The bespectacled youth was yanked several feet back, creating distance between him and Lei Qianjue. Damn it. The assassin was about to go crazy. Was he really being held back like this? At that moment, Yulinglong, who was following Lei Qianjue, also reacted. What do you want? Yulinglong glared coldly at the bespectacled young man, her entire aura radiating power. The next moment, Yu Linglong spotted Yi Fan, and her pupils widened in surprise. Yi Fan, what are you doing here? Yu Linglong furrowed her brows. What is Yushua doing? Wasn't she supposed to take care of Yi Fan during the first month? How did he end up at the airport alone? Chapter 35, Supreme Body Technique, Stars Shifting. What the hell? Damn it, you old bastard. At this moment, the bespectacled youth vented all his frustration with a barrage of curses in his heart. Get lost. I didn't take your pathetic doll. Just get out of my way. The youth glared fiercely at Yi Fan, his mind already clouded with murderous intent. After all, the orders from above were clear. Don't let Lei Qianjue succeed in treating Yi Fan. So, if he simply killed Yi Fan, wouldn't that also count as completing the mission? As he pushed Yi Fan, the bespectacled youth exerted a bit of force, sending a wave of energy surging towards Yi Fan's body. Even if he couldn't kill Yi Fan, at the very least, he could severely injure him on the spot. However, as the energy shot out, he suddenly realized something was wrong. All his martial arts energy seemed to vanish into thin air, with no reaction whatsoever. Meanwhile, Yi Fan stood there, completely still. More critically, as Yi Fan twisted his wrist, the bespectacled youth suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Following that, a powerful force of energy surged back towards him, instantly beginning to corrode his meridians and life force. In the blink of an eye, the youth realized that his martial arts mastery had plummeted from the master level down to the control level. What? What is happening? What have you done to me? He shouted in terror, trying to distance himself from Yi Fan. At that moment, Yu Linglong had already reacted. Seeing the bespectacled youth push Yi Fan, she exploded with rage. How dare you? You dare touch my man. You're asking for death. Boom. Without hesitation, Yu Linglong unleashed her master-level power, throwing a punch straight at the bespectacled youth's chest. Crack. Crack. The youth instinctively swung his arms to block, barely managing to fend off Yu Linglong's attack, but his arm bones shattered painfully, sending him staggering backward. As he was still trying to think of a way to mount an effective counterattack, his body suddenly convulsed violently, blood pouring from his 7 orifices as he collapsed to the ground, instantly devoid of any life force. Dead. The scene left Yu Linglong and the arriving Xia Hao, Li Hu, and others stunned. Yu Linglong's pupils dilated. She was fully aware of her own strength. She had only used peak control level power, which could certainly injure the youth, but to kill him in one strike was simply improbable. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, Yu Linglong recalled that the bespectacled youth had just been shouting about how Yi Fan had stabbed him. Could it be that Yi Fan had made a move? But Yi Fan was clearly in a dazed state. How could he have so easily killed a master-level expert? Moreover, even if he were to kill, what could a mere needle do? With a puzzled expression, Yu Linglong searched for Yi Fan's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had already slipped behind Lei Qianjue. Another young man in a plaid shirt had approached him and whispered in his ear, "Mr. Lei, you'd better leave Yin City immediately. Don't interfere with the treatment of the young master of the Yi family, or we will have no choice but to send you on your way." As the renowned medical sage of the great Xia, Lei Qianjue was not only a master of medicine but also skilled in martial arts. His connections in the great Xia were incredibly powerful, to the point where few dared to challenge him. Now, someone was actually threatening him? Lei Qianjue's face was filled with rage. "You trash? Threatening me? Humph. Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" Looking for death. Lei Qianjue had been unsettled since hearing the tragic news about the Yi family a couple of days ago. The Yi family had played a significant role in establishing the Great Xia Dynasty, and now they had been completely wiped out. Such a brutal outcome left the world in shock. Therefore, when Yu Linglong sought his help to save Yi Fan, he had immediately set aside his work to assist her without hesitation. The achievements of the Yi family had indeed intimidated certain people, but to act so decisively and annihilate the Yi family was excessive. Lei Qianjue felt a knot of anger in his chest as he scolded the young man and slapped at him. The young man's eyes flashed with coldness. "Old fool, you're digging your own grave. Don't blame me." As he spoke, the young man swung a gleaming dagger toward Lei Qianjue's arm. Blue light. It's poisonous. As a renowned physician, Lei Qianjue immediately recognized that the blade was coated with a deadly poison, the deep blue color indicating its potency. This was an attempt to kill him. Lei Qianjue wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The young man had not only drawn his dagger but also unbuttoned his shirt, triggering a mechanism that unleashed a barrage of poison needles. This was an ancient hidden weapon developed by the Tang sect, filled with countless poison needles. At such close range, how could Lei Qianjue possibly evade them all? As shock surged through him, Lei Qianjue felt his heart sink. Although he was the medical sage of the great Xia, facing such a multitude of poison needles left him utterly helpless. Moreover, given that the opponent had struck first, They were surely using a lethal toxin designed to seal his fate. There was no chance of self-rescue. Damn it, what a blunder. Lei Qianjue felt no regret. Only rage and unwillingness. Even the great Xia's top physician was to be killed. It seemed the other side was determined to erase the Yi family from existence. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Hey, big brother, why did you bump into me? That hurt. It was Yi Fan. As he complained, Yi Fan pushed the young man in the shirt with all his might. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and by the time they regained their senses, the situation on the scene had completely changed. Just moments ago, the young man had been facing Lei Qianjue after triggering the barrage of poison needles. In the blink of an eye, the young man in the floral shirt had already changed direction and position, now turned away from Lei Qianjue and leaning against him. The poison needles that shot out had yet to reach Lei Qianjue, with the young man in the floral shirt standing in front of him. He had become a natural shield. Puff, puff. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, the young man's body was instantly riddled with holes. No, no. As he felt the numbness and excruciating pain in his chest, despair flickered in his eyes, mixed with shock and disbelief. This was the legendary, long-lost supreme movement technique. The reversal of stars? This technique could instantly change one's or a target's position, making it the best combat maneuver to enhance attack efficiency or evade pursuit. It had been lost for a millennium, existing only in ancient texts. How could Yi Fan possibly know this? How could this be? Has Yi Fan awakened? Chapter 36. Who saved me? In the gradually fading consciousness of the young man, he finally realized one thing. He had been played. His strength was superior to that of the bespectacled youth, and he had a final trump card against Lei Qianjue. Yet, the bespectacled youth had inexplicably died at the hands of Yu Linglong, but before his death, he had also interacted with Yi Fan. Now, he had also fallen victim. And the reason was that Yi Fan had merely rested his wrist on his shoulder. He understood now that Yi Fan must have done something. However, none of that mattered anymore. Even if he knew the truth, it could not change anything. Thud. The young man in the floral shirt fell into a pool of blood, the loud noise causing Lei Qianjue, whose eyes had already closed, to open them again in confusion. He looked down at his chest. No wounds, no injuries. He wasn't dead? What? What was going on? He wasn't dead, but his would-be assassin had suddenly been killed by his own hidden weapon? What kind of miracle could happen over just 1 meter? Lei Qianjue glanced around in bewilderment. Beside him, aside from the ordinary bodyguards arranged by Yu Linglong, there was Yi Fan, who was standing 2 meters away with a silly grin. Look, I told you not to bump into me. This is your karma. Serves you right. But the way Yi Fan looked, it was hard to believe he had saved him. Could it be that one of those bodyguards was a hidden expert who had suddenly come to his rescue? Impossible. Lei Qianjue was very clear about the abilities of those bodyguards. They could not possess such strength. Was it Yi Fan? Lei Qianjue shot a questioning glance at Yi Fan. Although he had been a monstrous genius 5 years ago and was already a master-level expert, now he was in a foolish state, right? Moreover, even if Yi Fan had returned to normal at such a close distance and under the assault of the Lihua storm, to save him and escape unscathed was something that a master-level expert could not achieve, unless they had reached a level beyond that of a martial arts master. But could that even be possible? Furthermore, with Yi Fan so close to him, if he had made a move as a martial arts expert himself, how could he not sense even the slightest fluctuation of energy? Lei Qianjue quickly ruled Yi Fan out. So, aside from Yi Fan, the only other possible suspect was Yu Linglong. However, when Lei Qianjue turned to look at Yu Linglong, he saw her with a similarly bewildered expression. Yu Linglong was still immersed in the shock of having killed the bespectacled master expert with a single move. How could she have had the chance to save Lei Qianjue? In just the blink of an eye, another master-level expert had been killed by the Lihua storm. It was bizarre. The opponent had first activated the Lihua storm, then quickly reversed direction, rushing to the poison needle, making himself a living target to be shot dead. Was there something wrong with his head? This was utterly unreasonable. Yu Linglong was the first to react, rushing to Yi Fan's side and grabbing his arm, saying, Yi Fan, tell me, have you awakened? Are you deceiving us? If you dare to trick me, I swear I'll chop you up. Originally, Yi Fan planned to be honest with Yu Linglong, but he suddenly felt a chill in his pants and quickly swallowed his thoughts. His big wife was quite fierce, and some things were better left for later. Awake? I just woke up this morning. Why do I need to wake up again? Linglong, are you here just to see me? Do you want to sleep with me? Yi Fan said with a silly grin as he wrapped his arms around Yu Linglong's slim waist, pulling her close. Although Yu Linglong had a marriage agreement with the Yi family, she had hardly even seen the eldest of the Yi family, let alone shared any intimate moments with him. Being suddenly embraced like this by Yi Fan made her body stiffen, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Don't talk nonsense. Yu Linglong initially wanted to scold Yi Fan, but then she remembered that she had publicly declared to marry him in front of so many sisters. Sooner or later, she would be his woman anyway, so she let it go. Besides, he was still a fool at the moment. However, this did give Yi Fan an advantage. At such a close distance, Yi Fan felt the warmth and softness of Yu Linglong's chest, along with a particularly pleasant fragrance. Mr. Lei, I beg you. This is my husband, Yi Fan. Yu Linglong respectfully bowed to Lei Qianjue. Lei Qianjue nodded, reassuring her, rest assured, I will do my utmost. Soon after, Wang Fugue and Li Hu, who had finished their battle, arrived with a large group of people. Big brother, are you okay? Wang Fugue felt relieved to see Yi Fan unharmed. Turning to Lei Qianjue, he quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Sage of Medicine Lei. As the Sage of Medicine in the Great Xia, Lei Qianjue was known to almost everyone. The key was that he not only saved those prominent figures, but also contributed numerous remedies that benefited ordinary people. Sage of Medicine Lei, I entrust my brother to you. As long as you can cure him, I am willing to work like a horse for you. Wang Fugue said earnestly, genuinely wanting the best for Yi Fan. Lei Qianjue and Yu Linglong saw so many people gathering and instantly understood. They were there to support and protect Lei Qianjue. But who had saved the old doctor when he was in danger earlier? Noticing the confusion in Yu Linglong's eyes, Xiaohao quickly stepped forward to introduce himself respectfully. I am Xiaohao. 5 years ago, I was saved by young Master Yi, and now I run errands for him. Hearing that Sage of Medicine Lei was here to treat young Master Yi, I dared to come along with Wang Xiao to provide support. Upon hearing Xiaohao's report, a look of shock flashed in Yu Linglong's eyes. To prevent the old doctor from treating Yi Fan, they had mobilized so many people. Since I've decided to continue marrying Yi Fan, I've made up my mind to stand by the Yi family through thick and thin. If these people want to stop Mr. Lei from saving lives, they are opposing me. On the way back to Su Ishua's residence from the airport, everything went smoothly. Soon, Yi Fan was taken to a room by Lei Qianjue for diagnosis. Young Master Yi, let me see your hand. Lei Qianjue spoke to Yi Fan as gently as he could, extending his hand to signal Yi Fan to let him take his pulse. Be a good boy and let me check you out. Once I'm done, I'll buy you some candy, okay? Yi Fan smiled faintly and interrupted Lei Qianjue. Mr. Lei, I've actually been waiting for you to arrive. As he spoke, Yi Fan swiftly grabbed Lei Qianjue's wrist and continued. Mr. Lei, your internal heat is quite strong. Your pulse is racing 3 beats too fast, and your breath is a bit chaotic. You haven't been resting well lately, have you? And last night at midnight, you had a couple of drinks. At your age, drinking isn't good for your health. Lei Qianjue's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at Yi Fan. For a moment, Lei Qianjue was at a loss. Unsure of what to make of Yi Fan's state. Was he really foolish, or was there something more to it? Because everything Yi Fan had just said was spot on. Such an astute diagnosis made Lei Qianjue wonder if Yi Fan had some sort of surveillance on him. Could it be that Yi Fan wasn't foolish after all? Chapter 37. The great physician of the Daxia dynasty is shocked. That's right. I have awakened. But I have another top secret plan that I cannot reveal in front of outsiders. Since Yi Fan has spoken up, he has no intention of holding back in front of Lei Qianjue. After all, there are 2 very important matters that require Lei Qianjue's assistance. Lei Qianjue was completely taken aback. This Yi Fan is quite the actor. He managed to deceive everyone. So, the operation at the airport was all planned and led by you, young Master Yi? Lei Qianjue had been curious. All the families were distancing themselves from the Yi family, while the Xia family in the provincial capital was inexplicably surrounding Yi Fan. It didn't make sense. Moreover, he had swiftly eliminated so many assassins lurking at the airport in such a short time. Yi Fan had coincidentally dealt with his own assassins twice before. It turns out this was all part of Yi Fan's meticulous planning. Yes, Yi Fan nodded, knowing that only Xiaohao was aware of my awakening. My plan requires him to execute it. So, you were the one who saved me from that young man in the floral shirt? Under the onslaught of hidden weapons. You used the ultimate technique of the shifting stars and moving dots? Lei Qianjue was utterly shocked, his beard trembling. He understood very well what this meant. The shifting stars and moving dots technique was something countless people desired to possess. Since Yi Fan could perform this technique, he would undoubtedly have many more martial arts skills and techniques at his disposal. As long as Yi Fan had awakened, with his terrifying talent, the Yi family would not fall. Those who were plotting against the Yi family would surely face dire consequences. It was me. To avoid exposure, my methods were somewhat crude. So I apologize for making Mr. Lei laugh. Yi Fan continued to nod. So, you intend to keep everyone in the dark? Lei Qianjue, not being foolish, quickly grasped Yi Fan's intentions. It was clear that Yi Fan would not reveal himself to outsiders for the time being, and would continue to play dumb. Then, "Young Master Yi, what do you need me to help with?" Lei Qianjue's expression turned serious. "Rest assured, I have been a close friend of old Master Yi for many years. I will keep your situation confidential, and I won't refuse any help I can provide." Yi Fan nodded. "Mr. Lei, I await your arrival. There are two matters that require your assistance. First, the beauty formula of Yishua Company has been stolen, and the launch conference for the new products is imminent. I need you to help me obtain a formula for her." Lei Qianjue furrowed his brow. "But I don't have any useful beauty formulas on hand." "I do." As Yi Fan spoke, he scanned the room and grabbed a notebook from the table. He tore off a sheet of paper and quickly wrote down a formula. This beauty cream formula was from an ancient text, Shinnong's classic of Materia Medica. "Remember to control the temperature at exactly 323 degrees Celsius. Burn for 8 minutes, no second more or less, or the cream won't be properly made." Lei Qianjue took the formula, examined it carefully, and as he saw the combination of ingredients and the slight differences in measurements, his expression grew increasingly grave. Although most of the herbs mentioned above are quite common, it is the clever combination of these ingredients that seems to create some wondrous reactions, completely different from normal thinking. Amazing. Truly amazing. How did I not think of this? A unique prescription like this is indeed extraordinary. The more Lei Qianjue looked, the more excited he became, his face flushing with excitement, but then a hint of confusion crossed his eyes. "Young Master Yi, with such an exceptional prescription, why not just hand it directly to that girl Yishua?" Lei Qianjue was already aware of everything Su Yishua and Yu Linglong had done. In such a dire situation, they had shown no hesitation in announcing their intention to marry Yi Fan and remain with the Yi family. That required immense courage, worthy of everyone's admiration. Yi Fan gave a bitter smile. "Mr. Lei, do you think that if I, a fool, handed over a prescription, anyone would believe it, even if it were genuine? And even if someone did believe it, how would I continue to pretend?" Upon hearing this, Lei Qianjue immediately understood that Yi Fan intended to use his identity to help conceal his true situation. "All right, no problem. I will definitely pass the prescription to Yishua tonight. I'll go back and prepare the ointment myself, and once I succeed, I'll personally guide Yishua and the others." Lei Qianjue looked at Yi Fan with a knowing expression, feeling a twinge of pity for those who had dared to challenge the Yi family. "You guys are going to be played to death without even realizing how it happened. Young Master Yi, what is the other matter?" Yi Fan's expression grew serious as he began. "Mr. Lei, you know about my grandfather's health, right? After so many years of hidden illness, combined with recent setbacks, he is at the point of being completely worn out." Lei Qianjue nodded. "Ah, I'm certainly aware of old Master Yi's condition. I had helped check it before. However, my medical skills are limited, and relying solely on medicine probably won't sustain him for long. Is there a way, young Master Yi? Therefore, the second matter is this. I hope Mr. Lei can assist in treating my grandfather, at least to help him live another 20 years. Of course, to facilitate your efforts, I will teach you a set of acupuncture techniques." As he spoke, Yi Fan took out silver needles from his pocket. "Mr. Lei, pay close attention. The first needle, Guanyin Weeping, enters the Shanzhong point 3/10 deep. Use your qi to impact the needle tip while gently rotating it to stimulate the blood vessels." After explaining the technique, Lei Qianjue was completely stunned. "This, young Master Yi, is this the 13 needles of Gigu? The legendary technique lost from the divine farmer's pharmacopoeia? You actually master such a formidable technique, capable of snatching lives from the hands of the king of hell. A powerful method of life and death." Lei Qianjue was so shocked he jumped up from where he stood. This set of acupuncture techniques was truly extraordinary. The ultimate dream of all medical practitioners. Everyone had only heard of it in ancient texts, but no one had ever mastered it, let alone learned it. And now, Yi Fan not only knew this technique, but was also passing it on to him without holding anything back. Suddenly, Lei Qianjue recalled a legend from 5 years ago that had circulated across the southwestern region. It is said that a young medical sage has emerged, saving countless big shots with his incredible acupuncture skills, bringing many back from the brink of death. At that time, the sage's reputation was almost on par with that of Lei Qianjue. Lei Qianjue secretly researched many of the cases treated by the young sage and found that his techniques and medicinal knowledge were indeed far superior to his own. He could easily be his master. However, after Yi Fan's car accident, the young sage suddenly disappeared without a trace. Connecting the dots, Lei Qianjue's pupils widened in realization. Yi Xiao, could it be? The young medical sage whose fame echoed throughout the Great Xia 5 years ago was you? That's right, it was me. Yi Fan replied calmly. Did you remember the acupuncture technique I just demonstrated? If not, I can show it again. Lei Qianjue quickly responded with respect. I've got it memorized. In the next moment, without any hesitation, Lei Qianjue knelt before Yi Fan and said, "Student Lei Qianjue, thank you, Master, for your teachings." Chapter 38, The Master of Social Skills. Lei Qianjue's actions left Yi Fan momentarily stunned. "Mr. Lei, what are you doing? Please get up." Yi Fan had only taught Lei Qianjue the 13 needles of Gigu to help treat his grandfather. As a respected medical expert in China, Yi Fan had always admired Lei Qianjue, and he was apprehensive about having him call himself master out of fear of shortening his own lifespan. When Yi Fan reached out to help Lei Qianjue up, the latter remained resolute. "Master, please don't refuse. You know the 13 needles of Gigu are incredibly rare and precious techniques that can alter fate. Since you've passed this knowledge to me, I am now your disciple." Lei Qianjue continued, "I've studied the cases you treated before, and I must admit, I fall short. I hope you won't hesitate to guide me." Yi Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. Here he was, in his early 20s, taking a 70-year-old man as his disciple. However, seeing Lei Qianjue's determination, Yi Fan decided not to push back. "Mr. Lei, please get up first. You can call me whatever you want in private, but in front of others, just call me Yi Fan to avoid drawing attention." "Yes, Master." Lei Qianjue stood respectfully to the side, looking like a dutiful student. "But how should I explain your condition to General Yu and Ishua?" Yi Fan frowned in thought. Revealing his true condition was definitely not an option, but saying he couldn't be treated would only worry the girls. "How about this? Just tell them that my condition is gradually improving, and that my head and nerves aren't injured. It's completely treatable. It just needs time to recuperate." A deep glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Once this news got out, those targeting the Yi family would surely panic. If they thought there was hope for the fool of the Yi family to recover, it would mean the family still had a chance at revival. They would likely probe for information before making another move against him. Meanwhile, Yi Fan would remain in the shadows, following the clues to uncover the true culprit behind the scenes, seeking justice for the fallen souls of the Yi family. "Yes, Master." At Su Ishue's residence, outside the bedroom door, Yu Linglong and Su Ishue were both anxiously waiting. The two women were nervously glancing at the door, awaiting Lei Qianjue's diagnosis. Su Ishue nervously twisted her fingers together, recalling Yi Fan's vigorous performance in bed the night before, which left her puzzled. He certainly didn't seem like a fool last night. But why hadn't he woken up yet? What was really going on? Beside them, Xiaohao sat calmly in a chair. Yi Xiao is clearly awake, but is deliberately hiding it. It's really tough on him. Creak. The door opened, and Su Ishue and Yu Linglong practically leaped out. "Mr. Lei, how is Yi Fan?" Lei Qianjue smiled and replied, "Don't worry. Yi Fan's head and nerves weren't injured. Only certain areas were stimulated and temporarily stuck there. I need to help him recover slowly. Young master, you should be able to return to normal soon, so you don't need to worry too much." A single sentence from Lei Qianjue made Su Ishue and Yu Linglong exchange glances, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Xiao Fan, you'll be better soon, you know." Su Ishue, having developed a close relationship with Yi Fan, naturally approached him and took his hand with a loving expression. If Yi Fan wakes up and ends up sleeping with her tonight, how embarrassing would that be? Just thinking about certain images made Su Ishue's face flush. Yu Linglong also gazed intently at Yi Fan, recalling the martial energy fluctuations she had felt earlier and what happened at the airport today. She was somewhat puzzled. Was it her perception that was off? Or had Yi Fan really not woken up? But Mr. Lei wouldn't lie to everyone. Yi Fan should still be in a dazed state. Otherwise, if the awakened Yi Fan knew that he had 7 stunning sisters-in-law all wanting to marry him, he would definitely go crazy with joy. Yu Linglong cast a deep glance at Yi Fan, feeling a mix of emotions. This guy was certainly getting lucky. "General Yu, Miss Su, it's getting late. I'll head to old Master Ye's place first and come back tomorrow to continue treating young Master Yi." Lei Qianjue bid farewell to everyone, got into his vehicle, and left Su Ishue's residence. Among the crowd, a young man discreetly sent a text message as he saw Lei Qianjue leave. Immediately, in a secret residence in the northwest, Elder Zhang received the message. "Humph. A bunch of useless fools. So many people tried to intercept Lei Qianjue, and he took them all down effortlessly. Lei Qianjue's diagnosis has yielded results, stating that Yi Fan has a complete chance of waking up. With proper care, he should recover soon. Once Yi Fan is back to normal, what fun will we have then?" Elder Zhang, furious, slammed the documents he was holding to the ground, his face darkening. Everyone knew of Yi Fan's talent 5 years ago. At just 15, he had already reached the level of a master, unparalleled in the entire Great Xia. In terms of intelligence, martial arts, and medicine, he was at the absolute peak. Yi Fan was the dragon of the Yi family. As long as he was around, the Yi family would soar to new heights. "Elder, what should we do now? If we know Yi Fan can wake up, then others will definitely find out too." Those who have already split from the Yi family might side with them again once they hear this news, making it even harder for us to execute our plans. The middle-aged man beside Elder Zhang also looked grim. After all of Yun City's actions were directly planned by him. Whether it was suppressing the Su family or intercepting Lei Qianjue, both had failed. It seemed he would have to personally go to Yun City. You understand this principle, do you? What else can we do? Since we have to act, we must eliminate the root of the problem and leave no future troubles. Elder Zhang's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. If what we have done gets exposed, and the Yi family retaliates, everyone will be left without a burial place. We need to handle this cleanly. This time, you will personally go to Yun City to set things up. Try to select some skilled individuals for the mission. Those below a certain realm shouldn't be involved. There's no need to rush, but everything must be meticulous and secure. Elder Zhang sighed deeply. Murmuring to himself, Yi Changfeng, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame me. In Yun City, on the way to Yi Changfeng's house, Lei Qianjue was busy making phone calls. Old Li, are you free tonight? Come to Yun City and have a drink with Old Yi. Yes, that's right. It's Yi Changfeng. What am I doing in Yun City? I'm here to treat Yi Fan. Don't ask why, just tell me. Are you coming for a drink or not? Since the divine Dr. Lei has extended the invitation, how could I possibly decline? Meanwhile, in a large courtyard somewhere in the southwest, a sharp-eyed old man hung up the phone, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Why is Lei Qianjue so openly hosting a gathering? Could it be that Yi Fan is showing signs of waking up? If that's the case, then the Li family's options will need to change. Old Zhou, come over for a drink. Old Lu. Lei Qianjue was truly a social butterfly. In the 20-minute journey from Su Yishue's place to the Yi family estate, he made 2 or 3 dozen phone calls, gathering nearly all the old friends he could. Chapter 39, Hands Off. Yi Changfeng, who had just settled down for the night, never expected that his home would turn out to be so lively tonight. Old friends he hadn't been in touch with for a while were all gathering at his place. Old Lei, what is going on? Did you call everyone here? Is there something new with Yi Fan's condition? Yi Changfeng asked Lei Qianjue, who was sitting beside him. The prominent figures who had already arrived at the Yi family were all ears, eager to hear what Lei Qianjue had to say. This was what they were most concerned about. Lei Qianjue's arrival in Yunqing at such a critical moment to assist the Yi family and treat Yi Fan was actually a very risky move. Everyone knew that the Yi family was being targeted. It was unwise for Lei Qianjue to choose to align himself with the Yi family at this time. But he wasn't foolish. There must be a reason for his actions. Based on my examination, Yi Xiao's brain and nerves weren't significantly affected. So there's a chance for him to awaken. I need to continue observing and treating him for a while, Lei Qianjue explained vaguely. This was about Yi Fan. And for now, they couldn't reveal too much. Yi Fan needed to operate from the shadows for many things to proceed smoothly. Oh, is that so? Yi Changfeng felt a bit disheartened, and some of the prominent figures present shared his sentiment. They had hoped Yi Fan would awaken soon. With Yi Fan's terrifying talent, he could completely take over the dragon army, and the Yi family could quickly rise again, returning to their peak. But now, it seemed that Yi Fan only had a glimmer of hope for awakening, which felt like a distant dream. After realizing the true situation, some of the prominent figures immediately pretended to take a phone call and quietly slipped away. An ailing Yi family wasn't worth their time, especially considering the possibility of being implicated. However, a remaining group of influential figures were contemplating more deeply. Lei Qianjue was no fool. Since he dared to come to Yunqing and was willing to help Yi Fan, calling so many people over in the middle of the night, there had to be more to it. You all truly have good hearts. Good people will be rewarded. Come, let us drink. Old Yi, you always have enough liquor at home, right? Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk. The social butterfly Lei Qianjue was the life of the party, treating the Yi family's home as if it were his own, and he was fully embracing the atmosphere. At Su Yishue's villa, after Lei Qianjue left, Xia Hao, Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and the others also left tactfully. The villa was soon left with just Su Yishue and Yu Linglong. Watching the intimate actions between Su Yishue and Yi Fan, Yu Linglong's face flushed with embarrassment. Yishue, you two last night. Su Yishue blushed, but nodded, yes. The pace of their actions was indeed swift. Yu Linglong glanced at Yi Fan, feeling that this guy had really struck it lucky. 7 stunning beauties had chosen to marry Yi Fan without any complaints. Yu Linglong herself was a bit curious about what she had been thinking at that time. Perhaps, deep down, she didn't actually reject Yi Fan? Sister Linglong, are you going to sleep with me tonight? It's really comfortable. As Yi Fan spoke, he walked over and wrapped his arms around Yu Linglong again, his hand carelessly groping her rear end. This Yu Linglong even threatened to chop me up. I should at least collect some interest. Anyway, I'm in a foolish state right now, so no one will care even if I make some moves. Ah, what are you touching? Yu Linglong stiffened at Yi Fan's touch. Go touch Yi Shui instead. I'm leaving. Feeling hot all over, Yu Linglong hurriedly got up, bid farewell to Su Yishui and Yi Fan, and quickly left. This Yi Fan is still in a foolish state, yet he can't stay still. If he wakes up, 1T I be bullied terribly? Humph. I must practice my martial arts well, so that you 1T be able to defeat me. Watching Yu Linglong flee in a panic, a charming smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. You want to compete with me? I'll make sure you submit to me completely. Once everyone left, Su Yishui looked at Yi Fan, her face blushing. It's getting late. Let us hurry and get ready for bed. Although the company matters troubled her, Su Yishui didn't forget her mission, to help the Yi family expand. In fertile land, one must sow seeds to grow and flourish. All right, time for bed. I love to sleep. Yi Fan suddenly picked up Su Yishui by the waist and quickly headed toward the bedroom. Oh, Xiao Fan, be gentle. The room was soon filled with sounds unsuitable for children, and after a storm of activity, everything settled down nearly 2 hours later. By now, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. Yi Fan hadn't forgotten that there was another show to attend tonight, one that needed his input. There were people in Yun City willing to pay 2 billion to kill him and his grandfather, and Yi Fan already had a rough guess in his mind. If he was right about who it was, then tonight, Yi Fan would ensure that they wouldn't return. Looking at the sleeping Su Yishui on the bed, Yi Fan quietly got up, dressed, avoided the bodyguards around the villa, and quickly made his way outside. Outside the villa, Xiaohao was already waiting in the car. Young Master Yi, to the Zhongxiao in Yun City. Tonight, Yi Fan had arranged to meet 2 groups of people at the Zhongxiao. One group was the mysterious employer who wanted to spend 2 billion to assassinate him, and the other was the Wang family from Yun City. During the day, Yi Fan had already dealt with Wang Chao, and Wang Zhong and the others were bound to go crazy. If they discovered the kidnappers of their son tonight, they would undoubtedly act recklessly. At that point, he could let them fight among themselves, allowing Yi Fan to eliminate both groups of enemies without drawing attention, a situation he was very eager to see. As the vehicle approached the Zhongxiao in Yun City, Yi Fan could already sense the fluctuating aura from afar. Many people were hiding around the bridge. These were none other than the assassins arranged by Wang Zhong, head of the family. We've been waiting since midnight. Are the kidnappers coming or not? Beside Wang Zhong, one of the Wang family's bodyguards complained with some frustration. We've been hungry all night, and now we're so tired. Damn it. Are you looking for trouble? How do you think I usually support you all? Now that I ask you to do something, you start whining? Wang Zhong kicked the subordinate in anger, visibly upset. Suddenly, Wang Zhong's phone buzzed with a message. Dad, I don't think I'm going to make it. They want to kill me. I put the phone in the kidnapper's pocket. You have to avenge me. Attached to the message were photos of Wang Chao being beaten badly in a KTV. Ah, that bastard, call him. Keep calling. I found that scumbag. And I'll make sure he pays. This was, of course, all orchestrated by Yi Fan. After doing this, Yi Fan turned off Wang Chao's phone again and set it to automatically turn back on in 10 minutes. Just as he finished, he spotted a familiar car approaching. It was the flashy red Ferrari belonging to Su Dong, the son of Yi family's adopted son, Su Jian. Is it him? A fleeting shadow crossed Yi Fan's face. Even though he already had his suspicions, the confirmation still sent a chill through him. Usually, his grandfather treated Su Jian and Su Dong very well, as if they were his own sons and grandsons. Yet, Su Dong was actually thinking about spending 2 billion to kill him and his grandfather? Then he could seamlessly inherit the Yi group? Humph. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 40. Do I still have a chance? Wait here for me. Yi Fan quickly dashed out from behind the flower bed and positioned himself in front of Su Dong's car. Damn it. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Can't you see the road? Su Dong, who was distracted by his navigation, was startled when he suddenly saw someone blocking his path. He rolled down the window and began to curse loudly. However, when he realized that it was Yi Fan standing in front of him, he was momentarily taken aback. Yi Fan, you idiot. What the hell are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Su Dong brought the car to a stop. Curiosity piqued as he looked at Yi Fan. After all that had happened yesterday, didn't Su Yishui take Yi Fan home? Damn it. This fool, what luck he has. Even though he's acting like that, he's still got 7 sisters-in-law wanting to marry him. Why can't I have such good fortune? Aren't I part of the Yi family too? It's the middle of the night, and instead of being at Su Yishui's place, he's wandering around doing nothing? Ah, Donggu. Great to see you. I can't find my way home. I'm starving. Can you please take me back? Yi Fan approached and grabbed Su Dong's arm, shaking it pitifully. Su Dong looked at Yi Fan with a mix of disbelief and annoyance. So he was lost. For a normal person, that wouldn't be a big deal, but Yi Fan had the mentality of a child. It made sense for him to be lost. Get away. I'm busy right now. I don't have time for you. Su Dong pushed Yi Fan away in irritation. It was almost midnight, and he had an appointment with that mysterious expert at Zhongqiao in Yunqing. Su Dong had been dreaming of getting rid of Yi Fan, and being out here in the wilderness was a perfect opportunity. However, he was afraid that Yi Fan might have other bodyguards lurking around, so he ultimately didn't dare to take action. Dong Ge, please. Just take me home, okay? Or at least call my grandpa to come pick me up. Yi Fan looked at Su Dong, hoping to convince him to help. This was both a chance for himself and for Su Dong. If Su Dong had even a shred of kindness left in him and called Yi Fan's grandpa or took him home, Yi Fan would spare his life. But unfortunately, Su Dong had long wanted to get rid of Yi Fan. With Yi Fan right here, and him about to meet that mysterious expert, it would be so easy to make a move. Haha, sure, you dumb fool, just wait here for me. I'll go find someone to take you home right away. A cold smile spread across Su Dong's face as he envisioned the moment after Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng were gone, when the entire Yi family would belong to him. What a glorious life that would be. When he had power, he would definitely take all of Yi Fan's 7 sisters-in-law for himself and enjoy them thoroughly. Virum. As Su Dong finished speaking, he pressed the gas pedal and flung Yi Fan's arm away, speeding off toward Zhongqiao and Yunqing, muttering to himself, "What an idiot. Just wait there to die. When I find that mysterious killer, I'll send you straight to the afterlife to meet your brothers." Although Su Dong's voice was low, he had already slipped Wang Chao's phone into Su Dong's pocket while Su Dong wasn't paying attention. When the Wang family finds Wang Chao's phone on Su Dong, even if Su Dong had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. "Let's go. We need to watch the show." Yi Fan got into Xia Hao's car and signaled him to drive to a prime observation spot, where they quietly watched from behind some bushes. Under the dim streetlights, Su Dong arrived at the location, stepping out of the car, puzzled as he looked around, calling out, "Big shot, you asked me to come see you. And here I am. Where are you?" Meanwhile, Wang Zhong and his subordinates, hidden nearby, were confused by Su Dong's sudden appearance. Isn't that Su Dong, the adopted grandson of the Yi family? What's he doing here at this hour? Wang Zhong asked his subordinate, puzzled. Not sure, but from what he said, it sounds like he's here to meet some big shot. Did he accomplish something for this big shot? Wang Zhong's subordinate successfully led his thoughts towards harming Su Dong. "What are you doing? I told you to make the calls. Don't stop." Xiao Chao said the kidnappers would definitely come to Zhongqiao and Yun City by midnight. "The phone is with the kidnappers. We can definitely find them." "Yes, master." A group of Wang Zhong's subordinates continued dialing Wang Chao's number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off." After several attempts, Wang Chao's phone consistently showed that it was off. Just as another subordinate dialed for the 5th time, the call suddenly connected. Beep. The subordinate jumped up. "Master, the call is connected." "Young master's phone isn't off anymore." Above the moon, I gaze up. At the same time, in the open area of Zhongqiao and Yun City, Su Dong's phone suddenly rang. "Huh, what's going on? How do I suddenly have another phone?" Curious, Su Dong took out the phone and saw the incoming call. He answered, "Hello, who the hell is this? Damn it, it's that jerk Su Dong. That bastard kidnapped Xiao Chao and killed him. Everyone get him." Wang Zhong, hiding in the shadows, watched Su Dong's every move and heard every word clearly. The phone was on Su Dong, and Wang Chao's final message clearly stated that before he was killed, he had placed the phone with the kidnapper. This was proof that Su Dong was the kidnapper. The one who killed his son, Wang Chao, an adopted grandson of the Yi family, actually dared to mess with the Wang family? Humph. The phone call had not yet ended when Su Dong saw countless bodyguards armed with machetes rushing out from the surrounding woods and bushes. He was so frightened that he shuddered and instinctively tried to run away. However, at that moment, Wang Zhong had already surrounded him completely, leaving Su Dong with no escape route. "Mr. Wang? Oh, it's you." Su Dong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wang Zhong's presence. They had crossed paths a few times due to business dealings, and while they weren't particularly close, they at least knew each other. Moreover, given the Yi family's influence, Wang Zhong would likely show him some courtesy, cut the crap, and beat him to a pulp. Wang Zhong shouted as he swung a club, striking Su Dong on the head. Blood immediately gushed from the wound. "Who do you think you are, daring to kidnap my son? And you even killed him. What the hell is wrong with you?" Chapter 41. Su Dong, on the verge of tears. Bang, bang, bang. All the bodyguards rushed in, fists and feet flying. And Su Dong was instantly left battered and bruised, with broken ribs and arms. Listening to Wang Zhong's furious shouts, Su Dong finally understood. The young master of the Wang family, Wang Chao, was dead, and he had been kidnapped by Su Dong himself, only to be killed afterward? But he had spent the afternoon at home with beautiful women, and had only come here tonight to meet that notorious assassin. When on earth did he have time to kidnap Wang Chao? Besides, he had no grudge against Wang Chao. Why would he want to kidnap him, let alone kill him? Moreover, according to Su Dong's information, Wang Chao had sent someone to deal with Su Yishua earlier that afternoon. Shouldn't they be considered allies? Stop. Wait a minute, Mr. Wang. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? I have never even met Wang Chao. How could I have kidnapped him? Ouch. Su Dong endured the intense pain in his body and crawled out of the crowd, wailing to Wang Zhong. Mr. Wang, please don't wrong an innocent person. Looking at the battered Su Dong, Wang Zhong scoffed and snatched Wang Chao's phone from Su Dong's hand. Wrong you? Humph. Then what is this? This is Wang Chao's phone. The last message says the kidnappers are going to kill him, and he had placed the phone on the kidnappers. Wang Zhong's words left Su Dong dumbfounded. Yes, why was the phone with him? Damn it. Su Dong felt like he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He had clearly been at home all afternoon. Hadn't he gone anywhere? So how did a phone suddenly appear on him? He had just changed his clothes after washing them and hadn't brought anything else with him. On the way here, he hadn't even stopped the car. The only person he encountered was that fool Yi Fan. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Su Dong's head. He remembered how Yi Fan had hugged him earlier and immediately realized it had to be Yi Fan's doing. Mr. Wang, it's Yi Fan. He definitely killed Wang Chao and framed me for it. The only person I met on the way here was Yi Fan, Su Dong hurriedly explained. He also recalled the sudden extermination of the Zhao family and Su Yishua's rescue. Everything seemed so suspicious. Su Dong had previously wondered why things had escalated in that way, and families opposing the Yi family seemed to meet grim fates. But in this moment, Su Dong seemed to understand. Yi Fan might have already awakened. All of this was part of Yi Fan's secret revenge. Yi Fan, that fool, framed you? Humph. Su Dong, do you have any shame left? If you want to find someone to take the blame, at least choose someone credible. That idiot Yi Fan can't even take care of himself, let alone commit murder. Wang Zhong stepped forward, gripping Su Dong's neck tightly, gritting his teeth and saying, "Tell me, where did you hide my son's body? Why did you kill him?" Su Dong felt his breath being cut off. Mr. Wang, I really didn't kill anyone. It wasn't me. Cough, cough. Still trying to argue? Do you believe I won't just choke you to death right here? Wang Zhong was furious, his grip tightening even more. Su Dong's face was turning red, and his eyes were bulging. Almost instinctively, Su Dong pulled out a dagger and slashed at Wang Zhong's arm. With a thud, Wang Zhong's arm was instantly cut open, blood gushing out. Ah, you little beast. Not only did you kill Wang Chao, but you also want to kill me? You're asking for death. Wang Zhong went completely insane. As he shouted, he slammed Su Dong to the ground, then snatched a battle knife from one of his subordinates and swung it at Su Dong. How dare you touch my son? How dare you kill my son? Thud, thud. One slash, then another. Boss Wang, stop. It really wasn't me. It wasn't me. You've all been tricked by Yi Fan. Woo. At first, Su Dong still had the strength to shout. But with Wang Zhong's frenzied swings of the battle knife, it didn't take long before Su Dong was covered in gaping wounds, blood spilling everywhere. He was now gasping for breath, struggling to survive. His body twitched a few times before he fell silent. Wang Zhong, exhausted from the hacking, finally stopped, collapsing onto the ground in tears. Son, I'm useless. I still haven't found your body. But don't worry, if Su Dong dared to kill you, he must have accomplices. That bastard Su Jian, I will never let him go. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Zhong's eyes. Find out where Su Jian is. I want to tear him apart. Yes. Wang Zhong's subordinates were highly efficient, and the scene was quickly cleaned up. Wang Zhong then prepared to leave with his men. Hidden in the shadows, Xiahao followed Yi Fan, witnessing all that had transpired. He realized what Yi Fan had done earlier. What a clever move to use someone else's knife. When Yi Fan approached Su Dong, he must have planted his phone on him. Then, using the Wang family's resources to deal with the Su father and son, he didn't even need to lift a finger to eliminate the threat within the Yi family. After investigating, Xiahao found out that Su Jian and his son were secretly planning to take control of the Yi group. He had hesitated about whether to inform Yi Fan, but now, seeing Yi Fan's actions, it was clear he was already aware of the situation. Did you get it all on tape? Yi Fan asked, pulling his gaze away to inquire about Xiahao. Xiahao put away his phone and nodded. The footage is very clear, and I've cut out any unnecessary scenes. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly. Find a stranger and send this video to Su Jian. Let them continue their dog-eat-dog fight. If we don't notify Su Jian in advance, Wang Zhong might just go straight for him and kill him in one blow. And that would be pointless. At the very least, we need Su Jian to struggle a bit, so that his loyal forces are exposed before he meets his end. This way, there will be fewer troubles for the Yi group afterward. All right, Xiahao responded, turning to drive Yi Fan home. For now, Yi Fan still appeared to be in a dazed state, and he needed to return to Su Ishue's place before dawn. In the car, Yi Fan reached into his bag and pulled out a porcelain bottle, handing it to Xia Hao. These are some pills I concocted earlier that can help you enhance your strength and break through to the martial arts mastery stage. Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you so much. Xia Hao, already in his 50s or 60s, had barely managed to step into the martial arts transformation stage, which was no easy feat. Without any other opportunities, it would have been nearly impossible for him to make further progress. Although Xia Hao knew that using pills could increase his chances of breaking through, the problem was that alchemists were an extremely scarce resource in the Great Xia. In the entire Great Xia, there were fewer than 10 masters capable of independently refining second-grade pills. For an ordinary person, no amount of money would buy them a pill. There are 5 pills inside. Give one to Master Hu, and the rest you can distribute as you see fit, but don't reveal my identity. If you're going to work with me, you need to be stronger. Yi Fan instructed briefly. Xia Hao quickly nodded, understood. He wanted to ask about Wang Fuguei, but hesitated. Knowing that since Wang Fuguei was such a close friend of Yi Fan, he must have considered it. Old Wang. When Wang Fuguei was mentioned, a deep glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. If all goes well, tomorrow Yun City will have another master-level expert. A smile crept onto Yi Fan's lips as he thought about the vitality pill he had acquired from the black market. It should be effective. Meanwhile, at the Wang family estate, Wang Fuguei had already begun to take action upon returning home. Chapter 42. Wang Fuguei breaks through to the Grandmaster level. Today, Wang Fuguei arranged for triple the number of guards outside the Wang family estate. His grandfather had gone to drink at Old Ye's house, leaving no one to keep an eye on him. After entering the secret chamber of the Wang family, Wang Fuguei double-checked that all doors and windows were securely closed before taking out the Qi Dan from his arms and placing it on the table in front of him. He studied it carefully, feeling the surging energy and overwhelming medicinal power within the pill. Big brother, was it really just luck for you? You bought a stone for 50,000 in the black market, and it turned out to hold a Qi Dan? Wang Fuguei muttered to himself. Or perhaps you hope I can become stronger to protect you. Facing the Qi Dan, Wang Fuguei had many thoughts swirling in his mind. But never mind. Regardless, with this Qi Dan, I am certain I can break through to the Grandmaster realm. Wang Fuguei was only in his early 20s. Such a young Grandmaster was rare in the entire Great Xia, with only a few exceptions like Yi Fan. His future was limitless, and breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, or even the martial emperor realm, was certainly within reach. With this foundation, even if the Yi family were completely destroyed, relying on the Wang family's strength and the old guards of the Yi family, protecting big brother and sister-in-law would not be a problem. For a moment, he thought of his brother, and for a lifetime, he would think of him as his brother. In Wang Fuguei's eyes, no matter how Yi Fan changed, he would always be his eternal big brother. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Fuguei reached out and placed the Qi Dan in his mouth, swallowing it down. This Qi Dan was too conspicuous. If news got out, who knows how many people would stop at nothing to steal it. The Wang family's current strength couldn't possibly protect it. Keeping it in his own body to assist in his breakthrough was the safest option. On another note, seeing the Yi family's current decline, Wang Fuguei wanted to do something for his brother. Becoming a Grandmaster would give him the power to fight when facing true masters. As the pill melted in his mouth, it transformed into a warm current that surged down his throat and into his limbs. The powerful energy and Qi instantly overwhelmed Wang Fuguei, causing him to roar out loud. Enduring the intense pain, Wang Fuguei forced himself to calm down, absorbing the immense energy contained in the pill, impacting his meridians, and rapidly gathering and enhancing his martial arts Qi. The martial aura around Wang Fuguei surged at a visible rate, and his entire demeanor began to change, his skin becoming tougher and his physique stronger. In an instant, the winds and currents in the entire Yun City began to stir. Meanwhile, back home, Yi Fan lay beside Su Ishua, feeling the fluctuations of the air currents in Yun City. A slight smile appeared on his lips, knowing that old Wang was likely about to break through successfully. He would have a great ally in the future. Feeling drowsy, Yi Fan soon fell asleep. However, in a hotel in Yun City, Yu Linglong, lying on her bed, found it impossible to sleep. She had suddenly sensed a warm current within her body. The warm current within her nourished her meridians, her dantian, and even quietly enhanced her innate talent and martial arts energy. It was simply miraculous. However, after carefully reflecting, Yu Linglong concluded that the warm current only appeared after Yi Fan had touched her bottom. She couldn't fathom how such a brief moment of intimacy with Yi Fan could result in such a phenomenon. How did that warm current enter her body? If she could enhance her martial arts energy, what about Yi Fan? Considering Yi Fan's terrifying talent, A possibility suddenly struck Yu Linglong. Yi Fan had broken through to the martial master realm at just 15 years old, a feat that was impossible under normal training speeds. Had she stumbled upon Yi Fan's greatest secret? If she could sense his secret, then could Su Ishua have discovered it as well? She would have to ask her tomorrow. But there was another crucial question. Didn't Xin Yufei know about Yi Fan's secret? Otherwise, she wouldn't have so foolishly broken off her engagement with him. As the youngest female martial deity of the Great Xia, Yu Linglong had also ascended to the martial master realm. However, due to issues with her innate talent, she had remained stagnant at that level for a long time without any progress. It seemed like her path to cultivation had reached its end. Yet now, after being close to Yi Fan, her strength and innate talent could improve. If she could maintain such contact, wouldn't that allow her to strive towards the martial sovereign and even the martial emperor realms? Imagining the possibilities once she reached such heights, her future would undoubtedly reach another level. Moreover, once her strength reached that point, perhaps some people would stop criticizing her. Having figured all this out, Yu Linglong made a decision. Since that was the case, she would seek to be in close contact with Yi Fan more often. That scoundrel wanting to take advantage? Let him. After all, he would eventually be hers anyway. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when Yi Fan awoke, Su Ishua was still nestled in his embrace, sound asleep. Although their intimate contact indeed provided a warm current that benefited her body, in just 2 days, Su Ishua's martial arts energy had already broken through to the transformation stage and was pushing towards mastery. Unfortunately, Yi Fan's combat prowess was simply too overwhelming, and Su Ishua, being an ordinary person, couldn't withstand it. Each time they engaged, she would end up in a deep sleep for the entire night. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Yi Fan placed his hand on Su Ishua's waist, quietly channeling his martial energy to infuse her body with vital energy, nurturing her health. He only withdrew his hand when he noticed her eyelashes fluttering, signaling her imminent awakening. "Ah, you're awake." Su Ishua opened her eyes and happened to catch Yi Fan gazing intently at her. The blanket slipped from her neck, revealing a beautiful expanse of fair skin across her chest. Although the two had already been close, Su Ishua still felt a bit shy under Yi Fan's gaze. "Don't look." As she spoke, she reached out to cover Yi Fan's eyes. However, she didn't expect that her movement would cause the blanket to slip off even more, revealing nearly all of her curves to Yi Fan, which made her gasp in surprise. Even though Yi Fan had strong self-control, he couldn't resist such stimulation. He quickly pushed Su Ishua down and revisited their earlier exercise before finally letting her get up. Su Ishua's face was flushed, and when she glanced at her phone, she suddenly became anxious and started searching for her clothes. "Oh no, I'm running out of time. The Su group is holding a press conference today, and I need to get to the office immediately. It's all your fault." Su Ishua playfully complained to Yi Fan, but she was quite pleased with his performance in recent days. Although Yi Fan still seemed a bit silly on the surface, he was impressively skilled in that aspect. He knew just the right pace and intensity, managing everything quite well. Was Yi Fan really just a fool? No one had ever taught him those things. How did he become so good at it? Before Yi Fan could respond, they suddenly heard Wang Fugui's voice from outside Su Ishua's place. "Big brother, are you awake? Sister-in-law, hurry and get dressed. I have something important to report to Big Brother." Chapter 43. Yu Linglong suspects Yi Fan has awakened. Wang Fugui's words made Su Ishua's face flush with embarrassment once again. How embarrassing. This Wang Fugui really has no sense of discretion. After quickly tidying up, when Yi Fan and Su Ishua reached the lobby downstairs, Wang Fugui was already in the living room, excitedly pacing back and forth. Upon seeing Yi Fan, he rushed over and grabbed Yi Fan's hand, exclaiming, "Big brother, I've broken through. I've reached the Grandmaster level. Haha. Thanks to that stone you bought yesterday, the vitality pill inside helped me finally break through to the Grandmaster level. Big brother. Now I finally have enough strength to protect you." Wang Fugui was beaming with excitement, and Yi Fan had sensed this last night. Given that Yi Fan was currently perceived as a fool, he didn't react with much enthusiasm. "Grandmaster? What is that? Can it be eaten?" Yi Fan deliberately asked a silly question, leaving both Su Ishua and Wang Fugui speechless. "No, big brother, the Grandmaster level means you're really strong in a fight. Big brother, 5 years ago, you were also at the Grandmaster level at your peak. Hee, now my strength can finally match yours from 5 years ago." Wang Fugui was brimming with excitement. Having always been around Yi Fan, Wang Fugui felt that Yi Fan's monstrous talent was on a completely different level, far beyond his own. In Wang Fugui's heart, surpassing Yi Fan had always been his ultimate goal. Watching Wang Fugui's enthusiasm, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile inwardly. You still want to compete with me? I could easily take you down with one hand." While you're making progress, I'm also improving, you know? As they chatted, Yu Linglong arrived. Upon entering, she immediately sensed the change in Wang Fugue's aura. Young Master Wang, you broke through last night? Yu Linglong stared at Wang Fugue, clearly surprised. When she saw him at the airport yesterday, she sensed that he was merely at the control level, with no signs of a breakthrough whatsoever. And yet, in just one night, he had somehow broken through to the Grandmaster level? When did the Grandmaster level become so common? Yes, I broke through, all thanks to the stone my big brother bought yesterday. Wang Fugue was well aware that his breakthrough was entirely due to the vitality pill. Otherwise, with his talent, it would probably take him until he was 60 to achieve it. What stone? What exactly is going on? Yu Linglong furrowed her brow. Since the massacre of the Yi family, so much had happened in Yun City in just a few days. The Zhao family was wiped out. The young master of the Wang family was killed. Su Yixue was attacked. Xia Hao and Li Hu were in relentless pursuit. Li Yunyang suddenly died. And now Wang Fugue had obtained that stone and unexpectedly became a grandmaster. Yu Linglong had a nagging feeling that something was off. It felt as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything. Anyone who opposed the Yi family met a bad end, while those who aligned with them reaped tremendous benefits. Yu Linglong always suspected that Yi Fan had already awakened, but she had no evidence to prove it. That stone. Yesterday, I spent 50,000 on it. My brother looked at so many things, but in the end, he insisted on that particular stone. So I bought it. Later, he even wanted to eat it raw, and eventually, the stone fell to the ground. That's when we saw the elixir inside it. Listening to Wang Fugue's detailed description, emphasizing every point, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a bittersweet smile. What a fool. He is so afraid others want to know. Describing everything in such detail, Yu Linglong, with her meticulous mind, is bound to have doubts. These little details might fool Su Yixue, but getting past Yu Linglong, who is not only the eldest sister-in-law, but also the youngest female martial deity of the great Xia, won't be that easy. Yi Fan, you even let him eat that stone raw? Yu Linglong's brows furrowed, her breathing starting to quicken. Could it really be such a coincidence? The stone Yi Fan insisted on buying just happened to contain an elixir, and Yi Fan even wanted Wang Fugue to eat it? Only a fool like Wang Fugue wouldn't think too much about it. According to Yu Linglong's speculation, Yi Fan was deliberately playing dumb. He was trying to find a way to help his brother increase his strength. Yi Fan, tell me the truth. Have you really awakened? Did you plan the Zhao family's massacre? Did you have a hand in Li Yunyang's death? And what about saving Mr. Lei yesterday? Yu Linglong's entire aura exploded, stepping forward, making the atmosphere in the room feel heavy. Yi Fan looked at his future sister-in-law, feeling a pang of bitterness. Sometimes, having a woman who is too smart isn't a good thing. Kill someone. I'm afraid. Who wants to kill someone? Yi Fan pretended to be weak and hid behind Su Yixue. Seeing Yi Fan's expression, Su Yixue felt a twinge of sympathy and interrupted Yu Linglong. Sister, don't be too hard on Xiao Fan. On the night of the Zhao family's massacre, Yi Fan was with me and had no chance to do anything. Plus, when Yi Fan was home alone, there were bodyguards arranged by the Yi family and those I arranged, all protecting him 24/7. He never left the house. How could he have done anything? Yeah, sister-in-law, I've also suspected for a while that my brother has already awakened, but he has been with me the whole time. He really hasn't had the chance to do anything. Wang Fugue chimed in. Is that so? Hearing their words, Yu Linglong felt even more puzzled. If Yi Fan didn't have the opportunity to take action, then what about that expert who appeared in Yun City? Was it truly just a coincidence? However, Yu Linglong soon realized that whether Yi Fan had awakened or was just pretending, it was not a bad thing for the Yi family and everyone else. Yu Linglong gave Yi Fan a deep look and continued, Yi Fan, no matter what state you're in right now, don't forget, we are all your wives. If you dare to treat us poorly, I will definitely not spare you. Although she was scolding him, her tones softened towards the end, revealing a hint of playful affection. Thinking about the tragic state of the Yi family, Yu Linglong felt a wave of heartache again. Poor Yi Fan, clearly awakened for the sake of the entire Yi family, yet still has to pretend to be oblivious. How pitiful. With this thought in mind, Yu Linglong stepped forward and embraced Yi Fan. The moment their skin made contact, a warm current surged into Yu Linglong's body, nourishing her while rapidly enhancing her martial arts energy. Indeed, Yi Fan's body was the most unique furnace. As long as there was intimate contact with Yi Fan, one could experience that miraculous warmth. Yu Linglong was almost certain that while she benefited, Yi Fan would also gain something in return. Otherwise, there's no way his strength could improve so quickly. Sister Yixue, I have a little secret I want to ask you, Yu Linglong said excitedly, pulling Su Yixue aside. Her face flushed slightly, and as she hesitated to speak, she felt a bit shy. Chapter 44, Su Ishue's concerns. How should a young lady ask about something like that? Should she really ask, what did it feel like when you were in those positions last night? But considering this relates to Yi Fan's unique condition and her own future improvement in martial arts, Yu Linglong steeled herself and asked, Ishue, when you were close to Yi Fan last night, did you feel anything special? Like, did you sense a warm current after being intimate with him? As soon as Yu Linglong finished speaking, Su Ishue looked at her in shock. Sister Linglong, you felt it too? This is incredible. Look at me. I barely had any martial arts foundation before, but now I've already entered the stage of martial arts transformation. While speaking, Su Ishue picked up a steel cup from the table and, with just a gentle squeeze, turned it into a lump of scrap metal. Then, channeling her energy, she restored the cup to its original shape. Wow! Yu Linglong stared at Su Ishue in astonishment. She was well aware of Su Ishue's background. This girl was just an ordinary girl before. How did she become so powerful after only a few days with Yi Fan? It seems my feelings were right. Yi Fan is indeed extraordinary. The 7 of us thought we were making a sacrifice by marrying Yi Fan, but it turns out we VE struck gold. At this rate of improvement, everyone's strength could skyrocket quickly. Even if Yi Fan remains dazed, with these beautiful wives protecting him, the Yi family will still thrive. Moreover, Yi Fan might not stay dazed forever. Didn't the Thunder Doctor say that Yi Fan has a strong chance of waking up? Ishue, I still have some doubts. Do you really think Yi Fan has awakened? I just feel something isn't right. Yu Linglong expressed her skepticism. Hearing Yu Linglong's words, Su Ishue's face turned crimson. Sister Linglong, I actually have similar thoughts. It's happened twice now. When Yi Fan was in bed, he didn't seem dazed at all. By the end of her sentence, Su Ishue was utterly embarrassed. She quickly found an excuse to leave. Sister Linglong, you all stay with Yi Fan. I have some important matters at my company to attend to. Let us have lunch together in the afternoon. Today was supposed to be the day of the Su Corporation's new drug launch. But Li Yunyang deliberately held the press conference a day early and leaked the most crucial formula of the Su Corporation. This was meant to humiliate the Su Corporation and make things difficult for them. However, after the press conference yesterday, a major incident occurred at the engagement banquet that night. Xian Yufei actually appeared with Yi Fan, and the godfather of Yunqing, Li Hu, brought a Gatling gun to intimidate everyone. The key point was that Li Yunyang unexpectedly died on the spot. This could be considered retribution for the Li family. Alright, after Su Ishue left, Xia Hao and Lei Qianjue also arrived one after another. Yi Fan and Lei Qianjue were still in the room, focusing on treatment. Master, last night after I gathered all the medicinal herbs, I followed your instructions and successfully refined 3 batches. Look, as Lei Qianjue spoke, he pulled out a small bottle from his pocket, revealing a vibrant green ointment inside. The moment the cap was opened, a strong fragrance wafted into the air. Lei Qianjue was thrilled. He took out a knife and made a small cut on his arm, blood immediately flowing out. He quickly dabbed the wound with a tissue, then applied a bit of the ointment onto the cut. In the next moment, the wound on Lei Qianjue's arm began to vanish at an astonishingly visible speed. Once the ointment was wiped away, there was not a trace left of the wound, and his skin appeared even fairer. Although Lei Qianjue had been drinking heavily with Yi Changfeng and his gang the night before, he still remembered the task Yi Fan had entrusted him with and conducted an experiment late into the night. After refining the ointment, Lei Qianjue had tested it on his arm several times, creating multiple scars. Yi Fan picked up the bottle and took a whiff. Not bad. It was at least 80 effective, ready for market promotion. The press conference on Ishue's side is about to start. You'll take me along in your name to see it. A deep glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. The Zhao and Wang families in Yun City have been nearly dealt with. The only one left is the Li family, who is at odds with the Su family. They surely won't let today's press conference pass quietly. Yes, although Lei Qianjue is a prominent figure in medicine, he dared not act recklessly in front of Yi Fan. The Zhao family, such a massive clan, could be wiped out just like that. Yi Fan, in a seemingly dazed state, had quietly taken care of the Zhao family. With Wang Xiao missing and Li Yunyang dying on the spot, Yi Fan's methods were undoubtedly terrifying. Those who stood against the Yi family, they certainly won't have a good ending. Su Group. With just an hour left before the press conference, Su Ishue, Su Honghai, their second uncle Su Mingho, and many other core members of the Su family, along with company shareholders, were present. Big brother, the press conference is about to start. Our formula has been stolen, and the Li family has already released theirs. What should we do? Yes, the old chairman, the investigation is clear. The one who stole the secrets has the Liu family from the provincial capital backing them. We can't compete with them. Sigh. This is how those people who target the Yi family retaliate against the Su family. Since Su Zong announced her engagement to Yi Fan, They will stop at nothing to suppress the Su group. Although the Su group had reached an important cooperation with the Xia family due to Yi Fan's influence at the banquet yesterday, the key issue was that after years of developing the formula, it had leaked. Without a solid product, even having sufficient channels would be useless, right? There were still some grievances among the group. Su Honghai understood the situation but didn't know what to say. Everyone, we're not discussing why the other party is targeting us, but rather how to solve this problem. We spent all afternoon yesterday discussing, but we couldn't come up with any solid solutions. Does anyone have any new ideas now? Su Yixue and her father Su Honghai looked at the crowd below, but everyone lowered their heads and no one stood up to speak. The RD capabilities of the Su group are already limited, and developing the beauty enhancement pill was quite an achievement. Now that the formula has been stolen, what can they do? Unless, if we can come up with a formula that is even more perfect and effective than the stolen one, we could suppress the Li family's momentum and regain our advantage. But how is that possible? The Su group simply cannot develop such a formula, and if other companies could, they would have already launched it on the market instead of waiting until now. Listening to the discussions, Su Yixue finally sighed in resignation. Forget it. It is what it is. Although our formula has been stolen, as long as we release a new one, we should still capture a bit of the market. Let's find a way to get through this tough time. Although Su Yixue said this, she was still very worried. Even though the Su group had developed a new formula, they hadn't completed all the necessary patent procedures. The Li family had stolen their formula, and if they registered it first and secured the patent, the Su group would need authorization from the Li family to use it. Otherwise, the Li family could sue the Su group for infringement, which was Su Yixue's biggest concern. Chapter 45. Strike First. Su Yixue kept her thoughts to herself, realizing that those ordinary shareholders and managers had not considered this point. However, Su Honghai and her second uncle, Su Mingho, certainly did. But what could be done now? The invitations for the press conference had already been sent out, and the media reporters had arrived at the venue. Regardless of the outcome, something had to be presented today. Let us wrap it up, Su Yixue said, rubbing her temples in fatigue. While she didn't care much about her own reputation, she felt a pang of guilt at the thought of dragging the Su group into the abyss. President Su, Mr. Xia is here, along with young Master Yi and Mr. Lei. Su Yixue was caught off guard by her secretary's announcement while making final preparations in her office. Mr. Lei had some good news to share with her. Huh. Su Yixue was taken aback. Lei Qianjue was known as the medical sage of Daxia and had previously contributed many affordable and effective remedies to the public. Could it be that he had more prescriptions to help her? But why would such a renowned physician want to assist her? Was it because of Sister Yuling Long? Or was it related to Yi Fan? After all, Xia Hao had come to help her unconditionally because of Yi Fan. Su Yixue recalled what Yuling Long had said. Perhaps Yi Fan had truly awakened and was just pretending to be foolish in front of everyone. If that were the case, it would be quite embarrassing. Just 2 nights ago, she had been guiding Yi Fan, unaware that she was still regarded as Yi Fan's sister-in-law. Quick, please let them in. Half an hour later, the press conference for the Su group officially began. The venue was the largest multimedia hall on the first floor of the Su group headquarters, capable of accommodating thousands of attendees, and it was completely packed. There were medical representatives, channel suppliers, industry peers, and various partners. Of course, there were also many family representatives and spies there to observe the unfolding drama. Everyone knew that after the incident with the Yi family, Su Yixue was one of the 7 girls who had announced their intention to continue marrying into the Yi family. It was common knowledge that those opposing the Yi family would not simply let things go. The Su family's willingness to ally with the Yi family would certainly provoke a response, and actions against the Su group were expected. Assassinating Su Yixue and stealing the core prescriptions developed by the Su group was one of the methods they could employ. Although the news had been suppressed, it was not difficult for the super families to gather information. After Su Yixue narrowly escaped an assassination attempt yesterday, it was likely that today the Su group's core prescriptions had been exposed and preemptively released. What would the Su group do now? Would the press conference proceed smoothly? Would the Li family cause trouble on site? Everyone's gaze turned to a specific area at the front, where there was a designated section. Li Zhong, the head of the Li family, sat there with a large entourage, his computer in hand, wearing a serious expression. Yet, a hint of disdain lingered on his face, as if he felt victory was already within his grasp. In addition to the Li family, the Liu family from the provincial capital also sent representatives, who occasionally exchanged a few words with Li Zhong, seemingly discussing something with a smug demeanor. Many others present were there to watch the spectacle and observe how the Su group would respond, as well as the support from the Yi family for the Su group. On the surface, it appeared to be a press conference for the Su group, a showdown between the Li and Su families, but in reality, It was the Yi family and their opponents clashing behind the scenes. Welcome everyone to the Su Group's new drug launch event. Please quiet down. We will be starting shortly. The host greeted the attendees and welcomed the representatives present. What shocked everyone was that, in addition to Xia Hao, several prominent figures had also arrived. The governor of Yun City, Sun Qian, was there, as was the elderly Mr. Wang, who has close ties with the Yi family, along with other retired bigwigs who had also made a surprise appearance. These influential figures hold great prestige and status throughout Tiannan province and the southwest region. They had never participated in any commercial activities before, and now they were at the Su Group's launch event, clearly there to support the Su Group and bolster the Yi family. Of course, many of them were summoned by Lei Qianjue for drinks the night before. The sudden arrival of so many big names created an oddly tense atmosphere. What was initially just a small press conference seemed to have escalated into a major showdown. Unknown to everyone, in a corner of the back row, the elderly Yi Changfeng, accompanied by his bodyguards and wearing a hat, quietly sat there. At such a critical moment, Su Yixue had stepped up without hesitation to restore the Yi family's dignity. Naturally, the elderly Yi had to be present to oversee the event. He wanted to see who would dare to cause trouble today. Although the elderly man was advanced in age, his authority remained intact. Many of the military's former personnel had been promoted under his leadership. As long as he was alive, the bonds of loyalty remained strong. When the time came for real action, Yi Changfeng's subordinates would undoubtedly step forward without hesitation. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us. I am Su Yixue, the president of the Su Group. I believe everyone has already heard about the launch of our new drug, but interestingly, it seems that the Li family from Yun City has also been secretly researching a beauty pill that has effects almost identical to ours. And they just happened to hold a press conference yesterday. As Su Yixue spoke, she turned her gaze towards Li Zhong and the others in the audience. The Li family's press conference had already been broadcasted live across the internet, and most people were aware of it. Many knew that although the Li family was involved in the pharmaceutical industry, they had never ventured into the beauty business and had no research and development department. How could they possibly develop a new beauty pill in such a short time? The formula from the Li family was essentially stolen from the Su Group, which was hardly a secret. Today, everyone is eager to see the spectacle and find out how the Su Group will evade or resolve this issue. How will the Li family challenge them at the Su Group's press conference? Su Yixue is clever. She didn't wait for the Li family to speak first, but instead threw the question out herself. While most people are aware of the situation, there are still some who are not. By doing this, Su Yixue ensured that those who were unaware got a glimpse of the Li family's despicable behavior, preventing them from being misled. On the other hand, Su Yixue's proactive approach immediately put the Li family on the defensive. Li Zhong and the representatives from the Lu family in the audience looked momentarily stunned. Why isn't Su Yixue following the script? Normally, she should be on stage announcing the components, effects, and patent data of her new drug before starting to question anyone. But now, she has come out swinging directly at the Li family. Is she trying to take the initiative? What gives Su Yixue the right to do this? Is she planning to flip the table? Who gave her the courage? Chapter 46, Shuiyin Beauty Cream, a fountain of youth. However, Su Yixue had already spoken out in front of thousands, making everything clear. This was akin to igniting the fuse of battle. If Li Zhong didn't respond, he would be completely at a disadvantage. He had come here today alongside the representatives of the Lu family precisely to stir things up at the Su Group's press conference. Although Li Zhong had been in a foul mood since yesterday, he now had no choice. With Su Yixue's words, all eyes turned to Li Zhong, waiting for his reply. The Li family really is despicable. I've heard they stole the Su family's formula and released it early. How sinister. Humph. But those who do evil will face retribution. Didn't the Li family's eldest son, Li Yunyang, just drop dead yesterday? I see that the Yi family has deep roots. With their support, the Su family won't fall so easily. The Li family's retribution is yet to come. Around Li Zhong, the onlookers, eager for drama, spoke freely without restraint. The pain of losing a son was still fresh, and these people were deliberately twisting the knife, causing Li Zhong's face to darken with rage. He felt like rushing over and throttling those bastards. But now, he was already in the hot seat. He had more important matters to attend to. And no matter how furious he felt, he had to endure. Mr. Su, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that my Li family stole your Su family's formula? If that is the case, I request you provide evidence. Otherwise, it's inappropriate for you to slander us and mislead everyone. Li Zhong, a seasoned player in the business world, quickly grasped the crux of the issue. Everyone knew that the Li family had indeed stolen the Su family's formula, but the problem was that the investigation had been inconclusive. There was no evidence. The key witness had gone missing and might have been silenced. Even if everyone knew the truth, what could they do? The Su family had suffered losses but had no choice but to swallow their grievances. Su Yishue frowned, glancing sideways. The situation was almost identical to what she and Mr. Xia had rehearsed in the office. Fortunately, Yi Fan and Mr. Lei had arrived. Otherwise, Su Yishue wouldn't have known how to respond. Mr. Su, from your expression, it seems you have no evidence. I think it's best you don't shift your problems onto others and focus on your press conference instead. However, let me make one thing clear. I hope the new drug you're announcing doesn't resemble Miley family's new drug. If the formulations are the same, then Miley family will have grounds to believe that the Su family has stolen our formula and infringed on our trade secrets. I will take legal action that could lead to the bankruptcy of the Su group. After all, everyone knows that the Li family's press conference was held yesterday. Moreover, all our formulas, patents, components, effects, and production processes have been officially filed. Miss Su, you should be careful. Of course, there is another option. If the Su group is willing to be acquired by my Li group, I, Li Zhong, would consider sharing our formulas with you. I already have the contract prepared. Li Zhong's words came out in rapid succession, like a machine gun, all pre-prepared scripts. After finishing, he felt a lot more at ease. While speaking, he raised the contract in his hand. The purpose of his visit today was to force the Su group into a corner, leading to its bankruptcy or acquisition by the Li family, ensuring it would no longer exist. Only by doing this could he effectively intimidate other families and forces that were close to the Yi family. Watching the Su group struggle brought him great satisfaction, as he had completed half of the task assigned to him. All that was left was to wait quietly. If the Su group still went ahead with releasing the new drug, the composition would surely be the same. Li Zhong would immediately file a lawsuit against the Su group, using the evidence and patents in his possession to bring the Su group down. If the Su group was unable to release the new drug, then today's press conference would be nothing but a joke. Further proving that the Su family's choice to side with the Yi family left them with no room for retaliation when faced with repercussions. The defeat of the Su family would also signify the complete decline of the Yi family. Other neutral families would carefully reconsider how to interact with the Yi family in the future. Meanwhile, Li Zhong would seize the opportunity to attract all of the Su group's clients and partners. With the Su group collapsing, if the Li family offered conditions several times better, how would those partners choose? Even with the support of the Xia family, it wouldn't be enough, as the distributors under the Xia family also needed to make profits and required products to promote. In any case, the Su family was doomed today. Li Zhong had calculated everything, pulling the rug out from under the Su family, leaving them with no options. As Li Zhong finished speaking, everyone's attention shifted back to Su Yishue on stage. Everyone was curious about what she would do next. How would the Su family overcome this challenge? However, what intrigued everyone was that Su Yishue appeared calm and unflustered on stage. Head of the Li family, one must act with integrity. Otherwise, if you commit wrongful acts, retribution will follow. Su Yishue's calm statement struck at Li Zhong's core. The implication was clear. You have done wrong, which is why your son suddenly died yesterday. Rest assured, the Su group operates with integrity, and our press conference will proceed as planned. I am pleased to announce that our new drug, named Snowy Beauty Cream, has been developed based on an ancient recipe. As she introduced the product, a hastily prepared PowerPoint started playing on the big screen. The main ingredients, combinations, and effects of the formula were completely different from the beauty pills released by the Li family. Moreover, the PPT showed that the Snowy Beauty Cream was far more effective than the beauty pills. It could heal wounds without leaving any traces, which was a godsend for women who had undergone cesarean sections. The crowd erupted in excitement. Su Yishue hadn't finished her introduction when the crowd of thousands erupted in excitement. If the Xinyan cream is real, it would be a groundbreaking product. In the beauty industry, it could easily be worth trillions and become a blockbuster item. A miraculous cream like this? Forget a few $100 a bottle. Even if it were priced in the thousands or tens of thousands, countless people would still rush to buy it. The Su group actually has another cream to unveil? Is this some kind of deception? Damn it. We've all been tricked by the Su group. It turns out the smoke screen was set up by them all along. The Li family invested so much effort into stealing secrets. And what do they have to show for it? Nothing. As the crowd buzzed with disbelief, Li Zhong shot an angry glare at his secretary beside him and demanded, "What is going on? Didn't you say your people had infiltrated the core of the Su group and had all the secrets? How could this Xinyan cream suddenly appear out of nowhere?" Chapter 47. Is the Sage of Medicine supporting the Su family? Li Zhong was very angry. In order to bring down the Su group, Li Zhong had already spent billions of dollars training and bribing spies, pouring in countless efforts. He even suspected that his own son had been manipulated by the Su family. He had sacrificed his son, only to end up with something so useless that it couldn't even harm the opponent's foundation. How could Li Zhong not be furious? Mr. Li, I don't know either, his secretary said, looking confused. But I can guarantee 100 that the prescription we obtained is indeed the new drug that the Su group spent 10 years developing. There's no mistake about it. And the Su group couldn't possibly have the time and energy to develop another new drug. Li Zhong's secretary, Jin Yang, suddenly had a realization and exclaimed, I understand. The Su group is trying to trick us. Their Shui ointment must be fake, something they just made up to deceive everyone. It can't possibly be effective. Jin Yang seemed to have discovered a new continent, excitedly dancing with joy, unable to contain his praise for his own cleverness. Throughout the entire process of stealing secrets from the Su group, Li Zhong had been involved as well. And he knew that it was indeed unlikely for the Su family to be developing another new drug. But now, with the Su group presenting another new product at the press conference, there was only one explanation. The Su group was deceiving everyone, and the drug couldn't possibly be real. Mr. Su, is this drug really that miraculous? Has the ancient prescription you mentioned been verified? Is it harmful to humans? And who will bear the consequences of the side effects? Someone in the crowd shouted towards Su Yixue. This was actually what Li Zhong wanted to ask as well. And since someone had spoken up, he was happy to remain silent and watch the drama unfold. Let's see how you, Su Yixue, will resolve this deadlock today. On stage, although Su Yixue had received a reassuring response from Lei Qianjue, she still felt a bit unsure and hesitated for a moment. That brief moment of hesitation was immediately seized by the hecklers below, who began to stir the pot. Mr. Su, are you trying to deceive us? If this miracle drug can heal wounds, won't all those other beauty companies go bankrupt? Exactly. If anyone could claim to make beauty ointments using an ancient formula, making money would be too easy. Fraud. Su Yixue, you're committing fraud. 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 The emotions of everyone on site, stirred by those with ulterior motives, suddenly escalated. The crowd began to chant, and the situation was starting to spiral out of control. The distributors under the Su group wore looks of disappointment, secretly contemplating how to approach the Li family later and find opportunities for collaboration. Su Yixue, are you really willing to throw away your face? Is this clumsy tactic even effective? Such a huge lie, won't it fall apart with just a poke? As soon as Li Zhong spoke, everyone fell silent. President Su, I think you should sell the Su group to my family, the Li family. Well, for 5 million, that is my final offer. Li Zhong was clearly trying to humiliate Su Yixue. When Su Yixue didn't know how to respond, Yi Fan discreetly tapped Lei Qianjue's arm beside the stage. Lei Qianjue understood that it was his turn to step in. How about this? Does anyone doubt the authenticity of this ancient prescription? Do you not trust my medical skills? Or what? With the microphone in hand, Lei Qianjue strode onto the stage, and as soon as he appeared, the crowd erupted in screams. What? Is that the great medical sage of Daxiao, Lei Qianjue? Oh my god, it really is Old Master Lei. What does this mean? Does Old Master Lei imply that this ancient prescription was provided by him? If that's the case, then the Su group's Shui ointment is probably real. This is interesting. Today's show is even more thrilling than a movie. The crowd, which had been noisy, reached a new peak with Lei Qianjue's appearance. However, the emotions and attitudes of the people began to shift. If it were just the Su family claiming it was an ancient prescription, there would still be doubts. But now that the renowned medical sage, Lei Qianjue, has personally endorsed the Su group, that carries weight. Can the number one medical figure in Daxiao not be persuasive? Ladies and gentlemen, this prescription was something I stumbled upon. Based on the herbs, ingredients, and refining methods from the ancient texts, I prepared an ointment last night that proves the ointment indeed has the described effects. It can heal wounds, beautify the skin, and remove blemishes in just a few minutes. Boom. Lei Qianjue is really endorsing the Su group's new medicine and personally proving its effectiveness? What is going on here? It should be noted that as a renowned medical sage, Lei Qianjue has healed countless big shots, wealthy individuals, and influential figures. Is he short on money? That is simply impossible. Moreover, Lei Qianjue has never endorsed any commercial company in all these years. Whenever he had a good prescription, he would directly publish it online. Today, he is so openly and confidently backing the Su group. That is quite unusual. However, the impact of Lei Qianjue's appearance was immediate. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted and responses flooded in. Since the medical sage has endorsed it, I choose to believe in the Su group. President Su, my Hongfa pharmaceutical company wants to collaborate with the Su group. How about a preliminary order with a deposit of 1 billion? My Yuanshan group also wants to partner with the Su group, with a deposit of 500 million. President Su, please give us a chance. Dongfang group. In the blink of an eye, dozens of companies expressed their interest in collaborating with Su Ishue, and the preliminary deposits alone were estimated to reach hundreds of billions. With this funding, the development of the Su Group would no longer be an issue. It would easily become the #1 pharmaceutical company in Daxia. Su Ishue looked at Lei Qianjue beside her, feeling both happy and a bit worried. As the president of a pharmaceutical company, she was acutely aware of the challenges involved in developing a beauty ointment. A single ointment could heal wounds and remove dark spots. Such an incredible function is truly unheard of. As the situation took a sudden turn, Li Zhong was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he was mocking the Su Group, and now he was being slapped in the face so quickly? Damn it! What kind of intelligence gathering are you doing? Li Zhong angrily kicked his secretary, Jin Yang, and shouted, "How could you let that old man, Lei Qianjue, slip through the cracks? Even if the ointment is fake, most people would still believe it's real if Lei Qianjue showed up." Mr. Li, according to the orders from above, Lei Qianjue was never supposed to appear in Yun City. They had arranged for so many people to intercept and assassinate him. I don't know why he is still here. We'll settle this later. Li Zhong shot a fierce glare at his secretary, then cleared his throat and stood up to loudly address the crowd. "Dr. Lei, it's not that we don't believe you. It's just that the effectiveness of that ointment is too extraordinary for us to accept. How can you prove it to us?" Wow. Li Zhong's words sparked a reaction, and everyone turned to look at him. But upon reflection, his words didn't seem unreasonable. With such a miraculous ointment, shouldn't it show results in just a few minutes? Why not demonstrate it right here for more convincing evidence? Prove it? How? The best way would be to make a small cut on the arm, apply the ointment, and after a few minutes, the scar would disappear, right? But who would be willing to cut their own arm? Chapter 48. What the hell? Are you really cutting my arm for nothing? Lei Qianjue, feeling frustrated, instinctively wanted to pull out his dagger and cut his own arm. But just then, Yi Fan suddenly rushed out from the side of the stage, snatching the dagger from Lei Qianjue's hand. I know how to prove it. Just find someone to make a small cut, and then apply the ointment to see if the wound heals, right? Isn't that how we can prove if the medicine is real or fake? Isn't that right, Su Ishue? Yi Fan asked, holding the dagger and looking at Su Ishue. That is indeed the case. But Xiao Fan, what are you doing at this moment? Su Ishue exclaimed in a delicate tone upon seeing Yi Fan rushing out, wanting to pull him back down. However, Yi Fan showed no hesitation, climbing down from the stage and quickly running towards Li Zhong. Hey, you old man. You were the one talking the most just now. Come on, help us prove it. Before Li Zhong could react to what was happening, Yi Fan had already rushed in front of him and, without any hesitation, swung the dagger, making a cut over a foot long on Li Zhong's arm. The cut was deep enough to see the white bones inside. Ah, you stupid fool, what are you doing? My arm. Oh, someone help me bandage it. Li Zhong glared at Yi Fan in anger. But when he tried to reach out to hit Yi Fan had already backed away several meters. Old man, I'm helping you prove the effectiveness of that ointment. Didn't you doubt that it was useless? Come on, if it works or not, you can just go up and try it. Yi Fan's innocent demeanor left everyone stunned. Li Zhong wanted to explode, but then he thought about how Yi Fan was just a fool. If he lost his temper with a fool, wouldn't that be beneath his dignity? With no other choice, Li Zhong was dragged by Yi Fan and quickly walked back towards the stage. On the stage, Su Ishue watched as Yi Fan actually stabbed Li Zhong twice with the dagger, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This Li Zhong was truly despicable, having stolen the Su family's formula and intentionally trying to embarrass her at the press conference. If possible, Su Ishue would have loved to kick him a few times. Yi Fan did what she wanted to do, but couldn't bring herself to do. On the other side, Lei Qianjue watched as Li Zhong, covered in blood, walked onto the stage, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His little disciple truly never suffered any losses. The Li family was going to have a rough time ahead. Suddenly, the crowd realized what was happening as Li Zhong was almost on stage. Haha, Li Zhong is really unlucky, getting stabbed by that fool from the Yi family. Yeah, even if Li Zhong were to be stabbed to death by Yi Fan, it would be for nothing. What do you think? Is Yi Fan really a fool, or just pretending? He directly went up and stabbed Li Zhong twice. He only has the intelligence of an 8-year-old. What more can you expect? But having Li Zhong prove it is indeed the best method. After all, Li Zhong is the one who least wants the Su family's new medicine to work, and if even he can prove that the ointment is effective, then it would be a miraculous medicine. As Li Zhong stepped onto the stage, he couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. Had he really run out of luck for 8 lifetimes? Every time he encountered Yi Fan, it never ended well. Just yesterday at the engagement banquet, he'd run into Yi Fan and ended up losing his son. And today here he was again, with Yi Fan nearly taking his life with 2 swift strikes. Gripping his painfully throbbing arm, Li Zhong still managed to address Su Yixue. Miss Su, stop struggling in vain. You chose to help the Yi family, so you should have expected today's outcome. Huh. Before Li Zhong could finish his sentence, he suddenly let out a sharp scream, glaring angrily at Yi Fan beside him. Are you blind? Why did you step on my foot? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I weigh just over 100 pounds. Am I really that heavy? Stepping like that shouldn't hurt too much, right? Yi Fan replied innocently, deliberately moving his foot back and forth to stomp down hard on Li Zhong's foot again. Are you trying to kill me? Is this on purpose? Li Zhong cried out in pain, hopping around on stage while clutching his foot. Damn it, Yi Fan didn't seem heavy at all, but it felt like a bulldozer was crushing his foot. He thought it might break. Uffed. Su Yixue couldn't help but laugh at the scene. This Yi Fan was truly getting his revenge for her. Sigh. If Yi Fan wasn't genuinely foolish with his previous skills, he would have just taken care of Li Zhong directly, right? The nearby photographer was quick to catch the moment, now aiming the camera at Li Zhong's injured arm for a close-up. Lei Qianjue wiped the blood off the wound with a towel, showcasing the injury in front of the camera. Everyone can see it clearly now, right? It's a pretty deep cut. You can even see the bone. Uffed. Li Zhong felt his heart take another heavy hit. Damn it, could you stop talking? I've already been stabbed by a fool, and it's humiliating enough without you emphasizing it repeatedly. At that moment, the guests and media in the hall were all focused on the large screens around them, gasping at the gruesome sight of the wound. The Yi family's idiot really knew how to inflict damage. A single strike and you could see bone? If he had been any harsher, his entire arm might have been ruined. Meanwhile, sitting in the front row below the stage were Su Honghai, Zhang Ru, Su Mingho, and the core disciples of the Su family, all tense and anxious at the scene unfolding before them. Big brother, when did Yixue get in touch with the divine doctor? Does that ointment really work? Yeah, uncle, this concerns the life and death of our Su group. Why didn't Yixue tell us she knew such a powerful figure? While everyone was filled with anticipation, there was also a hint of worry. Su Honghai was just as nervous as they were, because until just before stepping on stage, Su Yixue hadn't mentioned anything about Lei Qianjue or the ointment. Su Honghai had already braced himself for the possibility that the Su group might collapse in this crisis. As a result, the scene suddenly began to take a turn. Lei Qianjue personally took charge and brought forth an incredible ointment. How could Su Honghai not be excited? So, you must trust Yixue's choice. The foundation of the Yi family is beyond your imagination. Su Honghai deliberately maintained a composed demeanor, sharing profound words that made the disciples of the Su family look at Su Yixue with renewed respect. On stage, Lei Qianjue evenly applied the ointment to Li Zhong's arm. With the camera focusing closely on the action, everyone clearly observed that as the emerald green ointment was applied, Li Zhong's skin seemed to come alive. The bleeding from the wound beneath the ointment stopped, and the skin began to slowly seal itself. This phenomenon, defying current scientific understanding, unfolded before everyone's eyes at a visibly rapid pace. Everyone was stunned, their eyes glued to the screen. Li Zhong, witnessing the transformation on his arm, was equally incredulous. Could it be that the ointment developed by the Su family was actually real? How could this be possible? Chapter 49. The baby's heart is heavy. Stealing the Su family's formula was a plan that the Li family had been plotting for years. Now that they had finally pushed the Su family to the brink, it was just a matter of time before the Su family collapsed. Once that happened, Li's mission would be accomplished. When the Su group went under, the Li family would take over the Su family's assets, instantly becoming the top pharmaceutical company in Yun City. Moreover, they would surely receive special rewards from above, and their lives would take off. No, they absolutely could not allow the Su family's ointment to function as intended. With that thought, Li Zhong's arm twitched as he intended to use his other hand to quickly wipe away the ointment. However, Li Zhong's actions had already been anticipated by Yi Fan, who had instructed Xia how to have Wang Fuguei standing right next to Li Zhong. Just as Li Zhong was about to move, Wang Fuguei swiftly grabbed his arm, holding it tightly like a vice. Head of the Li family, what's wrong? Are you thirsty and need some water? Should I help you with that? Wang Fuguei had already reached a level above the master realm, and his control over martial energy was at another tier. While keeping his grip on Li Zhong's shoulder, he had completely immobilized Li Zhong's body. He couldn't even move a finger. No, I'm not thirsty. Li Zhong felt a bit intimidated upon seeing Wang Fuguei. This Wang Fuguei was known for being a big, silly guy. Though he was an ordinary person, he was hardly any better than the current fool, Yi Fan. If Yi Fan ordered him to kill himself right now, Wang Fuguei would probably do it without hesitation. They're all devils. The baby's heart is heavy. Although Li Zhong was anxious, he didn't dare to say another word. He could only watch as the wound on his arm healed at a visible speed. In less than 5 minutes, The wound on Li Zhong's arm had almost completely healed from the outside. Lei Qianjue brought a towel and slowly wiped away the ointment from Li Zhong's arm. Everyone's eyes widened as they focused intently on the screen in front of them. Meanwhile, on stage, Su Yixue and the others looked at their arms. A brand new, extremely fair arm appeared before everyone. It looked as if it had been bleached, with a color that was much more rosy and fair than the surrounding skin. The wound that everyone had just seen had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, Wang Fugue had released Li Zhong, who couldn't believe it as he turned his arm over and checked it several times, finding no trace of the wound whatsoever. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Zhong grasped his arm fiercely, trying to find the wound from earlier, but still found nothing. No way. You must have used some kind of illusion or magic trick. Li Zhong was on the verge of tears. He had clearly prepared everything today to sabotage the Su family. But how had he ended up on stage, acting as a pawn for them? If he hadn't come up on stage himself, Li Zhong would have definitely thought this was a setup by the Su family. Li Zhong rolled his arm back and forth, and under the close-up of the camera, a thick arm was seen continuously moving on the big screen, clear for everyone present. If it were anyone else on stage, doubts would arise. But now it was the head of the Li family taking the stage, their sworn enemy, who had stolen the Su family's formula. If there were any flaws in the ointment, Li Zhong would definitely make a scene. The effect was so astonishing that everyone at the scene was left speechless. Boom. The crowd began to erupt. Those groups and companies that hadn't paid a deposit just moments ago were now rushing madly toward the Su family's cooperation registration desk. Tianhong Group, depositing 1 billion. I Hope Group, depositing 800 million. Highway Group, depositing 1 billion, willing to share all distribution channels. The implications of such a miraculous ointment for the market were crystal clear to everyone. This represented a market worth trillions. Just getting in on it meant easy money. Anyone who blocked their collaboration would be standing in the way of their profits. The atmosphere was electric, and all the media thrust their microphones in front of Su Yixue. Miss Su, how did you manage this? Were you hiding the fact that the formula was stolen? Miss Su, is it true that your announcement of marrying Yi Fan brought you good luck? Dr. Lei, can we ask you, is there a possibility for the young master of the Yi family to awaken? The excitement exceeded Li Zhong's expectations. On stage, he felt like a clown, unsure whether to stand or sit. He glanced at Lu Ran's representative in the audience, their eyes exchanging a dark look. Humph, Su Yixue. Since you won tea, let me have it easy. Then let us make sure no one has it easy. Li Zhong and Lu Ran's representative had more than one tactic ready for dealing with the Su family. Miss Su, don't celebrate too soon. As far as I know, you still owe quite a bit to your distributors, right? Does your company even have that much cash on hand? Furthermore, if all the distributors refuse to cooperate with you, no matter how good your product is, how will you sell it? Li Zhong chuckled darkly, reminding everyone not to forget that with the close ties between the Su and Yi families, if the Yi family was suppressed, the Su family would surely suffer as well. Can everyone guarantee they will make that money? This was a concern for everyone present. Many had come today to see how the Su family would face this crisis. Li Zhong's public display of this crisis magnified the threat for the Su family, making it even clearer to everyone. Some impulsive companies and groups began to hesitate. Indeed, the Su family's products were good enough, but what good is it to earn money if there's no life to spend it? Below, the suppliers arranged by Li Zhong and Lu Ran's representative started to echo and stir up trouble again. Miss Su, it's not that we lack compassion. The situation is just a bit complicated right now. Miss Su, let us settle up. Yes, Miss Su, I also want to settle my previous debt of 100 million and my 50 million debt. Under the influence of the distributors arranged by Li Zhong and Lu Ran, the situation on site took a dramatic turn. Over 100 distributors decided to terminate their cooperation with the Su family and demanded refunds. Even some corporate groups that were previously interested in collaborating with the Su family began to hesitate. At that moment, a young man stood up and exclaimed, "What is wrong with you all? Mr. Lei is backing them up, and you're still scared of a few problems? It's just some debts. I, Guo Li, will cover all of Su's debts. If you don't want to cooperate, fine. I'll join forces with Mr. Xia and take over all of Su's distribution channels. Anyone who keeps complaining, I swear I'll take care of you." His sudden outburst stunned everyone on site, and they all turned to look at the young man. The Guo family from the provincial capital? Another major family supporting the Su family? Prompted by Guo Li's words, the groups and companies that were considering collaboration immediately reacted, realizing he was right. No matter how much pressure there was, this ointment was a money-making opportunity. They almost let it slip through their fingers. Damn it, let us go after them. In an instant, the crowd erupted, violently confronting those who were clamoring for money and threatening to withdraw. It turned into a 3-on-1 4-on-1 situation. In that moment, all opposing voices weakened, leaving Li Zhong, Lu Ran, and their representative Qin Tao completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Why does it feel like the whole world is against me? Are they really trying to force me to play my trump card? Chapter 50, Playing Dirty? Use Force. Big brother, I was sent abroad by my dad for my studies. And I just heard about the Yi family yesterday. I'm sorry. Big brother, you have no idea how much I've missed you over these years. My longing for you has been like a raging river, endless and unstoppable. As Guoli spoke, he strode onto the stage, grabbing Yi Fan with both hands. And continued, Big brother, after not seeing you for a few years, I've noticed you've become even more handsome and charming. Haha, to be honest, has sister-in-law been pampering you? Guoli showed no signs of restraint and teased Su Yixue, who was standing nearby. Ugh, you jerk, you're asking for it. Su Yixue's face flushed with embarrassment at Guoli's words. She was familiar with him. Although Guoli's family was in the provincial capital 5 years ago, he had been inseparable from Yi Fan and Wang Fugui, who followed Yi Fan around every day. They were known as the two generals. One skilled in martial arts and the other with a sharp mind, responsible for strategies and planning. With Yi Fan's exceptional talent, the trio's reputation as the Three Rascals echoed throughout the entire Tiannan province and even into the southwest. However, after Yi Fan's accident, which left him mentally impaired, Guoli was sent abroad for studies, temporarily breaking up their trio. But their bond remained unbroken. Damn it. Guoli, can you be any more shameless? Always stealing my lines. Does my big brother's handsomeness really need your words to describe? Let me tell you, when I take him to the Lichuan courtyard, those girls are all over him. Seeing his two good brothers start bickering the moment they met, Yi Fan felt a bit of a headache and couldn't help but furrow his brows. These two brothers were great in every way, but they were both experts at flattering him, each trying to outdo the other. Although Yi Fan merely frowned, Guoli quickly sensed the change in Yi Fan's mood. Big brother, are you putting on an act? Guoli's voice had been loud at first, but it dropped significantly as he spoke the latter part. Glancing around cautiously, this was where Guoli differed from Wang Fugui. He was much more perceptive. The moment he noticed Yi Fan's reaction, he had already guessed a good portion of Yi Fan's plan and understood the importance of discretion. Yi Fan's lips twitched with Guoli's intellect. Keeping things from him was a bit challenging. Since that was the case, it would be best to lay everything out for Guoli when the opportunity was right. After all, many of Yi Fan's future plans would require someone to execute them. Relying solely on Xia Hao wouldn't suffice for many tasks. And this brother Guoli was the best choice, possessing the ability to oversee the bigger picture. Noticing Yi Fan's slight brow movement, Guoli instantly picked up on the hint and refrained from pressing further. Instead, he took the microphone from Su Yixue and exclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, you've already seen the effects of the Su family's Shuiyan beauty cream today. If you want to collaborate, seize the opportunity to sign up right away. First come, first served. If you miss this chance, you want to find another. Getting it means profit. Guoli was the type of person who was naturally charming and a master of socializing. With just a few words, he stirred the emotions of everyone present. As for the merchants arranged by Li Zhong and Qin Tao, they had been beaten to a pulp and couldn't make a sound. In an instant, the situation at the scene had tilted entirely in favor of the Su family. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. With Guoli helping to manage the overall situation, he had much less to worry about. Everyone, line up and pay your deposits. The entire press conference, under Yi Fan's planning and with the involvement of Lei Qianjue and Guoli, was held perfectly. Li Zhong and Qin Tao's plans had completely fallen apart, and some of the distributors who had originally cooperated with the Li family turned to embrace the Su family instead. Li family head, what do you mean by this? Are you still not embarrassed enough and planning to wait here for the new year? Guoli coldly reprimanded. Looking at Li Zhong, who was still in a daze below. If it were me, I would have found a block of tofu to smash my head against. Your son was played to death by his own father, and you still want to stick around here and make a fool of yourself. Guoli was deliberately poking at Li Zhong's sore spot, making Li Zhong's face turn a shade of iron. Guoli, you dog. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're from the Guo family in the provincial city. Humph. Everyone, get ready to take action. With a shout from Li Zhong, suddenly over 100 strong men armed with battle knives, steel bars, and other weapons surged out from around the venue, surrounding the entire conference. Everyone stop. Who dares to sign a contract with the Su family today? Li Zhong coldly shouted. From behind those strong men, another group of archers appeared, their crossbows aimed at the company representatives and bosses present. What do you mean, Li Zhong? Su Honghai jumped up from his seat, loudly reprimanding Li Zhong. If you can't outmaneuver the Su family in business, are you resorting to these underhanded tactics? Planning to use force to obstruct the Su family's development? Humph. What do you think it means? Isn't it obvious? You Su family have gotten too close to the Yi family. This is a punishment from above for you. Li Zhong felt a sense of relief as he looked at the assassins he had arranged, a smug smile appearing on his face. Now, you Su family have two choices. Either continue to side with the Yi family, and today will be the day of your demise. Or, hand over Yi Fan and accept my Li group's acquisition, which would allow your Su group to survive. As for the price, I've already mentioned it. 5 million. Li Zhong wore a cold smile. His ambitions were grand. Since they were taking action today, he intended to capture Yi Fan and eliminate him outright. Although there was no evidence linking Yi Yunyang's sudden death at the engagement banquet to Yi Fan, Li Zhong had always felt that Yi Fan was involved. Therefore, he planned to kill Yi Fan to avenge his son. You're dreaming. Su Ishua stepped in front of Yi Fan. Li Zhong, you're despicable. If you want to harm Yi Fan, you'll have to step over my dead body. Su Ishua looked resolute. She was now Yi Fan's woman and had promised the old man of the Yi family that she would protect Yi Fan. If Yi Fan were harmed while he was by her side, how could she explain that to Sister Linglong? Sister Linglong, huh? Where did she go? Su Ishua suddenly realized that Yu Linglong should also be at the scene, but she couldn't see her anywhere. Where had she gone? Su Ishua, did you think you were still that high and mighty princess? You filthy bitch. Li Zhong recalled how Su Ishua had humiliated him earlier. And with Yi Fan having cut a large gash in his arm, a dark expression crossed his face. He raised his hand, intending to slap Su Ishua across the face. Boom. However, before Li Zhong could swing his hand, Yi Fan suddenly picked up a chair and smashed it down hard on Li Zhong's head. Old man, anyone who dares to hurt my wife will have to pay the price. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan swung the chair with all his might, relentlessly bringing it down on Li Zhong's head. Li Zhong's eyes filled with stars as he was struck, his head cracking open. He staggered several steps before wobbling and falling to the ground. You damn fool. What the hell? Nearby, Qin Tao, realizing what was happening, looked angrily at the scene before him and shouted at the surrounding muscular men. What are you standing around for? Get to work. Take down everyone from the Su family. Chapter 51. Can genius be contagious? Have they all become masters? I dare anyone to try. Just as Li Zhong's subordinates were about to take action, Wang Fuguwei suddenly leaped out from behind Yi Fan, exuding a powerful aura that sent the frontline thugs staggering back several steps, causing their weapons to clatter to the ground. Clang. The crisp sound drew everyone's attention to Wang Fuguwei. Some martial arts experts, sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from Wang Fuguwei, gasped in shock. A master-level expert? Wang Fuguwei had actually broken through to the master level? Another prodigious talent had emerged in Yun City. Damn, is genius contagious? Indeed. Previously, 15-year-old Yi Fan was a master-level expert, and now, with him was Wang Fuguwei, who had also reached the master level. It was terrifying. In the realm of martial arts, there are multiple stages, from entry-level to mastery, then to master, grandmaster, and emperor. While it might seem like just one level of difference, in reality, the gap between each level is exponentially vast. On site, although Li Zhong had prepared numerous assassins, the presence of master-level Wang Fuguwei rendered their efforts futile. Wang Fuguwei alone was powerful enough to eliminate all the assassins Li Zhong had arranged. Li Zhong also sensed the shift in Wang Fuguwei's aura. He had calculated everything. But he never anticipated that Wang Fuguwei would break through from mastery to become a martial arts master. Mr. Qin. Li Zhong glanced awkwardly at Qin Tao beside him. Though Li Zhong was the main executor of this operation, he was merely at the forefront, while the actual control lay with Lu Ran, who had sent Qin Tao. What are we afraid of? No matter how strong he is just one person. We have so many people, as long as we strike from multiple angles and capture Su Ishua or Yi Fan, or even just a few of the business owners wanting to cooperate as hostages, Wang Fuguwei will hesitate to act recklessly. With Qin Tao's explanation, Li Zhong regained some confidence. Young Master Wang, this is a matter between us and the Su family. I advise you not to interfere. The power behind me is not something you can provoke. As he spoke, blood trickled down Li Zhong's face from a wound, making him look extremely disheveled. Humph. Su Ishua is my sister-in-law. The affairs of the Su family are my concern, Wang Fuguwei's concern. Today, if anyone dares to lay a finger on the Su family, they're opposing the Wang family. Wang Fuguwei showed no signs of backing down. Li Zhong, withdraw your men now, and you'll still have a chance. Otherwise, you'll know what it means to wish you were dead. Before Wang Fuguwei could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by Guoli. Enough. Enough. You've said your piece. Now it's my turn. Boom. Guoli charged out without hesitation, throwing a punch at the group of assassins ahead. The powerful shockwave sent several of them flying back over 10 meters, crashing to the ground, motionless. Sorry. I'm also a master-level expert now. If anyone is unconvinced, feel free to test my fist. It's been itching for a fight. Guo Li arrogantly waved his fist in the air, casting a smug glance at Wang Fugui. How about that, old Wang? Bet you didn't see this coming. I was planning to show off in front of you. But look at you, you big oaf. You've broken through too. Ugh. Hiss. Another master-level expert? The two henchmen beside Yi Fan have all broken through in such a short time? Everyone at the scene was stunned, collectively gasping in disbelief. It's confirmed. Genius must be contagious. Otherwise, how could Guo Li and Wang Fugui have made such breakthroughs in such a short time? With two master-level experts present, Qin Tao's face instantly turned pale. With one master present, they could find some loopholes to attack, but with two masters on guard, they had almost no chance at all. Even with the threat of those archers, the master-level experts could easily form a protective barrier with their vital energy. Effortlessly keeping those crossbow bolts at bay, Qin Tao glanced around, his eyes darting towards the exit, already planning to make a run for it. In the current situation, staying here was just a ticket to certain death. Don't move. Put down your weapons obediently. I've put up with you for far too long. Just as Qin Tao and Li Zhong were hesitating, a sharp voice rang out from the crowd. Yu Linglong appeared with a large group of youths in camouflage, numbering in the hundreds. Compared to the number arranged by Li Zhong, it was basically 2 against 1. Each archer had 2 camouflaged youths standing behind them, their glinting daggers aimed at the archers' hearts. The previously aggressive archers instantly lost their bravado, helplessly lowering their bows. The other killers arranged by Li Zhong had no choice either. Under such overwhelming power, they were all captured without exception. A life-and-death crisis was thus resolved without a hitch. The speed was astonishing. All the company bosses and channel partners present hadn't even grasped what had happened before the storm had already passed. Li family head, let us find somewhere to talk, Xiaohao said as he approached with Li Hu from the side of the stage, surrounding Li Zhong in the middle. Li Zhong and Qin Tao's faces turned ashen. You. Watching the killers being escorted away, despair settled in for Li Zhong as the last one left. Why did he feel so stifled? Today was supposed to be his stage, where he would dominate the Su family, leaving them utterly humiliated and capturing them. How did he suddenly find himself in such a dire situation? It felt like a conspiracy, as if he had been thrown into a sack. Yu Linglong was also a master-level powerhouse. With 3 master-level experts on guard, how could Li Zhong and Qin Tao dare to provoke the Su family? In reality, what Li Zhong and Qin Tao didn't know was that, aside from the 3 master-level experts, Yi Fan had already reached the peak of martial sovereign strength. Even if Li Zhong and Qin Tao brought 10 master-level experts today, they would still face a grim fate. Yu Linglong, Xiaohao, and Li Hu took Li Zhong and Qin Tao away. The crowd sighed in disbelief. With such a fierce confrontation, the Li family has completely torn its relationship with the Su family. There's no doubt that the Li family won't have a good ending. It's almost safe to say that the Li family is facing annihilation. Not long ago, the Zhao family went against Yi Fan and was directly wiped out. Now, the Li family is opposing the Su family and is also headed for destruction. Some astute observers have already picked up on the signs. Although the Yi family has suffered heavy losses, they are still not so easily dealt with. Is that Kiran's son of the Yi family truly foolish? Or just pretending to be? Chapter 52. Let the music play, let the dance continue. Ladies and gentlemen, let the music play and the dance continue. Don't let a little trash hold you back from making money, right? After Qin Tao and Li Zhong were taken away, Guo Li immediately began to rally the remaining company owners and representatives present, encouraging them to continue signing up for collaboration with the Su family. In fact, at this point, even without Guo Li's urging, everyone would have been eager to sign up. After all, everyone had seen clearly the provocation from the Li family. Li Zhong had allied with the Lu family from the provincial capital and employed 3 underhanded tactics to disrupt the Su family's press conference, only to end up in a disastrous defeat. Everyone knew that the Su family had the backing of the Yi family. Previously, when the Yi family had almost been wiped out in a single day, many had been wary of the opponents who had come forward against them. However, now with Wang Fugui, Guo Li, Yu Linglong, and 6 other sisters-in-law supporting them, along with 3 master-level experts present, it was clear that the Yi family was not so easily toppled. Some keen-eyed individuals in the audience had already spotted the Yi family patriarch sitting in the back row, along with several other influential figures who were rarely seen on television, quietly occupying various corners of the press conference venue. My goodness, even the governor of Tiannan province is here. What the hell? Is the Li family looking for trouble? Indeed, I also saw the old general from the southwest, who has been stationed there for 30 years, and he is here too. Alas, poor Li Zhong. Once the attendees realized the situation, they understood that even if Yu Linglong, Wang Fugui, and Guo Li didn't take action, the Li family wouldn't stand a chance. With the Yi family patriarch personally overseeing things, how could they not have a backup plan? A small family like the Li family in Yun City actually thought they could take on the Su group and challenge the Yi family. They were destined to be cannon fodder. Sign me up, I want to sign up too. Hey, you there, don't push, line up properly, hurry. Let me get to the front. All the company owners at the scene went wild, disregarding any semblance of decorum, pushing forward in a frenzy to grab the opportunity for collaboration. The Su family's press conference concluded with a clear victory for the Su family. Some of the channel distributors who had previously gathered around the Li family, some of whom were cunning enough not to join in the commotion, were now lamenting their luck. Those who had conspired with the Li family would undoubtedly find themselves excluded from future collaborations and facing severe repercussions. As for those who remained, just the Shuiyan cream alone could earn them a fortune for the next decade. Yi Changfeng, sitting in the back row, quietly breathed a sigh of relief as he observed the scene before him. When the Yi family's descendants encountered trouble, they were far away, and he couldn't look after them. But the Su family was right here in Yun City, right under his nose. How could they be bullied? Still, Yi Changfeng was a bit curious. When did the Su family acquire such an impressive product as the Shuiyan cream? If they had such a product, why would they be so flustered? Moreover, the way the Su family had arranged and managed the event today was incredibly meticulous, almost flawless. Even with the support of provincial city figures like Xia Hao and Guo Li, Yi Changfeng still felt that there was a master behind the scenes orchestrating everything so clearly. Old Master Yi, there shouldn't be any issues here anymore. Let's go. We can head back and continue drinking. In every corner of the venue, those hidden big shots began to gather around Yi Changfeng. Drink? What are you talking about? Didn't you hear what Thunder Doctor said? Young Master Yi has a complete chance of waking up. We old folks need to show some of our residual heat. We can't let the Yi family be bullied into extinction. You should reach out to your old subordinates and make the necessary connections quickly. Right. Let's go back and plan properly. Those scoundrels failed today, but they'll definitely have follow-up actions. We mustn't let them succeed. The big shots summoned by Lei Qianjue were all sharp-minded individuals. The confrontation between the Su family and the Li family had developed too oddly, resulting in a complete defeat for the Li family. Although Yi Fan still appeared dazed, everyone sensed something was off. What if Yi Fan was not actually dazed, but just pretending? Yi Changfeng and the group of big shots quietly left while the core disciples of the Su family were busy welcoming the company owners. Su Yixue, as the company president, wanted to greet them but felt a bit worried looking at Yi Fan. Sister-in-law, you should go take care of your business. Don't worry. We'll take care of your brother. Guo Li noticed Su Yixue's concern, greeted her, and then quickly walked towards the stage, putting his arm around Yi Fan's shoulder. Once they reached the lounge behind the stage, Guo Li shut the door and quickly asked Yi Fan, when did you wake up? Yi Fan knew he couldn't hide it from Guo Li. Guo Li, dubbed Scholar Guo by Wang Fuguei, was just as cunning and strategic as Yi Fan, if not more so. Moreover, Yi Fan had sensed that Guo Li had a unique constitution, in addition to his normal aura. There was also an ancient energy fluctuating within him, as if a legacy was sealed inside, waiting to be activated. Just a few days ago, on the day the Yi family was annihilated. 5 years ago, the car accident was orchestrated by the Zhao family. By a twist of fate, I ended up sealing myself with a talisman for 5 years. So, Yi Fan quickly explained his plan to Guo Li. It's quite simple. I'll continue to play the fool and keep our opponents in the dark. We'll start with the Zhao family, the Wang family, and the Li family. Investigate the Lu family in the provincial city, and then track down Zhou Xiao in the capital to seek justice for the Yi family. Guo Li had always played the role of a strategist beside Yi Fan. Yi Fan now needed to keep pretending to be foolish, letting Guo Li handle many matters, making him a perfect mouthpiece. Is that so? So the annihilation of the Zhao family and the unexpected demise of Li Yunyang were all orchestrated by you, big brother. Guo Li couldn't help but give Yi Fan a thumbs up. Their enemies had no idea that the most monstrous genius of the Yi family had already awakened. What awaited them would be a life worse than death. In the room, Guo Li continued discussing subsequent plans with Yi Fan. On the other side of the stage, Wang Fuguei turned his head for just a moment and realized that Guo Li and Yi Fan had vanished. He was so furious that he started slapping his thigh. Guo Xiaocai, you're breaking the rules. Where did you take my brother? You really went overboard with the flattery. Leave some for me. In the room, Yi Fan and Guo Li exchanged a bitter smile upon hearing Wang Fuguei's booming voice outside. This big fool really is something else. So, brother, are we going to meet Li Zhong and Qin Tao next, and see if we can pry some information out of them? Guo Li asked Yi Fan. Yes. It's all up to you now. The Li family should start disappearing from today onward. We need to find out who is really behind today's operation. If we can catch a big fish, that would be great. All right. when Wang Fugui finally found the door to the room behind the stage. Guo Li and Yi Fan stepped out, waving at him. Let us go find Li Zhong. Chapter 53. Are we competing in who's worse? Mutual harm. Wang Fugui looked at Guo Li with some suspicion and asked, Guo Xiaocai, what did you and my brother talk about in private? I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me. Big brother, tell me the truth. Have you awakened? I promise I won't tell anyone. Wang Fugui had asked Yi Fan about this more than once in the past few days. Although he seemed a bit simple-minded. It was just that he was slow to react. He wasn't really stupid. Moreover, after Wang Fugui broke through to the master level, his thinking and intelligence seemed to have improved a bit. Yi Fan and Guo Li exchanged glances but remained silent as they stepped outside. Nearby the Su group, in a courtyard, Xia Hao and Li Hu had captured Li Zhong and Qin Tao. Li Zhong, feeling somewhat resentful, shouted, Xia Hao, Li Hu, do you even respect the law? Restricting my freedom like this is a violation of human rights. I'm going to sue you. Bang. Li Hu, who had a bad temper, swung his weapon and slapped Li Zhong across the face. Li family head, you better understand your own situation. If it weren't for young master Yi wanting the information from your mouth, you'd have been dead 1,000 times over. The law. Humph. When Li Zhong surrounded the Su group's press conference with so many martial arts experts, assassins, and archers, did he think about the law? If Li Zhong had won, what kind of fate would Yi Fan, Su Yixue, and even Li Hu and Xia Hao face? You. Li Zhong wanted to argue further when Guo Li and Wang Fugui, along with Yi Fan, appeared at the entrance. Young Master Yi. Xia Hao and Li Hu greeted Yi Fan respectfully. Yi Fan didn't respond. Instead, he awkwardly grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it down several times on Li Zhong and Qin Tao. You bad guys. You're the bad guys trying to bully my wife, and you deserve to be beaten. How could they be so ruthless against the Su family? If it weren't for Yi Fan having arranged things with Xia Hao and Yu Linglong earlier, today might have ended very differently. While they couldn't yet trace the mastermind behind the scenes, these scoundrels in front had to be dealt with first to vent some anger and collect interest. After Yi Fan finished venting, it was Guo Li's turn. Li family head, are you going to confess, or should I take some measures? Guo Li smiled as he twirled a dagger in his hand, but that smile was unsettling. I puffed, just as Li Zhong hesitated. Guo Li's dagger had already pierced his chest, leaving a gash. You are truly despicable. You almost wiped out my brother's family. Dying would be too easy for you. Guo Li genuinely regarded Yi Fan as his older brother. Upon learning that the entire Yi family had been nearly exterminated, he exploded with rage, wishing he could chop their enemies into pieces. Li Zhong looked at Guo Li in terror. He never expected that the seemingly refined Guo Li, known as Guo Xiaocai, would be so brutal, actually stabbing him and creating a large wound in his chest. As he watched the blood flow from his injury, Li Zhong felt his life force rapidly draining away. He truly feared he was about to be killed. Li Zhong was certain that if he didn't say something, they would really kill him. I say this operation was ordered by the head of the Lu family in the provincial capital, Luran. I'm just here to help organize. The real commanders are him and Qin Tao. Damn it. Qin Tao, you've gotten me into this mess. I'm going to make you pay for this. Thinking of his deceased son, Li Zhong realized he had also fallen into a similar fate. He knew that from this day forward, the Li family would definitely cease to exist. He had initially thought that following the Lu family in the provincial capital would lead to greater development for the Li family, but now, Li Zhong, stop spouting nonsense. What did we agree on before the operation? Are you stupid? Do you think just mentioning the plan will save you? It's just death, isn't it? If we die, others will come to deal with the Yi family. They won't last long. Qin Tao said cheerfully. But the next moment, Guo Li stabbed him, creating a large hole in his chest. You're quite noisy. Don't worry, once Li Zhong is done, it will be your turn. Guo Li turned to Li Zhong and said, continue. I know they are planning an operation. First, they want to stop the Thunder Doctor from treating young Master Yi, and there's another plan. It seems a big shot is coming from above to personally test young Master Yi to see if he has awakened. Also, the provincial capital will send others here. Li Zhong spilled all the information he knew like a broken tap. Although Yi Fan was already aware of some of it, he hadn't anticipated that the big shot behind Lu Ran was getting restless and planning to come to Yun City personally. As long as they dared to come, Yi Fan would ensure they never returned. Are guests coming? Are they bad people? If they are, just kill them. Yi Fan replied innocently. Guo Li stifled a laugh and glanced at Yi Fan, thinking this big brother was quite convincing. Li Zhong, are you crazy? You really told them everything. Qin Tao was going crazy. He had originally planned to take those secrets to the grave, but since Li Zhong had spilled most of them, keeping his own secrets seemed pointless. Let us see who can sink lower. I also know that there are 2 people in contact with Lu Ran from above. One is from the military, codenamed Lone Wolf, and the other is Zhou Xiao from the capital. They're not only planning to wipe out the Yi family, but are also searching for something else. It's said that this thing can rapidly enhance combat power. But I don't know what it is yet. Qin Tao and Li Zhong seemed to be competing, sharing all the secrets they knew. Yi Fan and Guo Li, along with the others, watched like an audience, listening to the information exchanged between the two. Yi Fan gained a rough understanding of their plans. The big shot from the provincial capital would be easy to deal with, but the one from the military was uncertain in strength and needed to be treated with caution. If they came, they must be kept here, and it would be best if they didn't suspect him. It seemed he needed to plan carefully. In the northwest, at a villa, the large screen on the wall broadcasted the live footage from the Su Group's press conference, clearly displaying the action plans of Li Zhong and others. It wasn't until Li Zhong and his associates were taken away that the elderly man beside him irritably turned off the screen. Is this your plan? To let the Su Group steal the spotlight while the Li family faces total collapse? What on earth are you doing? If this continues, how will others view us? They openly defy us, suffer no consequences, and hold a highly successful press conference? What is going on? Please calm down, elder. It's my fault. I didn't anticipate their defenses would be so tight. I'll head to Yun City immediately and find a chance to eliminate Yi Fan once and for all, so we won't have to worry about him anymore. Chapter 54. The revenge comes so quickly. Want to seal off the Su Group? In Yun City, as Guo Li, Yi Fan, and Wang Fuguei returned to the Su Group, they found that the signing ceremony was nearly complete. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Su Yishua rushed into his arms, saying, "Husband." "Thank you." Su Yishua wasn't sure whether Yi Fan had truly awakened or was still in a daze. But one thing she was certain of was that Yi Fan was the main reason for the success of the Su family's press conference today. Although Wang Fuguei, Guo Li, Yu Linglong, and the Thunder Doctor had taken the lead, would they have acted without Yi Fan's influence? Hearing her call him husband, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a jolt inside. Had he finally conquered this little girl completely? He chuckled, hee. "Yishua, you are my wife. I promised Grandpa that I would protect you all. I will definitely work hard to get rid of those bad guys." As he spoke, he glanced at Yu Linglong not far away. Yu Linglong was deep in thought, reflecting on Yi Fan's unique physique. The idea that she could benefit from the warm currents that aided his cultivation was simply astonishing. If Yi Fan had truly awakened and his monstrous talent were to manifest again, how terrifying would that be? Breaking through to Martial Venerable? Martial Emperor? Or even reaching the level of Martial Sage? All of this was not out of the question. By then, who could stop the Qilin son of the Yi family? Moreover, as the great Summer's medical sage, Lei Qianjue's words from yesterday made Yu Linglong somewhat skeptical. Lei Qianjue had always been a meticulous person, never one to share ambiguous information. Yet, when discussing Yi Fan's situation, he had been somewhat vague, merely stating that Yi Fan had the possibility of awakening without specifying a timeline. According to Lei Qianjue's usual style, it was either a certainty of awakening or not at all. Such ambiguous wording. Unless he had received instructions from someone more powerful to say so deliberately? Thinking of this, Yu Linglong's gaze sharpened as she looked at Yi Fan. Could it be that her husband had truly awakened? She had heard that 5 years ago, Yi Fan was already a renowned young medical sage in the southwest, reportedly surpassing Lei Qianjue in medical skills. If Yi Fan had awakened and managed to conquer Lei Qianjue with his medical prowess, it was entirely possible for Lei Qianjue to help cover up certain truths. As a warrior goddess of the Great Summer, Yu Linglong not only had incredible combat abilities, but also possessed considerable intelligence. After some speculation, she had already pieced together much of the truth. Feeling Yu Linglong's intense gaze, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. His first wife was not so easily fooled. It seemed he needed to be more cautious around her in the future. Otherwise, if she found out he was no longer a fool, would she still marry him? Dear seniors and friends, I sincerely thank you all for your help in making today's press conference of the Su Group a success. It's lunchtime now, and I have arranged a banquet for everyone to enjoy. Su Yishua warmly welcomed everyone, while Su Honghai and Su Mingho, seeing so many big shots, were at a loss for how to greet them, merely grinning foolishly. They didn't know whether the Su family's decision was right or wrong. With such a deep entanglement with the Yi family, their rivals would definitely not let things go easily. However, they didn't expect the other party to act so quickly. Just as Su Yishue was calling everyone on site and preparing to leave the Su Group, a sudden blaring of police sirens echoed from outside. A group of uniformed personnel rushed into the scene. "We're sorry. We've received reports that you are illegally gathering funds here and are suspected of false advertising and distributing counterfeit drugs. Please have your person in charge come with us for an investigation. Additionally, the company's account funds have been legally frozen and will be released once the investigation is complete." This operation involved a joint action from the police department, the drug administration, and the enforcement team. Boom. The sudden news was like a bolt from the blue. Officers, have you made a mistake? Our Su group is conducting legitimate business activities. How can we be suspected of illegally gathering funds? Those funds are deposits from our orders. Su Ishue was on the verge of tears. Today, the launch of the new drug was supposed to be a success, and she had just secured so many new distributors and retrieved a significant amount of funds. She was extremely happy, believing that expanding production was no longer a problem. Hundreds of billions would allow her to accomplish many things. But now, with so many uniformed personnel sealing off her company and freezing its accounts, what could she do? Not only would production be delayed, but if the news got out, it would be a devastating blow to the Su group. Would those martial arts businesses looking to collaborate still dare to work with them? The leading officer looked at Su Ishue with a hint of bitterness and said, "Miss Su, we have no choice. We are just following orders." Everyone understood that this wasn't about the Su group itself, but rather the ongoing struggle between the Yi family and their rivals. Otherwise, who would randomly investigate a business group so swiftly? You. Su Ishue wanted to continue speaking, but Yi Fan gave a glance to Guoli beside him. Guoli quickly stepped forward and said, "Sister-in-law, it's fine. They are just investigating. Let them do their job. With us here, the Su group will be fine." Both Guoli and Yi Fan knew that these minor enforcers were merely the frontline executors. To resolve the current issue, they needed to find the key figures behind it. "Miss Su, please cooperate and let your core members come with us for a while." The leading officer also felt troubled, but he had orders from above and could only execute them. "Take Su Ishue away." Guoli frowned and glanced at Yi Fan. This was a bit too much. Wasn't he it? How could Big Brother tolerate this? Outrageous. Yu Linglong was also furious. "What do you mean? In broad daylight, you dare to arrest people at will? I'm here, try arresting someone." With a wave of her hand, several of her subordinates surrounded them, guns drawn. Swish. The uniformed personnel had already prepared for this, drawing their weapons as both sides immediately faced off. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly turned tense, as a major conflict was on the verge of breaking out. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. If it was just the company's accounts that were frozen, there would still be a chance for the Su group to recover. However, if Su Ishue were taken away, it would be extremely difficult for the Su group to regain its business credibility afterward. This would mean a defeat for the Yi family in their battle against their rivals. Yi Fan furrowed his brows in thought. He indeed had many methods at his disposal, such as the king-level authority in the Xuanwu battle zone, as well as the yet-to-be-activated forces behind the Tianji Pavilion. Any one of these could be enough to make the other party back down. But if he revealed his hand too early, even those who were truly out to deal with the Yi family would think twice about making a move. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Fan was still pondering when a few military trucks came to a stop outside the Su Group's gates. Soldiers in camouflage uniforms, armed to the teeth, jumped down from the vehicles. Leading them was Major Guofei, who was conducting patrol training with his team. As they passed by the Su Group, they happened to see Yi Fan surrounded by a group of people and immediately rushed over, surrounding the uniformed personnel in turn. "They're the bad guys. Trying to take my wife." Yi Fan's eyes lit up upon seeing Guofei, and he called out to him. Yesterday, while saving Xian Yufei's father at the hospital, Major Gua had recognized his Xuanwu Town King's token. While Guofei might not be able to do much else, he should have no problem ensuring that Su Ishue and the others were not taken away. Chapter 55, Eternal Night, Activate SSS Class Operation Order. Guofei squinted slightly as he listened to Yi Fan's words. It was clear that Yi Fan had no intention of cooperating with these uniformed personnel. After recognizing the token of the Xuanwu District's King of Heaven yesterday, Guofei immediately reported the situation to his superiors. The reappearance of the King of Heaven's token had alarmed the highest authority in Xuanwu, who personally contacted Guofei and requested a detailed account of the situation. The final order was to fully cooperate with the King of Heaven in all actions, regardless of how he appeared, and to obey any commands unconditionally, even mobilizing all forces under Xuanwu. Guofei was not foolish. He picked up on some underlying implications from the authorities' words. The youngest master of the Yi family, who had become the King of Heaven in the Xuanwu district, surely had real capabilities. The key point was that, given Yi Fan's current demeanor and the protection from above, it indicated one thing. Yi Fan was likely not foolish, but rather pretending to be so to confuse his enemies. Without any hesitation, Guofei immediately issued the order to his subordinates to take control of all the uniformed personnel. Those who still intended to take Su Ishue away lost their freedom in an instant. Despite wearing uniforms, they were no match for Guofei's men in terms of numbers or combat power. "Guofei, Deputy Commander, do you even realize what you're doing? We are performing our official duties, and you are openly opposing us. Can you bear the responsibility for this? The leading officer among the uniformed personnel attempted to argue, but Guofei did not give them any courtesy. Shut up. Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? Take everyone away. Let me make this clear. The Su Corporation is our military's medical supply channel. Anyone who dares to lay hands on the Su Corporation is declaring war against us. Any questions? We can discuss it later. The weight of Guo's words, though not loud, sent a chill through everyone present who hadn't left. When did the Su Corporation become the military's medical supply channel? However, Yi Fan shot a glance at Guofei, raising an eyebrow. This young man certainly knew how to handle things. Yi Fan couldn't guarantee other aspects. But if the Dragon Army and Xuanwu Army were to source medicine from the Su Corporation, it would easily amount to hundreds of billions a year, right? It seems there's indeed something we can work with. In just a moment, those previously arrogant uniformed personnel were swiftly taken away. Su Ishua looked at Yi Fan with confusion. When did he become acquainted with the military personnel from Xuanwu? Typically, the military wouldn't interfere in the lives of ordinary people. And yet Guofei had taken away so many uniformed personnel just because of a word from Yi Fan? That was a joint enforcement by 3 major departments. Su Ishua found herself momentarily unable to understand Yi Fan. What secrets was he hiding? Even in his seemingly foolish state, he was so powerful. If Yi Fan were to return to his genius state, what kind of terrifying existence would he become? Suddenly, Su Ishua was filled with anticipation for the future. If Yi Fan wakes up in the future, it would indeed be a wonderful thing for me as his wife. The temporary crisis for the Su Group has been resolved. And now the issue of the company's frozen accounts needs to be addressed. To freeze company accounts, multiple departments such as business and law enforcement must collaborate. But the most direct approach involves the bank. Miss Su, don't worry. I've already contacted some old friends, and they will have news for us soon. I've also reached out to some of my elder friends, and they will find a way. Miss Su, I've sent Governor Sun Qian of Yun City to talk to the president of Huachi Bank, Lei Qianjua, Yuling Long. And Xia Hao all started making frantic phone calls to get things moving for the Su Group. Yi Fan glanced at Guo Li and said, I need to use the restroom. Old Guo, come with me. Sure. Guo Li understood that Yi Fan must have some hidden backup plan. So he answered and prepared to leave with him. Wang Fuguei quickly followed and said, Big brother, I'll go with you. Although Wang Fuguei might be a bit slow, he had recently realized that Yi Fan seemed to be hiding something from him. Why would he tell Xia Hao but not him? Was his mouth really that loose? Old Wang, seriously. Big brother just needs to use the restroom. What are you worried about? I'm a master. I can't protect big brother. Guo Li was somewhat speechless. Wang Fuguei clearly sensed something was off. Right. How could I have forgotten? I can call Grandpa for help. I'll do it right now. While Wang Fuguei was making the call, Yi Fan and Guo Li quickly entered the company restroom. Old Guo, can I borrow your phone? Given the current situation, Yi Fan decided to leverage the power of the Tianji Pavilion, but didn't he want to reveal himself too quickly? Because the text from the dragon pattern ring mentioned that since the old pavilion master's fall, the Tianji Pavilion had not been very united. If news of the new pavilion master were to leak out, Yi Fan's current strength might not be enough to handle the ensuing complications. After taking Guo Li's phone, Yi Fan quickly entered a long string of encrypted passwords and dialed a number. The wind rises, the clear water flows, and the night lasts for an eternity. This was the secret phrase of the Tianji Pavilion, one of the credentials for the succession from the old pavilion master to the new, as recorded in the dragon pattern ring. As soon as he spoke those 8 simple words, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a noise. Subordinate Pang Hai, greeting the new pavilion master. Old servant has waited 20 years. Is the Tianji Pavilion finally about to restart? Pang Hai was the steward of the Tianji Pavilion. Before the old pavilion master fell victim to a plot, he had spoken with Pang Hai once, appointing him to temporarily handle internal affairs until the new pavilion master appeared 15 years later. And now, the new pavilion master had finally emerged. Yes, but I cannot reveal myself right now. Please do not contact me unless absolutely necessary. Today, I need your help with an urgent task. The company account of the Su Group in Cloud City has been frozen, and I need you to leverage the power of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to unfreeze the account within 10 minutes and suppress all negative news related to the Su Group. Can you do that? Rest assured, my lord, I will do everything in my power. Over the years, Pang Hai has barely managed to keep the Heavenly Machine Pavilion running and is now exhausted. Within the pavilion, various factions are starting to stir. And with the lord having been absent for 15 years, even he is struggling to maintain control. The appearance of a new leader at this time brings hope for the revival of the entire Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Naturally, Pang Hai will give his all for the first task assigned by the new leader. Although internal strife has drained some resources over the years, the pavilion remains one of the top 3 massive organizations globally. Resolving this small issue in Cloud City should be well within our capabilities. Peng Hai's public identity is that of the president of the Jiuzhou Group, a trillion-dollar conglomerate dominating the southwestern 18 provinces. After hanging up the phone in the Jiuzhou Group office, he nearly sprinted across to the opposite office, pressing a switch on the wall to enter a hidden door. Passing through the hidden door, he entered a vast command center that could accommodate hundreds of people, filled with various data monitoring screens and flickering electronic displays. No one would ever guess that this was actually the temporary headquarters of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Everyone, mobilize immediately. Activate the SSS level operation order and execute the task as quickly as possible. Chapter 56. We're in deep trouble. Did we just stir a hornet's nest? At the headquarters of Huaqi Bank in Yun City, President Qian Tao was feeling overwhelmed today. He had received a directive from the big boss in the provincial capital, instructing him to collaborate with the Yun City Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the police, and other forces to immediately freeze the accounts of the Su Group. Although the necessary procedures hadn't been fully approved, he had no choice but to go against the rules because of the strict orders from above. He personally took action to freeze the Su Group's accounts. The higher-ups assured him that there would be no repercussions because news was about to break that core members of the Su Group had been arrested. However, as Qian Tao anxiously watched the news on TV and checked his phone, he found himself waiting in vain for the expected report. Instead, his phone began to ring incessantly. The first call was from Governor Sun Qian of Yun City. Qian, I don't know what kind of mess you've created, but I order you to unfreeze the Su Group's accounts immediately. What gives you the right to freeze their assets? Let me tell you. The Su Group is collaborating with the Xuanwu Military District. The police officers who just arrested members of the Su Group have already been taken away by the military. What? Hearing Sun Qian's words, Qian Tao was left completely stunned. What did this mean? Wasn't the big boss supposed to have someone on his side in Yun City? Why was he the only one taking action while his allies backed down? Had he just made a colossal mistake? As soon as Sun Qian hung up, Qian Tao was about to call the big boss for clarification when his former superior called him, launching into a tirade. Qian, are you trying to get yourself killed? Why on earth did you provoke the Su family? Don't you know the Su family is backed by the Yi family? Even though the Yi family has suffered a heavy blow, the old man, Yi, is still alive. Unfreeze those accounts immediately. Feeling bitter, Qian Tao understood the situation all too well. The conflict between the Su and Li families was just a power struggle involving the Yi family and their rivals. As a small player in this game, he had no real choices. Now that he was on the big boss's ship, fully aware that he was just cannon fodder, he had to go along with the plan. Then, leaders from the provincial capital and even big shots from the capital began calling him directly. His phone was nearly overwhelmed. As many influential figures he usually wouldn't have access to were reaching out, insisting he unfreeze the accounts. But without the orders from the higher-ups, how could he dare to lift the freeze? After receiving more than a dozen frantic calls, Qian Tao finally found a moment to breathe. Just as he was about to return a call to a leader in the provincial capital, he suddenly saw breaking news on TV. We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent news update. A leader surnamed Li from the provincial capital has been arrested on suspicion of criminal activity. Stay tuned for more details. Crash. Qian Tao felt his entire world collapse. His biggest support, the leader he relied on, had been arrested. This was a disaster. And at that moment, just 10 minutes after the Su Group's accounts were frozen, they had been apprehended. As the president of Huaqi Bank in Yun City and a veteran in the political and business arenas, he certainly couldn't believe this was just a coincidence. Run. He had to get out of there immediately. Realizing the situation, Qian Tao took a few items from his personal safe and pushed open the door, ready to leave. However, as soon as the door opened, several uniformed personnel were waiting outside. Mr. Qian Tao, you are suspected of involvement in a financial operation case. Please come with us. It was over. Qian Tao felt his legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. He couldn't believe he hadn't escaped after all. Just after being appointed by the board of directors, Mr. Qin Wei was set to take over as the president of Yun City Bank and handle all affairs there. While the uniformed personnel were still holding on to Qian Tao, his sworn enemy, Qin Wei, along with documents from headquarters, arrived on the scene to announce the appointment. With a smug expression, Qin Wei said, Qian Tao, you really overstepped by provoking the Su family, didn't you? Honestly, I should thank you. You're a good person. Quick, execute my first order immediately. Unfreeze the Su Group's accounts. I'll personally call General Manager Su to apologize. Qin Wei was fully aware of how he had risen to power. The mysterious big shot above had given clear instructions. The first task upon taking office was to unfreeze the Su Group's accounts and minimize losses and impacts as much as possible. Understood. With Qin Wei's command issued, Huachi Bank swiftly began operations. Qian Tao, witnessing the scene before him, closed his eyes in despair. What hope was left when the big shot behind him had fallen? Meanwhile, at the Su Group in Yun City, Yi Fan and Guo Li had stepped out to the restroom, and everyone at the Su Group was frantically reaching out to their networks to try to unfreeze the accounts. However, given the severity of the situation, even a big shot like Lei Qianjue had to wait for old friends to intervene, which would take time. Yi Changfeng and others, who had just left, also caught wind of the news and, upon instruction, made a few calls to old friends. Everyone knew that this conflict between the Su and Li families was a public clash between the Yi family and their enemies in the shadows. Although Yi Changfeng's old friends agreed to help, they also needed time. As everyone anxiously awaited updates, Su Yishue's phone suddenly rang. It was the finance director calling. General Manager Su, our accounts have been restored to normal. The bank just called to say it was an operational error and expressed their sincere apologies. Huh, an error? I don't believe it. Su Yishue listened to the finance director's report, filled with skepticism. The police had made it very clear that this was retaliation against the Su family. How could it possibly be an error? Su Yishue had just spoken to several leaders in provincial cities, explaining the situation. And they all indicated that it was a tricky matter and couldn't assist for the time being, politely declining. The situation on Xiaohao's side was also grim. Linglong, is it someone from your end? Su Yishue asked, glancing at Yu Linglong with confusion after ending the call with the finance director. Among those present on the surface, it seemed that only Yu Linglong and Lei Qianjue had connections at the highest level capable of handling this issue. Could it be them? My grandfather's friend is still on the phone. There's no way the account could be unblocked so quickly, right? Yu Linglong was filled with confusion. How could the Su Group's account be unblocked when her side hadn't even taken much action? Dr. Thunder, what about you? Su Yishue shifted her gaze to Lei Qianjue. Lei Qianjue shook his head. It's not from my side. Although my old friends agreed to help, it couldn't be this fast. If it wasn't someone they had invited, then who could it be? Xiaohao quietly listened to the conversation among Su Yishue and the others, subtly glancing at Yi Fan. Such swift action could only be attributed to young Master Yi, right? What kind of influence does young Master Yi have that allows him to resolve matters perfectly within 10 minutes? Everyone look. The top trending news on our phones. Someone shouted. A big shot from the provincial city has been arrested for economic crimes, alongside Yang from the Yun City Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Qian, the president of Yun City Huagi Bank, and Zhang from the Tax Bureau. As soon as the first person shouted, everyone quickly pulled out their phones and opened the top trending news. Upon reading it, they were instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 57. The Kyushu Group takes action. Can you move, Panghai? Business, taxation, police, banks, and even that big shot from the provincial capital. This forms a complete chain, doesn't it? Just when the departments needed to freeze the Su Group's accounts are involved, they are caught at just the right moment. Hiss. The people present are all elites. With just a bit of thought, they immediately understand. All these parties are directly related to the freezing of the Su Group. Yet they faced retaliation in such a short time. The implications are chilling. Even during the peak of the Yi family's power, it would have been impossible to mobilize resources to capture all relevant personnel and simultaneously unfreeze the Su Group's accounts within 10 minutes, right? To coordinate so many officials, balance the interests of various factions. How much power would that require? Terrifying. However, regardless of the circumstances, it's clear that this force stands with the Su Group. The freezing of the Su Group's accounts has been lifted and no one was taken away, so the impact on the Su family is minimal. As long as those officials who intervene don't leak the photos taken during their actions and no one maliciously speculates about it, the Su Group will be in the clear. Ding ding ding. Su Yishue's phone rang again. It was a call from Chen Wei, the newly appointed president of Huchi Bank in Yunqing. Miss Su, this is Chen Wei, the new president of Huchi Bank. First of all, I would like to express our sincerest apologies on behalf of the bank for the troubles caused to the Su Group due to Qian Tao's misconduct. We will hold a press conference to explain this to the public. I've just unblocked the Su Group's accounts, and by the way, President Pang Hai of the Kyushu Group asked me to convey his regards to you. He mentioned that he would personally visit Yunqing to meet you in a couple of days. Chen Wei's words left Su Yishue somewhat stunned. Huh, old Pang. The Kyushu Group is a massive entity that dominates the 13 provinces of southwest China and has a significant influence across the entire Xia. Their assets are rumored to exceed trillions. Such a big shot usually mingles with circles from the provincial capital and the capital city. How could a small family like the Su family possibly catch old Pang's attention? And now he wants to come personally to visit her? How is that possible? After hanging up, Su Yishue glanced at Yu Linglong, Lei Qianjue, and Xiaohao. The influence of any one of these individuals is not enough to warrant old Pang's visit. At this moment, Su Ishue realized that the force that intervened to save the Su family must be from Old Pang's faction. Old Pang dominates the southwest and has extensive connections in the capital. With the backing of the Kyushu group, he could indeed protect the Su group. But it's still too fast. In less than half an hour, everyone suppressing the Su group was dealt with. There must be an even greater power behind the Kyushu group. If it's not Ling Long and the others, then who else could mobilize Old Pang? Yi Fan. When Su Ishue's gaze finally landed on Yi Fan, her heart skipped a beat. Previously, Xiaohao helped the Su group because of Yi Fan. Could it be that Old Pang is also repaying a favor? Is there a terrifying force behind Old Pang that is even more powerful than the Yi family? Is this Yi Fan's final trump card? But Yi Fan is still in a dazed state and can't provide any answers. Fortunately, despite the twists and turns, the Su group has come through unscathed. All right, everyone, the matter has been resolved. Let's continue to enjoy our meal. In the northwest, in the BUN, Zhang Ge Lao's subordinate, a man codenamed Lone Wolf, looked at the reports from his men, furious enough to smash the screen in front of him. What the hell is going on? We even used the influence of a big shot from the provincial government to pressure a small Su family, and we still can't handle it? Those people in Yun City got taken out by the military like a bunch of idiots. Lone Wolf was throwing the reports in his hand one by one, nearly driven mad with anger. When he saw the latest news that even the big boss from the provincial government had been arrested, his expression finally turned serious. What is going on? Does the Yi family still have the power to have Old Li caught so quickly? Lone Wolf was shocked as he flipped through the reports in his hand, realizing that not only Old Li but also the leaders in charge of industry and commerce from the provincial capital, and all the relevant heads from Yun City's industry and commerce and banks were arrested. None of them escaped. Captain Chu, it's not that the brothers aren't trying hard. We've investigated thoroughly. It's the Jojo group that took action. A nervous subordinate reported. The Jojo group? That old man Pang Hai actually dares to interfere in our business? Why? Jojo group has become such a massive entity, with assets exceeding trillions. Everyone knows it's a juicy target, but no one dares to touch it for a reason. However, although Chu Feng is the captain of Zhang Ge Lao's bodyguard team and his right-hand man, he's still ISNT qualified to know the secrets behind Old Pang. Damn it. Those bastards are ruining our plans. I'm going to personally take my men to Tiannan province and take care of Yi Fan and that bastard. Chu Feng was furious. After several attempts, they had not inflicted any substantial damage on the Su group or the Yi family. Not only was Zhang Ge Lao dissatisfied, but Chu Feng was also disappointed in himself. Stop. Xiao Feng, after all these years with me, are you still this reckless? Just as Chu Feng was about to get up, Zhang Ge Lao entered wearing a coat and reprimanded him. You think you can take on Pang Hai? You're only at the master level. Do you really think Pang Hai is weaker than you? Besides, do you know who is behind Pang Hai? Seeing the grave expression on Zhang Ge Lao's face, Chu Feng curiously asked, Elder Zhang, who exactly is behind Pang Hai? How dare he interfere in our affairs? Doesn't he know that we have? Don't speak carelessly. Zhang Ge Lao interrupted Chu Feng, continuing, if Pang Hai takes action, then dealing with the Su group will be very troublesome. I'm not sure why he is helping the Su group for now. You go to Yun City and handle other matters. Just avoid direct conflict with Pang Hai for the time being, understand? We still need time to maneuver against the force behind Pang Hai. I think soon, Pang Hai's support will collapse, and by then, we'll settle the score with him. Elder Zhang frowned as he looked at the results on the screen, feeling somewhat annoyed. The key issue now is that everyone knows the Li family is our ally in the clash with the Su group. With the Li family's downfall and the Su family's overwhelming victory, we're in a very passive position. If we don't make any moves soon, those who are neutral might just shift their stance. Elder, Chu Feng's eyes sharpened. He called over a few subordinates and stepped out of the courtyard. After Chu Feng left, Elder Zhang rubbed his temples and sighed. Things are becoming increasingly problematic. Alas, we're just throwing stones to find our way. Chu Feng, I hope that stone of yours can make some noise. The secretary beside Elder Zhang's eyes flickered. Elder, do you know that Captain Chu is heading into a dead end this time? Why did you still send him? Elder Zhang smiled faintly. The situation with the Yi family is more complicated than we imagined. I sent Chu Feng to see what hidden cards the Yi family still has. Could it be that the Yi family's prodigious talent has awakened? As long as we receive any feedback, we can quickly make adjustments. Chapter 58. Even a fool must be eliminated. In the president's office of the Xian Group in Yun City, Xian Yufei watched the news about the Su family on the television screen, her expression somewhat melancholic. The Su family. How could they be so lucky to escape a disaster? Sigh Fangge. Although she spoke of luck, Xian Yufei knew very well that the Su family's successful confrontation with the Li family was not merely a stroke of luck. When her second uncle announced the cancellation of the engagement with the Yi family, Xian Yufei hesitated. She understood that if their opponents wiped out all of the Yi family's descendants in a single day, they would certainly not spare the remaining members. Even if Yi Fan was a fool, he could be killed at any moment. At that time, Xian Yufei judged that the Yi family had lost all hope. However, so much had happened in the past few days. The seven sisters announced they would marry Yi Fan simultaneously. The Zhao family was inexplicably exterminated, and Li Yunyang died suddenly on the night of their engagement. Now, the Li family had been completely wiped out. Xian Yufei gradually realized something. The Yi family seemed to be far more complex than she had imagined. The Xia and Guo families from the provincial capital were doing everything they could to support the Su group. And it was clear that this was all aimed at Yi Fan. If she hadn't broken off the engagement with Yi Fan, she would be the one standing by his side now. Sai, where are Fan Ge and the others right now? Xian Yufei hesitated for a moment and then asked her secretary nearby. While at the hospital, she had told Yi Fan that he wouldn't give up easily. She had indeed hurt Yi Fan that day, so she needed to compensate him double. Young master, you should be celebrating at the Royal City Grand Hotel with the Su group. All right, cancel the afternoon meeting. I'm going to find Fan Ge. Xian Yufei quickly instructed her secretary, changed into a sexy outfit, and drove towards the Royal City Grand Hotel. President Xian, you. The secretary watched Xian Yufei leave, shaking her head. President Xian, really? Just regained control of the company, and now she's at the Royal City Grand Hotel. In the banquet hall on the 8th floor, Su Honghai and Su Mingho, along with other core members of the Su family. We're very happy today. Everyone make sure to eat and drink well. Don't skimp on yourselves. The Su family is what it is today, thanks to all of you. Today was just the new drug launch, and the Su family had already received hundreds of billions in deposits. With this money, they could open 10 new production lines within 2 months. Plus, with the Snow White ointment formula generously provided by Mr. Lei, they were sure to hit a big breakthrough. The production lines would practically be money-printing machines. Many prominent figures who previously would not have been able to approach Su Honghai and Su Mingho were now respectful. Addressing them as President Su, Su Honghai understood perfectly why this was happening. Because of Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan was still in a foolish state, Mr. Lei had said that there was a possibility of his awakening. If one day Yi Fan were to regain his genius status, then the Su family would undoubtedly soar alongside the Yi family. Among the crowd, some distributors were infuriated by Su Honghai's smug demeanor. What could they do? Who stopped you from having a beautiful daughter? Don't say anything reckless, or the Zhao family will be next. But have you noticed something? Today, such a huge event happened with the Su family, and there is not a single piece of information online. The news about the police arresting people and freezing accounts shouldn't have been completely suppressed, right? This reminder made everyone quietly take out their phones to search for news online. But to their surprise, the only things they found were the flashy video of the Su family's new drug launch and an apology video from Huichi Bank in Yunqing. As for any negative news about the Su group, there was nothing at all. This doesn't seem right. It's too abnormal. The rivals of the Yi family, since they've already struck against the Su family, how could they allow negative news to go unreported? Exactly. If I were a rival of the Yi family, I would do the same, making sure those who support the Yi family see what happens when they offend me. Meanwhile, in the northwest, on a plane preparing for takeoff, the lone wolf Chu Feng looked at the news on his phone, fuming again. What is going on? Have all our media partners gone mute? How come not a single piece of negative news about the Su family has been published? This was supposed to be the 3-step plan Chu Feng had arranged. Freeze the Su family's accounts, arrest the key members of the Su family, bring down the Su group, and then create public opinion to make everyone understand the consequences of helping the Yi family. Then, the same methods would be used against Yu Linglong and Shun Meng's families. But now, he hasn't even completed the first step, and everything is falling apart. Captain Chu, it's not that we aren't publishing anything. It's that all the media we control have been monitored and shut down. As soon as we upload any negative news about the Su family, it gets deleted within a second. In some places, we can't even upload at all. It's likely that the Jojo group is making a move. The Jojo group is that powerful? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated the Jojo group. Even though Elder Zhang had warned him, Chu Feng still wanted to test the waters with the Jojo group before setting out. But now, he was beginning to hesitate. After a moment of thought, he decided to put that aside for now. He needed to deal with Yi Fan and the Su family first. It would be best to eliminate them directly. If the Su family and the Yi family continued to act so arrogantly, all of Elder Zhang's previous arrangements would be in vain. The neutral forces might side with the Yi family, and even those who previously supported Elder Zhang might choose to back the Yi family instead. Yes, by the way, has the Lu family from the provincial city taken action? After being nurtured for so many years, it's about time they contributed. A dark expression appeared on Chu Feng's face. That useless Lu ran, humph. Once I finish my business in Yunqing, I'll deal with him. Captain, the Lu family has sent out their eldest son, Lu Qingyang, who has already set off. Now that sounds promising. This time, even if Yi Fan plays dumb, he won't be allowed to continue living. Yi Fan is a fool. Previously, there was still some hesitation about whether to spare his life. But now that Lei Qianjue has said there is a possibility of Yi Fan waking up, he is definitely not to be spared. Otherwise, those who support the Yi family will still see a glimmer of hope. At the Royal City Hotel, Yi Fan, along with Guo Li, Wang Fugue, and others, sat at a table, watching the jubilant celebrations around them. Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Although the Su family had achieved a temporary victory, he knew that they would face even more challenges if they wanted to continue their development. What he needed to do was to overcome all obstacles and crush every opponent in their cradle. While Yi Fan was lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. Xian Yufei? What was that girl doing here again? Chapter 59. Keeping a distance. I'm afraid my wife will get jealous. Yi Fan, come over and hold my hand. Xian Yufei called out playfully as she walked towards Yi Fan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Previously, whether Yi Fan was in a clear state of mind or dazed, he always complied with Xian Yufei's wishes. Whenever she waved her hand, he would follow her commands, truly the epitome of a devoted admirer. Though Xian Yufei's voice was not loud, many people around heard her clearly, their gazes turning in unison towards her. Just a couple of days ago, on the day the Yi family faced trouble, the Xian family publicly called off the engagement in front of so many people, and everyone was well aware of this. Wasn't she Yi Fan as former fiancée? What was she doing here? How could she even show her face? Humph. She must be feeling envious now that the Su family, with the Yi family's support, has achieved victory. At that time, the Xian family was so eager to break off the engagement, taking advantage of others' misfortunes. People held a bit of disdain for Xian Yufei, giving her no friendly looks. At Yi Fan's table, Wang Fugue, Guo Li, Xiahao, and the others also heard Xian Yufei's call and turned their gazes towards him. Seeing Xian Yufei dressed so attractively, Yi Fan felt a pang in his heart, but then shook his head and said, "No, Miss Xian, I'm afraid my wife, Yishui, will get jealous." As he spoke, Yi Fan glanced over at Su Yishui. On the other side, after toasting a few guests, Su Yishui also noticed Xian Yufei and quickly walked over to Yi Fan, wrapping her arms around his neck in a somewhat confrontational manner. "Miss Xian, welcome to my celebration. Come, let us toast to you with my husband. In a way, I should really thank you." As she spoke, Su Yishui picked up 2 glasses of champagne and raised them towards Xian Yufei. It hurt. It hurt so much. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Xian Yufei felt as if her heart had been pierced by a steel needle, leaving a hollow feeling inside her. Something seemed to have quietly slipped away and could never return. "Congratulations." Xian Yufei lifted her glass to clink with Su Yishui and Yi Fan, her face pale while her heart screamed. "That should have been mine. It was mine. It was all because of her uncle, who insisted on calling off the engagement in front of so many people. Now, it was too late. Her beloved Fan Ge would never come back." However, Xian Yufei was still unwilling to give up. "Fan Ge, thank you for accompanying me to Li Yunyang's engagement party yesterday. Can I invite you to dinner? Perhaps, if they could share a meal alone, reminiscing about the past, he might remember something and not be so resistant to her anymore." Xian Yufei's intentions were clear to Yi Fan. Yet, the hurt caused by her actions that day was not something that could be easily mended. "I already have a wife," he replied seriously, glancing over at Su Yishui. "Look, my main wife is over there. I have to wait in line to have dinner with them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yi Fan counted on his fingers earnestly. "Dinner with you. Let us talk about that later." Although Yi Fan appeared somewhat simple-minded, his reasoning was completely sound. Indeed, at that time, Xian Yufei had indeed called off the engagement, but shortly after, 7 sisters-in-law announced they wanted to marry Yi Fan. So, Yi Fan essentially traded 1 wife for 7. With such 7 stunning wives, what else could he possibly care about? Uft. Xian Yufei felt a sharp pang in her heart again. Had she really fallen to 7th place? It seemed that she had truly hurt Brother Fan. Holding back tears, Xian Yufei encouraged herself, "No matter what, I must not give up. As long as I don't give up, there will always be a chance. All right then, I'll ask Brother Fan out when the opportunity arises." She took a deep look at Su Yishui and said, "Miss Su, I'm counting on you to take good care of Brother Fan. I'll be back to reclaim him anytime." Xian Yufei spoke with a serious expression, as if she were giving a warning or issuing a challenge. The scene fell silent, with everyone watching Su Yishui, Xian Yufei, and the quietly approaching Yu Linglong. This was a battlefield among women. Xian Yufei regretted it. She wanted to win Yi Fan back. Yet, many were still puzzled. What was so special about a fool? Was it really necessary? However, those who were clear-headed, like Guo Li and Xia Hao, knew that Yi Fan had already awakened and his strength had surpassed the peak of a martial sovereign, soon to break through to the martial emperor level. A once-in-a-generation prodigy had awakened again, surpassing yet another peak. Such a genius, whoever possesses him, would be immensely fortunate. Xian Yufei's arrival was merely a minor episode. The crowd continued to drink and celebrate wildly. Old Master Yi Changfeng also made an appearance at the banquet, but he sat in a private room on the second floor. Observing the scene below, Yi Changfeng sighed, the second of the Xin family, now regretting not seeing the situation clearly. But you need to hurry up and investigate why the Jojo group is helping us so much. I had no prior connections with them. Yi Changfeng said to the captain of his guard, Lung Feng. Also, look into what's going on with the Xuanwu battle zone. A major like that sending a major to capture so many uniformed members represents the Xuanwu battle zone. Could it be that they are starting to support our Yi family? On the day of the Yi family funeral, many superpowers did not send representatives to pay their respects, only expressing their condolences in secret. But now, overnight, it seemed that all the winds had begun to shift in favor of the Yi family. What on earth was going on? As he spoke, Yi Changfeng's sharp gaze swept across the hall below, and then he frowned. Where's Su Jian? As the executive president of the Yi group, shouldn't he be here at this time? Why do I feel like I haven't seen him since last night? At this moment, Captain Lung Feng's muscles twitched slightly, and he pulled out a document to hand to Yi Changfeng, saying, Old Master Yi, this is the information we just received. Last night, Su Dong seemed to have been killed by the Wang family at the bridge in Cloud City. The reason was that Su Dong had kidnapped and murdered the Wang family's young master. Now, Wang Zhong is leading a manhunt for Su Jian, who is likely hiding. What? Su Dong kidnapped Wang Chao? Wang Chao is dead too? Yi Changfeng raised an eyebrow, feeling incredulous. Was it Wang Chao who arranged for Wu Laoling to pursue Yi Shui? Exactly, Lung Feng responded. In fact, they were all very shrewd individuals, and at this point, many doubts had already emerged. The Zhao family, fixated on Su Yishui, had secretly attacked the Su family several times, wiping them out overnight. The Wang family, having arranged the pursuit of Su Yishui, ended up with Wang Chao being killed and the blame pinned on Su Dong. The key point is that both Su Dong and Su Jian have never had good intentions toward the Yi family. They've always wanted to swallow them up. In Cloud City, the Li family, with Li Yunyang trying to get engaged to Xian Yufei under Xian Jingguo's arrangement, found their plans thwarted by Yi Fan, leading to Li Yunyang's immediate death. Today, at the Su Group's new drug launch conference, Li Zhong and Qin Tao were directly dealt with by Xia Hao and Li Hu, marking the downfall of the Li family. When all these events are connected, a shocking conclusion emerges. In less than 3 days, all families hostile to the Yi family have been eliminated. Moreover, all these incidents are closely linked to Yi Fan. Where was Yi Fan last night? Yi Changfeng felt as if his heart might leap out of his chest. Could it be that his grandson has awakened? But if he has awakened, why hasn't he told him? Chapter 60. The Wang family and Su Jian perished together. Old Yi. Yesterday our people reported that Su Jian has been staying at the Su family villa. My brothers heard some inappropriate noises that lasted until after 11. As Cold Peak spoke, a smile crept onto his lips. However, according to reports from my brothers, the car of Xia Hao from the Xia family in the provincial capital had been spotted outside the Su villa twice. Although young Ye's intelligence might be lacking now, his combat strength is still formidable. At this rate, it won't be long before old Yi can hold his great-grandson. Has he been at the Su family the entire time? Cold Peak, do you think there is a possibility that Yi Fan has already awakened? Yi Changfeng keenly caught a crucial piece of information. What was Xia Hao doing outside the Su villa so late? Perhaps he was there to assist Yi Fan in taking action? But our people have been monitoring the area from all angles, plus there are surveillance cameras. If young Yi left the Su villa, our people would definitely have noticed. Cold Peak was also suspicious, but couldn't he make sense of it? The people you arranged consist of just one master and a few at the control level. Keep in mind that Yi Fan was already at the master level 5 years ago. If he wanted to leave quietly, could your men even detect him? Yi Changfeng sighed deeply, urging a thorough investigation. No matter what news comes in, it must be kept confidential. If Yi Fan has awakened without being exposed, there must be a reason for it. Yes, a glint of determination flashed in Cold Peak's eyes. If the young master has awakened, with his monstrous talent, the deep-seated blood feud of the Yi family will surely be avenged. In the southern suburbs of Yun City, Su Jian had a secret estate that had been under construction for a long time. After receiving a video from an unknown sender last night, Su Jian immediately gathered his core team and moved here overnight. Dad, help me. Please save me. I'm going to be killed by the Wang family. Dad, woo-woo. In the living room, Su Jian watched the video on his device, helplessly witnessing his son Su Dong being brutally killed by Wang Zhong. Furious, he slammed his palm on the table. How dare the Wang family be so audacious? Su Dong had previously considered collaborating with the Wang, Zhao, and Li families to jointly swallow the assets of the Yi family. Now, the Wang family had killed Su Jian's only son, which meant an irreconcilable vendetta. Boss, Yi received news from the brothers that Wang Zhong seems to have tracked us down and is heading this way with his men. What should we do next? A scarred man beside Su Jian reported, exuding a fierce aura. In the courtyard outside, over 100 strong men had gathered, most of whom were martial arts experts. These were the assassins Su Jian had been training over the years, his trump card for seizing power from the Yi family in the future. But now that his son had been killed by the Wang family, and they were also planning to attack Su Jian, he had no choice but to reveal his trump card and fight the Wang family to the death. Order the brothers to prepare, each to their own duties, and proceed according to the previous plan. Let them come and go without return. A fierce glint flashed in Su Jian's eyes. Although he desperately wanted to seize the assets of the Yi family, the pain of losing his son had driven him to madness. Compared to the Yi family's wealth, Su Jian was more eager for the Wang family to perish. One thing Su Jian hadn't disclosed to his subordinates was that during the construction of the estate, he had secretly buried several tons of explosives beneath it. The amount of high-powered explosives was enough to flatten everything within a kilometer radius. If he couldn't defeat the Wang family's people, Su Jian had already planned to take Wang Zhong down with him in a mutual destruction scenario. However, boss, the Wang family has sent a lot of people this time, and their strength is not weak. They outnumber us by several times, so we might face some difficulties. The scar-faced man voiced his concerns. Su Jian simply smiled and replied, "What are you afraid of? You have followed me for so many years, and the funds for this operation have already been sent to your families. Even if we die, you won't be at a loss. Besides, we have so many traps here. What does it matter if they are numerous?" At that moment, Su Jian was still trying to brainwash his subordinates. In the royal hotel, everyone had a bit to drink, when suddenly, Guoli's phone beeped with a message. Guoli opened his phone to find a strange text. According to the intel, a martial arts expert from the northwest, at least at the level of a martial sovereign, was heading towards the Su family. Additionally, Lu Qingyang, the young master of the Lu family from the provincial capital, had also arrived in Yun City and was planning to take action against the Su family. Be cautious. Although the message was unsigned, Guoli knew it was a result of the phone call made by Yi Fan earlier. It was a warning for them. Guoli quietly brought the text to Yi Fan's attention, giving him a glance. Yi Fan's lips twitched, and he whispered, "I'm just afraid they won't come. As long as they dare to show up, we can follow the clues and find the true mastermind behind the scenes." The near-total annihilation of the Yi family, while simultaneously operating in the 6 major war zones, was definitely not something an ordinary force could achieve. Those who jumped in earlier were just small players, but they were necessary to gradually draw out the big fish lurking behind the scenes. Yi Fan was currently pretending to be oblivious because he feared that if he suddenly awakened, it might scare off the true culprit hiding in the shadows. After all, being a prodigy at the master realm by the age of 15, once he awoke, he could definitely stir up a storm in the entire Great Xia. The resurgence of the Yi family's Qilin Sun would be unstoppable. Perhaps the true culprits behind the Yi family's massacre would quietly hide, making it impossible for Yi Fan to trace them. While Guoli and Yi Fan were quietly communicating, the large screen in the hall suddenly switched to the news channel during a music break, and everyone witnessed a shocking report. Breaking news. Just now, in the southern suburbs of Yun City, a major explosion occurred at an estate. Preliminary investigations suggest that it was the private action of the CEO of the Yi Group, who led his men to clash with the Wang family's bodyguards but was outmatched, ultimately resulting in the detonation of explosives and mutual destruction. The deceased have been preliminarily identified as Wang Zhong, the head of the Wang family, core member Wang Tao, and senior executive of the Yi Group, El Quan, among others. Suddenly, the news caused an uproar among the crowd. It seems that the young master of the Wang family was kidnapped and killed last night. This news is known only to a select few, but it has already begun to spread today. Sources reveal that Wang Chao was actually the financial backer behind Wu Laolang, and it was he who instructed Wu Laolang to attack Su Yixue, but it ended in failure. That very night, Wang Chao was kidnapped and killed. And today the Wang family clashed with Su Jian, resulting in complete annihilation. Mutual destruction? Damn. In the private room on the second floor, Yi Changfeng was so shocked that he cursed out loud. This is insane. What a coincidence. Using someone else's knife to kill? The Wang family moved against Su Yixue, and Su Jian wanted to take control of the Yi group. And now, both potential enemies of the Yi family have wiped each other out? Any rational person would find it hard to believe that events could unfold so perfectly. Was Wang Chao really kidnapped and killed by Su Dong? Why do I doubt it so much? Yi Changfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Yi Fan talking with Guo Li below, a smile creeping onto his lips. Little Fan, your grandfather is suffering because of your secrecy. The prosperity of the Yi family depends on you. Chapter 61. Lu Qingyang insulted him to his face. Not going to coddle you. The news of the simultaneous downfall of the Wang and Su families created a tremendous stir at the scene. Everyone turned to look at Yi Fan's table. Su Yixue frowned and glanced at Yi Fan. The Wang family had hunted her down just last night, and today they faced such retribution, completely wiped out. Considering the fates of the Li and Zhao families earlier, it was hard for Su Yixue not to connect these events to Yi Fan. However, unlike others, Su Yixue was acutely aware that when the Zhao family and Wang Chao were killed, Yi Fan was likely lying right beside her. The Su family's villa was surrounded by Su family bodyguards and Yi family bodyguards, so Yi Fan Shun Ti have had the opportunity to act. Could it be that Yi Fan arranged for Xia Hao and the others to take action? This incident led the attending distributors to reaffirm a crucial point. Although the Yi family had suffered a heavy blow, they were not on the verge of collapse. Once the Yi family caught its breath, Yi Fan would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. The Su group, along with Yu Linglong, Shun Meng, Ling Yanxiu, and others following the Yi family, would surely reap tremendous benefits in the future. And for those distributors who chose to cooperate with the Su group at this time, the rewards would also be significant. Thank goodness. We got on board early. Indeed, the Su family's account was frozen and unfrozen in just 10 minutes. So impressive. While everyone was marveling, a round of applause suddenly echoed from the entrance of the hall. Congratulations, Miss Su. Today's press conference was a great success. I hope you don't mind my uninvited presence. A young man in a pink suit strolled into the hall, clapping as he walked. Lu Qingyang, you really got here fast. Guo Li, as a young master from the provincial capital, naturally recognized Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang was the heir of the Lu family in the provincial capital, known for his ruthless nature. It was said that he had once killed his own half-brother's mother, and he was only a teenager at the time. Hearing Guo Li's words, Lu Qingyang frowned slightly. Something about Guo Li's words felt off. Did he somehow know I was coming to Yin City? But I only received Captain Chu's call 2 hours ago and decided to set off on a whim. Does Guo Li have such impressive information channels? Lu Qingyang, I advise you not to join the fray. Otherwise, the fate of the Yun City Zhao, Li, and Wang families could also be your Lu family's destiny. The 3 major families have already perished, and that's no secret. On his way to Yin City, Lu Qingyang had seen the news about the Wang family and Su Jian's clash. These were the Yi family's sworn enemies. And yet they had started to turn on each other. It didn't make sense. There must be some secrets unknown to outsiders involved. But tracing it back, the biggest beneficiaries would naturally be the Yi family. Thus, it could be inferred that the Yi family must have had a hand in this. But now, all the young disciples of the Yi family had been exterminated, leaving only Yi Changfeng, who was also ill. After such a heavy blow, could he still organize so many strategies? If it wasn't Yi Changfeng, could it be that fool Yi Fan? Lu Qingyang focused his gaze on Yi Fan, who still wore that silly expression, leaning on Su Yixue's shoulder while holding on to Yu Linglong with his other hand. Damn it, Su Yixue and Yu Linglong were both stunning beauties. For an ordinary person to have just one of them would be a stroke of luck. Yet Yi Fan somehow had both at the same time. No, that is not right. He had 7. There were 5 others who weren't present but had already declared their intention to marry him. Lu Qingyang scrutinized Yi Fan closely. There was no sign of any martial aura emanating from him. He still appeared foolish and showed no signs of awakening. It seemed unlikely that Yi Fan had acted in secret. Was Captain Chu overthinking this? If it wasn't Yi Changfeng or Yi Fan, then it had to be Guo Li and Xia Hao who were making moves. It looks like, in addition to teaching the Su family a lesson, I'll need to show the Guo and Xia families a thing or two. Otherwise, if those 2 families get involved along with the Jojo group acting in the shadows, they would be at a disadvantage. Guo Xiao, I suggest you focus on your own matters. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you. If something goes wrong at home, you'll regret it. Lu Qingyang said nonchalantly, but the provocative and threatening tone was clear. The same goes for the head of the Xia family. If you withdraw now, you might still have time. What Lu Qingyang didn't know was that Guo Li and Xia Hao were the only 2 people beside Yi Fan who were fully aware of his awakening. The prodigious genius had returned, stronger than ever. With the martial prowess of Wang Fuguwei and the scholarly support of Guo Li, backed by the immense power of the Tiangue Pavilion. Who could stand in their way? Guo Li and Xia Hao exchanged faint smiles, their lips twitching slightly. Lu Qingyang was primarily here to test Yi Fan under Chu Feng's orders. As he spoke, he approached Yi Fan with a glass in hand, saying, "Yi Xiao, what a pity. You've become a fool. With two such beautiful wives, will you be able to use them at night?" Haha. This was an insult. It was a direct affront. If Yi Xiao couldn't use them, I could bring my wife over to teach you. I'll make sure both of your sisters-in-law are satisfied. Bang. While Lu Qingyang was still babbling, Yi Fan had already made his move. He reached for a pot of steaming hot soup that had just been served on the table and smashed it down onto Lu Qingyang's head. "You shameless fool. My wife Yishua said they can only sleep with me at night. What do you want? Go home and sleep with your mother." Hiss. Ah, my face. My head. Damn it, are you insane? The scalding hot water poured down Lu Qingyang's head. Although he had reached the peak of martial arts mastery years ago and was now speculated to be at the grandmaster level, he still jumped up, nearly going mad from the burn. He hadn't had the chance to dodge because they were too close just moments ago. In that instant, Lu Qingyang couldn't tell if Yi Fan was genuinely stupid or just pretending. Was Yi Fan's reaction really that quick? "You bastard, you're asking for trouble." Lu Qingyang's entire body radiated killing intent as he swung his fist, ready to take action against Yi Fan. "Linglong, I'm scared." Yi Fan, startled, quickly dodged behind Yu Linglong. His fearful expression genuine and not at all feigned. Guo Li, standing nearby, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Life is like a play, and it's all about acting. "Nice one, big brother. How dare you act out here? You've picked the wrong place." Yu Linglong stepped forward, her powerful aura beginning to surge. At the same time, Guo Li and Wang Fugue also moved forward, the three formidable masters encircling Lu Qingyang. In an instant, Lu Qingyang felt a bit breathless. Why does that fool Yi Fan have so many strong protectors? Lu Qingyang realized that if he wanted to do something here, it was highly unlikely. He would have to wait for Yi Fan to be alone to find an opportunity to strike. Chapter 62. Provocation on the Edge of Destruction. "You're quite ruthless." "Humph. You might be able to protect him for a moment, but can you protect him for a lifetime?" Lu Qingyang stepped back a bit, casting a wicked glance at Yu Linglong and the others, saying, "I fear that soon Yi Fan will be left to rot in the wilderness. By that time, you will become true widows." "Haha. Do you still want to marry that old man from the Yi family again?" Lu Qingyang laughed maniacally, and even Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of murderous intent. As Lu Qingyang continued to provoke him, he quietly leaned closer to Yi Fan and whispered, "Fool. Did you know? Your second brother died a terrible death. I stabbed him over a dozen times and severed his meridians one by one. In the end, that poor guy was kneeling on the ground begging me to spare you. Unfortunately, you'll soon be joining him." In an instant, Yi Fan's pupils constricted violently. The true culprit behind the annihilation of the Yi family was finally showing his face. Yi Fan didn't expect that the Lu family from the provincial capital was also involved in this. In the southwestern Zhuke battle zone, the Lu family actually participated in the assassination of his second brother, Yi Lingjun, seeking death. At this moment, the fury within Yi Fan could no longer be contained, and he suddenly grabbed Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang looked at Yi Fan with smug satisfaction. "What? You want to hit me? Now that you know the truth, what can you do? Even if you can't handle me, Captain Chu Feng is here too. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with you?" Yi Fan understood that Lu Qingyang's main purpose in coming here was to provoke him, to force him into revealing himself. Once he was exposed, the hidden forces behind the Yi family would either go all out to kill him at any cost or remain deeply hidden. So, Yi Fan swiftly thrust out a silver needle, injecting a colorless and odorless poison into Lu Qingyang's body. Not revealing himself didn't mean Yi Fan lacked the means to deal with Lu Qingyang. Just as he had killed Li Yunyang at the engagement banquet without anyone noticing, he could do the same to Lu Qingyang. However, Yi Fan didn't plan to let Lu Qingyang die so quickly. Instead, he wanted him to experience the agony of wishing for death. "What are you doing?" Lu Qingyang jolted from the sting. Although it was just a sudden sensation on his skin, he felt as if the pain had penetrated to his very marrow, scorching his soul. At the same time, a faint, almost imperceptible aura began to circulate within Lu Qingyang's body, seemingly merging with his meridians. What is happening? Though sensing that something was off, Lu Qingyang carefully observed himself again and didn't notice anything unusual. He shot a fierce glare at Yi Fan and quickly left the scene. The Su family's banquet continued until the afternoon, after which everyone dispersed. Yu Linglong took her leave, as the situation in the southeastern battle zone was worsening, with Japanese intrusions becoming more frequent and powerful fighters being dispatched. She needed to return quickly to take command. Su Yixue returned to the Su group to start working on the pharmaceutical production and expansion, with Guo Li and Wang Fuguwei by Yi Fan's side. Su Yixue and the others felt reassured. Big brother, what should we do next? The banquet is over. Guo Li and Wang Fuguwei are walking ahead, while Xia Hao and Li Hu are following behind. Old Pang has provided intel that a big shot has been dispatched from the northwest, and Lu Qingyang from the provincial city has also come to Yun City to prepare for action. Just now, Lu Qingyang's scream might have been unclear to others, but Guo Li and Xia Hao know that Yi Fan must have done something to him. Yi Fan definitely has a plan for the next steps. Just as Yi Fan was about to speak, old Yi Changfeng and Lung Feng got out of a nearby car and quickly approached Yi Fan. Old Yi. Guo Li and the others greeted him respectfully. Old Yi has been stationed in the north for many years, and his title as the King of the North is well-deserved. Good. Yi Changfeng was very pleased with the loyalty of those around Yi Fan. You're doing great. As for Guo Li and Fuguwei, I won't say much. Mr. Xia, if you encounter any obstacles in your business in the provincial city, you can call this number to reach Jiang Cheng, the Director of Provincial Defense. P.S. My student, just tell him I sent you. While speaking, Yi Changfeng handed a business card to Xia Hao. Ah, thank you, old Yi. Xia Hao received the card respectfully, feeling a surge of excitement and instinctively glancing at Yi Fan. The benefits of being by Yi Fan's side were already evident, such great elixirs, and Yi Fan's limitless potential for the future. Even without any direct benefits, Xia Hao would still give his all. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't object, Xia Hao finally put away the card. Though it was just a business card, Xia Hao understood its significance all too well. The Director of Provincial Defense in Tiannan Province is the third most powerful figure there, with his support. Very few would dare to challenge the Xia family in Tiannan. This is a real sort of authority, something that can be genuinely used. Although Xia Hao's expression was quite concealed, Yi Changfeng, who was carefully observing him, could see through Xia Hao's emotions clearly. Just for a business card, Xia Hao felt the need to consult Yi Fan. Yi Changfeng was about 80% sure that Yi Fan had already awakened and that Xia Hao was likely one of the informed parties. During this time, Xia Hao had been with Yi Fan, doing many things together, leading Li Hu to rescue Su Yixue, dealing with the Li family, and using others to tackle the Wang family and the Su family. Everything seemed to make sense. Yi Fan still needed to maintain the facade of being a fool in front of outsiders. However, the specific actions and strategic plans ultimately required someone to execute them. Xia Hao was the best person for both cover and execution, and now that Guo Li had returned, as an old brother and strategist, Guo Li also fit the requirements perfectly. Thus, Guo Li and Xia Hao must be in the know. As for Wang Fuguwei, although he is quite strong, he tends to be a bit of a fool, so he is likely kept in the dark. After piecing everything together, Yi Changfeng finally understood how Xia Hao managed to arrange everything so meticulously for the Su family's press conference. Yi Fan is truly a prodigious talent. When he awakened, his gifts and intelligence were top-notch, and that explains everything. Now, the Su family has perished along with the Wang family. The Yi group also has a significant amount of capital, and we need people to help manage it. Mr. Xia, Guo Li, I will hand over the Yi group to Yi Fan. I will inform the board and appoint you as the vice presidents of the group. Is that all right? Guo Li's reaction was quite normal. Titles didn't matter much to him. He knew that even if Yi Fan was awake, he would most likely delegate the responsibilities to him anyway. However, Xia Hao was once again stunned. As an outsider and merely the head of the Xia family in the provincial city, his assets totaled only in the hundreds of billions, which couldn't compare to the Yi family's scale. Yet, the old Master Yi appointed him as vice president of the Yi group in the blink of an eye. This was an immense trust. Old Master Yi. This doesn't seem appropriate, Xia Hao stammered. He had come to find Yi Fan with the intention of repaying a favor, but in just a few days, he had already received benefits that countless others could only dream of. Xia Hao wanted to turn to Yi Fan for confirmation, but Guo Li couldn't hold back any longer and directly interrupted him. Mr. Xia, since old Master Yi has arranged this, let us go along with his decision. When young Master Yi awakens, we can resign then. Chapter 63. Please help me, young Master Yi, to kill my brother and my biological father. This Xia Hao is commendable for his loyalty, but he is just too loyal. With his constant inquiries to his brother, Wang Fuguwei, and others, couldn't they notice how sharp-eyed old Master Yi is? With just a glance, he would have exposed everything. So, Guo Li directly interrupted Xia Hao's continued questioning. Yi Changfeng smiled slightly from the side. It seemed that Guo Li's cleverness in acting as Yi Fan's strategist was not without reason. Although Guo Li's talent might be slightly weaker than Yi Fan's, in terms of wisdom, he could at least keep pace with Yi Fan. You all go ahead to the company. I need to greet a few old friends, and we'll be right there. Meanwhile, Lei Qianjue had gathered that group of old friends. The opponents of the Yi family had gone too far. nearly wiping them out, and even trying to kill Lei Qianjue, fearing he would awaken Yi Fan. Now, everyone couldn't just sit and wait. Previously, Yi Changfeng was not very enthusiastic about Lei Qianjue's actions, but after what had just happened, he realized that his good grandson might have already awakened, which piqued his interest significantly. The Yi family could finally see hope. Moreover, with 100,000 dragon army in the north, as long as he still had breath in him, the Yi flag would not fall. As long as the dragon army was smoothly handed over to Yi Fan, the Yi family would stand strong. It was time to strike back. Just as Yi Changfeng left, another young man in a floral shirt rushed over. Without hesitation, he knelt before Yi Fan. "Young Master Yi, please help me eliminate Lu Qingyang and the Lu family. If successful, I, Lu Wuyang, am willing to dedicate my life to serve you." Yi Fan frowned as he looked at the young man before him. He looked so familiar. This young man, although dressed differently from Lu Qingyang, bore an 80 resemblance to him. He also shared the surname Lu. Was this Lu Wuyang from the Lu family? The Lu family wants me to help eliminate their own family? What does this mean? Beside them, Guoli looked at Lu Wuyang in astonishment. The second young master of the Lu family? Haven't you been busy chasing after girls and making headlines with beautiful stars? What brings you to young Master Yi? Don't you know my brother is still in a foolish state? The Lu family in the provincial capital had caused quite a scandal. The upper echelons of the Flower City were almost all aware of it. Lu Qingyang's father, Lu Zijiang, had slept with a girl in a nightclub who was none other than the mother of the second young master, Lu Wuyang. However, the Lu family never acknowledged her identity and even regarded her existence as a disgrace. In the end, Lu Qingyang, with Lu Zijiang's tacit approval, cruelly killed Lu Wuyang's mother in front of him. At that time, Lu Wuyang was only 8 years old, hiding under the bed and witnessing such a brutal scene. From that moment on, Lu Wuyang secretly vowed to survive. He promised himself that when he became powerful enough, he would kill his older brother Lu Qingyang and his beast-like father, ensuring the downfall of the Lu family. Later, at the age of 8, Lu Wuyang endured inhumane treatment in the Lu household, drinking urine, eating dog food. Ultimately, under the protection of a kind-hearted steward, he managed to grow up. Lu Zijiang, perhaps out of guilt or for some other reason, spared Lu Wuyang's life and sent him to school. When Lu Wuyang faced exclusion, he voluntarily chose to be sent to Yun City years ago. On the surface, he was involved in scandals with female celebrities, living a life of indulgence and chasing women. However, during these years, Lu Wuyang cleverly used his exceptional economic skills to quietly establish several companies worth billions, accumulating assets in the hundreds of billions. Although the gap in strength compared to the Lu family in the provincial capital was substantial, surviving in the cracks was already quite impressive. Guishao, I believe in my judgment. I am certain that Yi Shao will awaken one day. Even if I have to gamble everything, I bet that Yi Shao can help me. Please, I beg you. Here is my entire asset list. As he spoke, Lu Wuyang handed a document and contract to Guoli. Yi Shao, please take a look. As long as you sign this, all my assets will belong to you. Guoli took the document, and, upon seeing the 8 listed companies, his pupils widened in astonishment. As the young master of the Guo family in the provincial capital, Guoli had remarkable talent and business acumen, but he excelled in strategy and cunning. In terms of financial management, he was completely outclassed by Lu Wuyang. All these years, your pursuit of women was just a facade. Those female celebrities are all artists under your entertainment company. Your scandals with them were just free publicity to boost their popularity. Lu Shao, I really underestimated you. And that newly emerged company, Ma Air Financial, is also yours. You are a business genius. Recently, the small loan company Ma Air Financial, which had emerged in the Southwest, utilized a P2P model to help small and micro enterprises secure loans, employing big data models to assess credit risks and collaborating with banks for funding. In a short time, it expanded to a scale of over 100 billion. Everyone was investigating the background of this company, wondering who had come up with such an impressive plan. But nobody expected that the genius behind it was the second young master of the Lu family, exiled to the border. Looking at the second young master, it felt like he was poised for a comeback. However, Lu Wuyang knew that his own strength was limited and he needed a benefactor to assist him. When the Lu family was wiped out, Lu Wuyang shared the same thoughts as everyone else. Even if all 7 of his sisters-in-law announced their marriages to Yi Fan, it wouldn't change the decline of the Yi family. But in just a few days, the Zhao, Wang, and Li families, who had secretly targeted the Yi family, all suffered disastrous fates, with the Xuanwu battle zone openly supporting them and the Jiuzhou group intervening. Yi Fan's various actions indicated that everything was far from coincidence. Putting it all together, Lu Wuyang concluded that 5 years ago, The foolish genius Yi Fan from the Yi family must have already awakened. He was the benefactor Lu Wuyang had been searching for. So when the elder brother Lu Qingyang went to war with Yi Fan, Lu Wuyang immediately sought him out. In addition to the assets in his hands, Lu Wuyang had another special token of loyalty that could surely persuade Yi Fan to take action. While Guoli was reviewing the asset list provided by Lu Wuyang, Yi Fan was also examining it closely. When he saw that Lu Wuyang had a Pinduoduo plan to establish a new shopping platform where everyone could cut prices, Yi Fan's pupils involuntarily widened. This Lu Wuyang was indeed a business genius. He fully utilized human nature, using price cuts to reduce costs, allowing consumers to actively help advertise and achieve maximum promotional effect with minimal expenditure. Since Yi Fan intended to restore the Yi family's former glory, besides Guoli, the strategist, and Wang Fugui, the warrior, he also needed a financial wizard to manage the internal business operations, and Lu Wuyang seemed to be a good candidate. Cutting prices is a good idea. You're a good person. Come, let's go check out the Yi family together, Yi Fan said earnestly. But when he exchanged glances with Guoli, Guoli had already understood his intentions. The elder brother was planning to let Lu Wuyang have a try. For Yi Fan, the Lu family was definitely an adversary, and since there was a chance to create division within the Lu family, he wouldn't refuse. Lu Wuyang's face lit up. As long as he could join the Yi group, then his plan would be half successful, if nothing unexpected happened. His foolish elder brother should already be at the Yi group by now. This was because Su Jian and his son Su Dong, having sensed something was off, had already approached the Lu family in the provincial capital and signed a secret acquisition agreement using the Yi group's official seal, which had been notarized by a third party and held legal validity. The intention of Su Jian and his son was clear. If they couldn't have it, they wouldn't let the Yi family have it either. Chapter 64. The disgusting maneuver before Su Jian's death. Inside the Yi group, the board of directors suddenly received a notification from Old Master Yi, stating that Su Jian and his son had perished in a mutual destruction with the Wang family. Everyone was left in shock. Most of the senior members of the Yi group were aware of the deeds committed by Su Jian and his son over the years. However, since Old Master Yi hadn't spoken up, it meant that the situation was still under control. Therefore, everyone remained calm. If Su Jian hadn't signed that secret contract with the Lu family before his death, the Yi group would still be as stable as ever. Those two ungrateful wolves, Su Jian and his son, deserved their fate. Yes, this was their end. Old Master Yi had kindly taken them in, yet they still wanted more. Conspiring with outsiders to take full control of the Yi group. How despicable. However, now that Su Jian and his son had fallen, Old Master Yi appointed Guoli and Xia Hao as vice presidents of the company. What did this mean? Was he planning to support the young master to rise to power? But the young master was still, sigh. The crowd was puzzled by Old Master Yi's decision, yet most still agreed with it. Only a small faction of Su Jian's loyalists, overhearing the murmurs around them, sneered inwardly. Did you all still think you could take over the Yi group? It's too late. The contract arranged by Su before his demise should be coming into effect soon. And by then, the entire Yi group, with its hundreds of billions in assets, might no longer bear the Yi name, but rather the Lu name. When Yi Fan, Guoli, Wang Fugui, Xia Hao, Lu Wuyang, and others arrived at the Yi group's conference hall, Lu Qingyang was surprisingly also present. Everyone. Here's the situation. Mr. Su Jian, the executive president of the Yi group, signed a contract with our Lu group a day ago, selling the Yi group for 30 million. Here's the contract, notarized by a major notary office, and it holds legal validity. Additionally, the head of the legal department, during the signing, you were with Manager Yu from the procurement department. Can you confirm the authenticity of this contract? The deputy head of the legal department and Manager Yu from the procurement department were the last two thorns Su Jian left behind at the Yi group. When Su Jian faced the Wang family's pursuit, although he didn't understand why they had suddenly targeted him, he wasn't foolish and quickly guessed that this matter must be related to the Yi family. Thus, he set up this contingency plan. Of course, we were with Mr. Su, witnessing the Lu group's acquisition of the Yi group firsthand. 30 million. That's right. Gasp. After Manager Yu and the others confirmed the news, the crowd seemed to finally react. Are you kidding? The Yi group has assets worth at least 500 billion. Selling for just 30 million? That is not how you sell cabbage. This is practically giving it away. Damn, this is too underhanded. Su Jian was up to no good, and dying like this was too easy on him. Spit. The contract is invalid. Among the high-ranking officials of the Yi group, most had actually been drawn away by Su Jian to fight against the Wang family, leaving behind those who were already of little consequence. The public sentiment at the scene was clearly in favor of the Yi family. The key to the contract is still in Lu Qingyang's hands. And it's a notarized contract with legal validity. Is your shouting going to help? Humph. This is the law, protected by the state. Lu Qingyang proudly raised the copy of the contract in his hand. Now that the Yi Group has taken on the Lu name, you should hurry up and hand over what needs to be handed over, especially the key materials from the research department. That's a top priority. Lu Qingyang was in such a rush to take over the Yi family because of a treasure that the family possessed. It's said that many years ago, the Yi family obtained a legendary treasure map that leads to a miraculous relic site. Once the map is deciphered and they enter the site, they could gain unimaginable benefits, even the chance to cultivate immortality. There are widespread suspicions that the Yi family's many masters and their significant influence in the military of the Great Xia might be due to their discovery of some secrets within the relic site. The extermination of the Yi family was partly because their opponents wanted to root them out completely, but it was also driven by the treasure map. Cultivating to become a saint is a dream that every martial artist aspires to. Any opportunity is worth risking one's life for. Yi Fan stood at the door of the conference room, frowning as he observed the chaos inside. He felt a mix of emotions. Now he was the only remaining core disciple of the Yi family, and he was still in a dazed state, unable to present himself normally before others. Without seeing hope in the Yi family, everyone else would just be a scattered mess. It was crucial to quickly integrate the Yi family and help everyone rebuild their confidence. Before coming here, Yi Fan had already had someone investigate Manager Yu and the various heads of the legal department. He and T expected them to be of any use. But as stubborn supporters of Su Jian, even after his death, their loyalty remained. Yi Fan had no choice but to be confrontational. You all are so noisy. What wild dogs are making a scene on my Yi family's territory? Yi Fan stepped into the hall, pulled out a chair, and fixed a fiery gaze on Lu Qingyang. What's the matter? Haven't you had enough at the victory banquet? Shall I show you my skills? Seeing Yi Fan's aggressive demeanor, Lu Qingyang instinctively took 2 steps back. With Guo Li and Wang Fugui, 2 Grandmaster-level bodyguards, by Yi Fan's side, Lu Qingyang didn't have the confidence to strike Yi Fan down in one blow and could only endure. Yi Fan, you better not act recklessly. Let me tell you, the Yi group has already been acquired by me. It's no longer a Yi family business. You and your companions should get out of here. This is a business matter, and even if you kill me, it won't change anything. Lu Qingyang was clearly afraid for his life and hurriedly added that last part. Otherwise, if Yi Fan went mad and actually killed him, it would be a ridiculous death at the hands of a fool. I understand now, you 2 scoundrels, eating from both sides. Trying to sell the company at a low price to line your own pockets, right? I secretly saw you, Manager Yu, taking millions in bribes. And Minister Zhu, I know you've been keeping 3 women in one place, and 5 years ago, you made a girl jump off a building. You're both so corrupt. Grandpa told me not to say anything back then, but now I'm going to expose you. Yi Fan took the stage, muttering a long list of accusations. His speech was clear. He didn't seem at all like someone who had been foolish. The hundreds of shareholders and core members of the Yi Group looked on in shock. The young master had been considered foolish for 5 years, and now he was finally able to speak normally? To convey so much information at once was quite a feat for him. But everyone was aware that the renowned Dr. Lei Qianjue had arrived in Yun City and announced that Yi Fan's condition could be treated, and it was already showing signs of improvement. If that's the case, then the Yi Group might have a chance to turn things around. Yi Fan, stop slandering. When did I ever take money from anyone? And what does someone jumping off a building have to do with me? Manager Yu and Minister Zhu were terrified by Yi Fan's words. If the bribery accusation were proven true, it could mean at least 10 years in prison. Intentional homicide would be even worse. Since Yi Fan had laid it all out, it was clear that the old master of the Yi family knew the truth, but had simply chosen not to act on it for now. Was it finally time for them to pay their debts? Chapter 65, Betrayal at the Last Moment. Cutting off the source. You need to speak with evidence. Yi Fan, along with several department heads and Manager Yu, have fought hard for the rights of the Yi Group. How can you still doubt their loyalty? This behavior is disheartening. While Lu Qingyang was busy organizing the venue, he didn't miss the chance to stab Yi Fan in the back, casting doubt on his intentions in front of everyone. Although the Yi Group is a family business, over the years, it has attracted external shareholders, and the internal dynamics are not as solid as they seem. Lu Qingyang's words had an effect. Some people in the room frowned at Yi Fan. 5 years ago, Yi Fan was a prodigious talent, excelling in both cultivation and strategy. Now that he is awakening and taking over the Yi Group, he is more than capable. However, if his methods are inappropriate, gaining everyone's support will be challenging. Evidence. I just received some materials to share with everyone. As he spoke, Yi Fan handed a USB drive to Guo Li. Old Guo. My friend says there is something good in there. Could you take a look? Guo Li looked at Yi Fan in surprise. Had this big brother of his truly just awakened in the past couple of days? When did he become so well informed about the inner workings of the Yi Group's management? In truth, Yi Fan had already begun investigating after using Wang Chao's death to deal with Su Dong. It was only a matter of time before he confronted Su Jian and his son. He just hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly. Manager Yu, here S3 million. I'm entrusting you with the steel plant project of the Yi Group. After the deal is done, there's another 5 million waiting. Sure. Manager Yu, our procurement channel has been stalled at the approval stage. Could you help us clear it? Here is 200,000 for some tea. The first video started playing on the screen, showing clear footage. Manager Yu had already accepted a bribe of 5 million. According to relevant laws, he could spend the rest of his life behind bars. Please, don't play that anymore. Manager Yu, seeing the situation unfold, slumped back into his seat, his face pale. He had been extremely cautious at the time. How could he have been filmed so clearly? Was Yi Fan really that clever, having so much incriminating evidence against him? Don't worry, Manager Yu, Yi Fan said with a faint smile, showing little emotion. He turned to the other department heads. Now it's your turn, Director Zhu. This one might be a bit hard on the eyes. Are you ready to showcase your impressive pectorals and glutes? Yi Fan's words left Director Zhu momentarily stunned. The mention of pectorals and glutes was clear. He probably had been caught on camera during a date with his mistress. If Yi Fan could obtain evidence against Manager Yu, then getting dirt on him would be a piece of cake. Was Yi Fan really a fool? With the assistance of the renowned healer Lei Qianjua, has some part of Yi Fan already awakened? Just with this little display of power, everyone is already struggling to cope. If Yi Fan fully awakens and unleashes his abilities, wouldn't the Yi family's enemies be in for a disaster? Minister Zhu realized this and felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he known the young master still had a chance of awakening, he would never have aligned himself with Su Jian. But now that things have come to this point, Minister Zhu understood that saying anything further would be pointless. Yi Shao, what do you want? Minister Zhu asked, fully aware that Yi Fan hadn't handed over the information to the police for a reason. How smart could Minister Zhu be? Do I really need to spell it out? Yi Fan replied with a faint smile, a hint of charm playing on his face. Wang Fuguwei hadn't sensed anything unusual. But beside him, Lu Wuyang noticed Yi Fan's expression and felt a surge of joy. He realized he had made the right bet. This prodigious young master of the Yi family had likely awakened long ago, only pretending to be oblivious and deceiving everyone. He had been biding his time. And when he finally erupted, it would mark a glorious resurgence for the Yi family. From Yi Fan's actions, Minister Zhu deduced that Yi Fan had indeed partially awakened. Those sharp-minded individuals present, though a bit slow to react, began to catch on. The young master is no longer stuttering. He is about to awaken. Exactly. Just look at the young master's recent movements. Clean and decisive, something many CEOs couldn't achieve. The miraculous healer Lei Qianjua had indeed saved the young master, which meant saving the entire Yi family and the Yi Group. Most people on site were elated by Yi Fan's awakening, but among the crowd, a few middle-aged men wore grim expressions, whispering to each other, "This isn't good. Humph. Those useless fools couldn't even manage to stop Lei Qianjua. Look now. We're in trouble." Yi Fan's extraordinary talent had shocked and intimidated everyone back in the day. After being foolish for 5 years, no one knew how far Yi Fan had come upon awakening. Yi Fan told Minister Zhu to think for himself. Given the current situation, Minister Zhu naturally understood. Exchanging glances with Manager Yu, he coolly stated, "If you don't want to step on a landmine, just back off." Yi Fan was quite clear about what he wanted from them. Just don't side with Lu Qingyang. By preventing the two major obstacles Su Jian had set up from coming into play, Yi Fan would find it much easier to deal with Lu Qingyang. Manager Yu wasn't foolish either. He thought it through and quickly grasped the situation. After organizing his thoughts, he spoke up to all shareholders of the Yi Group. "We got a bit confused earlier and misspoke. In fact, we did meet with Lu Qingyang alongside President Su, but we did not sign any contract. Lu Qingyang's contract is a forgery. There is no such thing as acquiring the Yi Group." The two were uncertain about Yi Fan's further plans or backup strategies. But what they could do now was to refuse to testify for Lu Qingyang, denying the legality and validity of his contract and doing their best to stand with Yi Fan. Lu Qingyang looked grimly at the situation before him, nearly exploding with anger. "Yu Yang, Zhu Ming, have you both lost your minds? You were right here witnessing everything. Do you think denying it now will make any difference? Look closely, everyone. The contract has Su Jian's signature, his fingerprint, the official seal of the Yi Group, and notarized materials as proof. Your denial means nothing." Lu Qingyang shook the copy of the contract in his hand, silencing the noisy crowd once again. Indeed, the contract held legal validity. Even if manager Yu and Zhu Ming were forced to turn against him and didn't support Lu Qingyang, it wouldn't change the outcome. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Yi Fan. Furrowing his brow, Yi Fan was contemplating the next steps when Lu Wuyang unexpectedly darted out from behind him and said loudly, "Young Master Lu, what you're holding is just a copy of the contract, right? What good is a mere copy? What if your contract is a forgery?" Lu Wuyang? Lu Qingyang felt an ominous sensation as he saw Lu Wuyang appear beside Yi Fan. Throughout their childhood, Lu Qingyang had bullied Lu Wuyang, but Lu Wuyang had never cried. His gaze fixed on Lu Qingyang with an intensity that seemed to wish he could devour him whole. Although he had sent this brother away to Yun City, Lu Qingyang had always felt a deep-seated unease about him. This trip to Yun City was not just about dealing with Yi Fan. Lu Qingyang had also contemplated whether to eliminate this brother, as the thought of him kept him awake at night. "What do you mean by that? Knowing you would question this, I brought the original contract." Lu Qingyang called to a bodyguard beside him. Immediately, someone brought over a locked briefcase. Meanwhile, Lu Wuyang flashed a charming smile from the audience and replied, "Brother, sorry, but I just happen to have a briefcase here too. So tell me, which one contains the original?" Chapter 66. He's got treasures. What? When Lu Qingyang saw Lu Wuyang pull out an identical password box, a strong sense of foreboding surged in his heart. His instincts told him that his brother had been quietly scheming in Yun City, and if things went awry, he might end up being outsmarted by this brother of his. "Quick, open it," Lu Qingyang urged, his tone a bit frantic. He had been worried that today's operation might encounter unexpected issues, which is why he had insisted that his bodyguard captain keep the box close at hand. It contained the acquisition contracts. The bodyguard opened the box, but instead of contracts, it revealed a set of red funeral garments. What the hell? Where are the contracts? Lu Qingyang was so shocked by the sight of the garments that he stumbled back a few steps, furiously glaring at Lu Wuyang. "Lu Wuyang, are you behind this?" Lu Wuyang replied coolly, "Lu Qingyang, 20 years ago, you killed our mother. Now, this is your gift. I believe you'll find it useful soon." As he spoke, Lu Wuyang opened his own password box, which contained 3 copies of the acquisition contracts. Yes, Su Jian had indeed signed the contracts with Lu Qingyang, but Lu Wuyang had secretly bribed the bodyguard captain to switch them out, pulling the rug out from under him. "Young Master Yi, all the contracts are yours to handle." Lu Wuyang respectfully handed the password box to Yi Fan. "No. Lu Wuyang, you bastard. Are you out of your mind? Those are worth hundreds of billions. You." Lu Qingyang was nearly beside himself with rage. He had bragged to Captain Chu that he would crush the Yi group financially today. Yet, in the end, he was backstabbed by his own brother, and his final move had failed. Where would he put his face now? Hundreds of billions? You think that matters? Lu Qingyang, no amount of money is worth your life. Go and repent to our mother in the afterlife. Lu Wuyang coldly retorted. Lu Wuyang had the manpower and strength to take action against Lu Qingyang, but he knew that after killing Lu Qingyang, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. With Yi Fan backed by the Yi family, and support from the Gua and Wang families, he had no fear of retaliation. Yi Fan glanced at the contracts in the password box. They were real, 3 copies, complete with notarization. "Young Master Lu, all 3 originals are here. What does that make the Yi group now?" Yi Fan fixed his gaze on Lu Qingyang, his expression devilishly charming. "I." Lu Qingyang glared fiercely at Lu Wuyang, genuinely considering devouring him whole. "Lu Wuyang, you've got some guts." Losing control of the Yi family infuriated Lu Qingyang. But what angered him even more was that his brother had hidden in Yun City for so many years and seemed to have developed beyond his control. Lu Qingyang even regretted sending his brother to Yun City. "Let us go." Since the original contracts had been stolen, Lu Qingyang knew that his acquisition plan for today was doomed to fail, and there was no point in staying here any longer. After greeting his subordinates, Yi Fan planned to leave the scene. "Stop. You think you can just walk away?" Yi Fan coldly reprimanded. "My wife said that if someone bullies me, they must pay a price. You caused trouble at the celebration banquet, and I haven't even bothered you yet. Now, it's time to settle the score." Yi Fan had no intention of letting Lu Qingyang off the hook. A dark expression crossed Lu Qingyang's face. He hadn't even sought revenge on Yi Fan yet, but it seemed Yi Fan was ready to take action against him first. "What do you want?" Lu Qingyang asked nervously, staring at Yi Fan. Although Yu Linglong was not present, Yi Fan was flanked by 2 powerful masters, Guo Li and Wang Fugue, as well as other bodyguards arranged by the Yi family. Yi Fan's intelligence appeared to be back to normal for the moment, but he wondered if his strength had also returned. If that were the case, Lu Qingyang would indeed be in trouble. "Young Master Yi, he has a transparent bone that exudes a strong, ancient aura, which is said to be very helpful for cultivation. How about we have him handed over?" Before Yi Fan could speak, Lu Wuyong revealed Lu Qingyang's treasure. Lu Wuyong, are you trying to get yourself killed? That's a family heirloom of the Lu family, worth a fortune, and you just exposed it. Lu Qingyang clutched his chest. His achievement of reaching the master level in his 30s was closely tied to that bone's nurturing effects. Was he really going to let it be taken away just like that? Lu Qingyang was unwilling to accept it. It is indeed a treasure of the Lu family. But what does that have to do with me? Lu Wuyong said lightly. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. It seemed Lu Wuyong truly harbored deep-seated hatred for the Lu family. Without Yi Fan needing to say a word, Wang Fuguwei and Guo Li had already taken action, flanking Lu Qingyang on either side and using their powerful martial energy to restrain him. Young Master Lu, hand it over. This is robbery. Lu Qingyang's face turned ashen with anger, and he attempted to mobilize his martial energy to resist. But as he began to channel his energy, he discovered a despairing situation. His martial energy was actually rendered unusable, and its strength was rapidly diminishing. Since being pricked by Yi Fan at Su Yishue's celebration banquet, it seemed that a certain aura from Yi Fan was quietly corroding his internal organs. Just a slight exertion of force made Lu Qingyang feel utterly drained. What is happening? Lu Qingyang looked at Yi Fan in fear. Had Yi Fan fully awakened? The methods and strength of this prodigious genius were simply incomprehensible. We're robbing you. What are you going to do about it? Damn it. If you can rob the Yi group, why can't we rob you? Wang Fuguwei was rough and not in a good mood. While scolding, he reached out and tore Lu Qingyang's clothes, pulling out the half-transparent bone from his inner garment. Then handed it to Yi Fan. Big brother, look. As Yi Fan took the bone and examined it, his pupils suddenly dilated. Undying bone. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. From the dragon pattern ring, he had already learned relevant information. He knew that around the world, some ancient powerful beings had fallen, existing beyond the peak of martial arts. After their demise, their bones had crystallized into these semi-transparent forms, within which accumulated their extraordinary martial arts techniques and battle experiences. A typical martial artist wearing them could benefit immensely from nurturing them. However, absorbing the energy and experiences from these immortal bones would yield even greater advantages. Coincidentally, the notes in the dragon pattern ring documented the method for absorbing and transforming the immortal bones. Thank you, young Master Lu. I accept this. Yi Fan smiled as he carefully stored the bones, returning to his naive demeanor. Old Guo, old Wang. Look, he's even offering us gifts. He's our guest. So why are you holding on to him? Let him go, let him go. Young Master Lu, I'll walk you out. As he spoke, Yi Fan's eyes returned to a dazed expression, while he affectionately hooked his arm around Lu Qingyang's neck, as if he were escorting him out. The others on the scene thought Yi Fan had reverted to his foolish state, but only Guo Li and Xia Hao understood that Yi Fan surely had other plans. Chapter 67. Do you think you can handle this? At this moment, Lu Qingyang felt as if his heart was shattered, each stab cutting deeper. It's a heart-wrenching betrayal. I came here today to seize your Yi group, and in the end, you almost stripped me down to my underwear. What kind of situation is this? Bro, I'll go with you to see him off. Wang Fuguwei exclaimed when he saw Yi Fan planning to go out alone with Lu Qingyang. He quickly stood up, wanting to follow along. Guo Li immediately stopped Wang Fuguwei, saying, Old Wang, we still need you to maintain order here. Let Mr. Xia accompany him instead. At the celebration banquet, Lu Qingyang had already exposed himself by personally participating in the assassination of the Yi family members. Yi Fan going alone with Lu Qingyang was definitely to get to the bottom of the truth. If Wang Fuguwei tagged along, it would surely lead to trouble. Xia Hao quickly understood. Li Hu, take some people and accompany me to see Lu Xiao off. Yi Fan smiled slightly, and as he left the conference room, he called out to Lu Wuyong, second young Master Lu, come with me. Previously, at the Su family's celebration banquet, Yi Fan didn't have the chance to act. But this time, Lu Qingyang had come directly to the Yi group, and Yi Fan had no intention of letting him off the hook. More importantly, Yi Fan recognized Lu Wuyong's potential and planned to do him a favor. If he could recruit Lu Wuyong to help manage finances, Yi Fan would have more time to focus on other matters. Alright. Upon hearing that Yi Fan had actually declined the help of Wang Fuguwei and Guo Li, wanting to go out alone, Lu Qingyang's pupils dilated in surprise. With the two masters, Wang Fuguwei and Guo Li, present, he wouldn't dare to make a move against Yi Fan. But being alone with Yi Fan, even if his strength was diminished, he would still have a chance to strike, right? As for Xia Hao and Lu Wuyong, Lu Qingyang didn't think much of them. He knew that his subordinates were waiting for him in the parking lot downstairs, and together they would surely have the upper hand. Did Yi Fan really think he could escape? Yi Fan, oh Yi Fan, you're walking the path to hell when there's a road to heaven. Lu Qingyang, along with Yi Fan, Lu Wuyong, Xia Hao, and Li Hu, arrived at the parking lot of the Yi group. After finding Lu Qingyang's vehicle, before Yi Fan could speak, Lu Qingyang took the lead, saying, "Fool, since you're here, why not stay for good?" Snap. With a snap of Lu Qingyang's fingers, a group of martial arts experts surged out from the surrounding vehicles, encircling Yi Fan, Xia Hao, Li Hu, and Lu Wuyang in the middle. "Yi Fan, I don't know if you're really foolish or just pretending to be. When you were with Guo Li and Wang Fugui, I had to be cautious and didn't dare to act recklessly. But you actually threw caution to the wind and came down alone. Isn't that courting death? I guess I'll have to send you on your way now." Lu Qingyang looked confident. "Don't expect them to come down and save you. Even if they wanted to, it would take them a few minutes, and that's more than enough time to kill you several times over." This time, Lu Qingyang had brought only the elite from his family. The encirclement tightened, and even Lu Wuyang began to feel a bit anxious. "Lu Qingyang, our young master kindly offered to let you go, but if you insist on charging at the barrel of a gun, don't blame him for being rude." Xia Hao coldly stared at Lu Qingyang, already having sentenced him to death in his mind. This Lu Qingyang is truly foolish. Yi Fan has made his intentions so obvious. Bringing Lu Wuyang along means he's out for revenge. Instead of running away, this guy is actually planning to strike back at Yi Fan. Rude? Huh. A foolish young master like you, plus the head of the Xia family? Let me tell you, Xia Hao, I'm respectful enough to call you the head of the Xia family. Otherwise, I'd just call you Xia Dog, which would still be generous. Don't worry. Once the Yi family is dealt with, it won't be long before it's your turn. The higher-ups have already made it clear that any family closely aligned with the Yi family will face dire consequences and must be punished. Li Hu stood next to Xia Hao, cautiously watching the surroundings, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Boom. Lu Qingyang spoke with unusual excitement, and then Yi Fan moved. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, unleashing a powerful aura that shattered the bluestone floor, sending countless shards flying towards Lu Qingyang's subordinates with precision. Puff, puff. The force was so overwhelming that Lu Qingyang's bodyguards couldn't put up any resistance and were instantly killed. Just moments ago, Lu Qingyang had dozens of experts on his side, seemingly in control of the situation, but in the blink of an eye, he was left as the sole commander. Lu Qingyang's pupils dilated in shock as he took in the scene. He finally realized, "Yi Fan, you were playing dumb? You were deceiving us. You've already awakened. Haven't you?" At this point, only Xia Hao, Lu Wuyang, and Lu Qingyang remained on the scene. When Yi Fan made his move, he, along with Li Hu and a few of Li Hu's subordinates, had been knocked unconscious. Although Li Hu, as the underground godfather of Yin City, should have a strong reputation, Yi Fan didn't want to expose himself in front of too many people. Xia Hao already knew he had awakened, and Lu Wuyang, as a key future member, could be trusted with his secrets. As for Lu Qingyang, the dead can't leak information. Now you understand? It's too late. Yi Fan took a cold step forward, advising him to honestly answer a few questions to avoid some unnecessary suffering. Lu Qingyang sensed the powerful aura emanating from Yi Fan, which far exceeded the strength of a martial arts master and likely reached the level of a martial sovereign. However, the intelligence obtained by Captain Chu Feng indicated that Yi Fan was at most just a master in strength. If the judgment was wrong, it could lead to a failure of Captain Chu Feng's mission. The critical issue was that the intelligence was flawed, and everyone had planned based on the information that Yi Fan hadn't awakened. But now that Yi Fan had awakened, the situation would undergo a drastic change. Many previously cautious factions, upon learning of Yi Fan's awakening, could see the potential for a reversal in fortunes due to the influence of this monstrous genius and the lingering power of the Yi family patriarch. At this moment, Lu Qingyang quietly reached for his phone, intending to discreetly report the situation to Captain Chu Feng. But suddenly, before he even noticed Yi Fan's movement, a powerful surge of energy rushed towards his pocket, shattering Lu Qingyang's phone into pieces. Even at this point, he still wanted to send a message. Did he think he still had a chance? It seemed that an invisible, overwhelming force emanated from Yi Fan, pinning Lu Qingyang down and forcing him back against the front of the car. Now speak. Who is really behind the Lu family? Is it Zhou Xiao from the capital? Or the Lone Wolf? Who else, besides your Lu family, could have attacked my second brother in the Xuanwu battle zone? Chapter 68. 7-star soul-destroying claw. According to Yi Fan's character, when Lu Qingyang was being arrogant at the Su family's banquet, Yi Fan would have killed him on the spot. The only reason he spared Lu Qingyang's life was to extract some truths from him. He intended to follow the clues to find the real culprit behind the attempts to destroy the Yi family, the Zhao family, the Li family, and the representative from the Lu family, Qin Tao, were all somewhat lacking in status and had very limited information. Lu Qingyang, having come directly with a powerful figure from the Northwest War Zone, likely knew much more. Humph. Yi Fan, do you really think that just because you've awakened, you can change the outcome all by yourself? Dream on. The lone wolf from the Northwest War Zone is already on his way here, and he'll be arriving soon. By that time, it will be the end of the Yi family. At this moment, Lu Qingyang realized that coming to find Yi Fan today was a mistake. He was probably out of options for escape, so he decided to act like a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. Even if I know some secrets, I want to tell you. Just wait for your death, haha. Once you're gone, your sisters-in-law and wives will be pitiful. Many men will take turns to cherish them. Poof. Yi Fan struck suddenly with the 7-star soul-destroying claw. This was a secret technique from the dragon pattern ring that allowed him to control spiritual energy to invade the target's mind, suppressing and tormenting them at the soul level. As Yi Fan channeled his energy, Lu Qingyang felt as if his head was about to explode. What? What are you doing to me? Woo. Why does it hurt so much? Lu Qingyang looked at Yi Fan in disbelief, feeling as if knives were carving into his brain, like a dagger piercing his bones. The pain drilled into his soul, causing his consciousness to waver and begin to fade. Now tell me, who is behind the Lu family besides the Zhou family from the capital? What do they want with the Yi family? Yi Fan rarely used the 7-star soul-destroying claw, but he had employed it a few times before, and hardly anyone could resist it. Lu Qingyang was no exception. As for the participants in the attack, I don't know about the others, but the Lu family from the provincial city and my Lu family were involved. The contact we had was Captain Chu Feng from the Northwest War Zone. We aren't sure exactly who he reports to, but he definitely comes from the military. As for Zhou Xiao from the capital, he is not actually from the Zhou family there. Lu Qingyang had a much higher status and thus knew more than Li Zhong and Qin Yao. At the very least, he realized that the forces targeting the Yi family were not monolithic. On one side was the military, and on the other was the Holy Envoy organization. They must have united for certain interests, which allowed them to strike successfully together. The breakthrough on the military side was that Chu Feng, while on the Holy Envoy organization's side, Zhou Xiao was the ultimate breakthrough point. Dealing with them is a matter for later. Right now, the one who killed my second brother must pay the price first. Thud, thud. As Yi Fan unleashed his energy, he completely destroyed Lu Qingyang's meridians, freeing him from the grip of the 7-star soul-destroying claw and allowing him to regain consciousness. The excruciating pain in his bones and tendons made Lu Qingyang feel worse than dead. He screamed, "Kill me. Yi Fan, you have the guts to kill me." Yi Fan twitched the corner of his mouth and replied calmly, "I do want to kill you, but there are others who want to kill you even more. So your life is now in their hands." As he spoke, Yi Fan picked up a dagger from the ground and turned to the still-dazed Lu Wuyang, saying, "Lu Xiao, it's time for revenge." Lu Wuyang was shocked by Yi Fan's earlier display of power, and his pupils widened. The Yi Xiao before him was indeed a prodigious talent. "All right, thank you." Without hesitation, Lu Wuyang took the dagger from Yi Fan's hand, made a few gestures over Lu Qingyang's body, and stepped toward him. "You, Lu Wuyang, what do you want to do? We are brothers, you can't kill me." Lu Qingyang wasn't afraid of death when facing Yi Fan. But now, in front of Lu Wuyang, he was terrified. Lu Wuyang had been bullied by Lu Qingyang since childhood. Why was he now in a position to decide Lu Qingyang's fate? Brothers? Humph. Lu Qingyang, do you have any shame? What happened to your conscience? When you killed my mother, did you ever think of us as brothers? Lu Wuyang had endured for so many years and was no pushover. Without any hesitation, he plunged the dagger into Lu Qingyang's chest. Thud. A massive hole appeared in Lu Qingyang's chest, blood gushing from the wound and staining most of his clothes red. Huff. You're really doing it. Lu Qingyang looked at Lu Wuyang, panic in his eyes. "If you kill me like this, my father won't let you go. You must stop now." In truth, Lu Qingyang knew that any plea he made now would be futile. From the moment Lu Wuyang had someone swap his contract, Lu Wuyang had firmly chosen Yi Fan and wanted Lu Qingyang's life. He was just grasping at straws. Humph. Father? Does he even deserve to be called a father? Brother, don't be anxious. You first go down and apologize to my mother. Soon, I will make him kneel before her as well. Thud. This stab is for the time you urinated on me. Thud. This stab is for making me fight with dogs for scraps. Thud. This stab is for riding my neck, forcing me to crawl through a cesspit in sub-zero temperatures. Lu Wuyang lost count of how many times he stabbed Lu Qingyang. By the end, Lu Qingyang was like a sieve, his body riddled with wounds. "Lu Xiao, that's enough." Seeing that Lu Qingyang was beyond saving, Yi Fan reached out and patted Lu Wuyang on the shoulder. Lu Wuyang finally emerged from his grief and knelt down on the ground, bowing deeply 3 times in the direction of the provincial capital. "Mom, did you see? I avenged you. The person who killed you back then has been killed by me. Tonight, I can finally sleep peacefully. For years, Lu Wuyong had been waking up in terror every night. As soon as he fell asleep, he would see the scene of his mother being choked to death by Lu Qingyang. But now, Lu Qingyang had finally gone to meet the king of hell, and Lu Wuyong had put an end to a long-held worry. Master Xia, is the video ready? Yi Fan asked Xia Hao. Xia Hao opened the video on his phone, showing exactly what had just happened. Yi Fan wielding a dagger and threatening Lu Qingyang. Combined with the scene of Lu Qingyang's death, anyone would believe that Yi Fan had killed Lu Qingyang. But Yi Xiao, it was clearly me who killed Lu Qingyang. Lu Wuyong started to protest. Yi Fan calmly replied, in fact, the moment I decided to take action against Lu Qingyang at the Su family celebration, he was already dead. What just happened was merely to give him a final breath, allowing you to take your revenge. Besides, if we announce that you killed Lu Qingyang, do you have the strength to face the retaliation from the Lu family? Especially from the forces of Lu Qingyang's grandfather. Can you withstand that? Yi Fan fixed his intense gaze on Lu Wuyong. You've gone to such lengths and made so many sacrifices to come to me. And this is what you were after, isn't it? Chapter 69. The huge impact of Lu Qingyang's death. Yi Fan's awakening to the realities of the world left Lu Wuyong a bit flustered. Lu Wuyong, thank you for your help, young Master Yi. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Great. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. What I need is you, Yi Fan said without hesitation, leaving Lu Wuyong momentarily stunned. Ah, this. Young Master Yi, you want me? Lu Wuyong misunderstood, thinking, didn't Yi Fan have so many beautiful wives and sisters-in-law? Why would he be interested in men? But recalling how much Yi Fan had helped him, he gritted his teeth and said, as long as young Master Yi likes it, I am open to anything. Lu Wuyong's face turned almost red as he barely managed to finish his sentence. Seeing Lu Wuyong's expression, Yi Fan playfully tapped him on the head. What are you thinking? I'm not interested in that. What I need is your brain. Use your genius economic mind to help me build a massive business empire. Ah. Lu Wuyong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Is that what young Master Yi meant? Let's go. From now on, you can stop hiding your business plans. The Lu family will be your backing. But be prepared. I haven't fully revealed myself yet, and the Lu family will face significant pressure for quite some time. Yi Fan turned to glance at the towering office building of the Yi group behind him. The Holy Envoy organization sounds like a huge group as well. It must be similar to the mysterious Tianji pavilion backing me, right? Sigh. The road ahead is going to be tough. However, Lu Wuyong didn't mind at all. It's okay. Since I'm young Master Yi's person, I will share both joys and hardships with you. I believe in your strength. 5 years ago, at the age of 15, Yi Fan had already reached the realm of a master. After 5 years of apparent foolishness, his strength had clearly surpassed that barrier and was at least at the level of a martial venerable. With Yi Fan's monstrous talent and intelligence, the rise of the Yi family was just a matter of time. Leaving Xia Hao and Li Hu to handle the scene, Yi Fan headed towards the Yi group. In the provincial city, at the Lu family estate, the head of the Lu family, Lu Zijiang, received a video from an unknown sender and jumped up in shock. What the? Qingyang has been killed. This? The video showed the scene Xia Hao was handling, displaying Yi Fan slaying Lu Qingyang. How could that fool from the Yi family have such strength? He killed Qingyang? Lu Zijiang's voice trembled. Quick, call Qingyang right now. It must be a prank. His subordinates quickly sprang into action, but after a long time, they couldn't get through to Lu Qingyang's phone. The subordinates who had gone with him were also unreachable. Finally, an outside driver reported some news. Head of the family, I saw the eldest young master's body being dealt with. The eldest young master was killed by someone from the Yi family. I also saw the second young master. With this additional information coming in and piecing it together with the video, Lu Zijiang collapsed onto the sofa, finally accepting the harsh reality that his own son was killed by that fool from the Yi family. But wasn't that fool still in a state of complete mental disability? How could he possess such formidable strength to slay Qingyang? Furthermore, Qingyang himself was already above the master level in strength. To kill Qingyang, one would need at least peak master level power. As Lu Zijiang mourned, he quickly analyzed the situation. Although the video only showed Yi Fan's figure, Lu Zijiang instinctively filled in the blanks, knowing that there must have been others present at the scene. After all, a fool couldn't possibly kill his son on his own. The Yi family must have orchestrated a trap to kill his son. Lu Qingyang had gone to Yun City for a specific purpose, and Lu Zijiang was well aware of it. Captain Chu Feng had personally ordered the Lu family to take action against the Yi family and crush the Su family. Lu Zijiang had initially planned to go himself, but due to a meeting with an important figure from the east, he didn't make it. Now that his son was dead, if only he had gone personally. Quick, he needed to contact Captain Chu Feng immediately. This news had to be reported. The Yi family had been suppressed to such a degree, yet they still dared to kill a master-level expert from the Liu family. The death of Liu Qingyang might not seem significant to the Liu family or to Chu Feng and others, but if not handled properly, the repercussions could be immense. Previously, the Zhao, Li, and Wang families in Yun City, who had acted against the Yi family, were wiped out, and everyone could still accept that. After all, although the Yi family was under pressure, their foundation remained strong enough to deal with those smaller families. But the Liu family's foundation was formidable enough to dominate the provincial capital, with clear backing from Chu Feng and others. You need to be cautious when dealing with the master. The Yi family had so brazenly killed the dog, it was a blatant slap in the face. At Yun City International Airport, as Chu Feng got off the plane, he received a message from Liu Zijiang. What? Yi Fan killed Liu Qingyang? What the hell? Was Liu Qingyang a pig? How could he be killed by a fool? Upon receiving the news, Chu Feng's first reaction was that it must be false. But the call was from Liu Zijiang, and he wouldn't joke about his son's life. While Chu Feng was still on the phone, his subordinates were already gathering all the other information from Yun City. The video of Liu Qingyang's murder had already begun to spread online. It seemed the Yi family had no intention of hiding Yi Fan's involvement, even though he still appeared to be simple-minded and foolish. But so what? A fool could crush your subordinates, so what is there to be proud of? Moreover, Lei Qianjue had mentioned that Yi Fan's mental state hadn't damaged his nerves, and that there was a full possibility of recovery. If Yi Fan were to fully awaken in the future, it would spell doom for the Yi family's opponents. Some neutral families in Yun City, after watching the video, had already decided to visit the Yi family the next day. In the capital, several families have suddenly changed their tune. Those who were previously eager to collaborate with us have called out of the blue, claiming they have urgent matters to attend to and want to postpone our partnership. As Chu Feng listened to the phone call with Liu Zijian, he also heard his subordinates reporting various incoming news, his expression darkening to the extreme. These old foxes. What does it mean to delay the cooperation? It's quite obvious. They've seen a glimmer of hope in the revival of the Yi family and are reluctant to commit too quickly. Everyone is well aware of the Yi family's foundation. Although the core disciples of the Yi family have been wiped out, the Tianlong army still exists, and Yi Fan is still around. As long as Yi Fan awakens and regains full control of the Tianlong army, with his extraordinary talent and formidable strength, it won't be so easy to eliminate him again. Chapter 70. Devouring the Undying Bone. After hearing the news from Liu Zijiang, as well as the various reports gathered from Yun City and other places in the capital, Chu Feng's expression began to grow serious. Initially, he thought that dealing with Yi Fan would be straightforward enough for him to handle personally. After all, with the help of the elder, Chu Feng had already reached the level of a martial sovereign. The Yi family, which previously had the eldest Yi as a martial sovereign, now had only Lung Feng and the old master of the Yi family as grandmasters. Even if 5 grandmasters attacked together, they were no match for his martial sovereign strength. But now, Chu Feng's perspective had changed. As one of the 6 major families of the Great Xia, the Yi family's dominance for so many years was not without its foundation and reasons. He realized he needed to be more cautious. Liu family head. The Yi family situation is a bit troublesome. You'd better send some reinforcements my way. We need to resolve the Yi family issue quickly, otherwise, we may end up in a bad situation ourselves. Although Chu Feng was seeking help from Liu Zijiang, the latter knew he had no grounds to refuse. All right, but Captain Chu, as you know, our resources are quite limited. Most of our experts have been taken away by Qingyang and are likely already eliminated by the Yi family. Also, today, a few friends from the Black Society of the East Japan have arrived and are interested in the Yi family matter. Why not let them join you in action? Liu Zijiang wasn't as straightforward as he seemed. Although he had ties with Chu Feng and the Holy Envoy, he also maintained close connections with the East Japan side, seeking an alternative ally. Fine. Have them come to Yun City to find me immediately. Chu Feng frowned. When he initially planned to take action against the Yi family, people from the East Japan Black Society had approached them. However, the situation had seemed favorable back then, so Elder Zhang did not accept their assistance. Now, things were starting to look different, and sending in the East Japan people might not be a bad choice. Just after hanging up with Liu Zijiang, Elder Zhang's call came through. Chu Feng, what is going on? How did the young master of the Liu family get killed by Yi Fan as soon as he arrived in Yun City? Do you realize how severe the repercussions of this incident are? In a secret courtyard somewhere in the northwest, Elder Zhang held the phone, furrowing his brow, his expression grim. He had higher-ups to answer to, and he had just received a harsh reprimand over the phone. It had been several days since the Su family and Yu Linglong announced their support for the Yi family, and they were thriving, even holding a successful press conference. In contrast, the people Elder Zhang had arranged, Zhao family, Li family, Wang family, had all fallen, and even the forces from the provincial capital had been slaughtered before they could make a move. The Yi family had audaciously sent a fool to act against them. It was a blatant display of power. Elder, please calm down. Chu Feng is fully aware of everything. I have already arrived in Yin City, and I've agreed to let the East Japan people intervene. I believe I will soon provide you with a satisfactory explanation. I have a strange feeling that the Yi family is not quite right these days. That foolish prodigy from the Yi family must have awakened. I will definitely get back to you as soon as I have any news. In the northwest, in a courtyard, Elder Zhang hung up the phone, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Sigh. Throwing a stone to test the waters, with such a big stone like Chu Feng being thrown out. I fear that if we can't uncover any news, it would be a total loss. Elder, is the Yi family really that terrifying? Elder Zhang rubbed his head, feeling a bit of a headache. According to the calculations and predictions from above, the Yi family is bound to produce a Qilin child, a being that could shake the entire Great Xia and even the global landscape. That's why the big shots above have gone to such great lengths to mobilize so many resources to eliminate the Yi family. However, they have ruled out all possibilities, only overlooking that fool Yi Fan. Sigh, I wonder if it's still too late. In Yun City, when Yi Fan and Lu Wuyang returned to the conference hall, Guo Li and Wang Fugui were already holding a meeting. Everyone should have received the news that Su Jian and his son Su Dong are dead. The Yi group ultimately belongs to my elder brother. So the old man has appointed me and the head of the Xia family as vice presidents to temporarily assist my elder brother in managing the Yi group. We also need to add another vice president. Who is this Lu Wuyang, the second young master of the Lu family, whom you all have just met? He has done a great service for the Yi family, but was pushed out by the Lu family. In a short time, he has established a business empire worth hundreds of billions, so when Guo Li, Mr. Xia, and I are not around, all matters of the Yi group will be under his arrangement. A sharp glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he spoke lightly, showing no sign of accepting any rebuttal. Is there any objection to my decision? Yi Fan glanced at everyone, symbolically asking. Everyone had already witnessed Yi Fan's recent performance. Although Yi Fan hadn't publicly announced it, from the experiences of the Yi family's rivals, everyone had already guessed that Yi Fan must have awakened long ago. Such incredible methods. Just when the Yi group was about to be sold off, Yi Fan turned the situation around. A prodigy is still a prodigy. With such strength, who would dare to oppose? My elder brother asked you a question, and you all can't hear it? Wang Fugui saw that everyone was not responding strongly and slammed his hands on the table, the loud noise startling everyone present. And no objections. We firmly support young Master Ye's leadership. Everyone responded in unison. Lu Xiao, please arrange the work. You can go ahead and execute that plan you mentioned earlier about the project, no problem. You can freely access all the company's funds. They are responsible to you, and you only need to be accountable to me. For any necessary issues, you can discuss them with young Master Guo and Mr. Xia. Yi Fan gave Lu Wuyang ample authority. While Lu Wuyang felt grateful for the trust, he also felt considerable pressure. Thank you, young Master Yi. I will do my best. Navigating the business world is also Lu Wuyang's dream. Before, he could only work in secret. But now that Yi Fan has given him a grand stage, he must unleash his talents to the fullest. The Yi family group is about to undergo a sweeping reform, including a significant personnel overhaul, and these matters are no longer something Yi Fan needs to worry about. With Guo Li and Lu Wuyang handling the operations, Yi Fan directly exited the conference room and entered the adjacent lounge. After closing the door, he took out the undying bone from Lu Qingyang. Channeling his energy, he began to absorb the pure life force contained within it, following the method recorded in the dragon pattern ring. A soft energy began to emanate from the undying bone, as if something had been activated. In the next moment, an immense wave of energy started to ripple out from the lounge's center. Yi Fan instantly felt a vibrant force surging into his body's meridians, as if it had been dormant for a long time and had finally found a way to release itself. Whoosh! Yi Fan, already at the pinnacle of the martial master realm, began to rapidly gather ancient energy, nurturing and expanding his dantian. Even the flickering flame within his dantian was affected, shaking vigorously as it crazily absorbed the energy from the undying bone. What was once a faint spark quickly grew much brighter in just a moment. So powerful. As Yi Fan sensed the immense energy contained in the undying bone, countless profound battle experiences flooded into his mind, filling him with excitement. If this continued at such a pace, he would soon break through to the martial emperor level. In the entire Great Xia, there are not many who have reached the emperor level. By that time, even if they tried to hunt him down, they might not be able to kill him easily. Right? Who could stop the rise of the Yi family? Crack! While Yi Fan was lost in thought, he suddenly felt something in his dantian shatter. It was the shackles of the martial master realm breaking, which meant Yi Fan could once again break through to the martial emperor level. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan continued to sit cross-legged, fully focused on breaking through to the emperor level. Chapter 71. The birth of the youngest demon martial emperor. After Yi Changfeng reunited with his old friends, he arrived at the conference room of the Yi family group alongside Lei Qianjue. However, they immediately sensed a powerful energy fluctuation coming from the adjacent lounge. Yi Changfeng raised an eyebrow. Although he had his suspicions, he still turned to the bodyguard at the door and asked, "Who's inside?" "Old master, it's the young master." The bodyguard at the entrance had been personally assigned by the elderly Yi, and all were direct descendants of the Yi family. The leader among them was a master-level expert, who, naturally, could also detect the intense energy fluctuations inside. It seemed the young master was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yi Changfeng nodded and sharply reprimanded Lung Feng and the master-level captain. "Seal this area. No one is to approach without my command." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Changfeng took out several red talismans from his pocket, activating their power to form a strong luminous circle that enveloped the lounge. This was a protective circle left to him by a great master, capable of shielding the situation inside from being detected from the outside. Currently, Yi Fan's identity appeared to the outside world as that of a foolish child. If anyone were to discover that he had reached the martial emperor stage, the enemies of the Yi family would either hide in fear and never show their faces again or take drastic measures, even hiring foreign experts to eliminate Yi Fan in his cradle. Thus, Yi Changfeng understood the need for discretion. He needed to bide his time until he had sufficient strength. If Yi Fan had already awakened, given his exceptional talent, it wouldn't take long for him to ascend to the martial saint level. At that point, Yi Fan would truly be standing at the pinnacle of the martial world. There were no more than 10 martial saints in the entire world, and most of them possessed an immortal, indestructible body state. Even if they fought to the death, no one would be able to truly harm the other. However, what Yi Changfeng didn't realize was that, despite his efforts to conceal Yi Fan's energy fluctuations with the talismans, the cosmic phenomena triggered by the breakthrough to martial emperor was simply too intense. Just a few minutes earlier, powerful energy fluctuations began gathering above the Yi family group, forming an energy vortex that made even Yun City lose its luster. In a villa on the outskirts of Yun City, several old men dressed in gray robes sensed the energy fluctuations and activated a mysterious device, closely monitoring the energy levels displayed. When they saw the energy surpass the final red threshold on the device, they couldn't help but jump for joy. Is it the Undying Bone? The power of the Undying Bone. Has the clue left by the master finally emerged? Is the coordinate confirmed? Where is it? The master has been gone for so many years, and before leaving, he instructed us to protect the Soul Wanderer organization and assist the young lord. We've waited for 20 years, and finally, it has come. The coordinates have been confirmed. It's right at the Yi family group. However, the energy only lasted for a brief moment before it was suddenly concealed. What was going on? Just as they had pinpointed the coordinates, the energy fluctuations vanished abruptly. This was not unexpected, since he is a descendant of the master. He must possess some special abilities. Breaking through to the level of a martial emperor would definitely attract the attention of many other powerful martial artists. Hiding one's energy fluctuations is the best method. The path of martial cultivation also aligns with the dark forest principle. All martial practitioners are like hunters in the dark, armed with guns, and no one knows who will pull the trigger first. The best approach is to shoot first and eliminate others. Wait, what did you just say the coordinates are? After a few seconds, several old men on site seemed to react, looking astonished as they inquired of one of the technical operators. The Yi group, what is going on? Just as he spoke halfway, the technical operator suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, my goodness, I just realized, you're talking about the Yi family, that genius from 5 years ago. Could it be him? Yes, yes, yes. We noticed that kid from the Yi family back then, but we had no evidence later. He seemed to have lost his mind, so we didn't pay much attention, but now it seems we can't let him slip away. Haha, this is fantastic. The person we've been looking for has been right under our noses all along. Thankfully, we didn't act impulsively, and were almost swayed by those people to take action against the Yi family. Quick, notify the elders immediately. The people from the ghosts are about to move. Since the Yi family is the master's descendant family, we can't ignore their current situation. Nyoair, you are already at the level of a martial sovereign. Come with me to check on the young master. If he runs into any trouble, we can lend a hand." In the Yi Group's lounge, Yi Fan had circulated the energy within his body for a full 49 cycles before finally feeling that more than half of the energy had been absorbed. The energy contained in the immortal bone was terrifying. Even with the enhancement of the dragon ring, Yi Fan still couldn't absorb all of it. The remaining energy had been hidden within Yi Fan's meridians, waiting for future use. Yi Fan looked at his hands. The immortal bone that had just been in his possession was now completely gone, fully absorbed by him. The flame in Yi Fan's dantian burned even more vigorously, and the energy mass formed by the qi in his dantian became more solid. His power at the level of a martial emperor had reached an incredibly terrifying state. Yi Fan merely released a bit of his perception and could clearly sense all movements within a radius of several hundred meters. The movements of flowers, birds, insects, and fish. Even the buzzing of flies, the actions of ants, and the sounds of seeds breaking through the soil, all of it was within his perception. He could sense the flow of biological energy from the living beings around him and even absorb it for his own use. He wondered if absorbing the energy of those living beings was a unique ability of his own. Yi Fan also sensed his grandfather, who was guarding him outside. His grandfather's martial energy had remained at the master level for a long time due to injury, but he could still use talismans to conceal his energy fluctuations. It seems that the Yi family still has many hidden depths that I am unaware of. However, now that my strength has reached this level, and with Lei Qianjue providing cover, I can say that I'm just temporarily recovering. In front of my grandfather, I can appropriately showcase my abilities. So he won't worry too much. At the same time, I need to find a way to help enhance my grandfather's strength as well. That way, even when I'm not around, he will at least have the capability to protect himself. Grandpa. As the door opened, Yi Fan called out to Yi Changfeng. The recent events had nearly wiped out the Yi family, which hit Yi Changfeng hard. For the past couple of days, his aura had been quite poor. But today, after learning Yi Fan's secret, Yi Changfeng has been beaming with joy. My good grandson, you've been wronged. You've worked so hard. Without saying much, Yi Changfeng pulled Yi Fan into an embrace, tears escaping from the corners of his eyes. Yi Fan looked at his grandfather, wanting to say something. But Yi Changfeng interrupted him. Xiao Fan, let us talk about it when we get back. Chapter 72. The Extraordinary Heritage of the Yi Family. Grandfather's reaction left Yi Fan feeling somewhat helpless. Recently, there have been so many events happening in the Yi family. As the commander of the Heavenly Dragon Army, grandfather must have sensed something, especially with today's incidents. He should already be aware of my awakening. I can already anticipate another round of his nagging. However, thinking about my deceased brothers and uncles, Yi Fan feels a sense of happiness. Besides my missing parents, grandfather is the last family member I have in this world. Yi Fan cherishes the time spent with him even more. Yi Changfeng brought Yi Fan to a meeting at the Yi group, which served as a powerful show of support for Yi Fan. This way, people like Guo Li, Xia Hao, and Lu Wuyang could execute their plans without any hindrances. After all this, Yi Changfeng hurriedly took Yi Fan back home. In the car heading home, Lung Feng was driving, and inside were Lei Qianjue, Yi Fan, and Yi Changfeng. You old Lei, you've kept me in the dark for so long. If I hadn't discovered it myself, how long were you planning to hide this from me? Yi Changfeng said, playfully punching Lei Qianjue on the shoulder. Lei Qianjue looked at Yi Fan, seeking his opinion. Yi Fan sighed and said, at that time, I hadn't fully recovered, and I didn't dare to reveal myself. Since grandfather has found out, there's no need to hide it anymore. With Yi Fan's permission, Lei Qianjue quickly spoke up. Old Yi, it's not that I didn't want to say anything, but my master wouldn't let me. I've been holding it in just as much as you, okay? I almost spilled it out. Master? Yi Changfeng, hearing Lei Qianjue's words, looked at him and then at Yi Fan, suddenly bursting into laughter. What do you mean, Lei Qianjue? You've taken my grandson as your master? Ha. Then you should be calling me your grandmaster. Come on, let me hear it, ha. Yi Changfeng was in a good mood today and couldn't help but tease Lei Qianjue. Lei Qianjue felt a bit frustrated, as much as I dislike it. According to the hierarchy, I really should call you that. I'm more than willing to acknowledge Yi Xiao's strength. Yi Fan is the young medical sage who once dominated the Southwest. He could easily surpass the great medical sage of the Great Xia. The 13 needles of Ghost Valley and the prescription for the Shuiyan plaster that supports the Su family are both extraordinary in their own right. Alright, just a joke. Yi Changfeng interrupted Lei Qianjue, turning serious as he looked at Yi Fan. Xiao Fan, when did you awaken? You really kept this from Grandpa for too long. Sigh. As he spoke, Yi Changfeng was on the verge of tears again. In such a large family, only Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng remained. It's quite a poignant thought considering it has only been a day. On the very day the Yi family was wiped out, I just awakened. 5 years ago, due to a car accident while testing a talisman, I sealed myself away for 5 years, which is why I just woke up. I'm sorry, Grandpa. Yi Fan detailed the various states he experienced after his awakening to his grandfather. Since Grandpa already knows that he has awakened, Yi Fan decided not to hide anything from him and laid out all his plans. Indeed, the Zhao family, the Li family, the Wang family, and even Su Jian all came from your hand. Truly, it's the blood of the old Yi family. Well done. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. According to Lu Qingyang and the information from the Zhao family, there isn't just one force that has targeted the Yi family. There's an organization called the Holy Envoy, as well as people from the military. Lu Qingyang participated in the operation to kill my second brother and has already been dealt with. Now, a big shot has come from the northwest, planning to take direct action against me and the Yi family, which is why I'm eager to break through. Since they dare to come from the northwest and directly target the Yi family, their strength must be at the martial sovereign level. It's also a precaution for me to break through to the martial emperor level. Later, I plan to have Lu Wuyang establish a business group to provide strong financial support. Additionally, I want to form a combat support team. Don't those people want to deal with the Yi family? Do they want to target the Su family and the Yulinglong family to intimidate others? Then we will gradually eliminate all their minions and ultimately force them to reveal themselves. They must pay the price for their actions. However, before the real enemy appears, the less my identity is exposed, the better. After listening to Yi Fan's account, Yi Changfeng said nothing unnecessary. Heaven 1T, let the Yi family perish. They say our Yi family will give birth to a Qilin child. Has it finally arrived? Tears streamed down Yi Changfeng's face as he wiped them away and continued. Xiao Fan, after this great disaster, I had already lost hope, but now. Just go ahead and do what you need to do. Come home with Grandpa. Although I am old, I can still lend you a helping hand. The Yi family has stood strong in the Great Xia for so many years without falling. Even the royal family wouldn't dare act recklessly, which surely speaks to the Yi family's foundation. And today, Yi Changfeng has decided to reveal the full extent of the Yi family's heritage before Yi Fan. After returning home, Yi Changfeng increased the family's guard by 5 times. Even Wang Fugui's grandfather was summoned. Lei Qinjue, with his mastery of the realm, also took on the role of a guard and participated in the vigilance. Once everything was set up, Yi Changfeng led Yi Fan towards the garden at the back of the Yi family mansion. Behind the Yi family mansion was a huge garden with a wide lake. As a child, Yi Fan had played countless times in the rockery park, and as Yi Changfeng walked to a few of the rockeries, he reached out to poke around. The next moment, the flat ground began to shake, and the garden actually split open, revealing a massive stepped entrance. Let us go. Yi Changfeng beckoned Yi Fan to descend the steps, and Yi Fan was stunned by the sight before him. He had played in the garden for so long as a child, and had never realized that there was another world beneath the garden. Even though Yi Fan had now broken through to the martial emperor level, when he released his perception earlier, he was still obstructed by a mysterious force beneath the ground. Behind the Yi family, there are evidently powerful figures. It's clear that the garden is protected by some sort of barrier to prevent outsiders from prying. This is Yi Fan's first time entering the underground of the garden. After walking up the steps for over 100 meters, he suddenly finds himself in a vast hall filled with memorial tablets. These tablets commemorate the fallen leaders of the Heavenly Dragon Army, including captains, generals, and even ordinary charioteers. His grandfather remembers them all. As Yi Changfeng speaks, he lights an incense stick and hands it to Yi Fan, saying, "Offer this incense for them. It's time you acknowledge their sacrifices." Initially, with the protection of uncles and brothers, they intended for Yi Fan to live a comfortable life as a young master. But given the current situation, he must shoulder the responsibilities of the Yi family. After Yi Fan finishes offering the incense, Yi Changfeng leads him towards a large side door. Upon entering through the door, Yi Fan is once again taken aback by the scene before him. "We greet you, young master." As soon as he steps inside, 4 stunning maidens rush towards him, bowing respectfully. The 4 maidens exude powerful martial energy, each one a master in their own right, and their beauty is breathtaking. Is this all prepared for him? Chapter 73. Is mother a prophet? Grandfather, when did you prepare for such stunning maidens for yourself? Even the maidens are so formidable. Is the foundation of the Yi family this terrifying? Grandfather, this outsiders think that if they eliminate all the core disciples of the Yi family, they can easily shake it to its core. Little do they know, what the Yi family reveals above water is merely the tip of the iceberg. If you want to accomplish great things, you need reliable and loyal people. These individuals were not prepared by your grandfather. They were left for you by your mother before she departed. Yi Changfeng smiled, saying, "Your mother said that one day, you would need them." My mother? Yi Fan's pupils dilated. He had never seen his mother since he was a child. How could his mother have predicted events over 20 years ago and arranged his path ahead of time? What kind of person was his mother? Yes, your mother is not dead. She just went to a faraway place with your father. Before leaving, your mother instructed me that if you lived a mundane life, you would never need these things, but the key is, you have never been ordinary. By the age of 15, you had already reached the pinnacle of mastery. If you hadn't had that accident 5 years ago, I would have told you all of this back, then it's not too late to tell you now. Besides the forces under the Yi family, your mother also arranged other contingencies in the Great Xia. There are many things I don't know. You will have to explore them yourself. Yi Changfeng continued, leading Yi Fan into the hall. Greetings, Elder Yi. Greetings, young master. Inside, a group of black-clad individuals was training. Upon seeing Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng approach, they immediately halted their training and respectfully bowed to them. These are the 81 elite warriors your mother selected for you since childhood, who have been trained over the years. They are called the Blood Guards, completely loyal and reliable. If you want to establish your own power, you can use them as a foundation for expansion. Yi Changfeng quietly explained to Yi Fan. These Blood Guards have extraordinary physiques since childhood, and it seems your mother placed certain restrictions on them, so you need not worry about their loyalty and safety. Yi Changfeng continued to guide Yi Fan through the underground hall, showcasing various connections, resources, assets, and treasures this time. Yi Changfeng had no secrets before Yi Fan. Moreover, it's time to hand over the Dragon Legion token to you. In the last and most secret chamber, Yi Changfeng pulled out a black token engraved with a dragon pattern. He rubbed it vigorously with his hand, and a surge of energy swept over it, seemingly clearing something off the token. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yi Changfeng used his energy to cut a small wound on Yi Fan's finger, letting the blood drip onto the token. The Dragon Legion token is nurtured by the blood and energy of 1,000,000 soldiers, having a unique connection to 1,000,000-strong army. The Dragon Legion soul can even lend you a helping hand in critical moments. This was also designed with your mother's assistance. Though I still can't quite grasp the underlying principles. Yi Changfeng solemnly handed the token to Yi Fan. Xiao Fan, the Yi family will rely on you from now on. You must not let down the Yi family or your sisters. Yi Changfeng took Yi Fan on a tour of the underground hall, revealing the various foundations of the Yi family, giving Yi Fan a renewed understanding of his family's influence. It turned out that the Yi family had such a vast network behind them. Besides connections within the military, both domestic and foreign, in martial arts, there were also the unknown contingencies arranged by his mother. It was impossible for enemies to completely annihilate the Yi family. Xiao Fan, if you had remained as clueless as before, I wouldn't have bothered. But now that you've awakened, the Yi family must take some risks. I may need to make a trip to the capital to secure a prosperous future for the Yi family. As for what you want to do, go ahead and pursue it. As long as Grandpa is still alive, no one would dare to harm you. After Yi Changfeng had explained everything about the Yi family to Yi Fan, he seemed to lighten up, filled with a newfound ambition. Yi Fan nodded quietly. Grandpa, your health should be better under Mr. Lei's care, right? Previously, Yi Fan couldn't reveal much in front of his grandfather, so he had let Lei Qianjue use the 13 Ghost Valley needles to treat him. Much better. I was curious how old Lei suddenly became so skilled in medicine when he wasn't that impressive before. Turns out it was all thanks to your teaching. Yi Changfeng said excitedly. If my health continues to improve, perhaps I can break through to the martial sovereign realm in my lifetime. At that point, the influence of the Yi family will surely rise to another level. Helping his grandfather regain strength was also one of Yi Fan's concerns. Grandpa, let me show you. As he spoke, Yi Fan grabbed Yi Changfeng's wrist, carefully feeling his pulse. He could clearly sense that Yi Changfeng's internal energy was much more stable than before. It seemed that Lei Qianjue had not been slacking off these past few days. He had used the 13 Ghost Valley needles to help heal many of Yi Changfeng's injuries. However, Lei Qianjue's martial arts power was too weak, so the effects of each treatment were limited. Previously, when Yi Fan was still at the martial sovereign level, he couldn't help his grandfather recover quickly either. But now that he had absorbed the undying bone from Lu Qingyang and broken through to the martial emperor level, with residual power from the undying bone still in him, healing his grandfather's injuries was no longer a difficult task. Grandpa, please sit tight. I should be able to help you heal your injuries. Yi Fan gestured for his grandfather to take a seat in the chamber. As the power of the martial emperor surged within him, he also activated the residual undying bone energy to quickly mend the hidden injuries in Yi Changfeng's body, revitalizing the previously withering meridians. Yi Changfeng felt the continuous restoration of his meridians and the strengthening energy within him, his eyes widening in shock. This Yi Fan was indeed not an ordinary person, just like his mother. The injuries that others found impossible to heal were so effortlessly mended in Yi Fan's hands. In just a matter of minutes, Yi Changfeng felt as if his body had undergone a complete transformation, almost instantly returning to the vitality of his youth. Xiao Fan, I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. If only I had some elixirs to assist me. Yi Changfeng had already been at the peak of the Grandmaster level for a long time. If it weren't for the hidden injuries he sustained during battles in the past, he would have already advanced to the martial sovereign realm. Now that his injuries had been healed, he was showing signs of a breakthrough. Yi Fan smiled lightly. You don't need to worry about the elixirs, Grandpa. I've been able to refine chi pills myself for 5 years now. As he spoke, Yi Fan took out a porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it to Yi Changfeng. This contains 5 pills. Keep them for yourself. Besides your own breakthrough, you can also consider promoting other core members of the Yi family who are worth cultivating. If you need more, feel free to ask me anytime. This. Yi Changfeng opened the vial and was taken aback by the fragrant chi pills inside, his mouth agape in disbelief. What kind of treasure is this grandson of mine? Is there anything in this world that he can't obtain? Old master, young master, there's a situation outside. Someone is trying to force their way into the Yi family, and they are quite powerful. The security team has already suffered significant casualties. Yi Fan furrowed his brows. So they've finally come. Chapter 74. My martial sovereign strength. Can they stop me from killing you? Before the arrival of that Chu Feng from the northwest, Yi Fan had already broken through to the martial emperor level, eager to see what kind of skills this Chu Feng had. Since Yi Fan was facing him, he intended to crush him with absolute strength. Chu Feng was the key to exposing the true culprits behind the military's actions, and Yi Fan wanted to show dominance. Xiao Fan, why don't you hide for a while? Although Yi Changfeng knew that Yi Fan had awakened and was quite strong, he still felt a bit worried. After all, those who sought to annihilate the Yi family had formidable strength and backgrounds. This time, they had even sent people directly to the base in Yun City to take action, which surely cost them a lot. The Yi family had only Yi Fan left as their hope, and Yi Changfeng didn't want anything to happen to him. Yi Fan smiled lightly. Don't worry, Grandpa. Since I dare to step forward, I have absolute confidence. Besides, if my martial emperor's strength can't resist them, then there's no hope for the Yi family to rise. Hiss, martial emperor? Yi Changfeng gasped at Yi Fan's self-assessment of his strength. Although he had guessed Yi Fan's breakthrough situation earlier, hearing Yi Fan say it himself was still quite shocking. Good, good, good. Yi Changfeng repeatedly exclaimed, everyone. Did you hear that? Our young master of the Yi family has reached the martial emperor level. Heaven will not forsake the Yi family, and from now on, I'll be relying on all of you to support Yi Fan. Yi Changfeng bowed to the death warriors and the 4 maidservants of Yi Fan in the underground hall. Grandpa, let us go? Yi Fan called for Yi Changfeng and the 4 maidservants to ascend the steps together. Once we exit this door, I'll still be that foolish young master, understand? Yi Fan was concerned that his grandpa and the 4 maidservants might not get the message, so he reminded everyone as they were about to leave. Yi Fan had only awakened in the shadows, and handling many things in a foolish state would definitely yield better results. Yes, the main gate of the Yi family had been utterly devastated. What was once an imposing entrance was now reduced to rubble, stones flying everywhere, creating a large pit. Is this all the Yi family can do? Is this their power? Chu Feng led a group of subordinates, brazenly charging into the Yi family estate without any concealment. Captain Lung Feng, along with the core guards of the Yi family, attempted to block their path. However, Chu Feng's strength far surpassed the martial sovereign level, and he was flanked by 5 or 6 master-level experts. For Lung Feng's men to rush in would be tantamount to seeking death. Captain Lung Feng, don't waste your effort. Your men can't stop me. Since you're a man, step aside. I'm here for Yi Lao and Yi Fan. As long as the others don't resist, I can spare your lives. Although the death of Lu Qingyang had caused Chu Feng some trouble and irritation, once he arrived at the Yi family estate and breached the entrance, he suddenly felt that dealing with the Yi family might not be so difficult after all. In the face of absolute strength, any flashy moves are futile. Today, Chu Feng brings with him battle-hardened elites. They either don't show up, or when they do, it's with the intention to annihilate the entire Yi family. Although he knows that killing the last 2 core members of the Yi family, an elder and a young one, will certainly cause a huge uproar throughout the Great Xia, Chu Feng has come fully prepared. Since he fears nothing, including death, there's nothing left to be afraid of. You worthless scum. Hiding behind the scenes to strike at the Yi family, and you still think you can wipe them out? Let me tell you, you cannot destroy the Yi family. Once the young master awakens, you will all be buried alongside them. Lung Feng is the most loyal captain of Yi Changfeng's guard, having followed him for many years, and his feelings for the Yi family run deep. Although he knows his team isn't a match for Chu Feng and his men, he still stands resolutely at the entrance of the Yi family's inner courtyard, refusing to budge. Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being rude. With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng signaled for his 5 or 6 master-level fighters to step forward, their martial energy beginning to surge. You hear, along with that old man Yi Changfeng, only have 3 master-level fighters. Our side has enough strength to completely crush you in numbers. And you still want to stubbornly resist? That is simply asking for death. Before coming here, Chu Feng had thoroughly investigated all of the Yi family's strengths. The current Yi family is like leaves falling in autumn, merely struggling in their final moments. I really don't understand why those worthless scum from the Liu, Zhao, and Wang families can't even handle a family on the brink of collapse. Whoosh. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, a group of people rushed out from the back courtyard. Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan led the charge, with Yi Fan surrounded by 4 stunning maids, all exuding master-level martial energy. Moreover, behind Yi Fan, there were 2 death warriors, also at the master level. Who says my Yi family only has 3 master-level fighters? Do you really think we're powerless? Yi Changfeng grumbled with a frown, his sharp eyes sizing up Chu Feng. Although he had some suspicions about his arch-rival, he didn't recognize Chu Feng, as he hadn't been involved in many actual affairs lately. In an instant, 6 master-level fighters appeared next to Yi Fan. What the hell? What is going on here? Seeing this situation, Chu Feng's expression grew serious, and he turned to glare at one of his subordinates, questioning their intelligence reports. Wasn't it said that after the core members of the Yi family were killed, they would be on the verge of collapse? How did so many strong fighters suddenly appear? Moreover, judging by the respectful and cautious demeanor of those maids and death warriors towards Yi Fan, it was clear they were in awe of him and offering unconditional protection. Their combat power would definitely not be less than that of his own men. With the appearance of the 4 maids next to Yi Fan, the number of master-level fighters on both sides reached a precarious balance. Back when I was on the battlefield taking down enemies, you were probably still in diapers, huh? Now you dare to secretly target the Yi family. And you don't plan to spare even the last descendant of the Yi clan? Yi Changfeng glared at Chu Feng and continued. Tell your master to come face me if he has the guts. Chu Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, in the entire Great Xia, no one could deny the tremendous contributions the Yi family had made to the empire. It could be said that a large part of the territory of Great Xia was conquered by the Yi army. Now, everyone was just wary of the Yi family's overwhelming strength. They felt threatened, which was why they took action. However, Chu Feng was also a capable aide to Elder Zhang, and after a brief moment of distraction, he quickly regained his composure. Elder Yi, the fate of the Yi family is already sealed. I initially intended to grant you a dignified end, but since you insist on bringing this upon yourselves, I will have to come personally to see you off. Even if you still have 6 master-level experts, so what? I am already at the peak of the martial sovereign realm. I want to kill that fool Yi Fan and you, Elder Yi. Can you stop me? Chapter 75. Another superpower joining the fray? This is Chu Feng's confidence. Having reached the peak of the martial sovereign level, Chu Feng's strength now stands unrivaled in the entire Great Xia. Aside from a few ancient monsters who might intervene, no one else can stop him. This means that today, Chu Feng can completely annihilate the Yi family without fear of retaliation from their vassal families or forces. If Yi Fan had not awakened and advanced to the martial emperor level, the Yi family would have had to reveal all their trump cards just to try to thwart Chu Feng's actions. Yi Changfeng raised an eyebrow. If this had been before, he would have been worried, but now that he understands Yi Fan's strength and situation, he feels completely at ease. He looks at Chu Feng as if he's just some fool. Yi Fan is currently investigating the truth behind the downfall of the Yi family, and this guy has just walked right into his hands, providing the perfect opportunity for him to dig deeper. Standing beside Yi Changfeng, Yi Fan smirked slightly. Sizing up Chu Feng, dealing with someone at the peak of martial sovereign is not a difficult task for him. Moreover, after absorbing the undying bones, Yi Fan activated a super ability, teleportation. He can instantly move several meters away with just a thought. In a battle between experts, even the slightest misstep can be deadly. Not to mention that Yi Fan possesses this life-saving ability to blink away. At a critical moment, he can close the distance or escape, making it a guaranteed kill move. Before Yi Fan could say anything, a powerful surge of martial energy erupted at the entrance, as another group of experts appeared in the Yi family's courtyard. Who dares to harm our young master? You'll have to get past old Nyo first. With a clamor of footsteps, at least 30 strong fighters suddenly surrounded Chu Feng and his subordinates. Ghostly souls, what are you doing here? Chu Feng recognized the leader, Nyo Er, a capable figure within the Ghostly Souls organization, and his pupils involuntarily tightened. The martial arts scene in Great Xia has developed over many years. Besides the major superfamilies, there are also traditional sects such as Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and Shaolin, among others. Additionally, other organizations have emerged, like the officially backed Jinwu Division and grassroots martial arts alliances, including Ghostly Souls and Blade Edge. Among these, Ghostly Souls is one of the most influential organizations. It is said that Ghostly Souls established hundreds of branches worldwide, and many foreign politicians take pride in joining this martial arts organization. However, it seemed that Ghostly Souls encountered some significant internal issues and began to operate discreetly. But no one dares to underestimate the power of the Ghostly Souls. It should be noted that there are martial emperors stationed within their ranks. When Elder Zhang and others planned to take action against the Yi family, they secretly formed some agreements with Ghostly Souls. Although Ghostly Souls wouldn't offer support, at least they wouldn't hinder them. Now that Ghostly Souls has suddenly appeared, claiming to protect the young master, things have gotten a bit complicated. Did I not make myself clear enough? I'm here to protect my young master. If you dare to make a move against the wandering souls, just try lifting a finger. Neo Air seemed to have a short temper and directly started cursing at Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng was a secretary to the esteemed Elder Zhang, a high-ranking figure in the inner circle. How could he tolerate such humiliation? You trash think you can stop me? Do you really think that just because I dare to come here, I would only bring this little bit of power? Chu Feng had initially planned to keep his strength under wraps, but now that the wandering souls had shown up, he had no choice but to unleash his full power. Since he intended to completely eradicate the Yi family today, he had to go all out. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity, he had a feeling that the Yi family would slip out of his control. Clap, clap. Chu Feng lightly clapped his hands in the air, and suddenly, a group of masked warriors armed with swords appeared outside the walls of the Yi family estate. There were at least dozens of them. The courtyard, which had been spacious, now felt cramped with the arrival of wave after wave of people. Warriors from the Black Clothing Society in the East? Damn it. You actually colluded with those Eastern dogs to attack the Yi family? Don't you have any shame? Neo Air was instantly agitated upon seeing the Eastern dogs, yelling, "You've forgotten how those Eastern dogs rampaged across our land back in the day. You actually teamed up with them? If I don't kill you today, I want to share your surname." Chu Feng paid no attention to Neo Air's tirade. Face. Can that be eaten? Today, the Yi family must be destroyed. Chu Feng coldly scanned everyone present, giving them one last chance. Aside from Yi Fan and that old man Yi Changfeng, I can let everyone else go if you leave immediately. I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, it will be merciless slaughter. What infuriated Chu Feng was that after he finished speaking, no one showed any intention of leaving. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, filled with a desire to devour him alive. Attack! Chu Feng gritted his teeth and issued the command to his subordinates and the warriors from the Black Clothing Society. As the leader of the Black Clothing Society approached Chu Feng, he coldly remarked, "Captain Chu, we act together today, but don't forget our agreement afterward. Kill." On the Yi family's side, all the martial arts masters, at Lung Feng's call, began to wield their blades, preparing to face the enemy. But at that crucial moment, Yi Fan quietly said to his grandfather, "Let everyone retreat to the underground chamber. Today, I'm going to unleash a bloodbath." Yi Fan had endured for a long time. Chu Feng was probably the first high-level enemy to strike against the Yi family. What made it even more detestable was that Chu Feng had colluded with the Eastern dogs, which made him all the more loathsome. Yi Fan had never intended to leave Chu Feng alive, and now he was even less likely to spare him or his associates. A bunch of martial honor and grandmaster-level experts were nothing. With Yi Fan's emperor-level strength, he could easily crush them with one hand. "Everyone, listen to my command. Withdraw." Yi Changfeng's sudden order left all the bodyguards and martial arts experts of the Yi family dumbfounded. The wandering soul strongmen were also somewhat taken aback. What is going on with the old master of the Yi family? The strong members of the Yi family have teamed up with the wandering spirits. They should have had the strength to fight back. Why did they suddenly retreat? All the bodyguards and experts of the Yi family are well trained, and upon receiving the old master's orders, they didn't quite understand the situation but immediately began to fall back. Yi Changfeng called out to Neo Air and the others, "Everyone, follow the old man and retreat. Whatever is happening outside, we have our ways to deal with it." In an instant, everyone retreated to the entrance of the secret chamber in the inner courtyard. But Yi Fan and his 4 maidservants remained outside, seemingly unwilling to go in. Neo Air and the others had initially come over because they sensed a powerful energy fluctuation, and seeing the current situation, their eyes lit up. Is the young master going to take action himself? Chapter 76. That's right. I am at the level of a martial emperor, and I've been waiting for you for a long time. While observing from the base, they had already determined that the intensity of the martial aura fluctuations from the Yi family group was at least at the martial emperor level. Since the young master is the direct descendant of the master, His strength must not be weak. Go. Withdraw. Elder Yi was so confident in leaving the young master outside. He must know something. The young master may publicly claim to be a fool, but let's not forget that 5 years ago, his extraordinary talent was nothing short of miraculous. Everyone instantly retreated, leaving the martial experts on Chu Feng's side dumbfounded. They had prepared to attack, but suddenly found their opponents had vanished. What was there left to fight? Captain. What? Chu Feng's subordinates looked at the direction Yi Changfeng and the others had departed, their faces filled with confusion. What was the Yi family up to? If they were planning to retreat entirely, they should have taken Yi Fan with them. Leaving Yi Fan behind, what did that mean? Heh. Fool. Your grandfather has retreated but left you behind. Are you being treated as a pawn? Do you know how it feels? Let me help you find relief. Chu Feng squinted, staring intently at Yi Fan, as if he were about to slice his older brother into pieces, one cut at a time. With a wave of his hand, several subordinates surrounded Yi Fan from 8 different directions. By Yi Fan's side, the 4 stunning maidens felt the martial aura around them begin to surge violently, ready to fight at any moment. Yi Fan calmly placed his hand on the shoulders of the maidens, saying, "You don't need to be nervous. I left you here to handle the situation later." Yes, young master. Although the 4 maidens had never truly witnessed Yi Fan's strength, they were well aware of his exceptional martial talent 5 years ago. Moreover, they had heard Yi Fan mention in the basement that his strength had already reached the martial emperor level. With such power, dealing with these people was a piece of cake. Hearing Yi Fan speak so calmly and clearly, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his sharp eyes fixed on Yi Fan. You're not a fool. Are you pretending to be one? Chu Feng watched Yi Fan warily, a sudden ominous feeling rising in his heart. So, you've been secretly planning everything against the Li family, Wang family, Zhao family, and Lu Qingyang? Chu Feng's mind raced, quickly piecing together all the events. Previously, he had wondered why the Zhao, Wang, and Li families had such difficulty teaming up to deal with the Su family. Not only did they achieve no results, but they also ended up destroying themselves. The Yi family seemed on the brink of collapse. Yet it appeared there were powerful hands behind the scenes steering everything in favor of the Yi family. Moreover, Lei Qinjue, the Xia family from the provincial capital, the Guo family, and Old Pang from the Zhou group were all willing to support the Yi family. Why was that? In that moment, Chu Feng seemed to understand everything. If that foolish young master of the Yi family, the prodigious genius, has awakened and his strength has risen again, then Yi Fan alone could match the potential of all the disciples in the Yi family. No superpower would pass up the opportunity to latch onto such a golden leg. They would even gamble the fate of their entire family to do so. Everyone has been deceived by Yi Fan. But since Yi Fan has been pretending for so long, why reveal himself at this moment? Unless... Chu Feng suddenly thought of something. Unless Yi Fan was absolutely confident that no one present could speak. Only the dead would remain silent. With that thought, Chu Feng immediately reached for his communication device to spread the news. Yi Fan has awakened. This is explosive news that must be conveyed to Elder Zhang and the people behind him. Otherwise, Elder Zhang and the others would surely be played to death by Yi Fan. However, to Chu Feng's surprise, just as he reached for the walkie-talkie on him, it suddenly floated up under the control of a powerful force. Not only his device, but also those of his subordinates. And all the phones and communication devices of the Eastern experts were being controlled by a mighty martial energy, floating away from their bodies. With a series of explosive sounds, those phones and headsets instantly shattered into powder. Yi Fan had already attained the level of a martial emperor, able to hear the movements of ants within a 500-meter radius. So he was naturally aware of the communication devices on these powerful figures. In just a moment, all the communication tools were destroyed. You have broken through to the martial emperor level? Oh no. As Chu Feng looked at the scene before him, he suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. Yi Fan could control and destroy so many phones simultaneously with such precision using martial energy. This level of mental power and control over martial energy could only be achieved by someone at the martial emperor level. Chu Feng's face turned pale, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. He had thought he had reached the peak of the martial venerable level and could easily crush Yi Fan. As it turned out, Yi Fan's strength had long surpassed him by several major realms. He was an existence that even 10 of him could not defeat. That's right. I am at the martial emperor level. Yi Fan took a step forward, coldly staring at Chu Feng. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You finally came. With each step Yi Fan took, an immense, invisible pressure descended like Mount Tai, distorting the air around them, making Chu Feng's breathing increasingly difficult. It felt as if a giant hand was gripping his throat, causing his breaths to quicken. In that moment, Chu Feng finally understood that while it seemed they were scheming against the Yi family today, in reality, Yi Fan had planned everything out, setting a trap and waiting for him to fall into it. Today, whether it's for oneself or for Elder Zhang, there's no turning back once you step in. Only a dead end awaits. How dare a fool act wild here? I'll kill you. Not far from Chu Feng, two frenzied martial masters were taken aback by his fear, and despite their disbelief, they shouted threats while swinging their blades, relentlessly hacking towards Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan's facial muscles twitched slightly as he turned his head to glance at the two martial masters with indifference. A surge of martial energy radiated from him. In an instant, it seemed as though an invisible wall formed in the air, completely blocking the two martial masters in their tracks. Crack! Crack! The blades in the hands of the two masters shattered piece by piece, falling to the ground. At the same time, a powerful wave of martial energy began to surge towards their arms. Arms, chest, abdomen. Puff! Puff! Boom! Boom! After a series of sounds reminiscent of slicing through watermelons, the bodies of the two masters instantly crumbled, transforming into a mist of blood that dispersed into the air. Chapter 77. Seven-Star Soul, Destroying Hand. Hiss. This scene left everyone present in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is this the terrifying power of a martial emperor? They hadn't even seen Yi Fan make a move, yet two grandmasters had already exploded and died, without even touching the hem of his sleeve. How could they fight back? Baka, retreat. The first to react were the Japanese warriors. Realizing the situation was dire, they immediately thought of fleeing. Under the command of their leader, dozens of martial artists from the east were desperately trying to escape, wishing they had more legs to run faster. But from the moment Yi Fan revealed himself in front of them, they had no chance of survival. There was no way Yi Fan would let any of them leave. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Fan moved, activating his teleportation ability, his body transforming into countless phantoms as he darted among the Japanese warriors. From above, it looked as if a ghostly afterimage appeared amidst the scattering martial artists, constantly shifting. Puff, puff, puff. Within seconds, the bodies of those fleeing Japanese warriors all froze in place, and then a massive gash appeared in their chests, blood spurting wildly. Life force drained rapidly, their energy dissipated. And before they could comprehend what was happening, they collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Among the dozens of Japanese warriors, at least 5 were master-level fighters, yet they hadn't even caught a glimpse of Yi Fan's face before being slaughtered within moments. In the end, only the leader of the black-clothed society remained, his face pale with terror as he surveyed the chaos around him. The battle knife in his hand clattered to the ground. Yamete. No. As the most powerful martial arts organization in Japan, the Black-Clothed Society's members had undergone devilish training and possessed incredible fighting spirit. But at this moment, their squad leader, Mutu, lost all will to fight, lacking even the courage to consider suicide or escape. How could he escape? His squad, part of one of the 5 major forces that had infiltrated Great Xia, had been completely annihilated without any accomplishments. A martial emperor. Any resistance was futile. Bang! Yi Fan stepped forward and delivered a heavy punch to Mutu's chest, causing him to spew blood and faint instantly. Yi Fan coldly stared at Mutu. Knowing that with so many martial artists from Japan having infiltrated Great Xia, he needed to extract some information from him before the end. After tossing Mutu to the ground like a dead dog, Yi Fan walked towards Chu Feng. Yi Fan, you. Chu Feng instinctively tried to move his body, only to find his legs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to budge an inch. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Chu Feng realized that if he fell into Yi Fan's hands, it would be a fate worse than death. As this thought crossed his mind, a fierce look flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. He activated his martial arts energy, intending to end his own life. However, in the eyes of Yi Fan, a martial emperor-level expert, Chu Feng, a martial sovereign, was nothing but trash. Yi Fan merely twitched his finger, and a surge of martial energy erupted, effortlessly sealing all of Chu Feng's acupoints. Chu Feng froze in place, watching helplessly as Yi Fan approached him step by step. Chu Feng still had one last resort. He wanted to bite down on the poison hidden between his teeth. But Yi Fan was clearly more cunning. Before Chu Feng could move his mouth, a blast of energy surged out, yanking out all 4 of his molars along with the poison capsules behind them. Seeing this, Chu Feng was engulfed in despair. In the presence of a martial emperor, did he not even have the right to die? What? What do you want? Chu Feng asked Yi Fan, having accepted that escape was impossible. Strangely, he felt somewhat calmer. From the moment he attacked the Yi family, he knew that bringing them down would not be as simple as he had imagined. Furthermore, when he traveled from the northwest to Yun City, even though Elder Zhang did not say anything, Chu Feng was not foolish. He was merely a pawn tossed aside, and Elder Zhang was using him to test the waters. It was clear that Chu Feng was unlikely to have a good ending. Yet, a soldier would die for his worthy leader. Despite knowing his fate and the outcome awaiting him, he still brought his men forward without hesitation. Yi Fan, too, had no reservations and did not intend to use normal means to deal with Chu Feng. Experts of this caliber had been deeply brainwashed, and conventional interrogation methods would have no effect whatsoever. Have you heard of the 7 stars soul destruction technique? Yi Fan stepped closer, staring intensely at Chu Feng. Just that one sentence drained the color from Chu Feng's face. Ah, you actually know such a wicked method. Please, don't touch me. Chu Feng's face was filled with rejection. As a core member close to Elder Zhang, he had certainly heard of this special technique. It was said that the 7 stars soul destruction technique could destroy and control a target's thoughts on a mental level, shattering their willpower and forcing them to confess all secrets. Those around Elder Zhang had always sought to acquire the training methods for the 7 stars soul destruction technique, but had never succeeded. Now that Yi Fan brought it up, it was obvious that he was likely proficient in this technique. Bang! Ignoring Chu Feng's resistance, Yi Fan's wrist glimmered, and he placed his palm on Chu Feng's head. As the light penetrated Chu Feng's mind, he began to struggle violently. It hurts. Please, stop. It hurts. Chu Feng's veins bulged as he fought against it, but his resistance was clearly insufficient. In just a few seconds, he fell silent, his eyes wide open but devoid of focus. Speak. Who do you serve? Who sent you here? Yi Fan glared coldly at Chu Feng, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Yi Fan had been playing the fool all this time, simply waiting for the arrival of a significant figure. Chu Feng had already reached the level of a martial sovereign. At this level, Yi Fan believed he was starting to get closer to the truth. The big players targeting the Yi family were beginning to surface. It was Elder Zhang from the northwest. Elder Zhang was the one plotting against the Yi family. All the assassination attempts on the Yi family's disciples had been orchestrated by him, and he was primarily responsible for the operational plans in the northwest region. At this moment, Chu Feng's soul was under Yi Fan's control, and he instinctively revealed many secrets. Elder Zhang? Yi Fan's brows furrowed. Was this the same Elder Zhang from one of the 9 elders of the Great Xia? He was mainly in charge of military affairs in the northwest. The fact that Yi Fan had only peeled back a small part of the secret and already uncovered such a powerful figure was astonishing. From Chu Feng's tone, Yi Fan sensed that Elder Zhang was merely a part of the operational plan, not the ultimate orchestrator. There was another boss behind Elder Zhang. But who could that be? Above Elder Zhang, the only ones more powerful would be the royal family of Great Xia. Could it be that the royal family wanted to take action against the Yi family? If that were the case, Yi Fan wouldn't mind shaking things up in Great Xia. Chapter 78. Singing Yellow Tunes, the Scapegoat Hero. Yi Fan pressed Chu Feng for answers, hoping to extract information about the person behind Elder Zhang. However, it appeared that Chu Feng truly didn't know anything. After bleeding from his 7 orifices, the mental strain became too much for him, and he ultimately collapsed, failing to provide any useful information. Nonetheless, Yi Fan learned that Elder Zhang was indeed a significant player, and that information was already enough. Now that Elder Zhang had shown his hand, Yi Fan decided he wouldn't let him off the hook. With this crucial lead, he intended to start with Elder Zhang and ensure that none of the other big fish got away. They would all be dealt with. Yi Fan instructed his 4 maidservants to handle Chu Feng's stunned subordinates, while he approached the captain of the Black Cloak Society, Wu Tong. He employed the 7 stars soul extinguishing technique to interrogate the Eastern Dog about their plans. To his surprise, he discovered that the Eastern forces had infiltrated the Great Xia with 5 powerful factions, all aimed at assassinating high-ranking officials and targeting the nation's geniuses and key figures to sow chaos. Yi Fan immediately thought of Yu Linglong. His first wife, stationed at the forefront in the southeast, was at the pinnacle of martial mastery. If she encountered these Eastern combat teams, she might be in trouble. He needed to find a way to warn her. Ideally, he could help Yu Linglong enhance her strength. The fastest way for Yi Fan to assist her was through intimate contact, allowing his warm energy to nourish her. In the Yi family's secret chamber, Yi Changfeng had ordered everyone to retreat inside. The uninformed Cold Peak and others were anxious. Elder Yi, what do you mean by leaving the young master and the 4 maidservants outside? The young master hasn't awakened yet. That's right, Elder Yi. The young master is the last hope of the Yi family. Nothing can happen to him. The core members of the Yi family were genuinely worried for Yi Fan's safety. In fact, Yi Changfeng himself was also deeply concerned. If he hadn't seen Yi Fan's arrangements, he wouldn't have allowed him to face those adversaries alone. Neo Air and the others from the Ghostly Souls were somewhat reassured, having monitored Yi Fan's strength in advance. Upon realizing that Elder Yi had brought so many people into the secret chamber, Neo Air quickly pieced it together. The young master was pretending to be foolish, planning to take action himself without revealing his true strength. He had deliberately sent everyone away to create an opportunity for himself. Understanding this, Neo Air quickly spoke up, "Everyone, rest assured, we have other powerful experts from the ghostly souls stationed outside. Their strength may even reach the martial emperor level, so the young master will be safe. Besides, you must trust in Yi Fan's abilities. Before his accident, he was an extraordinary genius who had already reached the master level. It's been 5 years. Perhaps Yi Fan has made a breakthrough. Didn't the divine doctor say that he would awaken soon? Maybe participating in more battles will help him recover faster, right?" Neo Air suddenly spoke up, immediately easing Yi Changfeng's awkwardness. Lei Qianjue, who was next to Yi Changfeng, quickly chimed in. Yes. Based on my speculation, Yi Xiao's martial arts strength should have recovered. Yi Lao and Yi Fan are outside, also wanting to take this opportunity to test Yi Xiao. Besides, there are experts from the Yuhan faction stationed outside, so there won't be any problems. The few of them played along, managing to smooth things over. However, Lung Feng and the others still felt something was off. Though everyone was in an underground chamber, Yi Fan could clearly hear the conversation that took place after the battle ended, with Neo Air interjecting, claiming it was the Yuhan faction that dealt with Chu Feng's assassination team. It was just the right cover-up. Once the 4 maidens outside had cleaned up the battleground, Yi Fan knocked on the door of the chamber, returning to his foolish state. So many people died. That old man is so powerful, he displayed a shocked expression in front of everyone, but his gaze shifted toward Neo Air. Those deep, sharp eyes were anything but foolish. The young master truly is impressive. After enduring for so many years, he now shows strength at the martial emperor level. Clearly, it was the young master who had killed Chu Feng and his group, yet he needed someone to take the blame to continue pretending to be foolish, playing the innocent while waiting to ambush. Ah, right, it must have been our elder Wu from Yuhan who took action. I knew it. These losers couldn't threaten the Yi family. As the group exited the chamber, they surveyed the Yi family courtyard. Aside from the lingering smell of blood in the air, everything seemed normal, as if Chu Feng and his group had never been there. If it weren't for the deaths of Chu Feng and the others, Yi Fan would not be standing here so unharmed. Did the experts from Yuhan really take care of Chu Feng and his team? But why did they avoid witnesses from the Yi family? The core strength of the Yi family felt puzzled, but given the current situation, everyone wisely refrained from asking too many questions. However, the looks they cast at Yi Fan were filled with curiosity. Perhaps, this young master was already somewhat different from before. Neo Air had come today to pay his respects to Yi Fan. Now that the crisis for the Yi family had been averted, he bowed to Yi Lao and said, "Yi Lao, I would like to have a private conversation with Yi Xiao. What do you think?" Yi Changfeng glanced at Yi Fan. "Come with me." He led Neo Air and Yi Fan back into the chamber. Once the door was closed, Neo Air respectfully knelt before Yi Fan, saying, "Subordinate Neo Air, captain of Yuhan's 38th team, pays respects to the young master. Please forgive us for taking so long to confirm your existence. Captain Neo, what exactly is going on? Our Yi family has no interaction with Yuhan. Why do you refer to Yi Fan as the young master? Is there some misunderstanding?" Yi Changfeng asked, voicing his confusion since Yi Fan had not spoken yet. "Yi Lao, this is the token entrusted to us by the master before he left. He said that once the young master sees this, he will naturally believe." As Neo Air spoke, he took out a fragment of a jade pendant and handed it to Yi Changfeng. Upon seeing the piece of jade, Yi Changfeng's expression changed dramatically. "Is this a fragment of Xiaozhu's jade pendant? How did it end up in your hands?" Shocked, he pulled out the other half of the jade pendant from his own belongings. The two pieces fit together perfectly, forming a complete pendant. "I don't know the details," he continued, "but when our master last saw us, he entrusted this to us and told us to pass on the soul heritage to the young master." Yi Changfeng nodded, turning to Yi Fan. "Xiao Fan, this is real. It truly is your mother's arrangement. It seems that, in addition to the strength of the Yi family, your mother has made other contingency plans." Chapter 79, Kill Them All. After receiving his grandfather's affirmative response, Yi Fan spoke lightly. "Get up." He had heard about the powerful force of the wandering souls before. Now, aside from the mysterious Tianji pavilion inherited from the dragon-patterned ring, he had gained another significant support. This gave him a bit more confidence in dealing with the enemies of the Yi family. "Very few people know about my awakening so far, and you are one of them. For the sake of my future plans, it must remain confidential. Do you understand?" Although Neo Air had mostly figured out his plan, Yi Fan still reminded him once more. "Yes, I will keep it strictly confidential. If the young master has any matters that are inconvenient for the Yi family to handle, we can take care of it." Our director has said that the young master can fully trust the wandering souls. Neo Air responded respectfully. The director has almost finished dealing with the matters in the capital and will personally come to meet the young master in a few days. We can hold the handover ceremony at your convenience. That's not urgent. But speaking of tasks, there is indeed something I need you to do. While interrogating Chu Feng, I discovered a person. As Yi Fan spoke, he turned to look at his grandfather. Behind Chu Feng is Elder Zhang, who is in charge of military affairs in the northwest. The fall of my elder brother was directly caused by them, but from Chu Feng's words, I deduced that there is someone else behind Elder Zhang directing their actions. I suspect that there is a royal shadow behind Elder Zhang. You wandering souls need to investigate this matter and come up with a definitive result as soon as possible. Yi Changfeng sighed deeply. Indeed, it is him. Sigh. In fact, whether we investigate or not is not important. There are only a few people in the upper echelons of the Great Xia. Everyone knows who wants to move against our Yi family. I just didn't expect them to be so ruthless and so secretive. In one night, they actually slaughtered all 10 core descendants of the Yi family. Yi Changfeng's eyes turned red. They really have no regard for old ties. I was originally prepared to accept my fate, but now, we will join forces to make them pay in blood for their sins. All right. The wandering souls will spare no effort to fully support the young master. However, to deal with Elder Zhang, we still need to plan step by step. Currently, their roots in Yun City have almost been pulled out. Next, we need to destroy all their arrangements in Tiannan province, so they won't have the power to move against Qingxue and Linglong. After that, we will strike at their main base with all our might. Yi Fan agreed with his grandfather's proposal. His 7 sisters-in-law had made such great sacrifices for the Yi family. I will use all the power I can muster to elevate their family to the top tier of the Great Xia. But outwardly, I will still play the fool. As long as you know what's in your heart, Grandpa. When the few of them exited the secret chamber, Yi Fan reverted to his foolish demeanor once again. The sky was already dark, and the matters concerning Su Yishue's company were almost wrapped up. She had been thinking about Yi Fan and personally drove over to pick him up. Xiao Fan, thank you. In the car, Su Yishue glanced at Yi Fan with a grateful expression while driving. If it weren't for Yi Fan's meticulous arrangements, the Su family wouldn't know what kind of situation they would be in today. They might have ended up being acquired by the Li family for millions. Yishue, my dear wife, you're my wife after all. You're going to give me a big, chubby baby. There's no need for thanks between us. Yi Fan looked at the stunning beauty beside him and felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Such an extraordinary girl chose to marry him during the toughest times for the Yi family. All the enemies of the Yi family must be eliminated. And he must protect these girls well. He owed it to them for their feelings toward him. Xiao Fan, you've awakened? Are you okay? Su Yishue, hearing Yi Fan's words, looked at him with clear logic and great anticipation. Dear, what are you talking about? Yi Fan understood that Su Yishue was eager to confirm his condition, but many people already knew about his current state. If he continued to reveal it, his future plans would be jeopardized. Therefore, Yi Fan intended to keep his situation a secret from Su Yishue for now. Moreover, another crucial aspect was that Yi Fan hadn't figured out how to face his other wives yet. If he had truly awakened, would the other 6 wives still marry him or not? Chu Feng had led so many powerful individuals to attack the Yi family in Yun City, even uniting with martial artists from the east. Although the operation was kept highly secret, those with keen eyes were always paying attention to the situation. In a courtyard in the northwest, Elder Zhang nervously tapped his fingers on the table, looking at the darkening sky with a furrowed brow. What is going on? Is there still no news from Yun City? Chu Feng, his trusted right-hand man whom he personally trained, had already reached the level of a martial venerable and was tasked with handling the crumbling Yi family. There shouldn't be much of a problem. And regardless of success or failure, nearly a day had passed. There should be some news by now. Elder, there is still no news. Furthermore, we can't get in touch with Captain Chu Feng. The undercover agents we sent out have also lost contact for some reason. The assistant beside Elder Zhang looked at the messages coming in on the tablet, feeling a bit anxious. To deal with the Yi family, they had placed the Li family, Wang family, and Zhao family as their vassals in Yun City, along with a significant number of undercover agents. The Zhao, Wang, and Li families had mysteriously perished, which was already troubling. However, now their deployed undercover agents were disappearing one by one without any way to contact them. The last report they received was in the afternoon, stating that they saw Captain Chu Feng arranging for people to enter the Yi family estate. But they also saw experts from the Yuhan, Soul Wanderer, entering the Yi family estate. What? The Yuhan are getting involved in the Yi family's affairs? Aren't they supposed to remain neutral? This is bad, very bad. Upon hearing that the Yuhan had entered the Yi family estate, Elder Zhang's expression changed immediately. Indeed, the next moment, News finally arrived from Yun City. Minister Zhang. The assistant's voice trembled as he spoke. There's news from Yun City. Captain Chu Feng and all his men have been wiped out. It's said that Elder Wu from the Ghostly Souls took action, a master at the level of a martial emperor, and they were all silenced. No one survived. Damn it! Minister Zhang shouted in anger, sweeping the teacup off the table and onto the floor. He furiously exclaimed, "What do those bastards from Ghostly Souls want? What the hell did the Yi family use to summon them? This is trouble." Chapter 80. A stone cast into the water creates 1,000 ripples. This time, we can't wipe out the Yi family. If we want to completely eliminate them later, it will surely be a hassle. Elder Zhang was extremely frustrated. Moreover, he was even more worried that all of Chu Feng's people had been wiped out so completely. How could it be that not a single one of the nearly 100 powerful experts and masters came out alive? This is very abnormal. Although Chu Feng is indeed loyal enough, if he were to reveal the identity behind him, it would expose his own identity and involve the true big shots behind him. The entire Great Xia would be shaken. If the Yi family launched a full-scale counterattack and the Heavenly Dragon Army began to stir, the situation would spiral out of control. What should we do now? The assistant was also a bit panicked. The fact that the Yuhan group sided with the Yi family was a very strong signal. The Jiuzhou group had already taken sides, and with the influence of Yuhan and Lei Qianzhou mediating, many who previously didn't see the Yi family's power would likely start to support them. We need to take action. Immediately arrange for several other families in the provincial capital to comprehensively suppress the Su family group. We must not allow the Yi family and their allies to have it easy. If they do, we won't have it easy either. Elder Zhang's expression was becoming increasingly unsettled. Additionally, arrange for our people to thoroughly test Yi Fan. I want to know if that fool is really foolish or just pretending to be. Elder Zhang felt that something was off. So many events had occurred recently involving the Yi family, yet everything seemed to have been handled very well, to their advantage. It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything. Moreover, the owner of that hand was exceptionally wise and meticulous. This did not seem like something Yi Changfeng could orchestrate. But if it wasn't Yi Changfeng, then who could it be? After issuing a series of commands, the entire southwestern region seemed to begin to boil. All the families and forces associated with Elder Zhang received orders to launch a comprehensive offensive against the Su family group and suppress the families of the 7 granddaughters-in-law of the Yi family. This was no longer a covert struggle. It had moved into the open. If Elder Zhang and his associates did not take some action soon, they would find themselves in a very passive position. After waving his assistant out of the room, Elder Zhang took out a worn-out cell phone and dialed an encrypted number. "Boss, the situation has changed. My assistant was taken out by people from Yuhan while dealing with the Yi family in Yun City. The news was sealed for an entire afternoon. We just received it now. What is Yuhan trying to stir up trouble for? Wasn't it agreed that the Yi family was already severely weakened, with only a fool and an old man left to deal with? Why have you suddenly started acting again?" On the other end of the line, hearing that Yuhan was getting involved, there was also surprise and irritation. "Boss, the situation is more complicated than we imagined. Although the Yi family has been severely weakened, there have been signs of revival recently. The foolish young master of the Yi family must meet his end, otherwise, he will always be a threat. Please make the decision, boss." "Understood, I will think it over. You all better keep a low profile for now and refrain from making too many small moves. The situation in the southwest is very complicated lately, and if you're not careful, you could get caught up in it without even knowing how you got there. Also regarding Chu Feng, make sure to clean up your own mess. Otherwise, if something really happens, even I won't be able to protect you." "Yes." Besides Elder Zhang keeping an eye on the happenings in Yun City, the Lu family from Huadu and Tianan province and Lu Zijian are also paying attention to what's going on in Yun City. After hearing the news from Yun City, both heads of the families had nearly the same reaction. What? Captain Chu Feng was actually taken out by the people from the Wandering Souls? Not a single survivor? Damn. Is the Yi family really that lucky? How could they get the Wandering Souls to act for them? Especially for Lu Zijian, whose eldest son Lu Qingyang was killed by Yi Fan. Lu Zijian was counting on Chu Feng to lead his men to wipe out the Yi family and avenge his son. But now that Captain Chu Feng is dead, how can he even think about revenge? According to Lu Zijian's information, the illegitimate son he previously underestimated seems to be gathering funds, planning to take action against the Lu family and completely take them down. The Yi family is truly fortunate, with the Wandering Souls stepping in. We are in a bit of trouble. With the support of the Yi family, if the Lu family doesn't get backing from other forces on Chu Feng's side, they won't be able to withstand Lu Wuyang's attacks. Upon learning the news, Lu Rant's expression was one of deep sorrow. Damn it. Why is dealing with this pathetic Yi family so complicated? The Zhao family, Wang family, and Li family have all fallen. A glimmer of depth flashed in Lu Rant's eyes as he turned to his son Lu Hao beside him. How? You need to go to Yin City tomorrow. Use some alternative methods, and be careful not to directly clash with the Yi family. It's not that Lu Ran wants to take action against the Yi family. But after the Zhao, Li, and Wang families have been wiped out, the Yi family will soon find out that the Lu family is behind those three major families. If the Yi family regains their strength, they will definitely retaliate against the Lu family. Taking advantage of the fact that the Yi family and the Su family are still in a phase of gaining strength, it's best to strike first. Yes, Lu Hao responded. I remember that the Lu family and the Su family seemed to have signed a contract before, but we never executed it due to the Yi family's interference. Now it may come in handy. Lu Rant's eyes lit up at his son's reminder. It was indeed a good strategy. However, you need to be careful. Lu Qingyang has the contract left by Su Jian and Su Dong, and they didn't benefit from it. Xia Hao, Guo Li, and Wang Fugui are not to be trifled with. Got it. A deep look flashed in Lu Hao's eyes. In his heart, he still looked down on Yi Fan and Su Yixue. Just a fool and a small family from Yin City. How much trouble could they really cause? As long as they don't provoke the powerful beings from the wandering souls, they should be fine. In Yin City, at the Su family villa. After a night of turmoil, Su Yixue found herself slumped in Yi Fan's arms, her eyes hazy as she gazed up at him. She was curious. Wasn't Yi Fan still in a foolish state? How could he have so much energy? The key was that every time she had intimate contact with him, the warm feedback she received brought her countless benefits in just a few days. Her physical fitness had improved significantly, and she had even attained a level of martial prowess akin to a warrior. If this continued, an ordinary person like her, who didn't practice martial arts, might soon become a master-level fighter. Yi Fan also noticed the changes in Su Yixue's energy. Holding her close, he began to contemplate finding someone skilled in martial arts to guide her. Captain Yoair of the Soul Squad seemed like a good candidate. Chapter 81. Should we seize the opportunity? Although Su Yixue was exhausted from the previous night's activities, she woke up early the next morning as soon as the sun rose. She initially planned to get up quietly, but as soon as she moved, Yi Fan opened his eyes and stared at her, making Su Yixue feel a bit shy. Xiao Fan, you're awake? I have some work to do at the company today. Is it okay for you to play at home by yourself? Su Yixue wanted to accompany Yi Fan, but the workload from the company was overwhelming. With the miraculous Shuiyan beauty cream provided by Lei Qinjue and the support from the Xia family channels, it was a prime opportunity for the Su group to grow. Yixue, I want to go with you. What do you need to do? Yi Fan's plan was to help the Su group thrive first. He was determined to assist Su Yixue with any issues the company faced. As Su Yixue got dressed, she sighed deeply. Sigh. The Su group has already announced the miraculous effects of the Shuiyan beauty cream, and we received so many orders. However, there's still a problem. To officially start production of the cream, we need to obtain a production license from the Medical Association. But Yu Chong, the president of the Southwest Medical Association, is notoriously difficult to deal with. Even the renowned Dr. Lei's intervention hasn't helped. What he is really interested in are antiques and calligraphy. I plan to go to the antique street to buy a couple of pieces. Then visit Yu Chong to see if we can expedite the production license for the Su group. This production license was in high demand. It was rumored that only one license was available for the entire Southwest region this year. Meanwhile, their rival, the Jin family, was also eagerly vying for it. If they secured the license first, the Su group would be in serious trouble. With so many orders on the line, failing to deliver on time would result in hefty penalties. Su Yixue didn't care whether Yi Fan could understand everything. She explained the situation in detail. The president of the Southwest Medical Association, Yu Chong? Yi Fan recognized the name as somewhat familiar. His mind raced through the memories, and he quickly recalled that Yu Chong was listed among the core members of the Tianji Pavilion within the Dragon Pattern Ring. On the surface, Yu Chong was the president of the Southwest Medical Association, but in reality, he was the head of the assassination division of the Tianji Pavilion, possessing formidable strength. According to the information in the Dragon Pattern Ring, ever since the old master of the Tianji Pavilion had an incident, the organization had been in a semi-dormant state. For the sake of the Su group, Yi Fan had previously informed Pang Hai. Therefore, this opportunity to deliver the antique paintings could also serve as a way to make contact with Yu Chong. After all, Yi Fan needed more allies to fight against those who were truly behind the schemes against the Yi family. I want to go with you too. I love antiques and calligraphy. Yixue, I have a great eye for selection. Can you take me with you? After activating the Dragon Pattern Ring, Yi Fan noticed some peculiar changes in his vision. It had unlocked a sort of magical sight. While the ability to see through things might be an exaggeration, he could observe things that others couldn't simply by channeling his energy around his eyes. Last time, when I went to the underground trading market in Cloud City with Wang Fugui, It was thanks to my special ability to see that I discovered the vitality pill wrapped in that stone. All right, since you want to come along, I'll take you with me. But you must behave and not wander off, understood? Su Ishue gave Yi Fan a deep look. The Thunder Doctor also mentioned that in Yi Fan's current condition, he needs more companionship and to revisit places he was familiar with, as it might help him awaken more quickly. Previously, the places Yi Fan and Wang Fugue loved to visit included the Antique Street. Perhaps going to those places could trigger some memories and help him recover a bit. The Antique Street in Cloud City is quite famous throughout the Great Xia. It's large in scale and has plenty of good items. Even though it was only around 9 in the morning, the street was already bustling with crowds. Wanbao Pavilion is an independent 9-story building, lavishly decorated and different from the surrounding structures. Su Ishue led Yi Fan straight here. Since they were going to visit Yuchang, they needed to bring something good. However, before entering the building, Yi Fan's keen eyes suddenly noticed something next door. 2 middle-aged men were sneakily trying to sell a painting to the shopkeeper, at the level of a martial emperor. Yi Fan could clearly sense all the movements within a radius of 500 meters. With just a focused gaze, he detected the ancient aura emanating from that painting. That ancient painting is a great find. Hello, I'm looking for Manager Wu. I want to buy a couple of good items. Could you help me pass the message? Su Ishue was already familiar with the manager of Wanbao Pavilion and had contacted him before coming. The receptionist must have received a heads-up from the manager. As she greeted Su Ishue warmly, Ms. Su, Manager Wu instructed that if you came, he would take you to the back room directly. Please follow me. Great. Su Ishue called out to Yi Fan and was about to follow the receptionist into the back room. However, at that moment, Yi Fan's sharp hearing clearly picked up that the 2 men in the adjacent shop were planning to sell the painting for just 1,000 yuan. Based on Yi Fan's judgment, that painting was worth at least 10 million. If they sold it for just 1,000, wouldn't it be a chance to score a bargain? Thinking of this, Yi Fan turned to Su Ishue and said, Ishue, dear, you go in first. I'll just go to the restroom and catch up with you afterward, all right? Su Ishue hesitated. In her impression, Yi Fan was still in a dazed state. And if he got lost with so many people watching him, she wouldn't be able to handle it if anything happened. Don't worry, my dear. I won't wander off, and I'm grown up now. There won't be any problems. Yi Fan looked intently at Su Ishue. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ishue noticed that Yi Fan's intelligence seemed to have recovered quite a bit over the past few days. After all, they were still inside Wanbao Pavilion. So things should be fine, right? All right then. Su Ishue noticed that the receptionist was still waiting for her, and she felt a bit embarrassed to keep her waiting too long. If there's anything, make sure to call me. As Su Ishue followed the receptionist inside, she reminded the other receptionists, ladies, could you please keep an eye on my husband? He is not the brightest, Miss Su, don't worry. Nothing will happen at Wanbao Pavilion. After Su Ishue entered the back room with the receptionist, Yi Fan quickly made his way toward the restroom. Once he turned the corner, he suddenly appeared in front of the shop next to Wanbao Pavilion. At that moment, the shop owner was in the middle of a transaction with 2 men. As we agreed, it's $1,000, cash up front, goods in hand. Once the deal is done, there is no backing out. The shop owner, Ma San, was trying to contain his excitement. Although he wasn't sure about the authenticity of the painting, even if it turned out to be a fake, it was a well-made one. Having received $1,000, if he came across a big spender, he could easily make a profit of several tens of thousands. Chapter 82. All crows are black under heaven. Yi Fan stood to the side, quietly recording the scene with his phone. The 2 men received 1,000 yuan and quickly left, muttering to themselves about how well they had done with this deal. Damn, I got 50 yuan from an old lady and flipped it for 1,000. Can't complain. Haha, their hearts are really black. Yi Fan sighed. Since everyone involved was unscrupulous, he felt no guilt about what he was about to do. As soon as the 2 men left, the shop owner, Ma San, eagerly opened the scroll to examine it closely again. The painting appeared to have strong brushwork, clear lines, and deep meaning, signed by Wu Daozi, depicting a tiger descending from the mountains. It looked promising in every aspect. However, the colors of the scroll were too worn and lacked appeal. It's a shame that the artisan who faked this scroll was too impatient, aging it too much. But still, it was decent. Ma San lifted the scroll, ready to hang it in a prominent spot in the shop. For those who didn't know better, he could easily take advantage of them based on the quality of the brushwork. Boss, I'll take this painting for 1,500. Before Ma San could turn around, Yi Fan had already darted to the shop's entrance, smiling at him. Ma San was taken aback. 1,500? This young man had quite the discerning eye. He had just bought it for 1,000, and now this guy was adding 500 as a hardship fee. Come on, you're joking. This is an authentic piece by Wu Daozi. I spent 1 million to acquire it with great difficulty. If you're not buying, don't cause trouble. Ma San said seriously. as if he truly had spent $1 million. If you're sincere about buying, I can offer you a heartfelt price, 300,000, and I'll part with it. Ma Sen feigned distress, but his eyes were fixed on Yi Fan, watching for any change in his expression. In the antique business, it's all about reading people. All antique dealers may lack in other areas, but when it comes to judging character, they are absolute experts. By saying this, he was testing Yi Fan's reaction. If Yi Fan seemed unfazed by the 300,000 price tag, Ma Sen might not be willing to sell for less. Unfortunately for Ma Sen, he had encountered Yi Fan. Yi Fan had recorded the entire transaction between Ma Sen and the two men and had no intention of letting Ma Sen take advantage of him. Boss, your heart can't be too black. Just take a little hardship fee, and why don't you take a look at something first? As he spoke, Yi Fan smiled and opened the video he had just recorded on his phone. The video clearly documented the transaction between Ma Sen and those two men, including the price. You. A sharp glint flashed in Ma Sen's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Yi Fan. What do you want to do? Ma Sen's reputation on this street wasn't great. He was infamous for being shady. Although he had been trying to change his image, whenever he came across something valuable, his instinct was to cheat others a little more, especially since business had been slow lately. If the video in Yi Fan's hand were to be exposed, Ma Sen would practically be out of business in Yin City. I just said I'm here to buy the painting for 1,500. You can take 500 as your fee. It's not a loss for you. Yi Fan knew the true value of this painting, let alone $1 million. It could easily be worth 10 million. But Ma Santai was too greedy, and Yi Fan came here to teach him a lesson. You really have guts. Ma Santai glared fiercely at Yi Fan. Behind him, a few burly men with bare chests gathered, their looks towards Yi Fan unfriendly. However, since Ma Santai was showcasing the painting, a crowd of onlookers had gathered around, eager for some excitement. In the antique market, people love the thrill of finding a hidden gem or watching someone else score a good deal. It's always entertaining. 10,000, and you can take the painting. We won't say more. Ma Santai initially wanted to have his men force Yi Fan out, but with so many people around, he had to consider the consequences. So, he gritted his teeth and patiently haggled with Yi Fan. 1,500, you can think about it for 10 seconds. With technology being so advanced now, if this goes viral, your losses will be far more than just a few thousand. Yi Fan's confident demeanor irked Ma Santai, but he had to admit Yi Fan was right. If Yi Fan posted a video online, it could lead to the closure of Ma Santai's shop. You, kid, are you looking for trouble on purpose? My boss is Wu Laoling. You better think twice. If you want to buy the painting, give me 10,000 and walk away. Otherwise, tearing our faces will benefit no one. Ma Santai leaned closer to Yi Fan, whispering sternly. Wu Laoling. Yi Fan was taken aback. He had felt a bit guilty about confronting Ma Santai, but hearing that he was backed by Wu Laoling, the man who almost killed Su Ishua's wife, made him feel justified. Moreover, Wu Laoling had already been dealt with by Xia Hao and Li Hu, and the Tiger Hall had disbanded. How could Ma Santai still flaunt Wu Laoling's name? Go ahead and try. I'll count to 3. 3, 2, 1. Yi Fan showed no signs of backing down and began counting. His assertiveness was driving Ma Santai nearly insane. The young man in front of him felt somewhat familiar, but Ma Santai couldn't recall where he had seen him before. By the time Yi Fan finished counting, Ma Santai gritted his teeth and said, all right, you win. Yi Fan was willing to take the gamble, but Ma Santai wasn't brave enough to. Coldly speaking, Ma Santai shoved the painting into Yi Fan's arms. Now, pay up. Yi Fan smiled faintly, pulled out 15 red bills from his pocket, and handed them to Ma Santai. In the future, do business with a little integrity. I'll remember you, kid. You better watch your step. Ma Santai took the money, fuming as he walked back into the shop. He had planned to make a significant profit from this painting, only to be exposed and end up with just 500. As Ma Santai threatened Yi Fan, a girl in the crowd suddenly called out in a playful tone, Hey handsome, can I buy that painting from you? I'll give you 800,000. Hiss. A single sentence from the girl instantly made the crowd gasp in shock. The painting that was just bought for $1,500 is now being sold for $8 million? Could these two be in cahoots? Everyone turned to look at the girl. She was wearing a long green dress with a yellow belt that accentuated her slender waist, showcasing her enchanting curves. Is she Ren Shuiying, the heiress of the Ren family from the provincial capital? It's said that the ladies of the Ren family are also experts in antiques. If she can offer 8 million, there must be a good reason for it. Could it be that we are witnessing a monumental blunder today? Chapter 83. The beautiful woman who saved my life 6 years ago. Just as Ma San reached the entrance of the shop, he was taken aback by the price of 8 million. He paused, turned around, and saw Ren Shuiying, then asked in confusion, Beauty, you can't be serious, can you? If this painting is really worth 8 million, then you must be the biggest fool ever. You had wealth right in your hands, and then that guy just snatched it away? Boss, do I look like I'm joking? Rin Shuiying replied calmly, turning to glance at Yi Fan again. At that moment, Yi Fan ignored Rin Shuiying and took out a bottle of mineral water, splashing it onto the surface of the painting. Splash. The crowd was stunned. Hey, what are you doing? One person exclaimed. Yeah, that beauty just offered 8 million. Aren't you ruining the painting? Sighs filled the air, but only Rin Shuiying's eyes lit up as she watched Yi Fan's actions. It seemed she had encountered an expert today. Handsome. How about I offer 10 million? Rin Shuiying unexpectedly raised her bid by 2 million, leaving the crowd completely baffled. Clearly, she had seen something. Otherwise, as a member of a prominent family in the provincial capital, she wouldn't be raising her bid so irrationally. With a rip, Yi Fan still didn't speak. As the water soaked into the painting, he felt a surge of energy and grabbed one corner of the painting, tearing it forcefully. To the shock of everyone present, he actually pulled away a thin layer from the surface of the painting, like removing a layer of protective film. As that layer was torn away, the true painting was immediately revealed. The colors were vibrant, the brush strokes clear, and the lines more defined. Even Wu Daizi's seal became more distinct. It's a layered painting. I understand now. This is the legendary layered painting. The outer layer is a sheepskin protective film, and the inside is the genuine article. Oh my, this is actually an authentic piece by Wu Daizi. What a huge find. Forget 10 million. It's worth at least 20 million. Handsome. I'll offer 15 million for this painting. How about that? Cash transaction. I'll go 18 million. The crowd erupted in excitement. This was truly explosive. A painting bought for 1,500 suddenly had bids reaching 20 million. That's over 10,000 times the profit. Yi Fan's lips twitched slightly. The moment the film was torn away, the ancient aura flowing from the painting was completely absorbed by him, drawn in by his energy. He could clearly feel that as the ancient aura entered his dantian, the flickering flame deep within seemed to thrive, its brightness intensifying. It was as if the ancient aura from the painting served as nourishment, feeding the mysterious flame within his body. For Yi Fan, whether it was 20 million or 200 million, although it was indeed a significant amount of money, to him, it was just a number. Yi Fan is backed by the Yi family conglomerate, the Soul Wanderers organization, and the yet-to-be fully revealed Tianji Pavilion. If he wants money, he can shake an entire nation with just a finger. The reason Yi Fan is fixated on this painting is mainly due to the ancient aura it exudes, which he needs. Now that he has absorbed all of that ancient essence from the painting, it holds little significance for him. However, for Ma San, losing 20 million on a piece of artwork is more painful than death. Ma San stood at the door, dazed for several seconds, before finally snapping back to reality. He quickly walked over to Yi Fan and grabbed his arm, saying, "Give me back the painting. I'm not selling it anymore." As he spoke, Ma San reached out to snatch the painting back. Yi Fan dodged slightly and coldly replied, "Boss, is this a robbery? What do you mean? The painting has already been sold. It's not going to be easy to get it back. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Who dares to snatch food from a tigress' mouth? In Yin City, there are very few who would dare to compete with me, Ma San, for good things." Ma San fixed a cold stare on Yi Fan and continued, "You'd better hand the painting back to me obediently, or I'll make you wish you were dead." As Ma San's tone grew darker, several burly men closed in around Yi Fan. Yi Fan's lips twitched. "Boss, you might not be fully aware of the situation, huh? Let us not even mention anything else. Your big brother, Wu Laolang, is already dead, and you must know that, right? Moreover, I can tell you that I was the one who took him out. Do you want to join him?" As Yi Fan spoke, he only knew that Wu Laolang had seemingly offended the young master of the Yi family and the Su family conglomerate, which led to his downfall. The specifics were unclear to him. With Yi Fan's reminder, Ma San looked at him more seriously, as if he was starting to remember who Yi Fan was. "Isn't this the fool from the Yi family? Why does he seem so sharp right now? What is going on here? Handsome, how about selling me this painting for 30 million? Rin Shuiying squeezed through the crowd and grabbed Yi Fan's arm, gently shaking it. "My grandfather's birthday is coming up, and I have no idea what to prepare as a gift. Can you help me out, please?" As Rin Shuiying swayed, the neckline of her dress shifted, slipping down one shoulder and revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Although it was just a fleeting glance, Yi Fan's pupils dilated. A phoenix pattern? Beneath Rin Shuiying's collarbone, Yi Fan clearly saw a golden phoenix design flash past. 6 years ago, he had been on a secret mission in the provincial capital when he nearly lost his life to an ambush, and at that time, he was saved by a girl. He hadn't been able to see her face due to the darkness, but he distinctly remembered the golden phoenix pattern on her neckline. 6 years later, I unexpectedly ran into that girl who saved my life again in Cloud City. What a coincidence fate has. A life-saving grace should be repaid with devotion. But I already have 7 wives now, so I can't make any promises. Since Ren Shuiying likes this painting, I might as well give it to her. After all, a beautiful girl deserves good treatment. So this painting is yours. As I spoke, I reached out and handed the scroll to Ren Shuiying. Huh. Ren Shuiying was taken aback. Handsome you. The people around us were equally stunned. A painting worth 30 million, just given away like that? How rich can one be? Money is no object. But the most frustrated was Ma San. He had just spent 1 million trying to buy it back. And Yi Fan turned around and gave it to another beauty? Was he doing this on purpose to mess with him?